Chapter 1. A Table 500 Haute. The 9th of October, 1799, on a beautiful day of that meridional autumn which ripens the oranges of Hyères and the grapes of Saint Péray, at the two extremities of Provence, a travelling chaise, drawn by 3 post horses, galloped at full speed over the bridge that crosses Durance between Cavailhan and Châteaurenard on its way to Avignon, the ancient papal city which a decree, issued the 25th of May, 1791, 8 years earlier, had reunited to France, a reunion confirmed by the treaty signed in 1797 at Tolentino between General Bonaparte and Pope Pius Roman VI. The carriage entered by the gate of Aix and without slackening speed traversed the entire length of the town, with its narrow, winding streets, built to ward off both wind and sun, and halted at 50 paces from the Porte d'Owl at the Hôtel du Palais Égalité, which they were again beginning to quietly rename the Hôtel du Palais Royal, a name which it bore formerly and still bears today. These few insignificant words about the name of the inn, before which halted the postchaise which we had in view, indicate sufficiently well the state of France under the government of the Thermidorian reaction, called the Directory. After the revolutionary struggle which had occurred between the 14th of July, 1789, and the 9th Thermidor, 1794, after the days of the 5th of October, of the 21st of June, of the 10th of August, of the 2d and of September, of the 21st of May, of the 29th Thermidor, and the 1st Prairial, after seeing fall the heads of the king and his judges, and the queen and her accusers, of the Girondins and the Cordeliers, the moderates and the Jacobins, France experienced that most frightful and most nauseous of all lassitudes, the lassitude of blood. She had therefore returned, if not to a need of monarchy, at least to a desire for a stable government, in which she might place her confidence, upon which she might lean, which would act for her, and which would permit her some repose while it acted. In the stead of this vaguely desired government, the country obtained the feeble and irresolute Directory, composed for the moment of the voluptuous Bars, the intriguing Sieyes, the brave Moulins, the insignificant Rogerducos, and the honest but somewhat too ingenuous Goyer. The result was a mediocre dignity before the world at large and a very questionable tranquility at home. It is true that at the moment of which we write our armies, so glorious during those epic campaigns of 1796, and thrown back for a time upon France by the incapacity of Scherer at Verona and Cassano, and by the defeat and death of Joubert at Novi, were beginning to resume the offensive. Moreau had defeated Suvarow at Bassignano, Brune had defeated the Duke of York and General Hermann at Bergen, Massena had annihilated the Austro-Russians at Zurich, Korsakoff had escaped only with the greatest difficulty, the Austrian, Hotz with 3 other generals were killed and 5 made prisoners. Massena saved France at Zurich, as Villars, 90 years earlier, had saved it at Denain. But in the interior, matters were not in so promising a state, and the government of the Directory was, it must be confessed, much embarrassed between the war in the Vendée and the brigandages of the Midi, to which, according to custom, the population of Avignon were far from remaining strangers. Beyond doubt, the 2 travelers who descended from the carriage at the door of the Hôtel du Palais Royal had reason to fear the state of mind in which the always excitable papal town might be at that time, for just before reaching Organ, at a spot where 3 crossroads stretched out before the traveler, one leading to Nimes, the second to Carpentras, the third to Avignon, the postilion had stopped his horses, and, turning round, asked, "Will the citizens go by way of Avignon or Carpentras?" "Which of the 2 roads is the shorter?" asked the elder of the 2 travelers in a harsh, strident voice. Though visibly the elder, he was scarcely 30 years of age. "Oh, the road to Avignon, citizen, by a good 4 miles at least." "Then," he had replied, "go by way of Avignon." And the carriage had started again at a gallop, which proclaimed that the citizen travelers, as the postilion called them, although the title of monsieur was beginning to reappear in conversation, paid a fee of at least 30 sous. The same desire to lose no time manifested itself at the hotel entrance. There, as on the road, it was the elder of the 2 travelers who spoke. He asked if they could dine at once, and the way this demand was made indicated that he was ready to overlook many gastronomical exigencies, provided that the repast in question be promptly served. "Citizens," replied the landlord, who at the sound of carriage wheels hastened, napkin in hand, to greet the travelers, You will be promptly and comfortably served in your room, but if you will permit me to advise, he hesitated. Oh, go on, said the younger of the travelers, speaking for the first time. Well, it would be that you dine at the table d'hôte, like the traveler for whom this coach, already harnessed, is waiting. The dinner is excellent and all served. The host at the same time indicated a comfortably appointed carriage, to which were harnessed 2 horses who were pawing the ground, while the postilion sought patience in the bottle of Cahors wine he was emptying near the window ledge. The first movement of him to whom this proposal was made was negative. Nevertheless, after a second's reflection, the elder of the 2 travelers, as if he had reconsidered his first decision, made an interrogative sign to his companion, who replied with a look which signified, "You know that I am at your orders." "Very well, so be it," said the other. "We will dine at the table d'hôte." Then, turning to the postilion, who, hat in hand, awaited his order, he added, "Let the horses be ready in a half-hour at the latest." And the landlord pointing out the way, they both entered the dining room, the elder of the 2 walking first, the other following him. Everyone knows the impression generally produced at a table d'hôte by newcomers. All eyes were bent upon them, and the conversation, which seemed to be quite animated, stopped. The guests consisted of the frequenters of the hotel, the traveler whose carriage was waiting harnessed at the door, a wine merchant from Bordeaux, sojourning temporarily at Avignon for reasons we shall shortly relate, and a certain number of travelers going from Marseille to Lyon by diligence. The new arrivals greeted the company with a slight inclination of the head, and sat down at the extreme end of the table, thereby isolating themselves from the other guests by 3 or 4 empty places. This seemingly aristocratic reserve redoubled the curiosity of which they were the object. Moreover, they were obviously people of unquestionable distinction, although their garments were simple in the extreme. Both wore high-top boots and breeches, long-tailed coats, traveling overcoats and broad-brimmed hats, the usual costume of the young men of that day. But that which distinguished them from the fashionables of Paris, and even of the provinces, was their long straight hair, and their black stocks buckled round the neck military fashion. The Muscadins, that was the name then given to young dandies. The Muscadins wore dogs' ears puffing at the temples, the rest of the hair combed up tightly in a bag at the back, and an immense cravat with long floating ends, in which the chin was completely buried. Some had even extended this reaction to powder. As to the personality of the 2 young men, they presented 2 diametrically opposite types. The elder of the 2, he who, as we have already remarked, had taken the initiative several times, and whose voice, even in its most familiar intonations, denoted the habit of command, was about 30 years of age. His black hair was parted in the middle, falling straight from his temples to his shoulders. He had the swarthy skin of a man who has traveled long in southern climes, thin lips, a straight nose, white teeth, and those hawk-like eyes which Dante gives to Caesar. He was short rather than tall, his hand was delicate, his foot slender and elegant. His manner betrayed a certain awkwardness, suggesting that he was at the moment wearing a costume to which he was not accustomed, and when he spoke, his hearers, had they been beside the Loire instead of the Rhône, would have detected a certain Italian accent in his pronunciation. His companion seemed to be some 3 or 4 years younger than he. He was a handsome young man with a rosy complexion, blonde hair and light blue eyes, a straight, firm nose and prominent, but almost beardless chin. He was perhaps a couple of inches taller than his companion, and though his figure was somewhat above medium height, he was so well proportioned, so admirably free in his movements, that he was evidently, if not extraordinarily strong, at least uncommonly agile and dexterous. Although attired in the same manner and apparently on a footing of equality, he evinced remarkable deference to the dark young man, which, as it could not result from age, was doubtless caused by some inferiority of position. Moreover, he called his companion citizen, while the other addressed him as Roland. These remarks, which we make to initiate the reader more profoundly into our story, were probably not made as extensively by the guests at the table d'hôte, for after bestowing a few seconds of attention upon the newcomers, they turned their eyes away, and the conversation, interrupted for an instant, was resumed. It must be confessed that it concerned a matter most interesting to the travelers, that of the stoppage of a diligence bearing a sum of 60,000 francs belonging to the government. The affair had occurred the day before on the road from Marseille to Avignon between Lambesc and Pontreuil. At the first words referring to this event, the two young men listened with unmistakable interest. It had taken place on the same road which they had just followed, and the narrator, the wine merchant of Bordeaux, had been one of the principal actors in the scene on the highroad. Those who seemed the most curious to hear the details were the travelers in the diligence which had just arrived and was soon to depart. The other guests, who belonged to the locality, seemed sufficiently conversant with such catastrophes to furnish the details themselves instead of listening to them. "So, citizen," said a stout gentleman against whom a tall woman, very thin and haggard, was crowding in her terror. "You say that the robbery took place on the very road by which we have just come." "Yes, citizen, between Lambesc and Pontroyal. Did you notice the spot where the road ascends between two high banks? There are a great many rocks there." "Yes, yes, my friend," said the wife, pressing her husband's arm. "I noticed it. I even said, as you must remember, here is a bad place. I would rather pass here by day than at night." "Oh, madame," said a young man whose voice affected to slur his R's after the fashion of the day, and who probably assumed to lead the conversation at the table d'hôte on ordinary occasions. "You know the companions of Jehu know no day or night." "What, citizen?" asked the lady, still more alarmed. "Were you attacked in broad daylight?" "In broad daylight, citizeness, at 10 o'clock in the morning." "And how many were there?" asked the stout gentleman. "4, citizen." "Ambushed beside the road?" "No, they were on horseback, armed to the teeth and masked." "That's their custom," said the young frequenter of the table d'hôte, "and they said, did they not? 'Do not defend yourself, we will not harm you, we only want the government money.'" "Word for word, citizen." "Then," continued this well-informed young man, "two dismounted from their horses, flinging their bridles to their comrades, and commanded the conductor to deliver up the money." "Citizen," said the stout man, astonished, "you describe the thing as if you had seen it." "Monsieur was there, perhaps," said one of the travelers, half in jest, half in earnest. "I do not know, citizen, whether in saying that you intend a rudeness," carelessly observed the young man who had so pertinently and obligingly come to the narrator's assistance, "but my political opinions are such that I do not consider your suspicion an insult. Had I had the misfortune to be among those attacked, or the honor to be one of those who made the attack, I should admit it as frankly in the one case as in the other. But yesterday at 10 o'clock, at precisely the moment when the diligence was stopped, 12 miles from here, I was breakfasting quietly in this very seat. And by the by, with the two citizens who now do me the honor to sit beside me." And asked the younger of the two travelers who had lately joined the table, whom his companion called Roland, "How many men were you in the diligence?" "Let me think, we were, yes, that's it, we were 7 men and 3 women." "7 men, not including the conductor," repeated Roland. "Yes." "And you 7 men allowed yourselves to be plundered by 4 brigands. I congratulate you, gentlemen." "We knew with whom we had to deal," replied the wine merchant, "and we took good care not to defend ourselves." "What, with whom you had to deal?" retorted the young man. "Why, it seems to me with thieves and bandits." "Not at all, they gave their names." "They gave their names. They said, 'Gentlemen, it is useless to defend yourselves. Ladies, do not be alarmed, we are not bandits, we are companions of Jehu.'" "Yes," said the young man of the table d'hôte, "they warned you that there might be no misunderstanding. That's their way." "Ah, indeed," exclaimed Roland. "And who is this Jehu who has such polite companions? Is he their captain?" "Sir," said a man whose dress betrayed somewhat the secularized priest, and who seemed also to be, not only an habitual guest at the table d'hôte, but also an initiate into the mysteries of the honorable company whose merits were then under discussion. "If you were better versed than you seem to be in the Holy Scriptures, you would know that this Jehu died something like 2,600 years ago, and that consequently he cannot at the present time stop coaches on the highways." "Monsieur El Abbe," replied Roland, who had recognized an ecclesiastic, "as, in spite of the sharp tone in which you speak, you seem a man of learning, permit a poor ignoramus to ask you a few details about this Jehu, dead these 2,600 years, who, nevertheless, is honored by followers bearing his name." "Jehu," replied the churchman in the same sour tone, "was a king of Israel anointed by Elisha, on condition that he punished the crimes of the house of Ahab and Jezebel, and put to death the priests of Baal. Monsieur Elab, replied the young man laughing, I thank you for the explanation. I don't doubt it is correct, and above all, very learned, but I must admit it doesn't tell me much. What, citizen? Exclaimed the abbé, don't you understand that Jehu is His Majesty Louis Roman XVIII, anointed on condition that he punish the crimes of the revolution and put to death all the priests of Baal? That is to say, all those who had taken any part whatsoever in the abominable state of things, which, for these last 7 years, has been called the Republic. Yes, indeed, exclaimed the young man. Of course I understand. But among those whom the Companions of Jehu are appointed to fight, do you reckon the brave soldiers who have repulsed the enemy along the frontiers of France, and the illustrious generals who have commanded the armies of the Tyrol, the Sambaran Meuse, and of Italy? Why, beyond doubt, those foremost and before all. The young man's eyes flashed lightning, his nostrils quivered and his lips tightened. He rose from his chair, but his comrade touched his coat and forced him to sit down again, while with a single glance he silenced him. Then he who had thus given proof of his power, speaking for the first time, addressed the young man of the table d'hôte. Citizen, excuse 2 travelers who are just arrived from the end of the earth, from America, or India as it were. Absent from France these last 2 years, we are completely ignorant of all that has occurred here, and most desirous to obtain information. Why, as to that, replied the young man to whom these words were addressed, that is but fair, citizen. Question us and we will answer you. Well, continued the dark young man with the eagle eye, the straight black hair, and the granite complexion, now that I know who Jehu is, and to what end his company was instituted, I should like to know what his companions do with the money they take. Oh, that is very simple, citizen. You know there is much talk of the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. No, I did not know it, replied the dark young man, in a tone which he vainly strove to render artless. I am but just arrived, as I told you, from the end of the earth. What, you did not know that? Well, 6 months hence it will be an accomplished fact. Really? I have the honor to tell you so, citizen. The 2 soldier-like young men exchanged a glance and a smile, though the young blonde one was apparently chafing under the weight of his extreme impatience. Their informant continued, Lyon is the headquarters of the conspiracy, if one can call conspiracy a plot which was organized openly. The provisional government would be a more suitable word. Well then, citizen, said the dark young man with a politeness not wholly exempt from satire, let us call it provisional government. This provisional government has its staff and its armies. Bah, its staff perhaps, but its armies. Its armies, I repeat. Where are they? One is being organized in the mountains of Auvergne, under the orders of M. de Chardin, another in the Jura Mountains, under M. Taysonet, and finally, a third is operating most successfully at this time, in the Vendée, under the orders of Escarboville, Achille Leblanc and Cadoudal. Truly, citizen, you render me a real service in telling me this. I thought the Bourbons completely resigned to their exile. I supposed the police so organized as to suppress both provisional royalist committees in the large towns and bandits on the highways. In fact, I believed the Vendée had been completely pacificated by Hoche. The young man to whom this reply was addressed burst out laughing. Why, where do you come from? He exclaimed. I told you, citizen, from the end of the earth. So it seems. Then he continued, you understand, the Bourbons are not rich, the emigrants whose property was confiscated are ruined. It is impossible to organize 2 armies and maintain a third without money. The Royalists faced an embarrassing problem. The Republic alone could pay for its enemies' troops, and it being improbable that she would do so of her own volition, the shady negotiation was abandoned, and it was adjudged quicker to take the money without permission than to ask her for it. Ah, I understand at last. That's very fortunate. Companions of Jehu, then, are the intermediaries between the Republic and the counter-revolution, the tax collectors of the royalist generals. Yes, it is not robbery, but a military operation, rather a feat of arms like any other. So there you are, citizen, and now you are as well informed on this point as ourselves. But, timidly hazarded the wine merchant of Bordeaux, if the Companions of Jehu, observe that I say nothing against them, want the government money. The government money, no other. Individual plunder on their part is unheard of. How does it happen, then, that yesterday, in addition to the government money, they carried off 200 louis of mine? My dear sir, replied the young man of the table d'hôte, I have already told you that there is some mistake. As surely as my name is Alfred de Barjals, this money will be returned to you some day. The wine merchant heaved a sigh and shook his head, as if in spite of that assurance he still retained some doubts. But at this moment, as if the promise given by the young noble, who had just revealed his social position by telling his name, had stirred the delicacy of those whom he thus guaranteed, a horse stopped at the entrance. Steps were heard in the corridor, the dining-room door opened, and a masked man, armed to the teeth, appeared on the threshold. Gentlemen, said he, in the profound silence occasioned by his apparition, is there a traveler here named Jean-Picot, who was in the diligence that was held up yesterday between Lambesc and Pontreuil? Yes, said the wine merchant, amazed. Are you he? Asked the masked man. I am. Was anything taken from you? Oh yes, 200 louis, which I had entrusted to the conductor. And I may add, said the young noble, that the gentleman was speaking of it at this very moment. He looked upon it as lost. The gentleman was wrong, said the masked unknown. We war upon the government and not against individuals. We are partisans and not robbers. Here are your 200 louis, sir, and if a similar mistake should occur in the future, claim your loss, mentioning the name of Morgan. So saying, the masked individual deposited a bag of gold beside the wine merchant, bowed courteously to the other guests, and went out, leaving some terrified and others bewildered by such daring. Chapter 2, an Italian proverb. Although the two sentiments which we have just indicated were the dominant ones, they did not manifest themselves to an equal degree in all present. The shades were graduated according to the sex, age, character, we may almost say, the social positions of the hearers. The wine merchant, Jean-Picot, the principal personage in the late event, recognizing at first sight by his dress, weapons, mask, one of the men who had stopped the coach on the preceding day, was at first sight stupefied, then little by little, as he grasped the purport of this mysterious brigand's visit to him, he had passed from stupefaction to joy through the intermediate phases separating these two emotions. His bag of gold was beside him, yet he seemingly dared not touch it. Perhaps he feared that the instant his hand went forth toward it, it would melt like the dream gold which vanishes during that period of progressive lucidity which separates profound slumber from thorough awakening. The stout gentleman of the diligence and his wife had displayed, like their traveling companions, the most absolute and complete terror. Seated to the left of Jean-Picot, when the bandit approached the wine merchant, the husband, in the vain hope of maintaining a respectable distance between himself and the companion of Jehu, pushed his chair back against that of his wife, who, yielding to the pressure, in turn endeavored to push back hers. But as the next chair was occupied by citizen Alfred de Barjals, who had no reason to fear these men whom he had just praised so highly, the chair of the stout man's wife encountered an obstacle in the immovability of the young noble. So, as at Marengo, 8 or 9 months later, when the general in command judged it time to resume the offensive, the retrograde movement was arrested. As for him, we are speaking of the citizen Alfred de Barjals. His attitude, like that of the abbé who had given the biblical explanation about Jehu, king of Israel, and his mission from Elisha, his attitude, we say, was that of a man who not only experiences no fear, but who even expects the event in question, however unexpected it may be. His lips wore a smile as he watched the masked man, and had the guests not been so preoccupied with the two principal actors in this scene, they might have remarked the almost imperceptible sign exchanged between the eyes of the bandit and the young noble, and transmitted instantly by the latter to the abbé. The two travelers whom we introduced to the table d'hôte, and who, as we have said, sat apart at the end of the table, preserved an attitude conformable to their respective characters. The younger of the two had instinctively put his hand to his side, as if to seek an absent weapon, and had risen with a spring, as if to rush at the masked man's throat, in which purpose he had certainly not failed had he been alone. But the elder, who seemed to possess not only the habit but the right of command, contented himself by regrasping his coat, and saying in an imperious, almost harsh tone, "Sit down, Roland." And the young man had resumed his seat. But one of the guests had remained, in appearance at least, the most impassible during this scene. He was a man between 33 and 34 years of age, with blonde hair, red beard, a calm, handsome face, with large blue eyes, a fair skin, refined and intelligent lips, and very tall, whose foreign accent betrayed one born in that island of which the government was at that time waging bitter war against France. As far as could be judged by the few words which had escaped him, he spoke the French language with rare purity, despite the accent we have just mentioned. At the first word he uttered, in which that English accent revealed itself, the elder of the two travelers started. Turning to his companion, he asked with a glance, to which the other seemed accustomed, how it was that an Englishman should be in France when the uncompromising war between the two nations had naturally exiled all Englishmen from France, as it had all Frenchmen from England. No doubt the explanation seemed impossible to Roland, for he had replied with his eyes and a shrug of the shoulders. I find it quite as extraordinary as you, but if you, mathematician as you are, can't solve the problem, don't ask me. It was evident to the two young men that the fair man with the Anglo-Saxon accent was the traveler whose comfortable carriage awaited him harnessed in the courtyard, and that this traveler hailed from London, or, at least, from some part of Great Britain. As to his remarks, they, as we have stated, were infrequent, so laconic in reality that they were mere exclamations rather than speech. But each time an explanation had been asked concerning the state of France, the Englishman openly drew out a notebook and requested those about him, the wine merchant, the abbe, or the young noble to repeat their remarks, to which each had complied with an amiability equal to the courteous tone of the request. He had noted down the most important, extraordinary, and picturesque features of the robbery of the diligence, the state of Vendée, and the details about the Companions of Jehu, thanking each informant by voice and gesture with the stiffness peculiar to our insular cousins, replacing his notebook enriched each time by a new item in a side pocket of his overcoat. Finally, like a spectator enjoying an unexpected scene, he had given a cry of satisfaction at sight of the masked man, had listened with all his ears, gazed with all his eyes, not losing him from sight until the door closed behind him. Then drawing his notebook hastily from his pocket. "Ah, sir," he said to his neighbor, who was no other than the abbe, "will you be so kind, should my memory fail me, as to repeat what that gentleman who has just gone out said?" He began to write immediately, and the abbe's memory agreeing with his, he had the satisfaction of transcribing literally and verbatim the speech made by the Companion of Jehu to citizen Jean Picot. Then, this conversation written down, he exclaimed with an accent that lent a singular stamp of originality to his words. "Of a truth, it is only in France that such things can happen. France is the most curious country in the world. I am delighted, gentlemen, to travel in France and become acquainted with Frenchmen." The last sentence was said with such courtesy that nothing remained save to thank the speaker from whose serious mouth it issued, though he was a descendant of the conquerors of Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt. It was the younger of the two travelers who acknowledged this politeness in that heedless and rather caustic manner which seemed habitual to him. "'Pon my word, I am exactly like you, my lord. I say my lord because I presume you are English." "Yes, sir," replied the gentleman, "I have that honor." "Well, as I was saying," continued the young man, "I am delighted to travel in France and see what I am seeing. One must live under the government of citizens Goyer, Moulins, Roger Ducos, Sieyes, and Barras to witness such roguery. I dare wager that when the tale is told, 50 years hence, of the highwayman who rode into a city of 30,000 inhabitants in broad day, masked and armed with 2 pistols and a sword at his belt, to return the 200 louis which he had stolen the day previous to the honest merchant who was then deploring their loss. And, when it is added that this occurred at a table d'hôte where 20 or 25 people were seated, and that this model bandit was allowed to depart without one of those 20 or 25 people daring to molest him, I dare wager, I repeat, that whoever has the audacity to tell the story will be branded as an infamous liar. And the young man, throwing himself back in his chair, burst into laughter, so aggressive, so nervous, that everyone gazed at him in wonderment, while his companion's eyes expressed an almost paternal anxiety. "Sir," said citizen Alfred de Barjals, who, moved like the others by this singular outburst, more sad, or rather dolorous than gay, had waited for its last echo to subside. "Sir, permit me to point out to you that the man whom you have just seen is not a highwayman." "Bah, frankly, what is he then?" "He is in all probability a young man of as good a family as yours or mine. Count Horn, whom the regent ordered broken on the wheel at the Place de Grève, was also a man of good family, and the proof is that all the nobility of Paris sent their carriages to his execution. Count Horn, if I remember rightly, murdered a Jew to steal a note of hand which he was unable to meet. No one would dare assert that a companion of Jehu had ever so much as harmed the hair of an infant. Well, be it so. We will admit that the company was founded upon a philanthropic basis, to re-establish the balance of fortunes, redress the whims of chance, and reform the abuses of society. Though he may be a robber, after the fashion of Karl Moore, your friend Morgan, was it not Morgan that this honest citizen called himself? Yes, said the Englishman. Well, your friend Morgan is none the less a thief. Citizen Alfred de Barjals turned very pale. Citizen Morgan is not my friend, replied the young aristocrat, but if he were I should feel honored by his friendship. No doubt, replied Roland, laughing. As Voltaire says, the friendship of a great man is a blessing from the gods. Roland, observed his comrade in a low tone. Oh, General, replied the latter, letting his companion's rank escape him, perhaps intentionally, I implore you, let me continue this discussion, which interests me in the highest degree. His friend shrugged his shoulders. But citizen, continued the young man with strange persistence, I stand in need of correction. I left France 2 years ago, and during my absence so many things have changed, such as dress, morals, and accents, that even the language may have changed also. In the language of the day in France, what do you call stopping coaches and taking the money which they contain? Sir, said the young noble, in the tone of a man determined to sustain his argument to its end, I call that war. Here is your companion whom you have just called general. He as a military man will tell you that, apart from the pleasure of killing and being killed, the generals of all ages have never done anything else than what the citizen Morgan is doing. What? Exclaimed the young man whose eyes flashed fire. You dare to compare? Permit the gentleman to develop his theory, Roland, said the dark traveler, whose eyes, unlike those of his companion, which dilated as they flamed, were veiled by long black lashes, thus concealing all that was passing in his mind. Ah, said the young man in his curt tone, you see that you yourself are becoming interested in the discussion. Then, turning to the young noble, whom he seemed to have selected for his antagonist, he said, Continue, sir, continue, the general permits it. The young noble, flushed as visibly as he had paled a moment before, between clenched teeth, his elbow on the table, his chin on his clenched hand, as if to draw as close to his adversary as possible, he said with a provincial accent, which grew more pronounced as the discussion waxed hotter, Since the general permits, emphasizing the two words, I shall have the honor to tell him and you, too, citizen, that I believe I have read in Plutarch that Alexander the Great, when he started for India, took with him but 18 or 20 talents in gold, something like 100 or 120,000 francs. Now do you suppose that with these 18 or 20 talents alone he fed his army, won the Battle of Granicus, subdued Asia Minor, conquered Tyre, Gaza, Syria and Egypt, built Alexandria, penetrated to Libya, had himself declared son of Jupiter by the oracle of Ammon, penetrated as far as the Hyphases, and when his soldiers refused to follow him further, returned to Babylon, where he surpassed in luxury, debauchery and self-indulgence the most debauched and voluptuous of the kings of Asia. Did Macedonia furnish his supplies? Do you believe that King Philip, most indigent of the kings of poverty-stricken Greece, honored the drafts his son drew upon him? Not so. Alexander did as citizen Morgan is doing. Only instead of stopping the coaches on the highroads, he pillaged cities, held kings for ransom, levied contributions from the conquered countries. Let us turn to Hannibal. You know how he left Carthage, don't you? He did not have even the 18 or 20 talents of his predecessor, and as he needed money, he seized and sacked the city of Saguntum in the midst of peace, in defiance of the fealty of treaties. After that he was rich and could begin his campaign. Forgive me if this time I no longer quote Plutarch, but Cornelius Nepos. I will spare you the details of his descent from the Pyrenees, how he crossed the Alps and the 3 battles which he won, seizing each time the treasures of the vanquished, and turned to the 5 or 6 years he spent in Campania. Do you believe that he and his army paid the Capuans for their subsistence, and that the bankers of Carthage with whom he had quarreled supplied him with funds? No, war fed war, the Morgan system, citizen. Let us pass on to Caesar. Ah, Caesar, that's another story. He left for Spain with some 30 millions of debt and returned with practically the same. He started for Gaul, where he spent 10 years with our ancestors. During these 10 years, he sent over 100 millions to Rome, repassed the Alps, crossed the Rubicon, marched straight to the capital, forced the gates of the Temple of Saturn where the treasury was, seized sufficient for his private needs, and not for those of the Republic, 3,000 pounds of gold in ingots, and died, he whom creditors 20 years earlier refused to allow to leave his little house in the Suburra, leaving 2 or 3,000 sesterces per head to the citizens, 10 or 12 millions to Calpurnia, and 30 or 40 millions to Octavius. Always the Morgan system, save that Morgan, I am sure, would die sooner than subvert to his personal needs either the silver of the Gauls or the gold of the capital. Now let us spring over 18 centuries and come to the General Buonaparte. And the young aristocrat, after the fashion of the enemies of the conqueror of Italy, affected to emphasize the U, which Bonaparte had eliminated from his name, and the E, from which he had removed the accent. This affectation seemed to irritate Roland intensely. He made a movement as if to spring forward, but his companion stopped him. "Let be," said he, "let be, Roland. I am quite sure that Citizen Barjals will not say the General Buonaparte, as he calls him, is a thief." "No, I will not say it, but there is an Italian proverb which says it for me." "What is the proverb?" demanded the general in his companion's stead, fixing his calm, limpid eye upon the young noble. "I give it in all its simplicity. Francesi non sono tutti ladroni, ma Buonaparte, which means, all Frenchmen are not thieves but a good part are," concluded Roland. "Yes, Buonaparte," replied Alfred de Barjals. Scarcely had these insolent words left the young aristocrat's lips than the plate with which Roland was playing flew from his hands and struck de Barjals full in the face. The women screamed, the men rose to their feet. Roland burst into that nervous laugh which was habitual with him and threw himself back in his chair. The young aristocrat remained calm, although the blood was trickling from his brow to his cheek. At this moment, the conductor entered with the usual formula. "Come, citizen travelers, take your places." The travelers, anxious to leave the scene of the quarrel, rushed to the door. "Pardon me, sir," said Alfred de Barjals to Roland, "you do not go by diligence, I hope." "No, sir, I travel by post, but you need have no fear, I shall not depart." "Nor I," said the Englishman. "Have them unharness my horses, I shall remain." "I must go," sighed the dark young man whom Roland had addressed as general. "You know it is necessary, my friend. My presence yonder is absolutely imperative, but I swear that I would not leave you if I could possibly avoid it." In saying these words his voice betrayed an emotion of which, judging from its usual harsh, metallic ring, it had seemed incapable. Roland, on the contrary, seemed overjoyed. His belligerent nature seemed to expand at the approach of a danger to which he had perhaps not given rise, but which he at least had not endeavored to avoid. "Good General," he said, "we were to part at Lyon, since you have had the kindness to grant me a month's furlough to visit my family at Bourg. It is merely some 160 miles or so less than we intended, that is all. I shall rejoin you in Paris. But you know if you need a devoted arm and a man who never sulks, think of me." "You may rest easy on that score, Roland," exclaimed the general. Then, looking attentively at the two adversaries, he added with an indescribable note of tenderness, "Above all, Roland, do not let yourself be killed, but if it is a possible thing don't kill your adversary. Everything considered, he is a gallant man, and the day will come when I shall need such men at my side." "I shall do my best, General, don't be alarmed." At this moment the landlord appeared upon the threshold of the door. "The postchaise is ready," said he. The general took his hat and his cane, which he had laid upon the chair. Roland, on the contrary, followed him bareheaded, that all might see plainly he did not intend to leave with his friend. Alfred de Barjals, therefore, offered no opposition to his leaving the room. Besides, it was easy to see that his adversary was of those who seek rather than avoid quarrels. "Just the same," said the general, seating himself in the carriage to which Roland had escorted him, "my heart is heavy at leaving you thus, Roland, without a friend to act as your second." "Good, don't worry about that, General. Seconds are never lacking. There are and always will be enough men who are curious to see how one man can kill another." "Au revoir, Roland. Observe, I do not say farewell but au revoir." "Yes, my dear General, replied the young man in a voice that revealed some emotion. "I understand and I thank you. Promise that you will send me word as soon as the affair is over, or that you will get someone to write if you are disabled." "Oh, don't worry, General. You will have a letter from me personally in less than 4 days," replied Roland, adding, in a tone of profound bitterness, "Have you not perceived that I am protected by a fatality which prevents me from dying?" "Roland," exclaimed the general in a severe tone, again. "Nothing, nothing," said the young man, shaking his head and assuming an expression of careless gaiety, which must have been habitual with him before the occurrence of that unknown misfortune, which oppressed his youth with this longing for death. "Very well, by the way, try to find out one thing." "What is that, General?" "How it happens that, at a time when we are at war with England, an Englishman stalks about France as freely and as easily as if he were at home." "Good, I will find out." "How?" "I do not know, but when I promise you to find out I shall do so, though I have to ask it of himself." "Reckless fellow, don't get yourself involved in another affair in that direction. In any case, it would not be a duel. It would be a battle, as he is a national enemy. Well, once more, till I see you again, embrace me." Roland flung himself with passionate gratitude upon the neck of the personage who had just given him this permission. "Oh, General," he exclaimed, "how happy I should be if I were not so unhappy." The general looked at him with profound affection, then asked, "One day you will tell me what this sorrow is, will you not, Roland?" Roland laughed that sorrowful laugh which had already escaped his lips once or twice. "Oh, my word, no," said he, "you would ridicule me too much." The general stared at him, as one would contemplate a madman. "After all," he murmured, "one must accept men as they come. Especially when they are not what they seem to be. You must mistake me for Oedipe, since you pose me with these enigmas, Roland. Ah, if you guess this one, General, I will herald you King of Thebes. But with all my follies, I forgot that your time is precious, and that I am detaining you needlessly with my nonsense." "That is so. Have you any commissions for Paris?" "Yes, 3. My regards to Burian, my respects to your brother Lucian, and my most tender homage to Madame Bonaparte." "I will deliver them." "Where shall I find you in Paris?" "At my house in the Rue de la Victoire, perhaps." "Perhaps." "Who knows, perhaps at Luxembourg." Then throwing himself back as if he regretted having said so much, even to a man he regarded as his best friend, he shouted to the postilion, "Road to Orange," as fast as possible. The postilion, who was only waiting for the order, whipped up his horses. The carriage departed rapidly, rumbling like a roll of thunder, and disappeared through the port dowel. Chapter 3: The Englishman. Roland remained motionless, not only as long as he could see the carriage, but long after it had disappeared. Then, shaking his head as if to dispel the cloud which darkened his brow, he re-entered the inn and asked for a room. "Show the gentleman to number 3, said the landlord to a chambermaid. The chambermaid took a key hanging from a large black wooden tablet, on which were arranged the numbers in white in 2 rows, and signed to the young traveler to follow her. "Send up some paper, and a pen and ink," Roland said to the landlord, "and if M. de Barjals should ask where I am, tell him the number of my room." The landlord promised to obey Roland's injunctions, and the latter followed the girl upstairs whistling the Marseillaise. 5 minutes later, he was seated at a table with the desired paper, pen and ink before him preparing to write. But just as he was beginning the first line, someone knocked 3 times at the door. "Come in," said he, twirling his chair on one of its hind legs so as to face his visitor, whom he supposed to be either M. de Barjals or one of his friends. The door opened with a steady mechanical motion, and the Englishman appeared upon the threshold. "Ah," exclaimed Roland, enchanted with this visit in view of his general's recommendation. "Is it you?" "Yes," said the Englishman, "it is I." "You are welcome." "Oh, if I am welcome, so much the better. I was not sure that I ought to come." "Why not?" "On account of Aboukir." Roland began to laugh. "There are 2 battles of Aboukir," said he, "one which we lost, the other we won." "I referred to the one you lost." "Good," said Roland, We fight, kill, and exterminate each other on the battlefield, but that does not prevent us from clasping hands on neutral ground. So I repeat, you are most welcome, especially if you will tell me why you have come. Thank you, but in the first place, read that. And the Englishman drew a paper from his pocket. What is that? Asked Roland. My passport. What have I to do with your passport? Asked Roland. I am not a gendarme. No, but I have come to offer you my services. Perhaps you will not accept them if you do not know who I am. Your services, sir. Yes, but read that first. Roland, read. In the name of the French Republic, the Executive Directory hereby orders that Sir John Tanley, Esquire, be permitted to travel freely throughout the territory of the Republic, and that both assistance and protection be accorded him in case of need. Signed Fouch. And below, to whom it may concern, I recommend Sir John Tanley particularly as a philanthropist and a friend of liberty. Signed Barras. Have you read it? Yes, what of it? What of it? Well, my father, Lord Tanley, rendered M. Barras some services. That is why M. Barras permits me to roam about France. And I am very glad to roam about. It amuses me very much. Oh, I remember, Sir John, you did us the honor to say so at dinner. I did say so, it is true. I also said that I liked the French people heartily. Roland bowed. And above all General Bonaparte, continued Sir John. You like General Bonaparte very much. I admire him, he is a very great man. By heavens, Sir John, I am sorry he is not here to hear an Englishman say that of him. Oh, if he were here I should not say it. Why not? I should not want him to think I was trying to please him. I say so because it is my opinion. I don't doubt it, my lord, said Roland, who did not see what the Englishman was aiming at, and who, having learned all that he wished to know through the passport, held himself upon his guard. And when I heard, continued the Englishman with the same phlegm, you defend General Bonaparte, I was much pleased. Really? Much pleased, repeated the Englishman, nodding his head affirmatively. So much the better. But when I saw you throw a plate at M. Alfred de Bargel's head, I was much grieved. You were grieved, my lord, and why? Because in England, no gentleman would throw a plate at the head of another gentleman. My lord, said Roland, rising with a frown, have you perchance come here to read me a lecture? Oh no, I came to suggest that you are perhaps perplexed about finding a second. My faith, Sir John, I admit that the moment when you knocked at the door I was wondering of whom I could ask this service. Of me, if you wish, said the Englishman, I will be your second. On my honor, exclaimed Roland, I accept with all my heart. That is the service I wish to render you. Roland held out his hand, saying, Thank you. The Englishman bowed. Now, continued Roland, as you have had the good taste, my lord, to tell me who you were before offering your services, it is but fair that, since I accept them, I should tell you who I am. Oh, as you please. My name is Louis de Montrevel. I am aide-de-camp to General Bonaparte. Aide-de-camp to General Bonaparte, I am very glad. That will explain why I undertook, rather too warmly perhaps, my general's defense. No, not too warmly, only the plate. Oh, I know well that the provocation did not entail that plate. But what would you have me do? I held it in my hand, and not knowing what to do with it, I threw it at M. de Bargel's head. It went of itself without any will of mine. You will not say that to him. Reassure yourself, I tell you to salve your conscience. Very well, then you will fight. That is why I have remained here, at any rate. What weapons? That is not our affair, my lord. What's not our affair? No, M. de Bargel's is the one insulted, the choice is his. Then you will accept whatever he proposes. Not I, Sir John, but you in my name, since you do me the honor to act as my second. And if he selects pistols, what is the distance to be, and how will you fight? That is your affair, my lord, and not mine. I don't know how you do in England, but in France the principals take no part in the arrangements. That duty devolves upon the seconds, What they decide is well decided. Then my arrangements will be satisfactory. Perfectly so, my lord. The Englishman bowed. What hour and what day? Oh, as soon as possible. I have not seen my family for 2 years, and I confess that I am in a hurry to greet them. The Englishman looked at Roland with a certain wonder. He spoke with such assurance, as if he were certain that he would not be killed. Just then someone knocked at the door, and the voice of the innkeeper asked, "May I come in?" The young man replied affirmatively. The door opened and the landlord entered, holding a card in his hand which he handed his guest. The young man took the card and read, "Charles du Valençal." "From M. Alfred de Barjals," said the host. "Very well," exclaimed Roland. Then handing the card to the Englishman, he said, "Here, this concerns you. It is unnecessary for me to see this, monsieur. Since we are no longer citizens, M. de Valençal is M. de Barjal's second, you are mine. Arrange this affair between you. Only," added the young man, pressing the Englishman's hand and looking fixedly at him, "see that it holds a chance of certain death for one of us. Otherwise I shall complain that it has been bungled." "Don't worry," said the Englishman, "I will act for you as for myself." "Excellent, go now, and when everything is arranged come back. I shall not stir from here." Sir John followed the innkeeper. Roland reseated himself, twirled his chair back to its former position facing the table, took up his pen and began to write. When Sir John returned, Roland had written and sealed 2 letters and was addressing a third. He signed to the Englishman to wait until he had finished, that he might give him his full attention. Then, the address finished, he sealed the letter and turned around. "Well," he asked, "is everything arranged?" "Yes," said the Englishman, "it was an easy matter. You are dealing with a true gentleman." "So much the better," exclaimed Roland, waiting. "You will fight 2 hours hence by the fountain of Vaucluse, a charming spot, with pistols, advancing to each other, each to fire as he pleases, and continuing to advance after his adversary's fire." "By my faith, you are right, Sir John. That is indeed excellent. Did you arrange that?" "I and M. de Barjals, second, your adversary having renounced his rights of the insulted party." "Have you decided upon the weapons?" "I offered my pistols. They were accepted on my word of honor that you were as unfamiliar with them as was M. de Barjals. They are excellent weapons. I can cut a bullet on a knife blade at 20 paces. "Peste, you are a good shot, it would seem, my lord." "Yes, I am said to be the best shot in England." "That is a good thing to know. When I wish to be killed, Sir John, I'll pick a quarrel with you." "Oh, don't pick a quarrel with me," said the Englishman. "It would grieve me too much to have to fight you." "We will try, my lord, not to cause you such grief. So it is settled then, in 2 hours." "Yes, you told me you were in a hurry." "Precisely. How far is it to this charming spot?" "From here to Vaucluse." "Yes." 12 miles. "A matter of an hour and a half. We have no time to lose, so let us rid ourselves of troublesome things in order to have nothing but pleasure before us." The Englishman looked at the young man in astonishment. Roland did not seem to pay any attention to this look. "Here are 3 letters," said he. "One for Madame de Montrevel, my mother, one for Emile de Montrevel, my sister, one for the citizen Bonaparte, my general. If I am killed, you will simply put them in the post. Will that be too much trouble?" "Should that misfortune occur, I will deliver your letters myself," said the Englishman. "Where do your mother and sister live?" "At Bourg, the capital of the department of Aisne." "That is near here," observed the Englishman. "As for General Bonaparte, I will go to Egypt if necessary. I should be extremely pleased to meet General Bonaparte." "If you take the trouble, as you say, my lord, of delivering my letters yourself, you will not have to travel such a distance. Within 3 days General Bonaparte will be in Paris." "Oh," said the Englishman, without betraying the least surprise, "do you think so?" "I am sure of it," replied Roland. "Truly, he is a very extraordinary man, your General Bonaparte. Now, have you any other recommendations to make to me, M. de Montrevel?" "One only, my lord." "Oh, as many as you please." "No, thank you, one only, but that is very important." "What is it?" "If I am killed, but I doubt if I be so fortunate." Sir John looked at Roland, with that expression of wonder, which he had already awakened 3 or 4 times. "If I am killed," resumed Roland, "for after all one must be prepared for everything." "Yes, if you're killed, I understand." "Listen well, my lord, for I place much stress on my directions being carried out exactly in this matter." "Every detail shall be observed," replied Sir John. "I am very punctilious." "Well then, if I am killed," insisted Roland, laying his hand upon his second's shoulder to impress his directions more firmly on his memory, "you must not permit anyone to touch my body, which is to be placed in a leaden coffin without removing the garments I am wearing. The coffin you will have soldered in your presence, then enclosed in an oaken bier, which must also be nailed up in your presence. Then you will send it to my mother, unless you should prefer to throw it into the Rhone, which I leave absolutely to your discretion, provided only that it be disposed of in some way." "It will be no more difficult," replied the Englishman, "to take the coffin, since I am to deliver your letter." "Decidedly, my lord," said Roland, laughing in his strange way. "You are a capital fellow. Providence in person brought us together. Let us start, my lord, let us start." They left Roland's room. Sir John's chamber was on the same floor. Roland waited while the Englishman went in for his weapons. He returned a few seconds later, carrying the box in his hand. "Now, my lord," asked Roland, "how shall we reach Vaucluse, on horseback or by carriage?" "By carriage, if you are willing. It is much more convenient in case one is wounded. Mine is waiting below." "I thought you had given the order to have it unharnessed." "I did, but I sent for the postilion afterward and countermanded it." They went downstairs. "Tom, Tom," called Sir John at the door, where a servant, in the severe livery of an English groom, was waiting. "Take care of this box." "Am I going with you, my lord?" asked the servant. "Yes," replied Sir John. Then showing Roland the steps of his carriage, which the servant lowered, he said, "Come, M. de Montrevel." Roland entered the carriage, and stretched himself out luxuriously. "Upon my word," said he, "it takes you English to understand traveling. This carriage is as comfortable as a bed. I warrant you pad your coffins before you are put in them." "Yes, that is a fact," said Sir John. "The English people understand comfort, but the French people are much more curious and amusing." Postilion to Vaucluse. Chapter 4. The Duel. The road was passable only from Avignon to El Isle. They covered the 9 miles between the two places in an hour. During this hour Roland, as he resolved to shorten the time for his traveling companion, was witty and animated, and their approach to the dueling ground only served to redouble his gaiety. To one unacquainted with the object of this drive, the menace of dire peril impending over this young man, with his continuous flow of conversation and incessant laughter, would have seemed incredible. At the village of El Isle they were obliged to leave the carriage. Finding on inquiry that they were the first to arrive, they entered the path which led to the fountain. "Oh, oh," exclaimed Roland, "there ought to be a fine echo here." And he gave 1 or 2 cries to which echo replied with perfect amiability. "By my faith," said the young man, "this is a marvelous echo. I know none save that of the Sainonetta at Milan which can compare with it. Listen, my lord." And he began, with modulations which revealed an admirable voice and an excellent method, to sing a Tyrolean song which seemed to bid defiance to the human throat with its rebellious music. Sir John watched Roland, and listened to him with an astonishment which he no longer took the trouble to conceal. When the last note had died away among the cavities of the mountain, he exclaimed, "God bless me, but I think your liver is out of order." Roland started and looked at him interrogatively, but seeing that Sir John did not intend to say more, he asked, "Good, what makes you think so?" "You are too noisily gay not to be profoundly melancholy." "And that anomaly astonishes you?" "Nothing astonishes me, because I know that it has always its reason for existing." "True, and it's all in knowing the secret. Well, I'm going to enlighten you." "Oh, I don't want to force you." "You're too polite to do that. Still, you must admit you would be glad to have your mind set at rest about me." "Because I'm interested in you." "Well, Sir John, I am going to tell you the secret of the enigma, something I have never done with anyone before. For all my seeming good health, I am suffering from a horrible aneurysm that causes me spasms of weakness and faintness so frequent as to shame even a woman. I spend my life taking the most ridiculous precautions, and yet Larry warns me that I am liable to die any moment, as the diseased artery in my breast may burst at the least exertion. Judge for yourself how pleasant for a soldier. You can understand that, once I understood my condition, I determined incontinently to die with all the glory possible. Another more fortunate than I would have succeeded 100 times already. But I'm bewitched. I am impervious alike to bullets and balls. Even the swords seem to fear to shatter themselves upon my skin. Yet I never miss an opportunity, that you must see, after what occurred at dinner. Well, we are going to fight. I'll expose myself like a maniac, giving my adversary all the advantages, but it will avail me nothing. Though he shoot at 15 paces, or even 10 or 5, at his very pistol's point, he will miss me, or his pistol will misfire. And all this wonderful luck that some fine day when I least expect it, I may die pulling on my boots. But hush, here comes my adversary. As he spoke, the upper half of 3 people could be seen ascending the same rough and rocky path that Roland and Sir John had followed, growing larger as they approached. Roland counted them. 3, he exclaimed. Why 3 when we are only 2? Ah, I had forgotten, replied the Englishman. M. de Barjals, as much in your interest as in his own, asked permission to bring a surgeon, one of his friends. What for? Harshly demanded Roland, frowning. Why, in case either one of you was wounded. A man's life can often be saved by bleeding him promptly. Sir John, exclaimed Roland ferociously, I don't understand these delicacies in the matter of a duel. When men fight, they fight to kill. That they exchange all sorts of courtesies beforehand, as your ancestors did at Fontenoy, is all right. But once the swords are unsheathed or the pistols loaded, one life must pay for the trouble they have taken and the heartbeats they have lost. I ask you, on your word of honor, Sir John, to promise that, wounded or dying, M. de Barjals, surgeon shall not be allowed to touch me. But suppose, M. Roland. Take it or leave it. Your word of honor, my lord, or devil take me if I fight at all. The Englishman again looked curiously at the young man. His face was livid, and his limbs quivered as though in extreme terror. Sir John, without understanding this strange dread, passed his word. Good, exclaimed Roland. This, you see, is one of the effects of my charming malady. The mere thought of surgical instruments, a bistoury or a lance, makes me dizzy. Didn't I grow very pale? I did think for an instant you were going to faint. What a stunning climax, exclaimed Roland with a laugh. Our adversaries arrive and you are dosing me with smelling salts like a hysterical woman. Do you know what they and you, first of all, would have said? That I was afraid. Meantime, the 3 newcomers having approached within earshot, Sir John was unable to answer Roland. They bowed, and Roland, with a smile that revealed his beautiful teeth, returned their greeting. Sir John whispered in his ear. You are still a trifle pale. Go on toward the fountain, I will fetch you when we are ready. Ah, that's the idea, said Roland. I have always wanted to see that famous fountain of Vaucluse, the Hippocrene of Petrarch. You know his sonnet. Chiari, fresci dulceaque. Ove le bel membre. Pos coli, chi sola mi perdona. This opportunity lost, I may never have another. Where is your fountain? Not 100 feet off. Follow the path, you'll find it at the turn of the road, at the foot of that enormous boulder you see. My lord, said Roland, you are the best guide I know, thanks. And with a friendly wave of the hand, he went off in the direction of the fountain, humming the charming pastoral of Philippe Desportes beneath his breath. Rosette, a little absence has turned thine heart from me. I knowing that inconstance have turned my heart from thee. No wayward beauty o'er me such power shall obtain. We'll see, my fickle lassie, who first will turn again. Sir John turned as he heard the modulations of that fresh, sweet voice, whose higher notes had something at a feminine quality. His cold, methodical mind understood nothing of that nervous, impulsive nature, save that he had under his eyes one of the most amazing organisms one could possibly meet. The other 2 young men were waiting for him. The surgeon stood a little apart. Sir John carried his box of pistols in his hands. Laying it upon a table-shaped rock, he drew a little key from his pocket, apparently fashioned by a goldsmith rather than a locksmith, and opened the box. The weapons were magnificent, although of great simplicity. They came from Manton's workshop, the grandfather of the man who is still considered one of the best gunsmiths in London. He handed them to M. de Barjal's second to examine. The latter tried the triggers and played with the lock, examining to see if they were double-barreled. They were single-barreled. M. de Barjal's cast a glance at them but did not even touch them. "Our opponent does not know these weapons," queried M. Valençol. "He has not even seen them," replied Sir John. "I give you my word of honor." "Oh," exclaimed M. de Valençol, "a simple denial suffices." The conditions of the duel were gone over a second time to avoid possible misunderstanding. Then, these conditions determined, the pistols were loaded. They were then placed, loaded in the box left in the surgeon's charge, and Sir John, with the key in his pocket, went after Roland. He found him chatting with a little shepherd boy who was herding 3 goats on the steep rocky slope of the mountain, and throwing pebbles into the fountain. Sir John opened his lips to tell Roland that all was ready, but the latter, without giving the Englishman time to speak, exclaimed, "You don't know what this child has been telling me, my lord. A perfect legend of the Rhine. He says that this pool, whose depth is unknown, extends 6 or 8 miles under the mountain, and a fairy, half-woman, half-serpent, dwells here. Calm summer nights she glides over the surface of water, calling to the shepherds of the mountains, showing them, of course, nothing more than her head with its long locks and her beautiful bare shoulders and arms. The fools, caught by this semblance of a woman, draw nearer, beckoning to her to come to them, while she on her side signs to them to go to her. The unwary spirits advance unwittingly, giving no heed to their steps. Suddenly the earth fails them, the fairy reaches out her arms, and plunges down into her dripping palaces, to reappear the next day alone. Where the devil did these idiots of shepherds get the tale that Virgil related in such noble verse to Augustus and Mecanius?" He remained pensive an instant, his eyes bent upon the azure depths, then turning to Sir John. "They say that, no matter how vigorous the swimmer, none has ever returned from this abyss. Perhaps were I to try it, my lord, it might be surer than M. de Barjal's bullet. However, it always remains as a last resort. In the meantime let us try the bullet. Come, my lord, come." Then turning to the Englishman, who listened, amazed by this mobility of mind, he led him back to the others who awaited them. They in the meantime had found a suitable place. It was a little plateau, perched as it were on a rocky proclivity, jutting from the mountain side, exposed to the setting sun, on which stood a ruined castle where the shepherds were wont to seek shelter when the mistral overtook them. A flat space, some 150 feet long, and 60 wide, which might once have been the castle platform, was now to be the scene of the drama which was fast approaching its close. "Here we are, gentlemen," said Sir John. "We are ready, gentlemen," replied M. de Valençol. "Will the principals kindly listen to the conditions of the duel?" said Sir John. Then addressing M. de Valençol, he added, "Repeat them, monsieur. You are French and I am a foreigner, you will explain them more clearly than I." "You belong to those foreigners, my lord, who teach us poor provincials the purity of our language, but since you so courteously make me spokesman, I obey you." Then exchanging bows with Sir John, he continued, "Gentlemen, it is agreed that you stand at 40 paces, that you advance toward each other, that each will fire at will, and wounded or not will have the right to advance after your adversaries fire." The 2 combatants bowed in sign of assent, and with one voice, and almost at the same moment, they said, "The pistols!" Sir John drew the little key from his pocket and opened the box. Then approaching M. de Barjal's, he offered it to him open. The latter wished to yield the choice of weapons to his opponent, but with a wave of his hand Roland refused, saying in a tone almost feminine in its sweetness, "After you, M. de Barjal's. Although you are the insulted party, you have, I am told, renounced your advantages. The least I can do is to yield you this one, if for that matter it is an advantage." M. de Barjal's no longer insisted. He took one of the 2 pistols at random. Sir John offered the other to Roland, who took it, and without even examining its mechanism, cocked the trigger, then let it fall at arm's length at his side. During this time, M. de Valençol had measured 40 paces, staking a cane as a point of departure. "Will you measure after me?" he asked Sir John. "Needless, sir," replied the latter. "M. de Montrevel and myself rely entirely upon you." M. de Valençol staked a second cane at the 40th pace. "Gentlemen," said he, "when you are ready." Roland's adversary was already at his post, hat and cloak removed. The surgeon and the 2 seconds stood aside. The spot had been so well chosen that neither had any advantage of sun or ground. Roland tossed off hat and coat, stationed himself 40 paces from M. de Barjal's, facing him. Both, one to right the other to the left, cast a glance at the same horizon. The aspect harmonized with the terrible solemnity of the scene about to take place. Nothing was visible to Roland's right and to M. de Barjal's left, except the mountain's swift incline and gigantic peak. But on the other side, that is to say, to M. de Barjal's right and Roland's left, it was a far different thing. The horizon stretched illimitable. In the foreground, the plain, its ruddy soil pierced on all sides by rocks, like a Titan graveyard with its bones protruding through the earth. Then, sharply outlined in the setting sun, was Avignon with its girdle of walls and its vast palace, like a crouching lion, seeming to hold the panting city in its claws. Beyond Avignon, a luminous sweep, like a river of molten gold, defined the Rhône. Beyond the Rhône, a deep-hued azure vista, stretched the chain of hills which separate Avignon from Nimes and Uzes. And far off, the sun, at which one of these two men was probably looking for the last time, sank slowly and majestically in an ocean of gold and purple. For the rest, these two men presented a singular contrast. One, with his black hair, swarthy skin, slender limbs, and somber eyes, was the type of the southern race which counts among its ancestors Greeks, Romans, Arabs, and Spaniards. The other, with his rosy skin, large blue eyes, and hands dimpled like a woman's, was the type of that race of temperate zones which reckons Gauls, Germans, and Normans among its forebears. Had one wished to magnify the situation, it were easy to believe this something greater than single combat between two men. One might have thought it was a duel of a people against another people, race against race, the South against the North. Was it these thoughts, which we have just expressed, that filled Roland's mind and plunged him into that melancholy reverie? Probably not. The fact is, for an instant he seemed to have forgotten seconds, duel, adversary, lost, as he was in contemplation of this magnificent spectacle. M. de Barjal's voice aroused him from this poetical stupor. "When you are ready, sir," said he, "I am." Roland started. "Pardon my keeping you waiting, sir," said he. "You should not have considered me, I am so absent-minded. I am ready now." Then, a smile on his lips, his hair lifted by the evening breeze, unconcerned as if this were an ordinary promenade, while his opponent, on the contrary, took all the precaution usual in such a case, Roland advanced straight toward M. de Barjal's. Sir John's face, despite his ordinary impassibility, betrayed a profound anxiety. The distance between the opponents lessened rapidly. M. de Barjal's halted first, took aim, and fired when Roland was but 10 paces from him. The ball clipped one of Roland's curls, but did not touch him. The young man turned toward his second. "Well," said he, "what did I tell you?" "Fire, monsieur, fire," said the seconds. M. de Barjal's stood silent and motionless on the spot where he had fired. "Pardon me, gentlemen," replied Roland, "but you will, I hope, permit me to be the judge of the time and manner of retaliating. Since I have felt M. de Barjal's shot, I have a few words to say to him which I could not say before." Then, turning to the young aristocrat who was pale and calm, he said, "Sir, perhaps I was somewhat too hasty in our discussion this morning." And he waited. "It is for you to fire, sir," replied M. de Barjal's. "But," continued Roland, as if he had not heard, "you will understand my impetuosity, and perhaps excuse it, when you hear that I am a soldier and General Bonaparte's aide-de-camp." "Fire, sir," replied the young nobleman. "Say but one word of retraction, sir," resumed the young officer. "Say that General Bonaparte's reputation for honor and delicacy is such that a miserable Italian proverb, inspired by ill-natured losers, cannot reflect discredit on him. Say that, and I throw this weapon away to grasp your hand, for I recognize in you, sir, a brave man. I cannot accord that homage to his honor and delicacy until your general has devoted the influence which his genius gives him over France as Monk did. That is to say, to reinstate his legitimate sovereign upon the throne." "Ah," cried Roland with a smile, "that is asking too much of a republican general." "Then I maintain what I said," replied the young noble. "Fire, monsieur, fire." Then, as Roland made no haste to obey this injunction, he shouted, stamping his foot, "Heavens and earth, will you fire?" At these words, Roland made a movement, as if he intended to fire in the air. "Ah!" exclaimed M. de Barjals. Then with a rapidity of gesture and speech that prevented this, "Do not fire in the air, I beg, or I shall insist that we begin again and that you fire first." "On my honor," cried Roland, turning as pale as if the blood had left his body, "this is the first time I have done so much for any man. Go to the devil, and if you don't want to live, then die." At the same time, he lowered his arm and fired, without troubling to take aim. Alfred de Barjals put his hand to his breast, swayed back and forth, turned around and fell face down upon the ground. Roland's bullet had gone through his heart. Sir John, seeing M. de Barjals fall, went straight to Roland and drew him to the spot where he had thrown his hat and coat. "That is the third," murmured Roland with a sigh, "but you are my witness that this one would have it." Then giving his smoking pistol to Sir John, he resumed his hat and coat. During this time M. de Valençon picked up the pistol which had escaped from his friend's hand, and brought it, together with the box, to Sir John. "Well?" asked the Englishman, motioning toward Alfred de Barjals with his eyes. "He is dead," replied the second. "Have I acted as a man of honor, sir?" asked Roland, wiping away the sweat which suddenly inundated his brow at the announcement of his opponent's death. "Yes, monsieur," replied M. de Valençon. "Only, permit me to say this, you possess the fatal hand." Then bowing to Roland, and his second with exquisite politeness, he returned to his friend's body. "And you, my lord," resumed Roland, "what do you say?" "I say," replied Sir John, with a sort of forced admiration, "you are one of those men who are made by the divine Shakespeare to say of themselves, 'Danger and I. We were two lions littered in one day. But I the elder.'" Chapter 5. Roland. The return was silent and mournful. It seemed that with the hopes of death Roland's gaiety had disappeared. The catastrophe of which he had been the author played perhaps a part in his taciturnity. But let us hasten to say that in battle, and more especially during the last campaign against the Arabs, Roland had been too frequently obliged to jump his horse over the bodies of his victims to be so deeply impressed by the death of an unknown man. His sadness was due to some other cause, probably that which he confided to Sir John. Disappointment over his own lost chance of death, rather than that other's decease, occasioned this regret. On their return to the Hôtel du Palais Royal, Sir John mounted to his room with his pistols, the sight of which might have excited something like remorse in Roland's breast. Then he rejoined the young officer, and returned the 3 letters which had been entrusted to him. He found Roland leaning pensively on a table. Without saying a word, the Englishman laid the 3 letters before him. The young man cast his eyes over the addresses, took the one destined for his mother, unsealed it and read it over. As he read, great tears rolled down his cheeks. Sir John gazed wonderingly at this new phase of Roland's character. He had thought everything possible to this many-sided nature, except those tears which fell silently from his eyes. Shaking his head, and paying not the least attention to Sir John's presence, Roland murmured, "Poor mother, she would have wept. Perhaps it is better so. Mothers were not made to weep for their children." He tore up the letters he had written to his mother, his sister, and General Bonaparte, mechanically burning the fragments with the utmost care. Then ringing for the chambermaid, he asked, "When must my letters be in the post?" "6:30, replied she. "You have only a few minutes more." "Just wait then." And taking a pen he wrote, "My dear General, it is as I told you, I am living and he is dead. You must admit that this seems like a wager. Devotion. De deaths. Your paladins. Roland." Then he sealed the letter, addressed it to General Bonaparte, Rue de la Victoire, Paris, and handed it to the chambermaid, bidding her lose no time in posting it. Then only did he seem to notice Sir John, and held out his hand to him. "You have just rendered me a great service, my lord," he said. "One of those services which bind men for all eternity. I am already your friend. Will you do me the honor to become mine?" Sir John pressed the hand that Roland offered him. "Oh," said he, "I thank you heartily. I should never have dared ask this honor, but you offer it and I accept." Even the impassible Englishman felt his heart soften as he brushed away the tear that trembled on his lashes. Then looking at Roland, he said, It is unfortunate that you are so hurried. I should have been pleased and delighted to spend a day or two with you. Where were you going, my lord, when I met you? Oh, nowhere. I am traveling to get over being bored. I am unfortunately often bored. So that you were going nowhere. I was going everywhere. That is exactly the same thing, said the young officer, smiling. Well, will you do something for me? Oh, very willingly, if it is possible. Perfectly possible, it depends only on you. What is it? Had I been killed, you were going to take me to my mother, or throw me into the Rhone. I should have taken you to your mother, and not thrown you into the Rhone. Well, instead of accompanying me dead, take me living. You will be all the better received. So, we will remain a fortnight at Bourges. It is my natal city, and one of the dullest towns in France, but as your compatriots are preeminent for originality, perhaps you will find amusement where others are bored. Are we agreed? I should like nothing better, exclaimed the Englishman, but it seems to me that it is hardly proper on my part. Oh, we are not in England, my lord, where etiquette holds absolute sway. We have no longer king nor queen. We didn't cut off that poor creature's head whom they called Marie Antoinette to install Her Majesty, etiquette, in her stead. I should like to go, said Sir John. You'll see my mother is an excellent woman and very distinguished besides. My sister was 16 when I left, she must be 18 now. She was pretty and she ought to be beautiful. Then there is my brother Edouard, a delightful youngster of 12, who will let off fireworks between your legs and chatter a gibberish of English with you. At the end of the fortnight, we will go to Paris together. I have just come from Paris, said the Englishman. But listen, you were willing to go to Egypt to see General Bonaparte. Paris is not so far from here as Cairo. I'll present you, and, introduced by me, you may rest assured that you will be well received. You were speaking of Shakespeare just now. Oh, I am always quoting him. Which proves that you like comedies and dramas. I do like them very much, that's true. Well then, General Bonaparte is going to produce one in his own style, which will not be wanting in interest. I answer for it. So that, said Sir John, still hesitating, I may accept your offer without seeming intrusive. I should think so. You will delight us all, especially me. Then I accept. Bravo, now let's see, when will you start? As soon as you wish. My coach was harnessed when you threw that unfortunate plate at Barjal's head. However, as I should never have known you but for that plate, I am glad you did throw it at him. Shall we start this evening? Instantly. I'll give orders for the postilion to send other horses, and once they are here we will start. Roland nodded acquiescence. Sir John went out to give his orders, and returned presently, saying they had served 2 cutlets and a cold fowl for them below. Roland took his valise and went down. The Englishman placed his pistols in the coach box again. Both ate enough to enable them to travel all night, and as 9 o'clock was striking from the church of the Cordeliers, they settled themselves in the carriage and quitted Avignon, where their passage left a fresh trail of blood, Roland with the careless indifference of his nature, Sir John Tanley with the impassibility of his nation. A quarter of an hour later both were sleeping, or at least the silence which obtained induced the belief that both had yielded to slumber. We shall profit by this instant of repose to give our readers some indispensable information concerning Roland and his family. Roland was born the 1st of July, 1773, 4 years and a few days later than Bonaparte, at whose side, or rather following him, he made his appearance in this book. He was the son of M. Charles de Montrevel, colonel of a regiment long garrisoned at Martinique, where he had married a Creole named Clotilde de la Clemencière. 3 children were born of this marriage, 2 boys and a girl. Louis, whose acquaintance we have made under the name of Roland, Émilie, whose beauty he had praised to Sir John, and Edouard. Recalled to France in 1782, M. de Montrevel obtained admission for young Louis de Montrevel. We shall see later how the name of Louis was changed to Roland, to the École Militaire in Paris. It was there that Bonaparte knew the child, when, on M. de Carvalho's report, he was judged worthy of promotion from the École de Brienne to the École Militaire. Louis was the youngest pupil. Though he was only 13, he had already made himself remarked for that ungovernable and quarrelsome nature of which we have seen him 17 years later give an example at the table d'hôte at Avignon. Bonaparte, a child himself, had the good side of this character. That is to say, without being quarrelsome, he was firm, obstinate, and unconquerable. He recognized in the child some of his own qualities, and this similarity of sentiments led him to pardon the boy's defects and attached him to him. On the other hand, the child, conscious of a supporter in the Corsican, relied upon him. One day the child went to find his great friend, as he called Napoleon, when the latter was absorbed in the solution of a mathematical problem. He knew the importance the future artillery officer attached to this science, which so far had won him his greatest, or rather his only successes. He stood beside him without speaking or moving. The young mathematician felt the child's presence and plunged deeper and deeper into his mathematical calculations, whence he emerged victorious 10 minutes later. Then he turned to his young comrade, with that inward satisfaction of a man who issues victorious from any struggle, be it with science or things material. The child stood erect, pale, his teeth clenched, his arms rigid and his fists closed. "Oh," said young Bonaparte, "what is the matter now?" "Valence, the governor's nephew, struck me." "Ah," said Bonaparte, laughing, "and you have come to me to strike him back." The child shook his head. "No," said he, "I have come to you because I want to fight him." "Fight Valence?" "Yes." "But Valence will beat you, child. He is 4 times as strong as you. Therefore I don't want to fight him as children do, but like men fight." "Pooh!" "Does that surprise you?" asked the child. "No," said Bonaparte. "What do you want to fight with?" "With swords." "But only the sergeants have swords, and they won't lend you one." "Then we will do without swords." "But what will you fight with?" The child pointed to the compass, with which the young mathematician had made his equations. "Oh, my child," said Bonaparte, "a compass makes a very bad wound." "So much the better," replied Louis. "I can kill him." "But suppose he kills you?" "I'd rather that than bear his blow." Bonaparte made no further objections. He loved courage, instinctively, and his young comrades pleased him. "Well, so be it," he replied. "I will tell Valence that you wish to fight him, but not till tomorrow." "Why tomorrow?" "You will have the night to reflect." "And from now till tomorrow," replied the child, "Valence will think me a coward." Then shaking his head, "It is too long till tomorrow," and he walked away. "Where are you going?" Bonaparte asked him. "To ask someone else to be my friend." "So I am no longer your friend?" "No, since you think I am a coward." "Very well," said the young man, rising. "You will go." "I am going." "At once." "At once." "Ah," exclaimed the child, "I beg your pardon, you are indeed my friend." And he fell upon his neck weeping. They were the first tears he had shed since he had received the blow. Bonaparte went in search of Valence and gravely explained his mission to him. Valence was a tall lad of 17, having already, like certain precocious natures, a beard and mustache. He appeared at least 20. He was, moreover, a head taller than the boy he had insulted. Valence replied that Louis had pulled his cue as if it were a bell cord, cues were then in vogue, that he had warned him twice to desist, but that Louis had repeated the prank the 3rd time, whereupon, considering him a mischievous youngster, he had treated him as such. Valence's answer was reported to Louis, who retorted that pulling a comrade's cue was only teasing him, whereas a blow was an insult. Obstinacy endowed this child of 13 with the logic of a man of 30. The modern Papilius to Valence returned with his declaration of war. The youth was greatly embarrassed. He could not fight with a child without being ridiculous. If he fought and wounded him, it would be a horrible thing. If he himself were wounded, he would never get over it so long as he lived. But Louis's unyielding obstinacy made the matter a serious one. A council of the Grand's elder scholars was called, as was usual in serious cases. The Grands decided that one of their number could not fight a child, but since this child persisted in considering himself a young man, Valence must tell him before all his schoolmates that he regretted having treated him as a child, and would henceforth regard him as a young man. Louis, who was waiting in his friend's room, was sent for. He was introduced into the conclave assembled in the playground of the younger pupils. There Valence, to whom his comrades had dictated a speech carefully debated among themselves to safeguard the honor of the grands toward the petties, assured Louis that he deeply deplored the occurrence, that he had treated him according to his age and not according to his intelligence and courage, and begged him to excuse his impatience and to shake hands in sign that all was forgotten. But Louis shook his head. "I heard my father, who is a colonel, say once," he replied, "that he who receives a blow and does not fight is a coward. The first time I see my father I shall ask him if he who strikes the blow and then apologizes to avoid fighting is not more of a coward than he who received it." The young fellows looked at each other. Still the general opinion was against a duel which would resemble murder, and all, Bonaparte included, were unanimously agreed that the child must be satisfied with what Valence had said, for it represented their common opinion. Louis retired, pale with anger, and sulked with his great friend, who, said he, with imperturbable gravity, had sacrificed his honor. The morrow, while the grands were receiving their lesson in mathematics, Louis slipped into the recitation room, and while Valence was making a demonstration on the blackboard, he approached him unperceived, climbed on a stool to reach his face, and returned the slap he had received the preceding day. "There," said he, "now we are quits, and I have your apologies to boot. As for me, I shan't make any, you may be quite sure of that." The scandal was great. The act occurring in the professor's presence, he was obliged to report it to the governor of the school, the Marquis Tiburce Valence. The latter, knowing nothing of the events leading up to the blow his nephew had received, sent for the delinquent, and after a terrible lecture, informed him that he was no longer a member of the school, and must be ready to return to his mother at Bourg that very day. Louis replied that his things would be packed in 10 minutes, and he out of the school in 15. Of the blow he himself had received he said not a word. The reply seemed more than disrespectful to the Marquis Tiburce Valence. He was much inclined to send the insolent boy to the dungeon for a week, but reflected that he could not confine him and expel him at the same time. The child was placed in charge of an attendant, who was not to leave him until he had put him in the coach for Macon. Madame de Montrevel was to be notified to meet him at the end of the journey. Bonaparte, meeting the boy, followed by his keeper, asked an explanation of the sort of constabulary guard attached to him. "I'd tell you if you were still my friend," replied the child, "but you are not. Why do you bother about what happens to me, whether good or bad?" Bonaparte made a sign to the attendant, who came to the door while Louis was packing his little trunk. He learned then that the child had been expelled. The step was serious. It would distress the entire family, and perhaps ruin his young comrade's future. With that rapidity of decision, which was one of the distinctive characteristics of his organization, he resolved to ask an audience of the governor, meantime requesting the keeper not to hasten Louis's departure. Bonaparte was an excellent pupil, beloved in the school, and highly esteemed by the Marquis Tiburce Valence. His request was immediately complied with. Ushered into the governor's presence, he related everything, and without blaming Valence in the least, he sought to exculpate Louis. "Are you sure of what you are telling me, sir?" asked the governor. "Question your nephew himself. I will abide by what he says." Valence was sent for. He had already heard of Louis's expulsion and was on his way to tell his uncle what had happened. His account tallied perfectly with what Bonaparte had said. "Very well," said the governor, "Louis shall not go, but you will. You are old enough to leave school." Then ringing, "Bring me the list of the vacant sublieutenancies," he said. That same day an urgent request for a sublieutenancy was made to the ministry, and that same night Valence left to join his regiment. He went to bid Louis farewell, embracing him half willingly, half unwillingly, while Bonaparte held his hand. The child received the embrace reluctantly. "It's all right now," said he, "but if ever we meet with swords by our sides—" A threatening gesture ended the sentence. Valence left. Bonaparte received his own appointment as sub-lieutenant October 10, 1785. His was one of 58 commissions which Louis Roman XVI signed for the École Militaire. 11 years later, November 15, 1796, Bonaparte, commander-in-chief of the Army of Italy, at the bridge of Arcola, which was defended by 2 regiments of Croats and 2 pieces of cannon, seeing his ranks disseminated by grapeshot and musket balls, feeling that victory was slipping through his fingers, alarmed by the hesitation of his bravest followers, wrenched the tricolor from the rigid fingers of a dead color-bearer, and dashed toward the bridge, shouting, "Soldiers! Are you no longer the men of Lodi?" As he did so, he saw a young lieutenant spring past him who covered him with his body. This was far from what Bonaparte wanted. He wished to cross first. Had it been possible, he would have gone alone. Seizing the young man by the flap of his coat, he drew him back, saying, "Citizen, you are only a lieutenant, I a commander-in-chief. The precedence belongs to me." "Too true," replied the other, and he followed Bonaparte instead of preceding him. That evening, learning that 2 Austrian divisions had been cut to pieces, and seeing the 2,000 prisoners he had taken, together with the captured cannons and flags, Bonaparte recalled the young man who had sprung in front of him when death alone seemed before him. "Berthier," said he, "tell my aide-de-camp, Valence, to find that young lieutenant of grenadiers with whom I had a controversy this morning at the bridge of Arcola." "General," stammered Berthier, "Valence is wounded." "Ah, I remember, I have not seen him today. Wounded? Where? How? On the battlefield?" "No, General," said he. "He was dragged into a quarrel yesterday, and received a sword thrust through his body." Bonaparte frowned. "And yet they know very well I do not approve of duels. A soldier's blood belongs not to himself but to France. Give Murin the order then." "He is killed, General." "To Elliot in that case." "Killed also." Bonaparte drew his handkerchief from his pocket and passed it over his brow, which was bathed with sweat. "To whom you will then, but I want to see that lieutenant." He dared not name any others, fearing to hear again that fatal "killed." A quarter of an hour later, the young lieutenant was ushered into his tent, which was lighted faintly by a single lamp. "Come nearer, Lieutenant," said Bonaparte. The young man made 3 steps, and came within the circle of light. "So you are the man who wished to cross the bridge before me," continued Bonaparte. "It was done on a wager, General," gaily answered the young lieutenant, whose voice made the general start. "Did I make you lose it?" "Maybe yes, maybe no." "What was the wager?" "That I should be promoted captain today." "You have won it." "Thank you, General." The young man moved hastily forward as if to press Bonaparte's hand, but checked himself almost immediately. The light had fallen full on his face for an instant. That instant sufficed to make the general notice the face as he had the voice. Neither the one nor the other was unknown to him. He searched his memory for an instant, but finding it rebellious, said, "I know you." "Possibly, General." "I am certain, only I cannot recall your name." "You managed that yours should not be forgotten, General." "Who are you?" "Ask Valence, General." Bonaparte gave a cry of joy. "Louis de Montrevel," he exclaimed, opening wide his arms. This time the young lieutenant did not hesitate to fling himself into them. "Very good," said Bonaparte. "You will serve 8 days with the regiment in your new rank, that they may accustom themselves to your captain's epaulets, and then you will take my poor Murin's place as aide-de-camp. Go." "Once more," cried the young man, opening his arms. "Faith, yes," said Bonaparte joyfully, then holding him close after kissing him twice, "and so it was you who gave Valence that sword thrust." "My word," said the new captain and future aide-de-camp, "you were there when I promised it to him. A soldier keeps his word." 8 days later, Captain Montrevel was doing duty as staff officer to the commander-in-chief, who changed his name of Louis, then in ill repute, to that of Roland. And the young man consoled himself for ceasing to be a descendant of St. Louis by becoming the nephew of Charlemagne. Roland, no one would have dared to call Captain Montrevel Louis after Bonaparte had baptized him Roland, made the campaign of Italy with his general, and returned with him to Paris after the peace of Campo Formio. When the Egyptian expedition was decided upon, Roland, who had been summoned to his mother's side by the death of the Brigadier General de Montrevel, killed on the Rhine while his son was fighting on the Adige and the Mincio, was among the first appointed by the commander-in-chief to accompany him in the useless but poetical crusade which he was planning. He left his mother, his sister Emilie, and his young brother Edouard at Bourg, General de Montrevel's native town. They resided some 3/4 of a mile out of the city, at Noirs-Fontaines, a charming house called a chateau, which, together with the farm and several hundred acres of land surrounding it, yielded an income of 6,000 or 8,000 livres a year, and constituted the general's entire fortune. Roland's departure on this adventurous expedition deeply afflicted the poor widow. The death of the father seemed to presage that of the son, and Madame de Montrevel, a sweet, gentle Creole, was far from possessing the stern virtues of a Spartan or Lacedaemonian mother. Bonaparte, who loved his old comrade of the École Militaire with all his heart, granted him permission to rejoin him at the very last moment at Toulon. But the fear of arriving too late prevented Roland from profiting by this permission to its full extent. He left his mother, promising her, a promise he was careful not to keep, that he would not expose himself unnecessarily, and arrived at Marseille 8 days before the fleet set sail. Our intention is no more to give the history of the campaign of Egypt than we did that of Italy. We shall only mention that which is absolutely necessary to understand this story and the subsequent development of Roland's character. The 19th of May, 1798, Bonaparte and his entire staff set sail for the Orient. The 15th of June, the Knights of Malta gave up the keys of their citadel. The 2nd of July, the army disembarked at Marabut, and the same day took Alexandria. The 25th, Bonaparte entered Cairo, after defeating the Mamelukes at Chebres and the Pyramids. During this succession of marches and battles, Roland had been the officer we know him, gay, courageous, and witty, defying the scorching heat of the day, the icy dew of the nights, dashing like a hero or a fool among the Turkish sabers or the Bedouin bullets. During the 40 days of the voyage, he had never left the interpreter Ventura, so that with his admirable facility he had learned, if not to speak Arabic fluently, at least to make himself understood in that language. Therefore it often happened that, when the general did not wish to use the native interpreter, Roland was charged with certain communications to the muftis, the ulamas, and the sheiks. During the night of October 20th, Cairo revolted. At 5 in the morning, the death of General Dupuy, killed by a lance, was made known. At 8, just as the revolt was supposedly quelled, an aide-de-camp of the dead general rode up, announcing that the Bedouins from the plains were attacking Bab el Nasser, or the Gate of Victory. Bonaparte was breakfasting with his aide-de-camp Sulkowski, so severely wounded at Salahi that he left his pallet of suffering with the greatest difficulty only. Bonaparte, in his preoccupation forgetting the young Pole's condition, said to him, "Sulkowski, take 15 guides and go see what that rabble wants." Sulkowski rose. "General," interposed Roland, "give me the commission. Don't you see my comrade can hardly stand?" "True," said Bonaparte, "do you go?" Roland went out and took the 15 guides and started, but the order had been given to Sulkowski, and Sulkowski was determined to execute it. He set forth with 5 or 6 men whom he found ready. Whether by chance or because he knew the streets of Cairo better than Roland, he reached the Gate of Victory a few seconds before him. When Roland arrived, he saw 5 or 6 dead men, and an officer being led away by the Arabs, who, while massacring the soldiers mercilessly, will sometimes spare the officers in hope of a ransom. Roland recognized Sulkowski. Pointing him out with his saber to his 15 men, he charged at a gallop. Half an hour later, a guide, returning alone to headquarters, announced the deaths of Sulkowski, Roland, and his 21 companions. Bonaparte, as we have said, loved Roland as a brother, as a son, as he loved Eugene. He wished to know all the details of the catastrophe and questioned the guide. The man had seen an Arab cut off Sulkowski's head and fasten it to his saddlebow. As for Roland, his horse had been killed. He had disengaged himself from the stirrups and was seen fighting for a moment on foot, but he had soon disappeared in a general volley at close quarters. Bonaparte sighed, shed a tear, and murmured, "Another," and apparently thought no more about it. But he did inquire to what tribe belonged these Bedouins, who had just killed 2 of the men he loved best. He was told that they were an independent tribe whose village was situated some 30 miles off. Bonaparte left them a month that they might become convinced of their impunity. Then, the month elapsed, he ordered one of his aide-de-camp, named Crozier, to surround the village, destroy the huts, behead the men, put them in sacks, and bring the rest of the population, that is to say, the women and children, to Cairo. Crozier executed the order punctually. All the women and children who could be captured were brought to Cairo, and also with them 1 living Arab, gagged and bound to his horse's back. "Why is this man still alive?" asked Bonaparte. I ordered you to behead every man who was able to bear arms." "General," said Crozier, who also possessed a smattering of Arabian words, "just as I was about to order his head cut off, I understood him to offer to exchange a prisoner for his life. I thought there would be time enough to cut off his head, and so brought him with me. If I am mistaken, the ceremony can take place here as well as there. What is postponed is not abandoned." The interpreter Ventura was summoned to question the Bedouin. He replied that he had saved the life of a French officer who had been grievously wounded at the Gate of Victory, and that this officer, who spoke a little Arabic, claimed to be one of General Bonaparte's aide-de-camp. He had sent him to his brother, who was a physician in a neighboring tribe, of which this officer was a captive, and if they would promise to spare his life, he would write to his brother to send the prisoner to Cairo. Perhaps this was a tale invented to gain time, but it might also be true. Nothing was lost by waiting. The Arab was placed in safekeeping. A scribe was brought to write at his dictation. He sealed the letter with his own seal, and an Arab from Cairo was dispatched to negotiate the exchange. If the emissary succeeded, it meant the Bedouin's life and 500 piasters to the messenger. 3 days later, he returned bringing Roland. Bonaparte had hoped for but had not dared to expect this return. This heart of iron, which had seemed insensible to grief, was now melted with joy. He opened his arms to Roland, as on the day when he had found him, and 2 tears, 2 pearls, the tears of Bonaparte were rare, fell from his eyes. But Roland, strange as it may seem, was somber in the midst of the joy caused by his return. He confirmed the Arab's tale, insisted upon his liberation, but refused all personal details about his capture by the Bedouins and the treatment he had received at the hands of the doctor. As for Sulkowski, he had been killed and beheaded before his eyes, so it was useless to think more of him. Roland resumed his duties, but it was noticeable his native courage had become temerity, and his longing for glory, desire for death. On the other hand, as often happens with those who brave fire and sword miraculously spared him. Before, behind and around Roland men fell. He remained erect, invulnerable as the demon of war. During the campaign in Syria, 2 emissaries were sent to demand the surrender of Saint Jean Dacre of Jezar Pasha. Neither of the 2 returned, they had been beheaded. It was necessary to send a third. Roland applied for the duty, and so insistent was he, that he eventually obtained the general's permission and returned in safety. He took part in each of the 19 assaults made upon the fortress. At each assault he was seen entering the breach. He was one of the 10 men who forced their way into the accursed tower. 9 remained, but he returned without a scratch. During the retreat, Bonaparte commanded his cavalry to lend their horses to the wounded and sick. All endeavored to avoid the contagion of the pest-ridden sick. To them, Roland gave his horse from preference. 3 fell dead from the saddle. He mounted his horse after them and reached Cairo safe and sound. At Aboukir he flung himself into the melee, reached the Pasha by forcing his way through the guard of blacks who surrounded him, seized him by the beard, and received the fire of his 2 pistols. One burned the wadding only, the other ball passed under his arm, killing a guard behind him. When Bonaparte resolved to return to France, Roland was the first to whom the general announced his intention. Another had been overjoyed, but he remained somber and melancholy, saying, "I should prefer to remain here, General. There is more chance of my being killed here." But as it would have appeared ungrateful on his part to refuse to follow the general, he returned with him. During the voyage he remained sad and impenetrable until the English fleet was sighted near Corsica. Then only did he regain his wonted animation. Bonaparte told Admiral Ganthaume that he would fight to the death, and gave orders to sink the frigate sooner than haul down the flag. He passed, however, unseen through the British fleet, and disembarked at Fréjus, October 8, 1799. All were impatient to be the first to set foot on French soil. Roland was the last. Although the general paid no apparent attention to these details, none escaped him. He sent Eugene, Berthier-Burian, his aide-de-camp and his suite by way of Gap and Draguignan, while he took the road to Aix strictly incognito, accompanied only by Roland, to judge for himself of the state of the Midi. Hoping that the joy of seeing his family again would revive the love of life in his heart crushed by its hidden sorrow, he informed Roland at Aix that they would part at Lyon, and gave him 3 weeks' furlough to visit his mother and sister. Roland replied, "Thank you, General. My sister and my mother will be very happy to see me," whereas formerly his words would have been, "Thank you, General. I shall be very happy to see my mother and sister again." We know what occurred at Avignon. We have seen with what profound contempt for danger, bitter disgust of life, Roland had provoked that terrible duel. We heard the reason he gave Sir John for this indifference to death. Was it true or false? Sir John at all events was obliged to content himself with it, since Roland was evidently not disposed to furnish any other. And now, as we have said, they were sleeping or pretending to sleep, as they were drawn by two horses at full speed, along the road of Avignon to Orange. Chapter 6. Morgan. Our readers must permit us for an instant to abandon Roland and Sir John, who, thanks to the physical and moral conditions in which we left them, need inspire no anxiety, while we direct our attention seriously to a personage who has so far made but a brief appearance in this history, though he is destined to play an important part in it. We are speaking of the man who, armed and masked, entered the room of the table d'hôte at Avignon to return Jean Picot the 200 louis which had been stolen from him by mistake, stored as it had been with the government money. We speak of the highwayman who called himself Morgan. He had ridden into Avignon, masked, in broad daylight, entered the hotel of the Palais Égalité, leaving his horse at the door. This horse had enjoyed the same immunity in the pontifical and royalist town as his master. He found it again at the horse post, unfastened its bridle, sprang into the saddle, rode through the Porte d'Owl, skirting the walls, and disappeared at a gallop along the road to Lyon. Only about 3/4 of a mile from Avignon, he drew his mantle closer about him, to conceal his weapons from the passers, and removing his mask he slipped it into one of the holsters of his saddle. The persons whom he had left at Avignon, who were curious to know if this could be the terrible Morgan, the terror of the Midi, might have convinced themselves with their own eyes, had they met him on the road between Avignon and Bedarides, whether the bandit's appearance was as terrifying as his renown. We do not hesitate to assert that the features now revealed would have harmonized so little with the picture their prejudiced imagination had conjured up that their amazement would have been extreme. The removal of the mask, by a hand of perfect whiteness and delicacy, revealed the face of a young man of 24 or 5 years of age, a face that, by its regularity of feature and gentle expression, had something of the character of a woman. One detail alone gave it, or rather would give it at certain moments, a touch of singular firmness. Beneath the beautiful fair hair waving on his brow and temples, as was the fashion at that period, eyebrows, eyes, and lashes were black as ebony. The rest of the face was, as we have said, almost feminine. There were 2 little ears of which only the tips could be seen beneath the tufts of hair to which the incroyables of the day had given the name of dog's ears. A straight, perfectly proportioned nose, a rather large mouth, rosy and always smiling, and which, when smiling, revealed a double row of brilliant teeth. A delicate, refined chin faintly tinged with blue, showing that, if the beard had not been carefully and recently shaved, it would, protesting against the golden hair, have followed the same color as the brows, lashes, and eyes, that is to say, a decided black. As for the unknown's figure, it was seen, when he entered the dining room, to be tall, well-formed, and flexible, denoting, if not great muscular strength, at least much suppleness and agility. The manner he sat his horse showed him to be a practiced rider. With his cloak thrown back over his shoulders, his mask hidden in the holster, his hat pulled low over his eyes, the rider resumed his rapid pace, checked for an instant, passed through Bedarides at a gallop, and reaching the first houses in Orange, entered the gate of one which closed immediately behind him. A servant in waiting sprang to the bit. The rider dismounted quickly. "Is your master here?" he asked the domestic. "No, Monsieur the Baron," replied the man. "He was obliged to go away last night, but he left word that if Monsieur should ask for him, to say that he had gone in the interests of the company." "Very good, Baptiste. I have brought back his horse in good condition, though somewhat tired. Rub him down with wine, and give him for 2 or 3 days barley instead of oats. He has covered something like 100 miles since yesterday morning." Monsieur the Baron was satisfied with him. "Perfectly satisfied. Is the carriage ready?" "Yes, Monsieur the Baron, all harnessed in the coach-house. The postilion is drinking with Julien. Monsieur recommended that he should be kept outside the house, that he might not see him arrive." "He thinks he is to take your master." "Yes, Monsieur the Baron. Here is my master's passport, which we used to get the post-horses, and as my master has gone in the direction of Bordeaux with Monsieur the Baron's passport, and as Monsieur the Baron goes toward Geneva with my master's passport, The skein will probably be so tangled that the police, clever as their fingers are, can't easily unravel it. Unfasten the valise that is on the croup of my saddle, Baptiste, and give it to me." Baptiste obeyed dutifully, but the valise almost slipped from his hands. "Ah," said he laughing, "Monsieur the Baron did not warn me. The devil, Monsieur the Baron has not wasted his time it seems." "Just where you're mistaken, Baptiste. If I didn't waste all my time, I at least lost a good deal, so I should like to be off again as soon as possible." "But Monsieur the Baron will breakfast." "I'll eat a bite, but quickly." "Monsieur will not be delayed. It is now 2, and breakfast has been ready since 10 this morning. Luckily it's a cold breakfast." And Baptiste, in the absence of his master, did the honors of the house to the visitor by showing him the way to the dining room. "Not necessary," said the visitor. "I know the way. Do you see to the carriage? Let it be close to the house with the door wide open when I come out so that the postilion can't see me. Here's the money to pay him for the first relay." And the stranger whom Baptiste had addressed, as Baron handed him a handful of notes. "Why, monsieur," said the servant, "you have given me enough to pay all the way to Lyon. Pay him as far as Valence, under pretext that I want to sleep, and keep the rest for your trouble in settling the accounts. Shall I put the valise in the carriage box?" "I will do so myself." And taking the valise from the servant's hands, without letting it be seen that it weighed heavily, he turned toward the dining room, while Baptiste made his way toward the nearest inn, sorting his notes as he went. As the stranger had said, the way was familiar to him, for he passed down a corridor, opened a first door without hesitation, then a second, and found himself before a table elegantly served. A cold fowl, 2 partridges, a ham, several kinds of cheese, a dessert of magnificent fruit, and 2 decanters, the one containing a ruby-colored wine and the other a yellow topaz, made a breakfast which, though evidently intended for but one person, as only one place was set, might in case of need have sufficed for 3 or 4. The young man's first act on entering the dining room was to go straight to a mirror, remove his hat, arrange his hair with a little comb which he took from his pocket, after which he went to a porcelain basin with a reservoir above it, took a towel which was there for the purpose, and bathed his face and hands. Not until these ablutions were completed, characteristic of a man of elegant habits, not until these ablutions had been minutely performed did the stranger sit down to the table. A few minutes sufficed to satisfy his appetite, to which youth and fatigue had, however, given magnificent proportions, and when Baptiste came in to inform the solitary guest that the carriage was ready, he found him already afoot and waiting. The stranger drew his hat low over his eyes, wrapped his coat about him, took the valise under his arm, and as Baptiste had taken pains to lower the carriage steps as close as possible to the door, he sprang into the postchaise without being seen by the postilion. Baptiste slammed the door after him, then, addressing the man in the top boots, "Everything is paid to Valence, isn't it, relays and fees?" he asked. "Everything. Do you want a receipt?" replied the postilion jokingly. "No, but my master, the Marquis de Ribier, don't want to be disturbed until he gets to Valence." "All right," replied the postilion in the same bantering tone, "the citizen Marquis shan't be disturbed. Forward, hoopla." And he started his horses, and cracked his whip with that noisy eloquence which says to neighbors and passers-by, "Where here, where there, I am driving a man who pays well and who has the right to run over others." Once in the carriage, the pretended Marquis of Ribier opened the window, lowered the blinds, raised the seat, put his valise in the hollow, sat down on it, wrapped himself in his cloak, and certain of not being disturbed till he reached Valence, slept as he had breakfasted, that is to say, with all the appetite of youth. They went from Orange to Valence in 8 hours. Our traveler awakened shortly before entering the city. Raising one of the blinds cautiously, he recognized the little suburb of Payless. It was dark, so he struck his repeater and found it was 11 at night. Thinking it useless to go to sleep again, he added up the cost of the relays to Lyon and counted out the money. As the postilion at Valence passed the comrade who replaced him, the traveler heard him say, "It seems he's a ci-devant, but he was recommended from Orange, and as he pays 20 sous fees, you must treat him as you would a patriot." "Very well," replied the other, "he shall be driven accordingly." The traveler thought the time had come to intervene. He raised the blind and said, "And you'll only be doing me justice. A patriot, deuce take it. I pride myself upon being one, and of the first caliber, too, and the proof is drink this to the health of the Republic. And he handed 100 franc assignat to the postilion who had recommended him to his comrade. Seeing the other looking eagerly at this strip of paper, he continued, and the same to you if you will repeat the recommendation you've just received to the others. Oh, don't worry, citizen, said the postilion. There'll be but one order to Lyon, full speed. And here is the money for the 16 posts, including the double post of entrance in advance. I pay 20 sous fees, settle it among yourselves. The postilion dug his spurs into his horse and they were off at a gallop. The carriage relayed at Lyon about 4 in the afternoon. While the horses were being changed, a man clad like a porter, sitting with his stretcher beside him on a stone post, rose, came to the carriage, and said something in a low tone to the young companion of Jehu, which seemed to astonish the latter greatly. Are you quite sure? He asked the porter. I tell you that I saw him with my own eyes, replied the latter. Then I can give the news to our friends, as a positive fact. You can't, only hurry. Have they been notified at Servas? Yes, you will find a horse ready between Servas and Sceaux. The postilion came up. The young man exchanged a last glance with the porter, who walked away as if charged with a letter of the utmost importance. What road, citizen? Asked the postilion. To Bourg. I must reach Servas by 9 this evening. I pay 30 sous fees. 42 miles in 5 hours, that's tough. Well, after all, it can be done. Will you do it? We can try. And the postilion started at full gallop. 9 o'clock was striking as they entered Servas. A crown of 6 livres, if you'll drive me halfway to Sceaux without stopping here to change horses, cried the young man through the window to the postilion. Done, replied the latter. And the carriage dashed past the post-house without stopping. Morgan stopped the carriage at a half-mile beyond Servas, put his head out of the window, made a trumpet of his hands, and gave the hoot of a screech owl. The imitation was so perfect that another owl answered from a neighboring woods. Here we are, cried Morgan. The postilion pulled up, saying, If we're there, we needn't go further. The young man took his valise, opened the door, jumped out and stepped up to the postilion. Here's the promised écu. The postilion took the coin and stuck it in his eye, as a fop of our day holds his eyeglasses. Morgan divined that this pantomime had a significance. Well, he asked, what does that mean? That means, said the postilion, that, do what I will, I can't help seeing with the other eye. I understand, said the young man, laughing, and if I close the other eye? Damn it, I shan't see anything. Hey, you're a rogue who'd rather be blind than see with one eye. Well, there's no disputing tastes. Here. And he gave him a second crown. The postilion stuck it up to his other eye, wheeled the carriage round, and took the road back to Servas. The companion of Jehu waited till he vanished in the darkness. Then, putting the hollow of a key to his lips, he drew a long trembling sound from it like a boatswain's whistle. A similar call answered him, and immediately a horseman came out of the woods at full gallop. As he caught sight of him, Morgan put on his mask. In whose name have you come? Asked the rider, whose face, hidden as it was beneath the brim of an immense hat, could not be seen. In the name of the prophet Elisha, replied the young man with the mask. Then you are he whom I am waiting for, and he dismounted. Are you prophet or disciple? Asked Morgan. Disciple, replied the newcomer. Where is your master? You will find him at the Chartreuse of Salon. Do you know how many companions are there this evening? 12. Very good, if you meet any others send them there. He who had called himself a disciple bowed in sign of obedience, assisted Morgan to fasten the valise to the croup of the saddle, and respectfully held the bit while the young man mounted. Without even waiting to thrust his other foot into the stirrup, Morgan spurred his horse, which tore the bit from the groom's hand and started off at a gallop. On the right of the road stretched the forest of Salon, like a shadowy sea, its somber billows undulating and moaning in the night wind. Half a mile beyond Sceaux the rider turned his horse across country toward the forest, which, as he rode on, seemed to advance toward him. The horse, guided by an experienced hand, plunged fearlessly into the woods. 10 minutes later he emerged on the other side. A gloomy mass, isolated in the middle of a plain, rose about 100 feet from the forest. It was a building of massive architecture, shaded by 5 or 6 venerable trees. The horsemen paused before the portal, over which were placed 3 statues in a triangle of the Virgin, our Lord, and St. John the Baptist. The statue of the Virgin was at the apex of the triangle. The mysterious traveler had reached his goal, for this was the Chartreuse of Ceylon. This monastery, the 22nd of its order, was founded in 1178. In 1672, a modern edifice had been substituted for the old building. Vestiges of its ruins can be seen to this day. These ruins consist externally of the above-mentioned portal with the 3 statues, before which our mysterious traveler halted. Internally, a small chapel entered from the right through the portal. A peasant, his wife and 2 children are now living there, and the ancient monastery has become a farm. The monks were expelled from their convent in 1791. In 1792, the Chartreuse and its dependencies were offered for sale as ecclesiastical property. The dependencies consisted first of the park, adjoining the buildings, and the noble forest which still bears the name of Ceylon. But at Bourg, a royalist and above all religious town, no one dared risk his soul by purchasing property belonging to the worthy monks whom all revered. The result was that the convent, the park and the forest had become, under the title of state property, the property of the Republic. That is to say, they belonged to nobody or were at the best neglected. The Republic having, for the last 7 years, other things to think of than pointing walls, cultivating an orchard and cutting timber. For 7 years, therefore, the Chartreuse had been completely abandoned, and if by chance curious eyes peered through the keyhole, they caught glimpses of grass-grown courtyards, brambles in the orchard, and brush in the forest, which, except for one road and 2 or 3 paths that crossed it, had become almost impenetrable. The corrie, a species of pavilion belonging to the monastery and distant from it about 3/4 of a mile, was moss-grown too in the tangle of the forest, which, profiting by its liberty, grew at its own sweet will, and had long since encircled it in a mantle of foliage which hid it from sight. For the rest, the strangest rumors were current about these 2 buildings. They were said to be haunted by guests invisible by day, terrifying at night. The woodsmen and the belated peasants, who went to the forest to exercise against the Republic the rights which the town of Bourg had enjoyed in the days of the monks, pretended that, through the cracks of the closed blinds, they had seen flames of fire dancing along the corridors and stairways, and had distinctly heard the noise of chains clanking over the cloister tilings and the pavement of the courtyards. The strong-minded denied these things, but 2 very opposite classes opposed the unbelievers, confirming the rumors, attributing these terrifying noises and nocturnal lights to 2 different causes according to their beliefs. The patriots declared that they were the ghosts of the poor monks buried alive by cloister tyranny in the in-pace, who were now returned to earth, dragging after them their fetters to call down the vengeance of heaven upon their persecutors. The royalists said that they were the imps of the devil, who, finding an empty convent and fearing no further danger from holy water, were boldly holding their revels where once they had not dared show a claw. One fact, however, left everything uncertain. Not one of the believers or unbelievers, whether he elected for the souls of the martyred monks or for the witches, Sabbath of Beelzebub, had ever had the courage to venture among the shadows, and to seek during the solemn hours of night confirmation of the truth, in order to tell on the morrow whether the Chartreuse were haunted, and if haunted by whom. But doubtless these tales, whether well-founded or not, had no influence over our mysterious horseman, for although, as we have said, 9 o'clock had chimed from the steeples of Bourg, and night had fallen, he reined in his horse in front of the great portal of the deserted monastery, and without dismounting, drew a pistol from his holster, striking 3 measured blows with the butt on the gate after the manner of the Freemasons. Then he listened. For an instant he doubted if the meeting were really there, for though he looked closely and listened attentively, he could perceive no light, nor could he hear a sound. Still he fancied he heard a cautious step approaching the portal from within. He knocked a second time with the same weapon and in the same manner. "Who knocks?" demanded a voice. "He who comes from Elisha," replied the traveler. "What king do the sons of Isaac obey?" "Jehu." "What house are they to exterminate?" "That of Ahab." "Are you prophet or disciple?" "Prophet." "Welcome then to the house of the Lord," said the voice. Instantly the iron bars which secured the massive portal swung back. the bolts grated in their sockets, half of the gate opened silently, and the horse and his rider passed beneath the somber vault, which immediately closed behind them. The person who had opened the gate, so slow to open, so quick to close, was attired in the long white robe of a Chartreuse monk, of which the hood, falling over his face, completely concealed his features. Chapter 7. The Chartreuse of Ceylon. Beyond doubt, like the first affiliated member met on the road to sue by the man who styled himself prophet, the monk who opened the gate was of secondary rank in the fraternity, for grasping the horse's bridle, he held it while the rider dismounted, rendering the young man the service of a groom. Morgan got off, unfastened the valise, pulled the pistols from the holsters, and placed them in his belt, next to those already there. Addressing the monk in a tone of command, he said, "I thought I should find the brothers assembled in council." "They are assembled," replied the monk. "Where?" "At La Correrie. Suspicious persons have been seen prowling around the Chartreuse these last few days, and orders have been issued to take the greatest precautions." The young man shrugged his shoulders, as if he considered such precautions useless, and, always in the same tone of command, said, "Have someone take my horse to the stable and conduct me to the council." The monk summoned another brother, to whom he flung the bridle. He lighted a torch at a lamp, in the little chapel which can still be seen to the right of the great portal, and walked before the newcomer. Crossing the cloister, he took a few steps in the garden, opened a door leading into a sort of cistern, invited Morgan to enter, closed it as carefully as he had the outer door, touched with his foot a stone which seemed to be accidentally lying there, disclosed a ring and raised a slab, which concealed a flight of steps leading down to a subterraneous passage. This passage had a rounded roof and was wide enough to admit 2 men walking abreast. The 2 men proceeded thus for 5 or 6 minutes, when they reached a grated door. The monk, drawing a key from his frock, opened it. Then, when both had passed through and the door was locked again, he asked, "By what name shall I announce you?" "As Brother Morgan." "Wait here, I will return in 5 minutes." The young man made a sign with his head, which showed that he was familiar with these precautions and this distrust. Then he sat down upon a tomb. They were in the mortuary vaults of the convent, and waited. 5 minutes had scarcely elapsed before the monk reappeared. "Follow me," said he. "The brothers are glad you have come. They feared you had met with some mishap." A few seconds later Morgan was admitted into the council chamber. 12 monks awaited him, their hoods drawn low over their eyes. But once the door had closed and the serving brother had disappeared, while Morgan was removing his mask, the hoods were thrown back and each monk exposed his face. No brotherhood had ever been graced by a more brilliant assemblage of handsome and joyous young men. 2 or 3 only of these strange monks had reached the age of 40. All hands were held out to Morgan, and several warm kisses were imprinted upon the newcomer's cheek. "'Pon my word," said one who had welcomed him most tenderly, "you have drawn a mighty thorn from my foot. We thought you dead, or at any rate a prisoner." "Dead I grant you, Amyot, but prisoner never. Citizen, as they still say sometimes, and I hope they'll not say it much longer. It must be admitted that the whole affair was conducted on both sides with touching amenity. As soon as the conductor saw us he shouted to the postilion to stop. I even believe he added, 'I know what it is.' Then, said I, 'If you know what it is, my dear friend, our explanations needn't be long.' 'The government money?' he asked. 'Exactly,' I replied. Then, as there was a great commotion inside the carriage, I added, 'Wait, first come down and assure these gentlemen, and especially the ladies, that we are well-behaved folk and will not harm them. The ladies, you understand, and nobody will even look at them unless they put their heads out of the window.' One did risk it, my faith, but she was charming. I threw her a kiss, and she gave a little cry and retired into the carriage, for all the world like Galatea, and as there were no willows about, I didn't pursue her. In the meantime the guard was rummaging in his strong-box in all expedition, and to such good purpose indeed, that with the government money, in his hurry, he passed over 200 louis belonging to a poor wine merchant of Bordeaux. "Ah, the devil!" exclaimed the brother called Amyot, an assumed name probably like that of Morgan. "That is annoying. You know the Directory, which is most imaginative, has organized some bands of chauffeurs, who operate in our name, to make people believe that we rob private individuals. In other words, that we are mere thieves." "Wait an instant," resumed Morgan. "That is just what makes me late. I heard something similar at Lyon. I was halfway to Valence when I discovered this breach of etiquette. It was not difficult, for, as if the good man had foreseen what happened, he had marked his bag Jean Picot, wine merchant at Fronsac, Bordeaux. And you sent his money back to him. I did better, I returned it to him. At Fronsac. Ah, no, but at Avignon. I suspected that so careful a man would stop at the first large town to inquire what chance he had to recover his 200 louis. I was not mistaken. I inquired at the inn if they knew citizen Jean Picot. They replied that not only did they know him, but in fact he was then dining at the table d'hôte. I went in. You can imagine what they were talking about, the stoppage of the diligence. Conceive the sensation my apparition caused. The god of antiquity descending from the machine produced a no more unexpected finale than I. I asked which one of the guests was called Jean Picot. The owner of this distinguished and melodious name stood forth. I placed the 200 louis before him, with many apologies, in the name of the company, for the inconvenience its followers had occasioned him. I exchanged a friendly glance with Barjals and a polite nod with the Abbé de Ryans who were present, and with a profound bow to the assembled company, withdrew. It was only a little thing, but it took me 15 hours, hence the delay. I thought it preferable to leaving a false conception of us in our wake. Have I done well, my masters? The gathering burst into bravos. Only, said one of the participants, I think you were somewhat imprudent to return the money yourself to citizen Jean Picot. My dear colonel, replied the young man, there's an Italian proverb which says, who wills goes, who does not will sends. I willed, I went. And there's a jolly buck who, if you ever have the misfortune to fall into the hands of the Directory, will reward you by recognizing you. A recognition which means cutting off your head. Oh, I defy him to recognize me. What can prevent it? Oh, you seem to think that I play such pranks with my face uncovered. Truly, my dear colonel, you mistake me for someone else. It is well enough to lay aside my mask among friends, but among strangers, no, are not these carnival times? I don't see why I shouldn't disguise myself as Abelino or Karl Moore, when Messieurs Goyer, Sieyès, Roger Ducos, Moulin and Barras are masquerading as kings of France. And you entered the city masked. The city, the hotel, the dining room. It is true that if my face was covered, my belt was not, and as you see, it is well garnished. The young man tossed aside his coat, displaying his belt, which was furnished with 4 pistols and a short hunting knife. Then, with a gaiety which seemed characteristic of his careless nature, he added, I ought to look ferocious, oughtn't I? They may have taken me for the late Mandarin, descending from the mountains of Savoy. By the by, here are the 60,000 francs of Her Highness, the Directory. And the young man disdainfully kicked the valise which he had placed on the ground, which emitted a metallic sound, indicating the presence of gold. Then he mingled with the group of friends from whom he had been separated by the natural distance between a narrator and his listeners. One of the monks stooped and lifted the valise. Despise gold as much as you please, my dear Morgan, since that doesn't prevent you from capturing it. But I know of some brave fellows who are awaiting these 60,000 francs, you so disdainfully kick aside, with as much impatience and anxiety as a caravan, lost in the desert, awaits the drop of water which is to save it from dying of thirst. Our friends of the Vendée, I suppose, replied Morgan. Much good may it do them. Egotists they are fighting. These gentlemen have chosen the roses and left us the thorns. Come, don't they receive anything from England? Oh yes, said one of the monks gaily. At Quiberon they got bullets and grape-shot. I did not say from the English, retorted Morgan. I said from England. Not a penny. It seems to me, however, said one of those present, who apparently possessed a more reflective head than his comrades, it seems to me that our princes might send a little gold to those who are shedding their blood for the monarchy. Are they not afraid the Vendée may weary some day or other of a devotion which up to this time has not, to my knowledge, won her a word of thanks? The Vendée, dear friend, replied Morgan, is a generous land which will not weary, you may be sure. Besides, where is the merit of fidelity unless it has to deal with ingratitude? From the instant devotion meets recognition, it is no longer devotion. It becomes an exchange which reaps its reward. Let us be always faithful, and always devoted, gentlemen, praying heaven that those whom we serve may remain ungrateful, and then, believe me, we shall bear the better part in the history of our civil wars. Morgan had scarcely formulated this chivalric axiom. expressive of a desire which had every chance of accomplishment. Then 3 Masonic blows resounded upon the door through which he had entered. "Gentlemen," said the monk who seemed to fill the role of president, "quick, your hoods and masks. We do not know who may be coming to us." Chapter 8. How the money of the Directory was used. Everyone hastened to obey. The monks lowered the hoods of their long robes over their faces. Morgan replaced his mask. "Enter," said the superior. The door opened, and the serving brother appeared. "An emissary from General George's cadoudal asks to be admitted," said he. Did he reply to the 3 passwords? "Perfectly." "Then let him in." The lay brother retired to the subterranean passage, and reappeared a couple of minutes later, leading a man easily recognized by his costume as a peasant, and by his square head with its shock of red hair for a Breton. He advanced in the center of the circle without appearing in the least intimidated, fixing his eyes on each of the monks in turn, and waiting until one of these 12 granite statues should break silence. The president was the first to speak to him. "From whom do you come?" he asked him. "He who sent me," replied the peasant, "ordered me to answer, if I were asked that question, that I was sent by Jehu." "Are you the bearer of a verbal or written message?" "I am to reply to the questions which you ask me, and exchange a slip of paper for some money." "Very good, we will begin with the questions. What are our brothers in the Vendee doing?" "They have laid down their arms, and are awaiting only a word from you to take them up again." "And why did they lay down their arms?" "They received the order to do so, from His Majesty Louis Roman 18. There is talk of a proclamation written by the king's own hand. Have they received it?" "Here is a copy." The peasant gave a paper to the person who was interrogating him. The latter opened it and read. "The war has absolutely no result, save that of making the monarchy odious and threatening, monarchs who return to their own through its bloody succor are never loved. These sanguinary measures must therefore be abandoned. Confide in the empire of opinion which returns of itself to its saving principles. God and the king will soon be the rallying cry of all Frenchmen. The scattered elements of royalism must be gathered into one formidable sheaf. Militant Vendee must be abandoned to its unhappy fate and marched within a more pacific and less erratic path. The royalists of the West have fulfilled their duty, those of Paris who have prepared everything for the approaching restoration must now be relied upon." The president raised his head, and seeking Morgan with a flash of the eye which his hood could not entirely conceal, said, "Well, brother, I think this is the fulfillment of your wish of a few moments ago. The royalists of the Vendee and the Midi will have the merit of pure devotion." Then, lowering his eyes to the proclamation, of which there still remained a few lines to read, he continued, "The Jews crucified their king, and since that time they have wandered over the face of the earth. The French guillotined theirs, and they shall be dispersed throughout the land." Given at Blankenberg, this 25th of August, 1799, on the day of St. Louis, and the 6th year of our reign. Signed, Louis. The young men looked at each other. "Quos vult perdir Jupiter dementat," said Morgan. "Yes," said the president, "but when those whom Jupiter wishes to destroy represent a principle, they must be sustained not only against Jupiter but against themselves." Ajax, in the midst of the bolts and lightning, clung to a rock, and threatening heaven with his clenched hand, he cried, "I will escape in spite of the gods." Then turning toward Cadoudal's envoy, "And what answer did he who sent you make to this proclamation?" "About what you yourself have just answered. He told me to come and inform myself whether you had decided to hold firm in spite of all, in spite of the king himself." "By heavens, yes," said Morgan. "We are determined," said the president. "In that case," replied the peasant, "all is well. Here are the real names of our new chiefs, and their assumed names. The general recommends that you use only the latter as far as is possible in your dispatches. He observes that precaution when he, on his side, speaks of you." "Have you the list?" asked the president. "No, I might have been stopped and the list taken. Write yourself. I will dictate them to you." The president seated himself at the table, took a pen, and wrote the following names under the dictation of the Breton peasant: Georges Cadoutal, Jehu or Roundhead; Joseph Cadoutal, Judas Maccabeus; Lehe Saint-Hilaire, David, Bourbon Malabry, Brave La Mort; Paul Piquez, Royal Carnage; Bonfils, Brise Barriere, Damfern, Picquevers, Duchela, La Couronne, Duparc, La Terrible, La Roche, Mithridates, Puisset, Jean Leblond. And these are the successors of Tourette, Staffiot, Cathalino, Bonchamp, Delby, La Roche-Jacqueline, and Lescure, cried a voice. The Breton turned toward him who had just spoken. If they get themselves killed like their predecessors, said he, what more can you ask of them? Well answered, said Morgan, so that, as soon as our general has your reply, answered the peasant, he will take up arms again. And suppose our reply had been in the negative, asked another voice. So much the worse for you, replied the peasant. In any case, the insurrection is fixed for October 20. Well, said the president, thanks to us, the general will have the wherewithal for his first month's pay. Where is your receipt? Here, said the peasant, drawing a paper from his pocket on which were written these words. Received from our brothers of the Midi and the East, to be employed for the good of the cause, the sum of Georges Cadoutal, general commanding the Royalist Army of Brittany. The sum was left blank. Do you know how to write? Asked the president. Enough to fill in the 3 or 4 missing words. Very well, then write 100,000 francs. The Breton wrote, then extending the paper to the president, he said, Here is your receipt, where is the money? Stoop and pick up the bag at your feet, it contains 60,000 francs. Then addressing one of the monks, he asked, Montbard, where are the remaining 40,000? The monk thus interpellated opened a closet, and brought forth a bag somewhat smaller than the one Morgan had brought, but which, nevertheless, contained the good round sum of 40,000 francs. Here is the full amount, said the monk. Now, my friend, said the president, get something to eat and some rest. Tomorrow you will start. They are waiting for me yonder, said the Breton. I will eat and sleep on horseback. Farewell, gentlemen, heaven keep you. And he went toward the door by which he had entered. Wait, said Morgan. The messenger paused. News for news, said Morgan. Tell General Cadoutal that General Bonaparte has left the army in Egypt, that he landed at Fréjus day before yesterday, and will be in Paris in 3 days. My news is fully worth yours, don't you think so? What do you think of it? Impossible, exclaimed all the monks with one accord. Nevertheless, nothing is more true, gentlemen. I have it from our friend the priest Lepreter, footnote. The name Lepreter is a contraction of the 2 words le prêtre, meaning the priest, hence the name under which this man died, who saw him relay at Lyon 1 hour before me and recognized him. What has he come to France for? Demanded several voices. Faith, said Morgan, we shall know some day. It is probable that he has not returned to Paris to remain there incognito. Don't lose an instant in carrying this news to our brothers in the West, said the president to the peasant. A moment ago I wished to detain you, now I say to you, go. The peasant bowed and withdrew. The president waited until the door was closed. Gentlemen, said he, the news which our brother Morgan has just imparted to us is so grave that I wish to propose a special measure. What is it? Asked the companions of Jehu with one voice. It is that one of us, chosen by lot, shall go to Paris and keep the rest informed, with the cipher agreed upon, of all that happens there. Agreed, they replied. In that case, resumed the president, let us write our 13 names, each on a slip of paper. We put them in a hat. He whose name is first drawn shall start immediately. The young men, one and all, approached the table, and wrote their names on squares of paper which they rolled and dropped into a hat. The youngest was told to draw the lots. He drew one of the little rolls of paper and handed it to the president, who unfolded it. Morgan, said he. What are my instructions? Asked the young man. Remember, replied the president, with a solemnity to which the cloistral arches lent a supreme grandeur, that you bear the name and title of Baron de Saint-Herman, that your father was guillotined on the Place de la Révolution, and that your brother was killed in Condé's army. Noblesse oblige, those are your instructions. And what else? Asked the young man. As to the rest, said the president, We rely on your royalist principles and your loyalty. Then, my friends, permit me to bid you farewell at once. I would like to be on the road to Paris before dawn, and I must pay a visit before my departure. Go, said the president, opening his arms to Morgan. I embrace you in the name of the brotherhood. To another I should say, be brave, persevering, and active. To you I say, be prudent. The young man received the fraternal embrace, smiled to his other friends, shook hands with 2 or 3 of them, wrapped himself in his mantle, pulled his hat over his eyes and departed. Chapter 9, Romeo and Juliet. Under the possibility of immediate departure, Morgan's horse, after being washed, rubbed down and dried, had been fed a double ration of oats and been resaddled and bridled. The young man had only to ask for it and spring upon its back. He was no sooner in the saddle than the gate opened as if by magic. The horse neighed and darted out swiftly, having forgotten its first trip, and ready for another. At the gate of the Chartreuse, Morgan paused an instant, undecided whether to turn to the right or left. He finally turned to the right, followed the road which leads from Bourg to Salon for a few moments, wheeled rapidly a second time to the right, cut across country, plunged into an angle of the forest which was on his way, reappeared before long on the other side, reached the main road to Pont-d'Ain, followed it for about 1.5 miles, and halted near a group of houses now called the Maison des Gardes. One of these houses bore for sign a cluster of holly, which indicated one of those wayside halting places where the pedestrians quench their thirst, and rest for an instant to recover strength before continuing the long, fatiguing voyage of life. Morgan stopped at the door, drew a pistol from its holster, and rapped with the butt end as he had done at the Chartreuse. Only as, in all probability, the good folks at the humble tavern were far from being conspirators, the traveler was kept waiting longer than he had been at the monastery. At last, he heard the echo of the stable boy's clumsy sabots. The gate creaked, but the worthy man who opened it no sooner perceived the horseman with his drawn pistol than he instinctively tried to close it again. "It is I, Patout," said the young man, "don't be afraid." "Ah, sure enough," said the peasant, "it is really you, Monsieur Charles. I'm not afraid now, but you know, as the cure used to tell us, in the days when there was a good God, caution is the mother of safety." "Yes, Patout, yes," said the young man, slipping a piece of silver into the stable boy's hand. "But be easy, the good God will return, and le cure also." "Oh, as for that," said the good man, "it is easy to see that there is no one left on high by the way things go. Will this last much longer, Charles?" "Patout, I promise in my honor to do my best to be rid of all that annoys you. I am no less impatient than you, so I'll ask you not to go to bed, my good Patout." "Ah, you know well, monsieur, that when you come I don't often go to bed. As for the horse, goodness, you change them every day. The time before last it was a chestnut, the last time a dapple gray, now a black one. Yes, I'm somewhat capricious by nature. As to the horse, as you say, my dear Patout, he wants nothing. You need only remove his bridle, leave him saddled. Oh, wait, put this pistol back in the holsters and take care of these other 2 for me." And the young man removed the 2 from his belt and handed them to the hostler. "Well," exclaimed the latter, laughing, "any more barkers?" "You know, Patout, they say the roads are unsafe." "Ah, I should think they weren't safe. We're up to our necks in regular highway robberies, Charles. Why, no later than last week they stopped and robbed the diligence between Geneva and Bourg." "Indeed," exclaimed Morgan, "and whom do they accuse of the robbery?" "Oh, it's such a farce, just fancy, they say it was the Companions of Jesus. I don't believe a word of it, of course. Who are the Companions of Jesus if not the 12 apostles?" "Of course," said Morgan with his eternally joyous smile, "I don't know of any others." "Well," continued Patout, "to accuse the 12 apostles of robbing a diligence, that's the limit. Oh, I tell you, Charles, we're living in times when nobody respects anything." And shaking his head like a misanthrope, disgusted, if not with life, at least with men, Patout led the horse to the stable. As for Morgan, he watched Patout till he saw him disappear down the courtyard and enter the dark stable. Then, skirting the hedge which bordered the garden, he went toward a large clump of trees, whose lofty tops were silhouetted against the darkness of the night, with the majesty of things immovable, the while their shadows fell upon a charming little country house known in the neighborhood as the Château des Noirs Fontaines. As Morgan reached the chateau wall, the hour chimed from the belfry of the village of Montignac. The young man counted the strokes vibrating in the calm, silent atmosphere of the autumn night. It was 11 o'clock. Many things, as we have seen, had happened during the last 2 hours. Morgan advanced a few steps farther, examined the wall, apparently in search of a familiar spot. Then, having found it, inserted the tip of his boot in a cleft between two stones. He sprang up like a man mounting a horse, seized the top of the wall with the left hand, and with a second spring seated himself astride the wall, from which, with the rapidity of lightning, he lowered himself on the other side. All this was done with such rapidity, such dexterity and agility, that anyone chancing to pass at that instant would have thought himself the puppet of a vision. Morgan stopped, as on the other side of the wall, to listen, while his eyes tried to pierce the darkness made deeper by the foliage of poplars and aspens, and the heavy shadows of the little wood. All was silent and solitary. Morgan ventured on his path. We say ventured, because the young man, since nearing the Château des Noirs Fontaines, revealed in all his movement a timidity and hesitation so foreign to his character that it was evident that if he feared it was not for himself alone. He gained the edge of the wood, still moving cautiously. Coming to a lawn, at the end of which was the little chateau, he paused. Then he examined the front of the house. Only one of the 12 windows which dotted the 3 floors was lighted. This was on the second floor at the corner of the house. A little balcony, covered with virgin vines which climbed the walls, twining themselves around the iron railing and falling thence in festoons from the window, overhung the garden. On both sides of the windows, close to the balcony, large-leaf trees met and formed above the cornice a bower of verdure. A Venetian blind, which was raised and lowered by cords, separated the balcony from the window, a separation which disappeared at will. It was through the interstices of this blind that Morgan had seen the light. The young man's first impulse was to cross the lawn in a straight line, but again, the fears of which we spoke restrained him. A path shaded by lindens skirted the wall and led to the house. He turned aside and entered its dark leafy covert. When he had reached the end of the path, he crossed, like a frightened doe, the open space which led to the house wall, and stood for a moment in the deep shadow of the house. Then, when he had reached the spot he had calculated upon, he clapped his hands 3 times. At this call, a shadow darted from the end of the apartment, and clung, lithe, graceful, almost transparent, to the window. Morgan repeated the signal. The window was opened immediately, the blind was raised, and a ravishing young girl, in a night dress, her fair hair rippling over her shoulders, appeared in the frame of verdure. The young man stretched out his arms to her, whose arms were stretched out to him, and 2 names, or rather 2 cries from the heart, crossed from one to the other. Charles! Amélie! Then the young man sprang against the wall, caught at the vine shoots, the jagged edges of the rock, the jutting cornice, and in an instant was on the balcony. What these 2 beautiful young beings said to each other was only a murmur of love lost in an endless kiss. Then, by gentle effort, the young man drew the girl with one hand to her chamber, while with the other he loosened the cords of the blind, which fell noisily behind them. The window closed behind the blind. Then the lamp was extinguished, and the front of the Château des Noirs Fontaines was again in darkness. This darkness had lasted for about a quarter of an hour, when the rolling of a carriage was heard along the road leading from the highway of Pont d'Ain to the entrance of the chateau. There the sound ceased. It was evident that the carriage had stopped before the gates. Chapter 10. The Family of Roland. The carriage which had stopped before the gate was that which brought Roland back to his family, accompanied by Sir John. The family was so far from expecting him that, as we have said, all the lights in the house were extinguished, all the windows in darkness, even Amélie's. The postilion had cracked his whip smartly for the last 500 yards, but the noise was insufficient to rouse these country people from their first sleep. When the carriage had stopped, Roland opened the door, sprang out without touching the steps, and tugged at the bell handle. 5 minutes elapsed, and after each peal, Roland turned to the carriage, saying, "Don't be impatient, Sir John." At last a window opened, and a childish but firm voice cried out, "Who is ringing that way?" "Ah, is that you, little Edouard?" said Roland. "Make haste and let us in." The child leaped back with a shout of delight and disappeared. But at the same time his voice was heard in the corridors, crying, "Mother, wake up, it is Roland. Sister, wake up, it is the big brother." Then, clad only in his night robe and his little slippers, he ran down the steps, crying, "Don't be impatient, Roland, here I am." An instant later the key grated in the lock, and the bolts slipped back in their sockets. A white figure appeared in the portico and flew rather than ran to the gate, which an instant later turned on its hinges and swung open. The child sprang upon Roland's neck and hung there. "Ah, brother, brother," he exclaimed, embracing the young man, laughing and crying at the same time. "Ah, big brother Roland, how happy mother will be, and Amelie too, everybody is well. I am the sickest. Ah, except Mitchell the gardener, you know, who has sprained his leg. But why aren't you in uniform? Oh, how ugly you are in citizen's clothes. Have you just come from Egypt? Did you bring me the silver-mounted pistols and the beautiful curved sword? No, then you are not nice, and I won't kiss you any more. Oh no, no, don't be afraid, I love you just the same." And the boy smothered the big brother with kisses while he showered questions upon him. The Englishman, still seated in the carriage, looked smilingly through the window at the scene. In the midst of these fraternal embraces came the voice of a woman, the voice of the mother. "Where is he, my Roland, my darling son?" asked Madame de Montrevel in a voice fraught with such violent, joyous emotion that it was almost painful. "Where is he? Can it be true that he has returned, really true that he is not a prisoner, not dead? Is he really living?" The child, at her voice, slipped from his brother's arms like an eel, dropped upon his feet on the grass, and as if moved by a spring, bounded toward his mother. "This way, mother, this way," said he, dragging his mother, half-dressed as she was, toward Roland. When he saw his mother, Roland could no longer contain himself. He felt the sort of icicle that had petrified his breast melt, and his heart beat like that of his fellow men. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I was indeed ungrateful to God when life still holds such joys for me." And he fell sobbing upon Madame de Montrevel's neck, without thinking of Sir John, who felt his English phlegm disperse as he silently wiped away the tears that flowed down his cheeks and moistened his lips. The child, the mother, and Roland formed an adorable group of tenderness and emotion. Suddenly little Edouard, like a leaf tossed about by the wind, flew from the group, exclaiming, "Sister Amélie, why, where is she?" And he rushed toward the house, repeating, "Sister Amélie, wake up, get up, hurry up." And then the child could be heard kicking and rapping against a door. Silence followed. Then little Edouard shouted, "Help, mother, help brother Roland, Sister Amélie is ill." Madame de Montrevel and her son flew toward the house. Sir John, consummate tourist that he was, always carried a lancet and a smelling bottle in his pocket. He jumped from the carriage and, obeying his first impulse, hurried up the portico. There he paused, reflecting that he had not been introduced, an all-important formality for an Englishman. However, the fainting girl whom he sought came toward him at that moment. The noise her brother had made at the door brought Amélie to the landing. But without doubt, the excitement which Roland's return had occasioned was too much for her, for after descending a few steps in an almost automatic manner, controlling herself by a violent effort, she gave a sigh, and like a flower that bends, a branch that droops, like a scarf that floats, she fell, or rather lay, upon the stairs. It was at that moment that the child cried out. But at his exclamation Amélie recovered, if not her strength, at least her will. She rose and, stammering, "Be quiet, Edouard, be quiet in heaven's name, I'm all right." She clung to the balustrade with one hand, and leaning with the other on the child, she had continued to descend. On the last step she met her mother and her brother. Then with a violent, almost despairing movement, she threw both arms around Roland's neck, exclaiming, "My brother, my brother." Roland, feeling the young girl's weight press heavily upon his shoulder, exclaimed, Air, she is fainting," and carried her out upon the portico. It was this new group, so different from the first, which met Sir John's eyes. As soon as she felt the fresh air, Amélie revived and raised her head. Just then the moon, in all her splendor, shook off a cloud which had veiled her, and lighted Amélie's face, as pale as her own. Sir John gave a cry of admiration. Never had he seen a marble statue so perfect as this living marble before his eyes. We must say that Amélie, seen thus, was marvelously beautiful. Clad in a long cambric robe, which defined the outlines of her body, molded on that of the polyhymnia of antiquity, her pale face gently inclined upon her brother's shoulder, her long golden hair floating around her snowy shoulders, her arm thrown around her mother's neck, its rose-tinted alabaster hand drooping upon the red shawl in which Madame de Montrevel had wrapped herself. Such was Roland's sister as she appeared to Sir John. At the Englishman's cry of admiration, Roland remembered that he was there, and Madame de Montrevel perceived his presence. As for the child, surprised to see this stranger in his mother's home, He ran hastily down the steps of the portico, stopping on the third one, not that he feared to go further, but in order to be on a level with the person he proceeded to question. "Who are you, sir?" he asked Sir John, "and what are you doing here?" "My little Edward," said Sir John, "I am your brother's friend, and I have brought you the silver-mounted pistols and the Damascus blade which he promised you." "Where are they?" asked the child. "Ah," said Sir John, "they are in England, and it will take some time to send for them. But your big brother will answer for me that I am a man of my word." "Yes, Edward, yes," said Roland. "If Sir John promises them to you, you will get them." Then turning to Madame de Montrevel and his sister, "Excuse me, my mother. Excuse me, Amélie. Or rather, excuse yourselves as best you can to Sir John, for you have made me abominably ungrateful." Then grasping Sir John's hand, he continued, "Mother, Sir John took occasion the first time he saw me to render me an inestimable service. I know that you never forget such things. I trust, therefore, that you will always remember that Sir John is one of our best friends, and he will give you the proof of it by saying with me that he has consented to be bored for a couple of weeks with us." "Madame," said Sir John, "permit me, on the contrary, not to repeat my friend Roland's words. I could wish to spend, not a fortnight, nor 3 weeks, but a whole lifetime with you." Madame de Montrevel came down the steps of the portico and offered her hand to Sir John, who kissed it with a gallantry altogether French. "My lord," said she, "this house is yours. The day you entered it has been one of joy, the day you leave will be one of regret and sadness." Sir John turned toward Amélie, who, confused by the disorder of her dress before this stranger, was gathering the folds of her wrapper about her neck. "I speak to you in my name and in my daughter's, who is still too much overcome by her brother's unexpected return to greet you herself as she will do in a moment," continued Madame de Montrevel, coming to Amélie's relief. "My sister," said Roland, "will permit my friend Sir John to kiss her hand, and he will, I am sure, accept that form of welcome." Amélie stammered a few words, slowly lifted her arm, and held out her hand to Sir John with a smile that was almost painful. The Englishman took it, but, feeling how icy and trembling it was, instead of carrying it to his lips he said, "Roland, your sister is seriously indisposed. Let us think only of her health this evening. I am something of a doctor, and if she will deign to permit me the favor of feeling her pulse I shall be grateful." But Amélie, as if she feared that the cause of her weakness might be surmised, withdrew her hand hastily, exclaiming, "Oh no, Sir John is mistaken. Joy never causes illness. It is only joy at seeing my brother again which caused this slight indisposition, and it has already passed over." Then turning to Madame de Montrevel, she added with almost feverish haste, "Mother, we are forgetting that these gentlemen have made a long voyage, and have probably eaten nothing since Lyon. If Roland has his usual good appetite, he will not object to my leaving you to do the honors of the house, while I attend to the unpoetical but much appreciated details of the housekeeping." Leaving her mother, as she said, to do the honors of the house, Amélie went to waken the maids and the manservant, leaving on the mind of Sir John that sort of fairy-like impression which the tourist on the Rhine brings with him of the Loreley on her rock, a lyre in her hand, the liquid gold of her hair floating in the evening breezes. In the meantime, Morgan had remounted his horse, returning at full gallop to the Chartreuse. He drew rein before the portal, pulled out a notebook, and penciling a few lines on one of the leaves, rolled it up and slipped it through the keyhole without taking time to dismount. Then pressing in both his spurs, and bending low over the mane of the noble animal, he disappeared in the forest, rapid and mysterious as Faust on his way to the mountain of the witches' Sabbath. The 3 lines he had written were as follows. Louis de Montrevel, General Bonaparte's aide-de-camp, arrived this evening at the Château des Noirs Fontaines. Be careful. Companions of Jehu. But while warning his comrades to be cautious about Louis de Montrevel, Morgan had drawn a cross above his name, which signified that no matter what happened the body of the young officer must be considered as sacred by them. The Companions of Jehu had the right to protect a friend in that way, without being obliged to explain the motives which actuated them. Morgan used that privilege to protect the brother of his love. Chapter 11. Château des Noirs Fontaines. The Château of Noirs Fontaines, whither we have just conducted 2 of the principal characters of our story, stood in one of the most charming spots of the valley, where the city of Bourg is built. The park, of 5 or 6 acres, covered with venerable oaks, was enclosed on 3 sides by freestone walls, one of which opened in front through a handsome gate of wrought iron, fashioned in the style of Louis Roman 15. The 4th side was bounded by the little river called the Riesaus, a pretty stream that takes its rise at Gernade, among the foothills of the Jura, and flowing gently from south to north, joins the Seine at the bridge of Fleurville, opposite Pont de Vaux, the birthplace of Joubert, who, a month before the period of which we are writing, was killed at the fatal Battle of Novi. Beyond the Riesaus, and along its banks, lay, to the right and left of the Château des Noirs Fontaines, the village of Montignac and Saint-Just, dominated further on by that of Cézériat. Behind this latter hamlet stretched the graceful outlines of the hills of the Jura, above the summits of which could be distinguished the blue crests of the mountains of Bugey, which seemed to be standing on tiptoe in order to peer curiously over their younger sisters' shoulder at what was passing in the valley of the Aisne. It was in full view of this ravishing landscape that Sir John awoke. For the first time in his life, perhaps, the morose and taciturn Englishman smiled at nature. He fancied himself in one of those beautiful valleys of Thessaly celebrated by Virgil, beside the sweet slopes of Lignon sung by Erph, whose birthplace, in spite of what the biographers say, was falling into ruins not 3 miles from the Château des Noirs Fontaines. He was roused by 3 light raps at his door. It was Roland who came to see how he had passed the night. He found him radiant, as the sun playing among the already yellow leaves of the chestnuts and the lindens. "Oh, Sir John," cried Roland, "permit me to congratulate you. I expected to find you as gloomy as the poor monks of the Chartreuse, with their long white robes, who used to frighten me so much in my childhood, though to tell the truth, I was never easily frightened. Instead of that, I find you in the midst of this dreary October, as smiling as a morn of May." "My dear Roland," replied Sir John, "I am an orphan. I lost my mother at my birth and my father when I was 12 years old. At an age when children are usually sent to school, I was master of a fortune producing $1 million a year. But I was alone in the world, with no one whom I loved or who loved me. The tender joys of family life are completely unknown to me. From 12 to 18, I went to Cambridge, but my taciturn and perhaps haughty character isolated me from my fellows. At 18, I began to travel. You who scour the world under the shadow of your flag, that is to say, the shadow of your country, and are stirred by the thrill of battle and the pride of glory, cannot imagine what a lamentable thing it is to roam through cities, provinces, nations, and kingdoms simply to visit a church here, a castle there, to rise at 4 in the morning at the summons of a pitiless guide, to see the sun rise from Rigi or Etna, to pass like a phantom already dead through the world of living shades called men, to know not where to rest, to know no land in which to take root, no arm on which to lean, no heart in which to pour your own. Well, last night, my dear Roland, suddenly, in an instant, in a second, this void in my life was filled. I lived in you, the joys I seek were yours, the family which I never had I saw smiling around you. As I looked at your mother, I said to myself, my mother was like that, I am sure. Looking at your sister, I said, had I a sister I could not have wished her otherwise. When I embraced your brother, I thought that I too might have had a child of that age, and thus leave something behind me in the world, whereas with the nature I know I possess, I shall die as I have lived, sad, surly with others, a burden to myself. Ah, you are happy, Roland. You have a family, you have fame, you have youth, you have that which spoils nothing in a man, you have beauty. You want no joys. You are not deprived of a single delight. I repeat it, Roland, you are a happy man, most happy. Good, said Roland. You forget my aneurism, my lord. Sir John looked at Roland incredulously. Roland seemed to enjoy the most perfect health. Your aneurism against my million, Roland, said Lord Tanley, with a feeling of profound sadness, providing that with this aneurism you give me this mother who weeps for joy on seeing you again, this sister who faints with delight at your return, this child who clings upon your neck like some fresh young fruit to a sturdy young tree, this chateau with its dewy shade, its river with its verdant flowering banks, these blue vistas dotted with pretty villages and white-capped belfries graceful as swans. I would welcome your aneurism, Roland, and with death in 2 years, in 1, in 6 months. But 6 months of stirring, tender, eventful, and glorious life. Roland laughed, in his usual nervous manner. Ah, said he, so this is the tourist, the superficial traveler, the wandering Jew of civilization, who pauses nowhere, gauges nothing. judges everything by the sensation it produces in him. The tourist who, without opening the doors of these abodes, where dwell the fools we call men, says, "Behind these walls is happiness." Well, my dear friend, you see this charming river, don't you? These flowering meadows, these pretty villages. It is the picture of peace, innocence, and fraternity. The cycle of Saturn, the golden age returned. It is Eden paradise. Well, all that is peopled by beings who have flown at each other's throats. The jungles of Calcutta, the sedges of Bengal are inhabited by tigers and panthers not one whit more ferocious or cruel than the denizens of these pretty villages, these dewy lawns, and these charming shores. After lauding in funeral celebrations the good, the great, the immortal Marat, whose body, thank God, they cast into the common sewer like carrion that he was, and always had been. After performing these funeral rites, to which each man brought an urn into which he shed his tears, behold, our good Bressons, our gentle Bressons, these poultry fatteners, suddenly decided that the Republicans were all murderers. So they murdered them, by the tumbrelful to correct them of that vile defect common to savage and civilized man, the killing his kind. You doubt it? My dear fellow, on the road to Lons-le-Saulnier they will show you, if you are curious, the spot where not 6 months ago they organized a slaughter fit to turn the stomach of our most ferocious troopers on the battlefield. Picture to yourself, a tumbrel of prisoners on their way to Lons-le-Saulnier. It was a staff-sided cart, one of those immense wagons in which they take cattle to market. There were some 30 men in this tumbrel, whose sole crime was foolish exaltation of thought and threatening language. They were bound and gagged, heads hanging, jolted by the bumping of the cart, their throats parched with thirst, despair, and terror. Unfortunate beings who did not even have, as in the times of Nero and Commodus, the fight in the arena, the hand-to-hand struggle with death. Powerless, motionless, the lust of massacre surprised them in their fetters, and battered them not only in life but in death. Their bodies, when their hearts had ceased to beat, still resounded beneath the bludgeons which mangled their flesh and crushed their bones, while women looked on in calm delight, lifting high the children, who clapped their hands for joy. Old men who ought to have been preparing for a Christian death helped, by their goading cries, to render the death of these wretched beings more wretched still. And in the midst of these old men, a little septuagenarian, dainty, powdered, flicking his lace shirt frill if a speck of dust settled there, pinching his Spanish tobacco from a golden snuff box, with a diamond monogram, eating his amber sugar plums from a Sevres bonbonniere, given him by Madame du Barry, and adorned with the donor's portrait, this septuagenarian conceived the picture, my dear Sir John, dancing with his pumps upon that mattress of human flesh, wearying his arm, enfeebled by age, striking repeatedly with his gold-headed cane those of the bodies who seemed not dead enough to him, not properly mangled in that cursed mortar. Faugh, my friend, I have seen Montebello, I have seen Arkel, I have seen Rivoli, I have seen the pyramids, and I believe I could see nothing more terrible. Well, my mother's mere recital last night, after you had retired, of what has happened here, made my hair stand on end. Faith, that explains my poor sister's spasms just as my aneurysm explains mine. Sir John watched Roland, and listened with that strange wonderment which his young friend's misanthropical outbursts always aroused. Roland seemed to lurk in the niches of a conversation in order to fall upon mankind whenever he found an opportunity. Perceiving the impression he had made on Sir John's mind, he changed his tone, substituting bitter raillery for his philanthropic wrath. "It is true," said he, "that, apart from this excellent aristocrat who finished what the butchers had begun, and dyed in blood the red heels of his pumps, the people who performed these massacres belonged to the lower classes, bourgeois and clowns, as our ancestors called those who supported them. The nobles managed things much more daintily. For the rest, you saw yourself what happened at Avignon. If you had been told that, you would never have believed it, would you? Those gentlemen pillagers of stage coaches pique themselves on their great delicacy. They have 2 faces, not counting their mask. Sometimes they are Cartouche and Mandarin, sometimes Amadis and Galahad. They tell fabulous tales of these heroes of the highways. My mother told me yesterday of one called Laurent. You understand, my dear fellow, that Laurent is a fictitious name meant to hide the real name, just as a mask hides the face. This Laurent combined all the qualities of a hero of romance, all the accomplishments, as you English say, who, under pretext that you were once Normans, allow yourselves occasionally to enrich your language with a picturesque expression, or some word which has long, poor beggar, asked and been refused admittance of our own scholars. This Laurent was ideally handsome. He was one of 72 companions of Jehu who have lately been tried at Ussingeau. 70 were acquitted. He and one other were the only ones condemned to death. The innocent men were released at once, but Laurent and his companion were put in prison to await the guillotine. But, pooh! Master Laurent had too pretty a head to fall under the executioner's ignoble knife. The judges who condemned him, the curious who expected to witness him executed, had forgotten what Montaigne calls the corporeal recommendation of beauty. There was a woman belonging to the jailer of Ussenjo, his daughter, sister, or niece. History, for it is history and not romance that I am telling you, history does not say which. At all events the woman, whoever she was, fell in love with the handsome prisoner, so much in love that 2 hours before the execution, just as Master Laurent, expecting the executioner, was sleeping, or pretending to sleep, as usually happens in such cases, his guardian angel came to him. I don't know how they managed, for the two lovers, for the best of reasons, never told the details. But the truth is, now remember, Sir John, that this is truth and not fiction, that Laurent was free, but to his great regret, unable to save his comrade in the adjoining dungeon. Genson, under like circumstances, refused to escape, preferring to die with the other Girondins, but Genson did not have the head of Antinous on the body of Apollo. The handsomer the head, you understand, the more one holds on to it. So Laurent accepted the freedom offered him and escaped. A horse was waiting for him at the next village. The young girl, who might have retarded or hindered his flight, was to rejoin him the next day. Dawn came, but not the guardian angel. It seems that our hero cared more for his mistress than he did for his companion. He left his comrade, but he would not go without her. It was 6 o'clock, the very hour for his execution. His impatience mastered him. 3 times had he turned his horse's head toward the town, and each time drew nearer and nearer. At the 3rd time a thought flashed through his brain. Could his mistress have been taken, and would she pay the penalty for saving him? He was then in the suburbs. Spurring his horse, he entered the town with face uncovered, dashed through people who called him by name, astonished to see him free and on horseback, when they expected to see him bound, and in a tumbrel on his way to be executed. Catching sight of his guardian angel pushing through the crowd, not to see him executed, but to meet him, he urged his horse past the executioner, who had just learned of the disappearance of one of his patients, knocking over 2 or 3 bumpkins with the breast of his Bayard. He bounded toward her, swung her over the pommel of his saddle, and with a cry of joy and a wave of his hat, he disappeared like M. de Conde at the Battle of Lens. The people all applauded, and the women thought the action heroic, and all promptly fell in love with the hero on the spot. Roland, observing that Sir John was silent, paused and questioned him by a look. "Go on," replied the Englishman. "I am listening, and as I am sure you are telling me all this in order to come to something you wish to say, I await your point." "Well," resumed Roland, laughing, "you are right, my dear friend, and on my word, you know me as if we had been college chums. Well, what idea do you suppose has been cavorting through my brain all night? It is that of getting a glimpse of these gentlemen of Jehu near at hand." "Ah yes, I understand. As you failed to get yourself killed by M. de Bargels, you want to try your chance of being killed by M. Morgan." "Or any other, my dear Sir John," replied the young officer calmly, "for I assure you that I have nothing in particular against M. Morgan, quite the contrary, though my first impulse when he came into the room and made his little speech— don't you call it a speech?" Sir John nodded affirmatively. "Though my first thought," resumed Roland, "was to spring at his throat and strangle him with one hand, and to tear off his mask with the other. Now that I know you, my dear Roland, I do indeed wonder how you refrained from putting such a fine project into execution. It was not my fault, I swear. I was just on the point of it when my companion stopped me. So there are people who can restrain you." "Not many, but he can." "And now you regret it." "Honestly, no, this brave stage robber did the business with such swaggering bravado that I admired him. I love brave men instinctively. Had I not killed M. de Bargels, I should have liked to be his friend. It is true I could not tell how brave he was until I had killed him. But let us talk of something else. That duel is one of my painful thoughts. But why did I come up? It was certainly not to talk of the Companions of Jehu, nor of M. Laurent's exploits. Ah, I came to ask how you would like to spend your time. I'll cut myself in quarters to amuse you, my dear guest, but there are 2 disadvantages against me. This region, which is not very amusing, and your nationality, which is not easily amused." "I have already told you, Roland," replied Lord Tanley, offering his hand to the young man, "that I consider the Château des Noirs Fontaines a paradise." "Agreed, but still in the fear that you may find your paradise monotonous, I shall do my best to entertain you. Are you fond of archaeology, Westminster and Canterbury? We have a marvel here, the Church of Bru, a wonder of sculptured lace by Colonbin. There is a legend about it which I will tell you some evening when you cannot sleep. You will see there the tombs of Marguerite de Bourbon, Philippe le Bel, and Marguerite of Austria. I will puzzle you with the problem of her motto, Fortune, in fortune, fortune, which I claim to have solved by a Latinized version. Fortuna, in fortuna, forti una. Are you fond of fishing, my dear friend? There's the Riasos at your feet, and close at hand a collection of hooks and lines belonging to Edward, and nets belonging to Mitchell. As for the fish, they, are the last thing one thinks about. Are you fond of hunting? The forest of Salem is not 100 yards off. Hunting to hounds you will have perforce to renounce, but we have good shooting. In the days of my old bogies, the Chartreuse monks, the woods swarmed with wild boars, hares, and foxes. No one hunts there now, because it belongs to the government, and the government at present is nobody. In my capacity as General Bonaparte's aide-de-camp, I'll fill the vacancy, and we'll see who dares meddle with me. If after chasing the Austrians on the Adige and the Mamelukes on the Nile, I hunt the boars and deer and the hares and foxes on the Riasos. 1 day of archaeology, 1 day of fishing, and 1 of hunting, that's 3 already. You see, my dear fellow, we have only 15 or 16 left to worry about. My dear Roland, said Sir John sadly, and without replying to the young officer's wordy sally, won't you ever tell me about this fever which sears you, this sorrow which undermines you? Ah, said Roland, with his harsh, doleful laugh, I have never been gayer than I am this morning. It's your liver, my lord, that is out of order and makes you see everything black. Some day I hope to be really your friend, replied Sir John seriously. Then you will confide in me, and I shall help you to bear your burden. And half my aneurism. Are you hungry, my lord? Why do you ask? Because I hear Edward on the stairs, coming up to tell us that breakfast is ready. As Roland spoke, the door opened and the boy burst out. Big brother Roland, mother and sister Emilie are waiting breakfast for Sir John and you. Then catching the Englishman's right hand, he carefully examined the first joint of the thumb and forefinger. What are you looking at, my little friend? Asked Sir John. I was looking to see if you had any ink on your fingers. And if I had ink on my fingers, what would it mean? That you had written to England, and sent for my pistols and sword. No, I have not yet written, said Sir John, but I will today. You hear, big brother Roland, I'm to have my sword and my pistols in a fortnight. And the boy, full of delight, offered his firm, rosy cheek to Sir John, who kissed it as tenderly as a father would have done. Then they went to the dining room where Madame de Montrevel and Emilie were awaiting them. Chapter 12, Provincial Pleasures. That same day, Roland put into execution part of his plans for his guests' amusement. He took Sir John to see the Church of Bru. Those who have seen the charming little chapel of Bru know that it is known as one of the 100 marvels of the Renaissance. Those who have not seen it must have often heard it said. Roland, who had counted on doing the honors of this historic gem to Sir John, and who had not seen it for the last 7 or 8 years, was much disappointed when, on arriving in front of the building, he found the niches of the saints empty and the carved figures of the portal decapitated. He asked for the sexton, people laughed in his face. There was no longer a sexton. He inquired to whom he should go for the keys. They replied that the captain of the gendarmerie had them. The captain was not far off, for the cloister adjoining the church had been converted into a barrack. Roland went up to the captain's room and made himself known as Bonaparte's aide-de-camp. The captain, with the placid obedience of a subaltern to his superior officer, gave him the keys and followed behind him. Sir John was waiting before the porch, admiring, in spite of the mutilation to which they had been subjected, the admirable details of the frontal. Roland opened the door and started back in astonishment. The church was literally stuffed with hay like a cannon charged to the muzzle. What does this mean? He asked the captain of the gendarmerie. A precaution taken by the municipality. A precaution taken by the municipality. Yes. For what? To save the church. They were going to demolish it, but the mayor issued a decree declaring that, in expiation of the false worship for which it had served, it should be used to store fodder. Roland burst out laughing, and turning to Sir John, he said, My dear Sir John, the church was well worth seeing, but I think what this gentleman has just told us is no less curious. You can always find at Strasbourg, Cologne, or Milan churches or cathedrals to equal the Chapel of Bru. But where will you find an administration idiotic enough to destroy such a masterpiece, and a mayor clever enough to turn it into a barn? 1,000 thanks, Captain. Here are your keys. As I was saying at Avignon, the first time I had the pleasure of seeing you, my dear Roland, replied Sir John, the French are a most amusing people. This time, my lord, you are too polite, replied Roland. Idiotic is the word. Listen, I can understand the political cataclysms which have convulsed society for the last 1,000 years. I can understand the communes, the pastorals, the jacquerie, the maillotins, the Saint Bartholomew, the League, the Fronde, the Dragonnades, the Revolution. I can understand the 14th of July, the 5th of October, the 20th of June, the 10th of August, the 2d and of September, the 21st of January, the 31st of May, the 30th of October, and the 9th Thermidor. I can understand the egregious torch of civil wars, which inflames instead of soothing the blood. I can understand the tidal wave of revolution, sweeping on with its flux, that nothing can arrest, and its reflux, which carries with it the ruins of the institution which it has itself shattered. I can understand all that, but lance against lance, sword against sword, men against men, a people against a people. I can understand the deadly rage of the victors, the sanguinary reaction of the vanquished, the political volcanoes which rumble in the bowels of the globe, shake the earth, topple over thrones, upset monarchies, and roll heads and crowns on the scaffold. But what I cannot understand is this mutilation of the granite, this placing of monuments beyond the pale of the law, the destruction of inanimate things, which belong neither to those who destroy them nor to the epoch in which they are destroyed, this pillage of the gigantic library where the antiquarian can read the archaeological history of a country. Oh, the Vandals, the barbarians. Worse than that, the idiots, who revenged the Borgia crimes and the debauches of Louis Roman XV. On stone. How well those pharaohs, Menas, and Cheops knew man as the most perversive, destructive, and evil of animals. They who built their pyramids, not with carved traceries, nor lacy spires, but with solid blocks of granite 50 feet square. How they must have laughed in the depths of those sepulchres as they watched time dull its scythe and pashas wear out their nails in vain against them. Let us build pyramids, my dear Sir John. They are not difficult as architecture, nor beautiful as art, but they are solid, and that enables a general to say 4,000 years later, soldiers, from the apex of these monuments 40 centuries are watching you. On my honor, my lord, I long to meet a windmill this moment that I might tilt against it. And Roland, bursting into his accustomed laugh, dragged Sir John in the direction of the chateau. But Sir John stopped him and asked, "Is there nothing else to see in the city except the church?" "Formerly, my lord," replied Roland, "before they made a hayloft of it, I should have asked you to come down with me into the vaults of the Dukes of Savoy. We could have hunted for that subterranean passage, nearly 3 miles long, which is said to exist there, and which, according to these rumors, communicates with the grotto of Cæsariat. Please observe, I should never offer such a pleasure trip except to an Englishman. It would have been like a scene from your celebrated Anne Radcliffe in The Mysteries of Udolpho. But, as you see, that is impossible, so we will have to be satisfied with our regrets. Come. Where are we going? Faith, I don't know. 10 years ago I should have taken you to the farms where they fatten pullets. The pullets of Bresse, you must know, have a European reputation. Bourg was an annex to the great coup of Strasbourg, but during the Terror, as you can readily imagine, these fatteners of poultry shut up shop. You earned the reputation of being an aristocrat if you ate a pullet, and you know the fraternal refrain. Ah, ca ira, the aristocrats to the lantern. After Robespierre's downfall they opened up again, but since the 18th of Fructidor, France has been commanded to fast, from fowls and all. Never mind, come on anyway. In default of pullets, I can show you one thing, the square where they executed those who ate them. But since I was last in the town the streets have changed their names. I know the way, but I don't know the names. Look here, demanded Sir John, aren't you a Republican? I'm not a Republican. Come, quite to the contrary. I consider myself an excellent Republican. I am quite capable of burning off my hand, like Mucius Sc Avola, or jumping into the gulf like Curtius to save the Republic, but I have, unluckily, a keen sense of the ridiculous. In spite of myself, the absurdity of things catches me in the side and tickles me till I nearly die of laughing. I am willing to accept the Constitution of 1791, but when poor Hérault de Seychelles wrote to the superintendent of the National Library to send him a copy of the Laws of Minos, so that he could model his constitution on that of the Isle of Crete, I thought it was going rather far, and that we might very well have been content with those of Lycurgus. I find January, February, and March, mythological as they were, quite as good as Nivose, Pluviose, and Ventose. I can't understand why, when one was called Antoine or Christomome in 1789, he should be called Brutus or Cassius in 1793. Here, for example, my lord, is an honest street, which was called the Rue des Halles, Market Street. There was nothing indecent or aristocratic about that, was there? Well, now it is called, just wait, Roland read the inscription. Well, now it is called the Rue de la Révolution. Here's another, which used to be called Notre Dame. It is now the Rue du Temple. Why Rue du Temple? Probably to perpetuate the memory of that place, where the infamous Simon tried to teach cobbling to the heir of 63 kings. Don't quarrel with me if I am mistaken by one or two. Now here's a third. It was named Crevecoeur, a name famous throughout Bresse, Burgundy, and Flanders. It is now the Rue de la Fédération. Federation is a fine thing, but Crevecoeur was a fine name. And then you see today it leads straight to the Place de la Guillotine, which is, in my opinion, all wrong. I don't want any streets that lead to such places. This one has its advantages. It is only about 100 feet from the prison, which economized and still economizes the tumbril and the horse of M. de Bourg. By the way, have you noticed that the executioner remains noble and keeps his title? For the rest, the square is excellently arranged for spectators. And my ancestor, Montrevel, whose name it bears, doubtless, foreseeing its ultimate destiny, solved the great problem, still unsolved by the theaters, of being able to see well from every nook and corner. If ever they cut off my head, which, considering the times in which we are living, would in no wise be surprising, I shall have but one regret, that of being less well placed and seeing less than the others. Now let us go up these steps. Here we are in the Place des Lyces. Our revolutionists left it its name, because in all probability they don't know what it means. I don't know much better than they, but I think I remember that a certain Sieur d'Estevayer challenged some Flemish count, I don't know who, and that the combat took place in this square. Now, my dear fellow, here is the prison, which ought to give you some idea of human vicissitudes. Gil Blas didn't change his condition more often than this monument its purposes. Before C. Assar it was a Gaelic temple. C. Assar converted it into a Roman fortress. An unknown architect transformed it into a military work during the Middle Ages. The Knights of Bay, following C. Assar's example, remade it into a fortress. The princes of Savoy used it for a residence. The aunt of Charles V. lived here when she came to visit her church at Brou, which she never had the satisfaction of seeing finished. Finally, after the Treaty of Lyon, when Bresse was returned to France, it was utilized both as a prison and a courthouse. Wait for me a moment, my lord, if you dislike the squeaking of hinges and the grating of bolts. I have a visit to pay to a certain cell. The grating of bolts and the squeaking of hinges is not a very enlivening sound, but no matter. Since you were kind enough to undertake my education, show me your dungeon. Very well then, come in quickly. I see a crowd of persons who look as if they want to speak to me. In fact, little by little, a sort of rumor seemed to spread throughout the town. People emerged from the houses, forming groups in the streets, and they all watched Roland with curiosity. He rang the bell of the gate, situated then where it is now, but opening into the prison yard. A jailer opened it for them. Ah, so you are still here, Father Courtois? Asked the young man. Then, turning to Sir John, he added, A fine name for a jailer, isn't it, my lord? The jailer looked at the young man in amazement. How is it, he asked through the grating, that you know my name when I don't know yours? Good, I not only know your name, but also your opinions. You are an old royalist, Pierre Courtois. Monsieur, said the jailer, terrified, don't make bad jokes if you please, and say what you want. Well, my good Father Courtois, I would like to visit the cell where they put my mother and sister, Madame and Mademoiselle Montrevel. Ah, exclaimed the gatekeeper, so it's you, M. Louis. You may well say that I know you. What a fine, handsome young man you've grown to be. Do you think so, Father Courtois? Well, I can return the compliment. Your daughter Charlotte is, on my word, a beautiful girl. Charlotte is my sister's maid, Sir John. And she is very happy over it. She is better off there than here, M. Roland. Is it true that you are General Bonaparte's aide-de-camp? Alas, I have that honor, Courtois. You would prefer me to be Comte d'Artois' aide-de-camp, or that of M. le Duc of Angoulême. Oh, do be quiet, M. Louis. Then putting his lips to the young man's ear, tell me, is it true? What, Father Courtois? That General Bonaparte passed through Lyon yesterday. There must be some truth in the rumor, for this is the second time that I have heard it. Ah, I understand now. These good people who were watching me so curiously apparently wanted to question me. They were like you, Father Courtois. They want to know what to make of General Bonaparte's arrival. Do you know what they say, M. Louis? Still another rumor, Father Courtois. I should think so, but they only whisper it. What is it? They say that he has come to demand the throne of His Majesty Louis Roman XVIII, from the Directory and the King's return to it, and that if Citizen Goyer as president doesn't give it up of his own accord, he will take it by force. Pooh! Exclaimed the young officer with an incredulous air bordering on irony, but Father Courtois insisted on his news with an affirmative nod. Possibly, said the young man, but as for that, it's news for me, and now that you know me, will you open the gate? Of course I will, I should think so, what the devil am I about? And the jailer opened the gate with an eagerness equaling his former reluctance. The young man entered, and Sir John followed him. The jailer locked the gate carefully, then he turned, followed by Roland and the Englishman in turn. The latter was beginning to get accustomed to his young friend's erratic character. The spleen he saw in Roland was misanthropy, without the sulkiness of Timon or the wit of Alceste. The jailer crossed the yard, which was separated from the law courts by a wall 15 feet high, with an opening let into the middle of the receding wall, closed by a massive oaken door, to admit prisoners without taking them round by the street. The jailer, we say, crossed the yard to a winding stairway in the left angle of the courtyard, which led to the interior of the prison. If we insist upon these details, it is because we shall be obliged to return to this spot later, and we do not wish it to be wholly unfamiliar to our readers when that time comes. These steps led first to the antechamber of the prison, that is to say to the porter's hall of the lower courtroom. From that hall 10 steps led down into an inner court, separated from a third, which was that of the prisoners, by a wall similar to the one we have described, only this one had 3 doors. At the further end of the courtyard, a passage led to the jailer's own room, which gave into a second passage, on which were the cells which were picturesquely styled cages. The jailer paused before the first of these cages and said, striking the door, "This is where I put Madame, your mother, and your sister, so that if the dear ladies wanted either Charlotte or myself, they need but knock. Is there anyone in the cell?" "No one." "Then please open the door. My friend Lord Tanley is a philanthropic Englishman who is traveling about to see if the French prisons are more comfortable than the English ones. Enter, Sir John." Pierre Courtois having opened the door, Roland pushed Sir John into a perfectly square cell, measuring 10 or 12 feet each way. "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "this is lugubrious." "Do you think so? Well, my dear friend, this is where my mother, the noblest woman in the world, and my sister, whom you know, spent 6 weeks with a prospect of leaving it only to make the trip to the Place de Bastion. Just think, that was 5 years ago, so my sister was scarcely 12. But what crime had they committed? Oh, a monstrous crime. At the anniversary festival with which the town of Bourg considered proper to commemorate the death of the friend of the people, my mother refused to permit my sister to represent one of the virgins who bore the tears of France in vases. What will you? Poor woman, she thought she had done enough for her country in giving it the blood of her son and her husband, which was flowing in Italy and Germany. She was mistaken. Her country, as it seems, claimed further the tears of her daughter. She thought that too much, especially as those tears were to flow for the citizen Marat. The result was that on the very evening of the celebration, during the enthusiastic exaltation, my mother was declared accused. Fortunately, Bourg had not attained the celerity of Paris. A friend of ours, an official in the record office, kept the affair dragging, until one fine day the fall and death of Robespierre were made known. That interrupted a good many things, among others the guillotinades. Our friend convinced the authorities that the wind blowing from Paris had veered toward clemency. They waited 15 days, and on the 16th they told my mother and sister that they were free. So you understand, my friend, and this involves the most profound philosophical reflection, so that if Mademoiselle Teresa Cabarrus had not come from Spain, if she had not married M. Fontenay, parliamentary councillor, had she not been arrested and brought before the proconsul Tallien, son of the Marquis de Bercy's butler, ex-notary's clerk, ex-foreman of a printing shop, ex-sporter, ex-secretary to the Commune of Paris temporarily at Bordeaux, and had the ex-proconsul not become enamored of her, and had she not been imprisoned, and if on the 9th of Thermidor she had not found means to send a dagger with these words, "Unless the tyrant dies today, I die tomorrow," had not Saint Just been arrested in the midst of his discourse, had not Robespierre on that day had a frog in his throat, had not Garnier de l'Aube exclaimed, "It is the blood of Danton choking you," had not Lauchet shouted for his arrest, had he not been arrested, released by the Commune, recaptured in spite of this, had his jaw broken by a pistol shot, and been executed next day, my mother would, in all probability, have had her head cut off for refusing to allow her daughter to weep for citizen Marat in one of the 12 lacrimal urns, which Bourg was desirous of filling with its tears. "Goodbye, Courtois, you are a worthy man. You gave my mother and sister a little water to put with their wine, a little meat to eat with their bread, a little hope to fill their hearts. You lent them your daughter that they might not have to sweep their cell themselves. That deserves a fortune. Unfortunately, I am not rich, but here are 50 louis I happen to have with me. Come, my lord." And the young man carried off Sir John before the jailer, recovered from his surprise, and found time either to thank Roland or refuse the 50 louis, which, it must be said, would have been a remarkable proof of disinterestedness in a jailer, especially when that jailer's opinions were opposed to those of the government he served. Leaving the prison, Roland and Sir John found the Place des Lycées crowded with people who had heard of General Bonaparte's return to France and were shouting "Vive Bonaparte" at the top of their lungs, some because they really admired the victor of Arcola, Rivoli, and the Pyramids, others because they had been told, like Pierre Courtois, that this same victor had vanquished only that Louis Roman XVIII, might profit by his victories. Roland and Sir John, having now visited all that the town of Bourg offered of interest, returned to the Château des Noirs Fontaines, which they reached before long. Madame de Montrevel and Amélie had gone out. Roland installed Sir John in an easy chair, asking him to wait a few minutes for him. At the end of 5 minutes he returned with a sort of pamphlet of grey paper, very badly printed, in his hand. "My dear fellow," said he, "you seem to have some doubts about the authenticity of that festival which I just mentioned, and which nearly cost my mother and sister their lives, so I bring you the programme. Read it, and while you are doing so, I will go and see what they have been doing with my dogs, for I presume that you would rather hold me quit of our fishing expedition in favor of a hunt." He went out, leaving in Sir John's hands a copy of the decree of the municipality of the town of Bourg, instituting the funeral rites in honor of Marat, on the anniversary of his death. Chapter 13, The Wild Boar. Sir John was just finishing that interesting bit of history when Madame de Montrevel and her daughter returned. Amélie, who did not know how much had been said about her between Roland and Sir John, was astounded by the expression with which that gentleman scrutinized her. To him she seemed more lovely than before. He could readily understand that mother, who at the risk of life had been unwilling that this charming creature should profane her youth and beauty by serving as a mourner in a celebration of which Marat was the deity. He recalled that cold damp cell which he had lately visited, and shuddered at the thought that this delicate white ermine before his eyes had been imprisoned there, without sun or air, for 6 weeks. He looked at the throat, too long perhaps, but swan-like in its suppleness and graceful in its exaggeration, and he remembered that melancholy remark of the poor Princess de Lamballe, as she felt her slender neck, "It will not give the executioner much trouble." The thoughts which succeeded each other in Sir John's mind gave to his face an expression so different from its customary aspect that Madame de Montrevel could not refrain from asking what troubled him. He then told her of his visit to the prison, and Roland's pious pilgrimage to the dungeon where his mother and sister had been incarcerated. Just as Sir John had concluded his tale, a view-halloo sounded without, and Roland entered, his hunting horn in his hands. "My dear friend," he cried, "thanks to my mother, we shall have a splendid hunt tomorrow." "Thanks to me?" queried Madame de Montrevel. "How so?" added Sir John. "I left you to see about my dogs, did I?" "You said so, at any rate." "I had 2 excellent beasts, Barbicane and Ravaud, male and female." "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "are they dead?" "Well, yes, but just guess what this excellent mother of mine has done." And, tilting Madame de Montrevel's head, he kissed her on both cheeks. "She wouldn't let them drown a single puppy because they were the dogs of my dogs. So the result is that today the pups, grandpups, and great-grandpups of Barbicane and Ravaud are as numerous as the descendant of Ishmael. Instead of a pair of dogs, I have a whole pack, 25 beasts, all as black as moles with white paws, fire in their eyes and hearts, and a regiment of cornet tails that would do you good to see. And Roland sounded another halloo that brought his young brother to the scene. "Oh," shouted the boy as he entered, "you are going hunting tomorrow, brother Roland." I'm going too. "Good," said Roland, "but do you know what we are going to hunt?" "No, all I know is that I'm going too. We're going to hunt a boar." "Oh joy," cried the boy, clapping his little hands. "Are you crazy?" asked Madame de Montrevel, turning pale. "Why so, Madame Mother, if you please?" "Because boar hunts are very dangerous." "Not so dangerous as hunting men. My brother got back safe from that, and so will I from the other." "Roland," cried Madame de Montrevel, while Emilie, lost in thought, took no part in the discussion, "Roland, make Edouard listen to reason. Tell him that he hasn't got common sense." But Roland, who recognized himself again in his young brother, instead of blaming him, smiled at his boyish ardor. "I'd take you willingly," said he, "only to go hunting one must at least know how to handle a gun." "Oh, Master Roland," cried Edouard, "just come into the garden a bit. Put up your hat at 100 yards, and I'll show you how to handle a gun." "Naughty child," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, trembling, "where did you learn?" "Why, from the gunsmith at Montignac, who keeps Papa's and Roland's guns. You ask me sometimes what I do with my money, don't you? Well, I buy powder and balls with it, and I am learning to kill Austrians and Arabs like my brother Roland." Madame de Montrevel raised her hands to heaven. "What can you expect, mother?" asked Roland. "Blood will tell. No Montrevel could be afraid of powder. You shall come with us tomorrow, Edouard." The boy sprang upon his brother's neck. "And I," said Sir John, "will equip you today like a regular huntsman, just as they used to arm the knights of old. I have a charming little rifle that I will give you. It will keep you contented until your saber and pistols come." "Well," asked Roland, "are you satisfied now, Edouard?" "Yes, but when will he give it to me? If you have to write to England for it, I warn you I shan't believe in it." "No, my little friend, we have only to go up to my room and open my gun case. That's soon done." "Then let's go at once." "Come on," said Sir John, and he went out, followed by Edouard. A moment later Emilie, still absorbed in thought, rose and left the room. Neither Madame de Montrevel nor Roland noticed her departure, so interested were they in a serious discussion. Madame de Montrevel tried to persuade Roland not to take his young brother with him on the morrow's hunt. Roland explained that, since Edouard was to become a soldier like his father and brother, the sooner he learned to handle a gun and become familiar with powder and ball the better. The discussion was not yet ended when Edouard returned with his gun slung over his shoulder. "Look, brother," said he, turning to Roland, "just see what a fine present Sir John has given me." And he looked gratefully at Sir John, who stood in the doorway vainly seeking Emilie with his eyes. It was in truth a beautiful present. The rifle, designed with that plainness of ornament and simplicity of form peculiar to English weapons, was of the finest finish. Like the pistols, of which Roland had had opportunity to test the accuracy, the rifle was made by the celebrated Manton and carried a 24 caliber bullet. That it had been originally intended for a woman was easily seen by the shortness of the stock and the velvet pad on the trigger. This original purpose of the weapon made it peculiarly suitable for a boy of 12. Roland took the rifle from his brother's shoulder, looked at it knowingly, tried its action, sighted it, tossed it from one hand to the other, and then, giving it back to Edouard, said, "Thanks, Sir John, again. You have a rifle fit for a king's son. Let's go and try it." All three went out to try Sir John's rifle, leaving Madame de Montrevel as sad as Thetis when she saw Achilles in his woman's garb draw the sword of Ulysses from its scabbard. A quarter of an hour later, Edouard returned triumphantly. He brought his mother a bit of pasteboard of the circumference of a hat, in which he had put 10 bullets out of 12. The two men had remained behind in the park conversing. Madame de Montrevel listened to Edouard's slightly boastful account of his prowess. Then she looked at him with that deep and holy sorrow of mothers to whom fame is no compensation for the blood it sheds. Oh, ungrateful indeed is the child who has seen that look bent upon him and does not eternally remember it. Then, after a few seconds of this painful contemplation, she pressed her second son to her breast, and murmured sobbing, you too, will desert your mother some day." "Yes, mother," replied the boy, "to become a general like my father, or an aide-de-camp like Roland. And to be killed, as your father was, as your brother perhaps will be." For the strange transformation in Roland's character had not escaped Madame de Montrevel. It was but an added dread to her other anxieties, among which Emily's pallor and abstraction must be numbered. Emilie was just 17. Her childhood had been that of a happy laughing girl, joyous and healthy. The death of her father had cast a black veil over her youth and gaiety. But these tempests of spring pass rapidly. Her smile, the sunshine of life's dawn, returned like that of nature, sparkling through that dew of the heart we call tears. Then, one day about 6 months before this story opens, Emilie's face had saddened, her cheeks had grown pale, and like the birds who migrate at the approach of wintry weather, the childlike laughter that escaped her parted lips and white teeth had fled never to return. Madame de Montrevel had questioned her, but Emilie asserted that she was still the same. She endeavored to smile, but as a stone thrown into a lake rings upon the surface, so the smiles roused by this maternal solicitude faded, little by little, from Emilie's face. With keen maternal instinct, Madame de Montrevel had thought of love. But whom could Emilie love? There were no visitors at the Château des Noirs Fontaines. The political troubles had put an end to all society, and Emilie went nowhere alone. Madame de Montrevel could get no further than conjecture. Roland's return had given her a moment's hope, but this hope fled as soon as she perceived the effect which this event had produced upon Emilie. It was not a sister, but a spectre, it will be recalled, who had come to meet him. Since her son's arrival, Madame de Montrevel had not lost sight of Emilie, and she perceived, with dolorous amazement, that Roland's presence awakened a feeling akin to terror in his sister's breast. She, whose eyes had formerly rested so lovingly upon him, now seemed to view him with alarm. Only a few moments since, Emilie had profited by the first opportunity to return to her room, the one spot in the chateau where she seemed at ease, and where for the last 6 months she had spent most of her time. The dinner bell alone possessed the power to bring her from it, and even then she waited for the second call before entering the dining room. Roland and Sir John, as we have said, had divided their time between their visit to Bourg and their preparations for the morrow's hunt. From morn until noon they were to beat the woods. From noon till evening they were to hunt the boar. Mitchell, that devoted poacher, confined to his chair for the present with a sprain, felt better as soon as the question of the hunt was mooted, and had himself hoisted on a little horse that was used for the errands of the house. Then he sallied forth to collect the beaters from Saint-Just and Montignac. He, being unable to beat or run, was to remain with the pack, and watch Sir John's and Roland's horse, and Edouard's pony in the middle of the forest, where it was intersected by one good road and 2 practicable paths. The beaters, who could not follow the hunt, were to return to the chateau with the game bags. The beaters were at the door at 6 the following morning. Mitchell was not to leave with the horses and dogs until 11. The Château des Noirs Fontaines was just at the edge of the forest of Salon, so the hunt could begin at its very gates. As the battue promised chiefly deer and hares, the guns were loaded with balls. Roland gave Edouard a simple little gun which he himself had used as a child. He had not enough confidence as yet in the boy's prudence to trust him with a double-barreled gun. As for the rifle that Sir John had given him the day before, it could only carry cartridges. It was given into Mitchell's safe keeping, to be returned to him in case they started a boar for the second part of the hunt. For this Roland and Sir John were also to change their guns for rifles and hunting knives, pointed as daggers and sharp as razors, which formed part of Sir John's arsenal, and could be suspended from the belt or screwed on the point of the gun like bayonets. From the beginning of the battue, it was easy to see that the hunt would be a good one. A roebuck and 2 hares were killed at once. At noon 7 roebucks and 2 foxes had been bagged. They had also seen 2 boars, but these latter had only shaken their bristles in answer to the heavy balls and made off. Edouard was in the 7th heaven, he had killed a roebuck. The beaters, well rewarded for their labor, were sent to the chateau with the game, as had been arranged. A sort of bugle was sounded to ascertain Mitchell's whereabout, to which he answered. In less than 10 minutes the 3 hunters had rejoined the gardener with his hounds and horses. Mitchell had seen a boar which he had sent his son to head off, and it was now in the woods not 100 paces distant. Jacques, Mitchell's eldest son, beat up the woods with Barbichan and Ravaud, the heads of the pack, and in about 5 minutes the boar was found in his lair. They could have killed him at once, or at least shot at him, but that would have ended the hunt too quickly. The huntsmen launched the whole pack at the animal, which, seeing this troop of pygmies swoop down upon him, started off at a slow trot. He crossed the road, Roland giving the view halloo, and headed in the direction of the Chartreuse of Salon, the three riders following the path which led through the woods. The boar led them a chase which lasted until 5 in the afternoon, turning upon his tracks, evidently unwilling to leave the forest with its thick undergrowth. At last the violent barking of the dogs warned them that the animal had been brought to bay. The spot was not 100 paces distant from the pavilion belonging to the Chartreuse, in one of the most tangled thickets of the forest. It was impossible to force the horses through it, and the riders dismounted. The barking of the dogs guided them straight along the path, from which they deviated only where the obstacles they encountered rendered it necessary. From time to time, yelps of pain indicated that members of the attacking party had ventured too close to the animal and had paid the price of their temerity. About 20 feet from the scene of action, the hunters began to see the actors. The boar was backed against a rock to avoid attack in the rear. Then, bracing himself on his forepaws, he faced the dogs with his ensanguined eyes and enormous tusks. They quivered around him like a moving carpet. 5 or 6, more or less badly wounded, were staining the battlefield with their blood, though still attacking the boar with a fury and courage that might have served as an example to the bravest men. Each hunter faced the scene with the characteristic signs of his age, nature and nation. Edouard at one and the same time, the most imprudent and the smallest, finding the path less difficult, owing to his small stature, arrived first. Roland, heedless of danger of any kind, seeking rather than avoiding it, followed. Finally Sir John, slower, graver, more reflective, brought up the rear. Once the boar perceived his hunters, he paid no further attention to the dogs. He fixed his gleaming, sanguinary eyes upon them, but his only movement was a snapping of the jaws, which he brought together with a threatening sound. Roland watched the scene for an instant, evidently desirous of flinging himself into the midst of the group, knife in hand, to slit the boar's throat as a butcher would that of a calf or a pig. This impulse was so apparent that Sir John caught his arm, and little Edouard exclaimed, "Oh, brother, let me shoot the boar." Roland restrained himself, and stacking his gun against a tree, waited, armed only with his hunting knife, which he had drawn from its sheath. "Very well," said he, "shoot him, but be careful about it." "Oh, don't worry," retorted the child, between his set teeth. His face was pale but resolute as he aimed the barrel of his rifle at the animal's head. "If he misses him, or only wounds him," observed Sir John, "you know that the brute will be upon us before we can see him through the smoke." "I know it, my lord, but I am accustomed to these hunts," replied Roland, his nostrils quivering, his eyes sparkling, his lips parted. "Fire, Edouard." The shot followed the order upon the instant, but after the shot, with or even before it, the beast, swift as lightning, rushed upon the child. A second shot followed the first, but the animal's scarlet eyes still gleamed through the smoke. But as it rushed, it met Roland with his knee on the ground, the knife in his hand. A moment later a tangled, formless group, man and boar and man, was rolling on the ground. Then a third shot rang out, followed by a laugh from Roland. "Ah, my lord," cried the young man, "you've wasted powder and shot. Can't you see that I have ripped him up? Only get his body off of me. The beast weighs at least 400 pounds and he is smothering me." But before Sir John could stoop, Roland, with a vigorous push of the shoulder, rolled the animal's body aside, and rose to his feet covered with blood, but without a single scratch. Little Edouard, either from lack of time or from native courage, had not recoiled an inch. True, he was completely protected by his brother's body, which was between him and the boar. Sir John had sprung aside to take the animal in the flank. He watched Roland, as he emerged from this second duel, with the same amazement that he had experienced after the first. The dogs, those that were left, some 20 in all, had followed the boar, and were now leaping upon his body in the vain effort to tear the bristles, which were almost as impenetrable as iron. "You will see," said Roland, wiping the blood from his face and hands with a fine cambric handkerchief, "how they will eat him, and your knife too, my lord." "True," said Sir John, "where is the knife?" "In its sheath," replied Roland. "Ah," exclaimed the boy, "only the handle shows." He sprang toward the animal and pulled out the poniard, which, as he said, was buried up to the hilt. The sharp point, guided by a calm eye and a firm hand, had pierced the animal's heart. There were other wounds on the boar's body. The first, caused by the boy's shot, showed a bloody furrow just over the eye. The blow had been too weak to crush the frontal bone. The second came from Sir John's first shot. It had caught the animal diagonally and grazed his breast. The third, fired at close quarters, went through the body, but as Roland had said, not until after the animal was dead. Chapter 14. An Unpleasant Commission. The hunt was over, darkness was falling, and it was now a question of returning to the chateau. The horses were nearby. They could hear them neighing impatiently. They seemed to be asking if their courage was so doubted that they were not allowed to share in the exciting drama. Edward was bent upon dragging the boar after them, fastening it to the saddlebow, and so carrying it back to the chateau. But Roland pointed out that it was simpler to send a couple of men for it with a barrow. Sir John being of the same opinion, Edward, who never ceased pointing to the wound in the head and saying, "That's my shot, that's where I aimed." Edward, we say, was forced to yield to the majority. The three hunters soon reached the spot where their horses were tethered, mounted, and in less than 10 minutes were at the Château des Noirs Fontaines. Madame de Montrevel was watching for them on the portico. The poor mother had waited there nearly an hour, trembling lest an accident had befallen one or the other of her sons. The moment Edward espied her, he put his pony to a gallop, shouting from the gate, "Mother, mother, we killed a boar as big as a donkey. I shot him in the head, you'll see the hole my ball made." Roland stuck his hunting knife into the boar's belly up to the hilt, and Sir John fired at him twice. "Quick, quick, send the men for the carcass. Don't be frightened when you see Roland. He's all covered with blood, but it's from the boar and he hasn't a scratch." This was delivered with Edward's accustomed volubility, while Madame de Montrevel was crossing the clearing between the portico and the road to open the gate. She intended to take Edward in her arms, but he jumped from his saddle and flung himself upon her neck. Roland and Sir John came up just then, and Amelie appeared on the portico at the same instant. Edward left his mother to worry over Roland, who, covered as he was with blood, looked very terrifying, and rushed to his sister with the tale he had rattled off to his mother. Amelie listened in an abstracted manner that probably hurt Edward's vanity, for he dashed off to the kitchen to describe the affair to Mitchell, who was certain to listen to him. Mitchell was indeed interested, but when, after telling him where the carcass lay, Edward gave him Roland's order to send a couple of men after the beast, he shook his head. "What," demanded Edward, "are you going to refuse to obey my brother?" "Heaven forbid, Master Edward. Jacques shall start this instant for Montignac." "Are you afraid he won't find any body?" "Goodness, no, he could get a dozen. But the trouble is the time of night. You say the boar lies close to the pavilion of the Chartreuse." "Not 20 yards from it." "I'd rather it was 3 miles, replied Mitchell, scratching his head, "but never mind. I'll send for them anyway without telling them what they're wanted for. Once here, it's for your brother to make them go." "Good, good, only get them here and I'll see to that myself." "Oh," exclaimed Mitchell, "if I hadn't this beastly sprain I'd go myself, but today's doings have made it worse. Jacques, Jacques." Jacques came, and Edward not only waited to hear the order given, but until he had started. Then he ran upstairs to do what Roland and Sir John were already doing, that is, dress for dinner. The whole talk at table, as may be easily imagined, centered upon the day's prowess. Edward asked nothing better than to talk about it, and Sir John, astounded by Roland's skill, courage, and good luck, improved upon the child's narrative. Madame de Montrevel shuddered at each detail, and yet she made them repeat it 20 times. That which seemed most clear to her in all this was that Roland had saved Edward's life. "Did you thank him for it?" she asked the boy. "Thank whom?" "Your brothers." "Why should I thank him?" retorted Edward. "I should have done the same thing." "Ah, madame, what can you expect?" said Sir John. "You are a gazelle who has unwittingly given birth to a race of lions." Amelie had also paid the closest attention to the account, especially when the hunters spoke of their proximity to the Chartreuse. From that time on she listened with anxious eyes, and seemed scarcely to breathe, until they told of leaving the woods after the killing. After dinner, word was brought that Jacques had returned with 2 peasants from Montignac. They wanted exact directions as to where the hunters had left the animal. Roland rose, intending to go to them, but Madame de Montrevel, who could never see enough of her son, turned to the messenger and said, "Bring these worthy men in here. It is not necessary to disturb Roland for that." 5 minutes later, the two peasants entered, twirling their hats in their hands. "My sons," said Roland, "I want you to fetch the boar we killed in the forest of Salem." "That can be done," said one of the peasants, consulting his companion with a look. "Yes, it can be done," answered the other. "Don't be alarmed," said Roland. "You shall lose nothing by your trouble." "Oh, we're not," interrupted one of the peasants. "We know you, Monsieur de Montrevel." "Yes," answered the other. "We know that, like your father, you're not in the habit of making people work for nothing. Oh, if all the aristocrats had been like you, Monsieur Louis, there wouldn't have been any revolution." "Of course not," said the other, who seemed to have come solely to echo affirmatively what his companions said. "It remains to be seen now where the animal is," said the first peasant. "Yes," repeated the second, "remains to be seen where it is." "Oh, it won't be hard to find." "So much the better," interjected the peasant. "Do you know the pavilion in the forest?" "Which one?" "Yes, which one?" "The one that belongs to the Chartres of Salem." The peasants looked at each other. "Well, you'll find it some 20 feet distant from the front on the way to Janout." The peasants looked at each other once more. "Hum," grunted the first one. "Hum," repeated the other faithful echo of his companion. "Well, what does this hum mean?" demanded Roland. "Confound it." "Come, explain yourselves, what's the matter?" "The matter is that we'd rather that it was the other end of the forest." "But why the other end?" retorted Roland, impatiently. "It's 9 miles from here to the other end, and barely 3 from here to where we left the boar." "Yes," said the first peasant, "but just where the boar lies," and he paused and scratched his head. "Exactly, that's what," added the other. "Just what?" "It's a little too near the Chartres." "Not the Chartres, I said the pavilion." "It's all the same. You know, Monsieur Louis, that there is an underground passage leading from the pavilion to the Chartres." "Oh yes, there is one, that's sure," added the other. "But," exclaimed Roland, "what has this underground passage got to do with our boar?" "This much, that the beast's in a bad place, that's all." "Oh yes, a bad place," repeated the other peasant. "Come now, explain yourselves, you rascals," said Roland, who was growing angry, while his mother seemed uneasy, and Amélie visibly turned pale. "Beg pardon, Monsieur Louis," answered the peasant. "We are not rascals, we're God-fearing men, that's all." "By thunder," cried Roland, "I'm a God-fearing man myself, what of that?" "Well, we don't care to have any dealings with the devil." "No, no, no," asserted the second peasant. "A man can match a man if he's of his own kind," continued the first peasant. "Sometimes too," said the second, who was built like a Hercules. "But with ghostly beings, phantoms, specters, no thank you," continued the first peasant. "No, thank you," repeated the other. "Oh, mother, sister," queried Roland, addressing the two women, "in heaven's name, do you understand anything of what these two fools are saying?" "Fools," repeated the first peasant. "Well, possibly, but it's not the less true that Pierre Mary had his neck twisted just for looking over the wall. True, it was of a Saturday, the devil's Sabbath. And they couldn't straighten it out," affirmed the second peasant, "so they had to bury him with his face turned round looking the other way." "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "this is growing interesting. I'm very fond of ghost stories." "That's more than Sister Amélie is, it seems," cried Edouard. "What do you mean?" "Just see how pale she's grown, Brother Roland." "Yes, indeed," said Sir John. "Mademoiselle looks as if she were going to faint." "Aye, not at all," exclaimed Amélie, wiping the perspiration from her forehead. "Only don't you think it seems a little warm here, mother?" "No," answered Madame de Montrevel. "Still," insisted Amélie, "if it would not annoy you, I should like to open the window." "Do so, my child." Amélie rose hastily to profit by this permission, and went with tottering steps to a window opening upon the garden. After it was opened, she stood leaning against the sill, half hidden by the curtains. "Ah," she said, "I can breathe here." Sir John rose to offer her his smelling salts, but Amélie declined hastily. "No, no, my lord, thank you, but I am better now." "Come, come," said Roland, "don't bother about that, it's our boar." Well, Monsieur Louis, we will fetch your boar tomorrow. That's it, said the second peasant, tomorrow morning when it's light. But to go there at night. Oh, to go there at night. The peasant looked at his comrade, and both shook their heads. It can't be done at night. Cowards! Monsieur Louis, a man's not a coward because he's afraid. No, indeed, that's not being a coward, replied the other. Ah, said Roland, I wish some stronger-minded men than you would face me with that argument, that a man is not a coward because he's afraid. Well, it's according to what he's afraid of, Monsieur Louis. Give me a good sickle and a good cudgel, and I'm not afraid of a wolf. Give me a good gun, and I'm not afraid of any man, even if I knew he's waiting to murder me. Yes, said Edouard, but you're afraid of a ghost, even when it's only the ghost of a monk. Little Master Edouard, said the peasant, leave your brother to do the talking, you're not old enough to jest about such things. No, added the other peasant, wait till your beard is grown, my little gentleman. I haven't any beard, retorted Edouard, starting up. But just the same, if I was strong enough to carry the boar, I'd go fetch it myself either by day or night. Much good may it do you, my young gentleman, but neither my comrade nor myself would go, even for a whole louis. Nor for two, said Roland, wishing to corner them. Nor for two, nor four, nor 10, Monsieur de Montrevel. 10 louis are good, but what could I do with them if my neck was broken? Yes, twisted like Pere Mary S., said the other peasant. 10 louis wouldn't feed my wife and children for the rest of my life, would they? And besides, when you say 10 louis, interrupted the second peasant, you mean really 5, because I'd get 5 too. So the pavilion is haunted by ghosts, is it? Asked Roland. I didn't say the pavilion, I'm not sure about the pavilion, but in the Chartreuse. In the Chartreuse, are you sure? Oh, there certainly. Have you seen them? I haven't, but some folks have. Has your comrade? Asked the young officer, turning to the second peasant. I haven't seen them, but I did see flames, and Claude Philippon heard chains. Ah, so they have flames and chains, said Roland. Yes, replied the first peasant, for I have seen the flames myself. And Claude Philippon heard the chains, repeated the other. Very good, my friends, very good, replied Roland, sneering, so you won't go there tonight at any price. Not at any price. Not for all the gold in the world. And you'll go tomorrow when it's light. Oh, Monsieur Louis, before you're up the boar will be here. Before you're up, said Echo. All right, said Roland, come back to me the day after tomorrow. Willingly, Monsieur Louis, what do you want us to do? Never mind, just come. Oh, we'll come. That means that the moment you say, come, you can count upon us, Monsieur Louis. Well, then I'll have some information for you. What about? The ghosts. Amélie gave a stifled cry. Madame de Montrevel alone heard it. Louis dismissed the two peasants, and they jostled each other at the door in their efforts to go through together. Nothing more was said that evening about the Chartreuse or the pavilion, nor of its supernatural tenants, specters or phantoms who haunted them. Chapter 15, The Strong-Minded Man. At 10 o'clock everyone was in bed at the Château des Noirs Fontaines, or, at any rate, all had retired to their rooms. 3 or 4 times in the course of the evening Amélie had approached Roland as if she had something to say to him, but each time the words died upon her lips. When the family left the salon, she had taken his arm, and although his room was on the floor above hers, she had accompanied him to his very door. Roland had kissed her, bade her good night, and closed his door, declaring himself very tired. Nevertheless, in spite of this assertion, Roland, once alone, did not proceed to undress. He went to his collection of arms, selected a pair of magnificent pistols, manufactured at Versailles, and presented to his father by the convention. He snapped the triggers and blew into the barrels to see that there were no old charges in them. They were in excellent condition. After which he laid them side by side on the table, then going to the door, looking out upon the stairs, he opened it softly to see if anyone were watching. Finding the corridor and stairs empty, he went to Sir John's door and knocked. "Come in," said the Englishman. Sir John, like himself, was not prepared for bed. "I guessed from the sign you made me that you had something to say to me," said Sir John, So I waited for you, as you see. Indeed, I have something to say to you, returned Roland, seating himself gaily in an armchair. My kind host, replied the Englishman, I am beginning to understand you. When I see you as gay as you are now, I am like your peasants, I feel afraid. Did you hear what they were saying? I heard them tell a splendid ghost story. I myself have a haunted castle in England. Have you ever seen the ghosts, my lord? Yes, when I was little. Unfortunately, since I have grown up they have disappeared. That's always the way with ghosts, said Roland gaily. They come and go. How lucky it is that I should return just as the ghosts have begun to haunt the Chartres of Ceylon. Yes, replied Sir John, very lucky. Only are you sure that there are any there? No, but I'll know by the day after tomorrow. How so? I intend to spend tomorrow night there. Oh, said the Englishman, would you like to have me go with you? With pleasure, my lord. Only, unfortunately, that is impossible. Impossible, oh. As I have just told you, my dear fellow. But why impossible? Are you acquainted with the manners and customs of ghosts, Sir John? Asked Roland gravely. No. Well, I am. Ghosts only show themselves under certain conditions. Explain that. Well, for example, in Italy, my lord, and in Spain, the most superstitious of countries, there are no ghosts, or if there are, why, at the best, it's only once in 10 or 20 years, or maybe in a century. And to what do you attribute their absence? To the absence of fogs. Ah, sir. Not a doubt of it. You understand the native atmosphere of ghosts is fog. Scotland, Denmark, and England, regions of fog, are overrun with ghosts. There's the spectre of Hamlet, then that of Banquo, the shadows of Richard Roman III. Italy has only one spectre, Caesar, and then where did he appear to Brutus? At Philippi in Macedonia and in Thessaly, the Denmark of Greece, the Scotland of the Orient, where the fog made Ovid so melancholy he named the odes he wrote there Tristia. Why did Virgil make the ghost of Anchises appear to Aeneas? Because he came from Mantua. Do you know Mantua? A marsh, a frog pond, a regular manufactory of rheumatism, an atmosphere of vapors, and consequently a nest of phantoms. Go on, I'm listening to you. Have you seen the Rhine? Yes. Germany, isn't it? Yes. Still another country of fairies, water sprites, sylphs, and consequently phantoms, for whoso does the greater see can see the less, and all that on account of the fog. But where the devil can the ghosts hide in Italy and Spain? Not the least bit of mist. And therefore, were I in Spain or Italy, I should never attempt tomorrow's adventure. But all that doesn't explain why you refuse my company, insisted Sir John. Wait a moment. I've just explained to you that ghosts don't venture into certain countries, because they do not offer certain atmospheric conditions. Now, let me explain the precautions we must take if we wish to see them. Explain, said Sir John. I would rather hear you talk than any other man, Roland. And Sir John, stretching himself out in his easy chair, prepared to listen with delight to the improvisations of this fantastic mind, which he had seen under so many aspects during the few days of their acquaintance. Roland bowed his head by way of thanks. Well, this is the way of it, and you will grasp it readily enough. I have heard so much about ghosts in my life that I know the scamps as if I had made them. Why do ghosts appear? Are you asking me that? Inquired Sir John. Yes, I ask you. I own that, not having studied ghosts as you have, I am unable to give you a definitive answer. You see, ghosts show themselves, my dear fellow, in order to frighten those who see them. That is undeniable. Of course, now if they don't frighten those to whom they appear, they are frightened by them. Witness M. de Turenne, whose ghosts prove to be counterfeiters. Do you know that story? No. I'll tell it to you someday, don't let's get mixed up. That is just why when they decide to appear, which is seldom, ghosts select stormy nights when it thunders, lightens and blows, that's their scenery. I am forced to admit that nothing could be more correct. Wait a moment. There are instances when the bravest man feels a shudder run through his veins. Even before I was suffering with this aneurysm, it has happened to me a dozen times, when I have seen the flash of sabers and heard the thunder of cannon around me. It is true that since I have been subject to this aneurysm, I rush where the lightning flashes and the thunder growls. Still, there is the chance that these ghosts don't know this and believe that I can be frightened. Whereas that is an impossibility, isn't it? Asked Sir John. What will you? When, right or wrong, one feels that, far from dreading death, one has every reason to seek it, what should he fear? But I repeat, these ghosts, who know so much, may not know that only ghosts know this. They know that the sense of fear increases or diminishes according to the seeing and hearing of exterior things. Thus, for example, where do phantoms prefer to appear? In dark places, cemeteries, old cloisters, ruins, subterranean passages, because the aspect of these localities predisposes the soul to fear. What precedes their appearance? The rattling of chains, groans, sighs, because there is nothing very cheerful in all that. They are careful not to appear in the bright light, or after a strain of dance music. No, fear is an abyss into which you descend step by step, until you are overcome by vertigo, your feet slip, and you plunge with closed eyes to the bottom of the precipice. Now, if you read the accounts of all these apparitions, you'll find they all proceed like this. First, the sky darkens, the thunder growls, the wind howls, doors and windows rattle, the lamp. If there is a lamp in the room of the person the ghosts are trying to frighten, the lamp flares, flickers, and goes out utter darkness. Then, in the darkness, groans, wails, and the rattling of chains are heard. Then, at last, the door opens and the ghost appears. I must say that all the apparitions that I have not seen but read about have presented themselves under similar circumstances. Isn't that so, Sir John? Perfectly. And did you ever hear of a ghost appearing to two persons at the same time? I certainly never did hear of it. It's quite simple, my dear fellow. Two together, you understand, have no fear. Fear is something mysterious, strange, independent of the will, requiring isolation, darkness, and solitude. A ghost is no more dangerous than a cannonball. Well, a soldier never fears a cannonball in the daytime, when his elbows touch a comrade to the right and left. No, he goes straight for the battery and is either killed or he kills. That's not what the phantoms want. That's why they never appear to two persons at the same time, and that is the reason I want to go to the Chartreuse alone, my lord. Your presence would prevent the boldest ghost from appearing. If I see nothing, or if I see something worth the trouble, you can have your turn the next day. Does the bargain suit you? Perfectly, but why can't I take the first night? Ah, first, because the idea didn't occur to you, and it is only just that I should benefit by my own cleverness. Besides, I belong to the region. I was friendly with the good monks in their lifetime, and there may be a chance of their appearing to me after death. Moreover, as I know the localities, if it becomes necessary to run away or pursue, I can do it better than you. Don't you see the justice of that, my dear fellow? Yes, it couldn't be fairer, but I am sure of going the next night. The next night and the one after and every day and night if you wish. I only hold to the first. Now, continued Roland, rising, this is between ourselves, isn't it? Not a word to anyone. The ghosts might be forewarned and act accordingly. It would never do to let those gay dogs get the best of us, that would be too grotesque. Oh, be easy about that. You will go armed, won't you? If I thought I was only dealing with ghosts, I'd go with my hands in my pockets and nothing in my fobs. But as I told you, M. de Turenne's ghosts were counterfeiters, so I shall take my pistols. Do you want mine? No thanks, though yours are good. I am about resolved never to use them again. Then, with a smile whose bitterness it would be impossible to describe, he added, They brought me ill luck. Good night, Sir John. I must sleep soundly tonight so as not to want to sleep tomorrow night. Then, shaking the Englishman's hand vigorously a second time, he left the room and returned to his own. There he was greatly surprised to find the door, which he was sure he had left closed, open. But as soon as he entered, the sight of his sister explained the matter to him. Hello, he exclaimed, partly astonished, partly uneasy. Is that you, Amélie? Yes, it is I, she said. Then, going close to her brother and letting him kiss her forehead, she added in a supplicating voice, You won't go, will you, dear Roland? Go where? Asked Roland. To the Chartreuse. Good, who told you that? Oh, for one who knows, how difficult it is to guess. And why don't you want me to go to the Chartreuse? I'm afraid something might happen to you. What, so you believe in ghosts, do you? He asked, looking fixedly into Amélie's eyes. Amélie lowered her glance, and Roland felt his sister's hand tremble in his. Come, said Roland. Amélie, at least the one I used to know, General de Montrevel's daughter and Roland's sister, is too intelligent to yield to these vulgar terrors. It's impossible that you can believe these tales of apparitions, chains, flames, specters, and phantoms. If I did believe them, Roland, I should not be so alarmed. If ghosts do exist, they must be souls without bodies, and consequently cannot bring their material hatred from the grave. Besides, why should a ghost hate you, Roland, you who never harmed anyone? Good, you forget all those I have killed in war or in duels. Amélie shook her head. I'm not afraid of them. Then what are you afraid of? The young girl raised her beautiful eyes, wet with tears, to Roland and threw herself in his arms, saying, I don't know, Roland, but I can't help it, I am afraid. The young man raised her head, which she was hiding in his breast, with gentle force, and said, kissing her eyelids softly and tenderly, You don't believe I shall have ghosts to fight with tomorrow, do you? Oh, brother, don't go to the Chartreuse, cried Amélie, eluding the question. Mother told you to say this to me, didn't she? Oh no, brother, Mother said nothing to me. It is I who guessed that you intended to go. Well, if I want to go, replied Roland firmly, you ought to know, Amélie, that I shall go. Even if I beseech you on my knees, brother, cried Amélie in a tone of anguish, slipping down to her brother's feet. Even if I beseech you on my knees. Oh, women, women, murmured Roland, inexplicable creatures whose words are all mystery, whose lips never tell the real secrets of their hearts, who weep and pray and tremble. Why, God knows, but man, never. I shall go, Amélie, because I have resolved to go, and when once I have taken a resolution, no power on earth can make me change it. Now kiss me and don't be frightened, and I will tell you a secret. Amélie raised her head, and gazed questioningly, despairingly at Roland. I have known for more than a year, replied the young man, that I have the misfortune not to be able to die. So reassure yourself, and don't be afraid. Roland uttered these words so dolefully that Amélie, who had, until then, kept her emotion under control, left the room sobbing. The young officer, after assuring himself that her door was closed, shut his, murmuring, We'll see who will weary first, fate or I. Chapter 16, The Ghost. The next evening, at about the same hour, the young officer, after convincing himself that everyone in the Château des Noirs Fontaines had gone to bed, opened his door softly, went downstairs holding his breath, reached the vestibule, slid back the bolts of the outer door noiselessly, and turned round to make sure that all was quiet. Reassured by the darkened windows, he boldly opened the iron gate. The hinges had probably been oiled that day, for they turned without grating, and closed as noiselessly as they had opened behind Roland, who walked rapidly in the direction of Pont d'Ain at Bourg. He had hardly gone 100 yards before the clock at Saint Just struck once. That of Montignac answered like a bronze echo. It was 10:30 o'clock. At the pace the young man was walking, he needed only 20 minutes to reach the Chartreuse, especially if, instead of skirting the woods, he took the path that led direct to the monastery. Roland was too familiar from youth with every nook of the forest of Salon to needlessly lengthen his walk 10 minutes. He therefore turned unhesitatingly into the forest, coming out on the other side in about 5 minutes. Once there, he had only to cross a bit of open ground to reach the orchard wall of the convent. This took barely another 5 minutes. At the foot of the wall he stopped, but only for a few seconds. He unhooked his cloak, rolled it into a ball, and tossed it over the wall. The cloak off, he stood in a velvet coat, white leather breeches, and top boots. The coat was fastened round the waist by a belt in which were a pair of pistols. A broad-brimmed hat covered his head and shaded his face. With the same rapidity with which he had removed his garment that might have hindered his climbing the wall, he began to scale it. His foot readily found a chink between the stones. He sprang up, seizing the coping, and was on the other side without even touching the top of the wall over which he bounded. He picked up his cloak, threw it over his shoulder, hooked it, and crossed the orchard to a little door communicating with the cloister. The clock struck 11 as he passed through it. Roland stopped, counted the strokes, and slowly walked around the cloister, looking and listening. He saw nothing and heard no noise. The monastery was the picture of desolation and solitude. The doors were all open, those of the cells, the chapel, and the refectory. In the refectory, a vast hall where the tables still stood in their places, Roland noticed 5 or 6 bats circling around. A frightened owl flew through a broken casement and perched upon a tree close by, hooting dismally. Good, said Roland aloud. I'll make my headquarters here. Bats and owls are the vanguards of ghosts. The sound of that human voice, lifted in the midst of this solitude, darkness, and desolation, had something so uncanny, so lugubrious about it, that it would have caused even the speaker to shudder, had not Roland, as he himself said, been inaccessible to fear. He looked about for a place from which he could command the entire hall. An isolated table, placed on a sort of stage at one end of the refectory, which had no doubt been used by the superior of the convent to take his food apart from the monks, to read from pious books during the repast, seemed to Roland best adapted to his needs. Here, backed by the wall, he could not be surprised from behind, and once his eye grew accustomed to the darkness, he could survey every part of the hall. He looked for a seat, and found an overturned stool about 3 feet from the table, probably the one occupied by the reader or the person dining there in solitude. Roland sat down at the table, loosened his cloak to ensure greater freedom of movement, took his pistols from his belt, laid one on the table, and striking 3 blows with the butt end of the other, he said in a loud voice, "The meeting is open, the ghosts can appear." Those who have passed through churches and cemeteries at night have often experienced, without analyzing it, the supreme necessity of speaking low and reverently which attaches to certain localities. Only such persons can understand the strange impression produced on anyone who heard it by that curt, mocking voice which now disturbed the solitude and the shadows. It vibrated an instant in the darkness, which seemed to quiver with it. Then it slowly died away without an echo, escaping by all the many openings made by the wings of time. As he had expected, Roland's eyes had accustomed themselves to the darkness, and now, by the pale light of the rising moon, whose long, white rays penetrated the refectory through the broken windows, he could see distinctly from one end to the other of the vast apartment. Although Roland was as evidently without fear internally as externally, he was not without distrust, and his ear caught the slightest sounds. He heard the half-hour strike. In spite of himself, the sound startled him, for it came from the bell of the convent. How was it that, in this ruin where all was dead, a clock, the pulse of time, was living? "Oh," said Roland, "that proves that I shall see something." The words were spoken almost in an aside. The majesty of the place and the silence acted upon that heart of iron, firm as the iron that had just told the call of time upon eternity. The minutes slowly passed, one after the other. Perhaps a cloud was passing between earth and moon, for Roland fancied that the shadows deepened. Then, as midnight approached, he seemed to hear 1,000 confused, imperceptible sounds, coming no doubt from the nocturnal universe which wakes while the other sleeps. Nature permits no suspension of life, even for repose. She created her nocturnal world, even as she created her daily world, from the gnat which buzzes about the sleeper's pillow to the lion prowling around the Arab's bivouac. But Roland, the camp watcher, the sentinel of the desert, Roland, the hunter, the soldier, knew all those sounds. They were powerless to disturb him. Then, mingling with these sounds, the tones of the clock chiming the hour vibrated above his head. This time it was midnight. Roland counted the 12 strokes, one after the other. The last hung quivering upon the air like a bird with iron wings, then slowly expired, sad and mournful. Just then the young man thought he heard a moan. He listened in the direction whence it came. Again he heard it, this time nearer at hand. He rose, his hands resting upon the table, the butt end of a pistol beneath each palm. A rustle like that of a sheet or a gown trailing along the grass was audible on his right, not 10 paces from him. He straightened up as if moved by a spring. At the same moment, a shade appeared on the threshold of the vast hall. This shade resembled the ancient statues lying on the tombs. It was wrapped in an immense winding sheet which trailed behind it. For an instant Roland doubted his own eyes. Had the preoccupation of his mind made him see a thing which was not? Was he the dupe of his senses, the sport of those hallucinations which physicians assert but cannot explain? A moan, uttered by the phantom, put his doubts to flight. "My faith," he cried in a burst of laughter, "now for a tussle, friend ghost." The spectre paused and extended a hand toward the young officer. "Roland, Roland," said the spectre in a muffled voice, "it would be a pity not to follow to the grave those you have sent there." And the spectre, without hastening its step, continued on its way. Roland, astounded for an instant, came down from the stage and resolutely followed the ghost. The path was difficult, encumbered with stones, benches awry, and overturned tables. And yet, through all these obstacles, an invisible channel seemed open for the spectre, which pursued its way unchecked. Each time it passed before a window, the light from without, feeble as it was, shone upon the winding sheet and the ghost, outlining the figure, which passed into the obscurity to reappear and vanish again at each succeeding one. Roland, his eyes fixed upon the figure, fearing to lose sight of it if he diverted his gaze from it, dared not look. At the path apparently so easy to the spectre, yet bristling with obstacles for him, he stumbled at every step. The ghost was gaining upon him. It reached the door opposite to that by which it had entered. Roland saw the entrance to a dark passage. Feeling that the ghost would escape him, he cried, "Man or ghost, robber or monk, halt or I fire." "A dead body cannot be killed twice, and death has no power over the spirit," replied the ghost in its muffled voice. "Who are you?" "The shade of him you tore violently from the earth." The young officer burst into that harsh, nervous laugh, made more terrible by the darkness around him. "Faith," said he, "if you have no further indications to give me, I shall not trouble myself to discover you." "Remember the fountain at Vaucluse," said the shade, in a voice so faint the words seemed to escape his lips like a sigh rather than articulate speech. For an instant Roland felt, not his heart failing him but the sweat pouring from his forehead. Making an effort over himself, he regained his voice and cried, menacingly, "For a last time, apparition or reality, I warn you that, if you do not stop, I shall fire." The shade did not heed him, but continued on its way. Roland paused an instant to take aim. The spectre was not 10 paces from him. Roland was a sure shot. He had himself loaded his pistols, and only a moment before he had looked to the charge to see that it was intact. As the spectre passed, tall and white, beneath the gloomy vault of the passage, Roland fired. The flash illumined the corridor like lightning, down which the spectre passed with unfaltering, unhastening steps. Then all was blacker than before. The ghost vanished in the darkness. Roland dashed after him, changing his other pistol from the left hand to the right. But short as his stop had been, the ghost had gained ground. Roland saw him at the end of the passage, this time distinctly outlined against the gray background of the night. He redoubled his pace, and as he crossed the threshold of the passage, he fancied that the ghost was plunging into the bowels of the earth. But the torso still remained visible. "Devil or not," cried Roland, "I follow you." He fired a second shot, which filled the cavernous space, into which the ghost had disappeared, with flame and smoke. When the smoke had cleared away, Roland looked vainly around. He was alone. He sprang into the cistern howling with rage. He sounded the walls with the butt end of his pistol, he stamped on the ground, but everywhere, earth and stone gave back the sound of solid objects. He tried to pierce the darkness, but it was impossible. The faint moonlight that filtered into the cistern died out at the first steps. "Oh," cried Roland, "a torch, a torch." No one answered. The only sound to be heard was the spring bubbling close at hand. Realizing that further search would be useless, he emerged from the cavern. Drawing a powder horn and 2 balls from his pocket, he loaded his pistols hastily. Then he took the path along which he had just come, found the dark passage, then the vast refectory, and again took his place at the end of the silent hall and waited. But the hours of the night sounded successively, until the first gleam of dawn cast its pallid light upon the walls of the cloister. "Well," muttered Roland, "it's over for tonight. Perhaps I shall be more fortunate the next time." 20 minutes later, he re-entered the Château des Noirs Fontaines. Chapter 17. Investigations. 2 persons were waiting for Roland's return, one in anguish, the other with impatience. These 2 persons were Amélie and Sir John. Neither of them had slept for an instant. Amélie displayed her anguish only by the sound of her door, which was furtively closed as Roland came up the staircase. Roland heard the sound. He had not the courage to pass before her door without reassuring her. "Be easy, Amélie, I am here," he said. It did not occur to him that his sister might be anxious for anyone but him. Amélie darted from her room in her night-dress. It was easy to see from her pallor, and the dark circles which spread nearly to the middle of her cheeks, that she had not closed her eyes all night. "Has nothing happened to you, Roland?" she cried, clasping her brother in her arms and feeling him over anxiously. "Nothing." "Nor to anyone else?" "No." "And you saw nothing?" "I didn't say that," answered Roland. "Good God, what did you see?" "I'll tell that to you later. Meantime, there is no one either killed or wounded." Ah, I breathe again. Now let me give you a bit of advice, little sister. Go to bed and sleep if you can till breakfast. I am going to do the same thing and can assure you I won't need any rocking. Good night, or rather good morning. Roland kissed his sister tenderly. Then, affecting to whistle a hunting air carelessly, he ran up the next flight of steps. Sir John was frankly waiting for him in the hall. He went straight to the young man. "Well," he asked. "Well, I didn't roll my stone entirely for nothing. Did you see any ghosts?" "At any rate, I saw something that resembled one very closely." "Come, tell me all about it." "I see you won't be able to sleep, or at best only fitfully if I don't. Here's what happened in a nutshell." And Roland gave him a minute account of the night's adventure. "Excellent," said Sir John, when Roland had finished. "I hope you have left something for me to do." "I am even afraid," answered Roland, "that I have left you the hardest part." Then, as Sir John went over each detail, asking many questions about the localities, he said, "Listen, Sir John. We will pay the Chartres a visit in broad daylight after breakfast, which will not interfere in the least with your night watch. On the contrary, it will acquaint you with the localities. Only you must tell no one." "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "do I look like a gabbler?" "No, that's true," cried Roland laughing. "You are not a gabbler, but I am a ninny." So saying, he entered his bedchamber. After breakfast, the two young men sauntered down the slopes of the garden, as if to take a walk along the banks of the Riesaus. Then they bore to the left, swung up the hill for about 40 paces, struck into the highroad, and crossed the woods, till they reached the convent wall at the very place where Roland had climbed over it on the preceding night. "My lord," said Roland, "this is the way." "Very well," replied Sir John, "let us take it." Slowly, with a wonderful strength of wrist, which betokened a man well trained in gymnastics, the Englishman seized the coping of the wall, swung himself to the top, and dropped down on the other side. Roland followed with the rapidity of one who is not achieving a feat for the first time. They were both on the other side, where the desertion and desolation were more visible by night than by day. The grass was growing knee-high in the paths, the espaliers were tangled with vines so thick that the grapes could not ripen in the shadow of the leaves. The wall had given way in several places, and ivy, the parasite rather than the friend of ruins, was spreading everywhere. As for the trees in the open space, plums, peaches, and apricots, they had grown with the freedom of the oaks and beeches in the forest, whose breadth and thickness they seemed to envy. The sap, completely absorbed by the branches which were many and vigorous, produced but little fruit, and that imperfect. By the rustle of the tall grass, Sir John and Roland divined that the lizards, those crawling offsprings of solitude, had established their domicile there, from which they fled in amazement at this disturbance. Roland led his friend straight to the door between the orchard and the cloister, but before entering he glanced at the clock. That clock, which when at night, was stopped in the daytime. From the cloister he passed into the refectory. There the daylight showed under their true aspect the various objects which the darkness had clothed with such fantastic forms the night before. Roland showed Sir John the overturned stools, the table marked by the blow of the pistol, the door by which the phantom had entered. Accompanied by the Englishman, he followed the path he had taken in pursuit of the spectre. He recognized the obstacles which had hindered him, and noted how easily one who knew the locality might cross or avoid them. At the spot where he had fired, he found the wad, but he looked in vain for the bullet. The arrangement of the passage, which ran slanting, made it impossible for the bullet, if its marks were not on the walls, to have missed the ghost. And yet if the ghost were hit, supposing it to be a solid body, how came it to remain erect? How had it escaped being wounded, and if wounded, why were there no bloodstains on the ground? And there was no trace of either blood or ball. Sir John was almost ready to admit that his friend had had to do with a veritable ghost. "Someone came after me," said Roland, "and picked up the ball." "But if you fired at a man, why didn't the ball go into him?" "Oh, that's easily explained. The man wore a coat of mail under his shroud." That was possible, but nevertheless Sir John shook his head dubiously. He preferred to believe in a supernatural occurrence. It gave him less trouble. Roland and he continued their investigations. They reached the end of the passage, which opened on the furthest extremity of the orchard. It was there that Roland had seen his spectre for an instant as it glided into the dark vault. He made for the cistern, and so little did he hesitate that he might still have been following the ghost. There he understood how the darkness of the night had seemed to deepen by the absence of all exterior reflection. It was even difficult to see there by day. Roland took 2 torches about a foot long from beneath his cloak, took a flint, lighted the tinder, and a match from the tinder. Both torches flared up. The problem was now to discover the way by which the ghost had disappeared. Roland and Sir John lowered their torches and examined the ground. The cistern was paved with large squares of limestone, which seemed to fit perfectly. Roland looked for his second ball as persistently as for the first. A stone lay loose at his feet, and pushing it aside, he disclosed an iron ring screwed into one of the limestone blocks. Without a word, Roland seized the ring, braced his feet, and pulled. The square turned on its pivot with an ease which proved that it was frequently subjected to the same manipulation. As it turned, it disclosed a subterranean passage. "Ah!" exclaimed Roland, "this is the way my spectre went." He entered the yawning cavern, followed by Sir John. They traversed the same path that Morgan took when he returned to give an account of his expedition. At the end of the passage, they came upon an iron gate opening into the mortuary vaults. Roland shook the gate, which yielded to his touch. They crossed this subterranean cemetery and came to a second gate. Like the first, it was open. With Roland still in front, they went up several steps and found themselves in the choir of the chapel, where the scene we have related between Morgan and the Company of Jehu took place. Only now the stalls were empty, the choir was deserted, and the altar, degraded by the abandonment of worship, was no longer covered by the burning tapers or the sacred cloth. It was evident to Roland that this was the goal of the false ghost, which Sir John persisted in believing a real one. But real or false, Sir John admitted that its flight had brought it to this particular spot. He reflected a moment and then remarked, "As it is my turn to watch tonight, I have the right to choose my ground, I shall watch here." And he pointed to a sort of table, formed in the center of the choir, by an oaken pedestal, which had formerly supported the eagle lectern. "Indeed," said Roland, with the same heedlessness he showed in his own affairs, "you'll do very well there, only as you may find the gates locked and the stone fastened tonight, we had better look for some more direct way to get here." In less than 5 minutes they had found an outlet. The door of the old sacristy opened into the choir, and from the sacristy, a broken window gave passage into the forest. The 2 men climbed through the window and found themselves in the forest thicket some 20 feet from the spot where they had killed the boar. "That's what we want," said Roland. "Only, my dear Sir John, as you would never find your way by night in a forest which, even by day, is so impenetrable, I shall accompany you as far as this." "Very well, but once I am inside, you are to leave me," said the Englishman. "I remember what you told me about the susceptibility of ghosts. If they know you are near, they may hesitate to appear, and as you have seen one, I insist on seeing at least one myself." "I'll leave you, don't be afraid," replied Roland, adding with a laugh, "only I do fear one thing." "What is that?" "That in your double capacity of an Englishman and a heretic, they won't feel at ease with you." "Oh," replied Sir John, gravely, "what a pity I shall not have time to abjure before this evening." The 2 friends, having seen all there was to see, returned to the chateau. No one, not even Amélie, had suspected that their walk was other than an ordinary one. The day passed without questions and without apparent anxiety. Besides, it was already late when the 2 gentlemen returned. At dinner, to Edouard's great delight, another hunt was proposed, and it furnished a topic for conversation during dinner and part of the evening. By 10 o'clock, as usual, all had retired to their rooms, except Roland, who was in that of Sir John. The difference of character showed itself markedly in the preparations of the 2 men. Roland had made them joyously, as if for a pleasure trip. Sir John made his gravely, as if for a duel. He loaded his pistols with the utmost care and put them into his belt English fashion, and instead of a cloak, which might have impeded his movements, he wore a topcoat with a high collar put on over his other coat. At 10:30, the pair left the house with the same precautions that Roland had observed when alone. It was 5 minutes before 11 when they reached the broken window, where the fallen stones served as a stepping block. There, according to agreement, they were to part. Sir John reminded Roland of this agreement. "Yes," said Roland, "an agreement is an agreement with me. Only let me give you a piece of advice." "What is it?" "I could not find the bullets, because someone had been here and carried them off. and that was done beyond doubt to prevent me from seeing the dents on them." "What sort of dent do you mean?" "Those of the links of a coat of mail. My ghost was a man in armor." "That's too bad," said Sir John. "I hoped for a ghost." Then, after a moment's silence and a sigh expressive of his deep regret in resigning the ghost, he asked, "What was your advice?" "Fire at his face." Sir John nodded assent, pressed the young officer's hand, clambered through the window, and disappeared in the sacristy. "Good night," called Roland after him. Then, with the indifference to danger which a soldier generally feels for himself and his companions, Roland took his way back to the Château des Noirs Fontaines, as he had promised Sir John. Chapter 18: The Trial. The next day Roland, who had been unable to sleep till about 2 in the morning, woke about 7. Collecting his scattered wits, he recalled what had passed between Sir John and himself the night before, and was astonished that the Englishman had not wakened him. He dressed hastily, and went to Sir John's room at the risk of rousing him from his first sleep. He knocked at the door. Sir John made no answer. Roland knocked again, louder this time, the same silence. This time some uneasiness mingled with Roland's curiosity. The key was on the outside. The young officer opened the door and cast a rapid glance around the room. Sir John was not there, he had not returned. The bed was undisturbed. What had happened? There was not an instant to lose, and we may be sure that, with that rapidity of decision we know in Roland, he lost not an instant. He rushed to his room, finished dressing, put his hunting knife into his belt, slung his rifle over his shoulder and went out. No one was yet awake except the chambermaid. Roland met her on the stairs. "Tell Madame de Montrevel," said he, "that I have gone into the forest of Salem with my gun. She must not worry if Sir John and I are not on time for breakfast." Then he darted rapidly away. 10 minutes later, he reached the window where he had left Sir John the night before. He listened. Not a sound came from within. The huntsman's ear could detect the morning woodland sounds, but no others. Roland climbed through the window with his customary agility and rushed through the choir into the sacristy. One look sufficed to show him that not only the choir but the entire chapel was empty. Had the spectres led the Englishman along the reverse of the way he had come himself? Possibly. Roland passed rapidly behind the altar, into the vaults, where he found the gate open. He entered the subterranean cemetery. Darkness hid its depths. He called Sir John 3 times. No one answered. He reached the second gate. It was open like the first. He entered the vaulted passage. Only, as it would be impossible to use his gun in such darkness, he slung it over his shoulder and drew out his hunting knife. Feeling his way, he continued to advance without meeting anybody, but the further he went the deeper became the darkness, which indicated that the stone in the cistern was closed. He reached the steps, and mounted them until his head touched the revolving stone. Then he made an effort, and the block turned. Roland saw daylight and leaped into the cistern. The door into the orchard stood open. Roland passed through it, crossed that portion of the orchard which lay between the cistern and the corridor at the other end of which he had fired upon the phantom. He passed along the corridor and entered the refectory. The refectory was empty. Again, as in the funereal passageway, Roland called 3 times. The wondering echo, which seemed to have forgotten the tones of the human voice, answered stammering. It was improbable that Sir John had come this way. It was necessary to go back. Roland retraced his steps and found himself in the choir again. That was where Sir John had intended to spend the night, and there some trace of him must be found. Roland advanced only a short distance, and then a cry escaped him. A large spot of blood lay at his feet, staining the pavement. On the other side of the choir, a dozen feet from the blood, was another stain, not less large, nor less red, nor less recent. It seemed to make a pendant for the first. One of these stains was to the right, the other to the left of that sort of pedestal intended, as we have said, to support the eagle lectern, the pedestal which Sir John had selected for his place of waiting. Roland went up to it. It was drenched with blood. Evidently the drama had taken place on that spot, a drama which, if all the signs were true, must have been terrible. Roland, in his double capacity of huntsman and soldier, was keen at a quest. He could calculate the amount of blood lost by a man who was dead, or by one who was only wounded. That night 3 men had fallen, either dead or wounded. What were the probabilities? The 2 stains in the choir to the right and left of the pedestal were probably the blood of Sir John's 2 antagonists. That on the pedestal was probably his own. Attacked on both sides, right and left, he had fired with both hands, killing or wounding a man with each shot. Hence these two bloodstains which reddened the pavement. He himself must have been struck down beside the pedestal, on which his blood had spurted. After a few seconds of examination, Roland was as sure of this as if he had witnessed the struggle with his own eyes. Now, what had been done with the bodies? He cared little enough about two of them, but he was determined to know what had become of that of Sir John. A track of blood started from the pedestal and led straight to the door. Sir John's body had been carried outside. Roland shook the massive door. It was only latched and opened at the first pressure. Outside the sill, the tracks of blood still continued. Roland could see through the underbrush the path by which the body had been carried. The broken branches, the trampled grass, led Roland to the edge of the wood on the road leading from Pont d'Ain to Bourg. There the body, living or dead, seemed to have been laid on the bank of the ditch. Beyond that no traces whatever. A man passed just then, coming from the direction of the Château des Noirs Fontaines. Roland went up to him. "Have you seen anything on the road? Did you meet anyone?" he inquired. "Yes," replied the man. "I saw two peasants carrying a body on a litter." "Ah," cried Roland, "was it that of a living man?" The man was pale and motionless. He looked as if he were dead. "Was the blood flowing?" "I saw some drops on the road." "In that case, he is living." Then taking a louis from his pocket, he said, "There's a louis for you. Run for Dr. Milliot at Bourg, tell him to get a horse, and come at full speed to the Château des Noirs Fontaines. You can add that there is a man there in danger of dying." While the peasant, stimulated by the reward, made all haste to Bourg, Roland, leaping along on his vigorous legs, was hurrying to the chateau. And now, as our readers are, in all probability, as curious as Roland to know what had happened to Sir John, we shall give an account of the events of the night. A few minutes before 11, Sir John, as we have seen, entered what was usually known as La Correrie, or the pavilion of the Chartreuse, which was nothing more than a chapel erected in the woods. From the sacristy he entered the choir. It was empty and seemed solitary. A rather brilliant moon, veiled from time to time by a cloud, sent its bluish rays through the stained glass, cracked and broken, of the pointed windows. Sir John advanced to the middle of the choir, where he paused and remained standing beside the pedestal. The minutes slipped away. But this time it was not the convent clock which marked the time, it was the church at Perinaz, that is to say, the nearest village to the chapel where Sir John was watching. Everything happened up to midnight, just as it had to Roland. Sir John heard only the vague rustling and passing noises of the night. Midnight sounded. It was the moment he awaited with impatience, for it was then that something would happen, if anything was to happen. As the last stroke died away, he thought he heard footsteps underground, and saw a light appear behind the iron gate leading to the mortuary vault. His whole attention was fixed on that spot. A monk emerged from the passage, his hood brought low over his eyes and carrying a torch in his hand. He wore the dress of a chartreux. A second one followed, then a third. Sir John counted 12. They separated before the altar. There were 12 stalls in the choir, 6 to the right of Sir John, 6 to his left. The 12 monks silently took their places in the 12 stalls. Each one placed his torch in a hole made for that purpose in the oaken desk, and waited. A 13th monk appeared, and took his stand before the altar. None of the monks affected the fantastic behavior of ghosts or shades. They all belonged undoubtedly to the earth, and were living men. Sir John, a pistol in each hand, stood leaning against the pedestal in the middle of the choir, and watched with the utmost coolness this maneuver which tended to surround him. The monks were standing, like him, erect and silent. The monk at the altar broke the silence. "Brothers," he asked, "why are the avengers assembled?" "To judge a blasphemer," replied the monks. "What crime has this blasphemer committed?" continued the interlocutor. "He has tried to discover the secrets of the Companions of Jehu." "What penalty has he incurred?" "Death." The monk at the altar waited, apparently, to give time for the sentence which had just been pronounced to reach the heart of him whom it concerned. Then turning to the Englishman, who continued as calm as if he were at a comedy, he said, "Sir John Tanley, you are a foreigner and an Englishman, a double reason why you should leave the Companions of Jehu to fight their own battles with the government, whose downfall they have sworn. You failed in wisdom, you yielded to idle curiosity, Instead of keeping away, you have entered the lion's den, and the lion will rend you." Then after an instant's silence, during which he seemed to await the Englishman's reply, he resumed, seeing that he remained silent, "Sir John Tanley, you are condemned to death. Prepare to die." "Ah, I see that I have fallen into the hands of a band of thieves. If so, I can buy myself off with a ransom." Then turning to the monk at the altar he asked, "How much do you demand, Captain?" A threatening murmur greeted these insolent words. The monk at the altar stretched out his hand. "You are mistaken, Sir John. We are not a band of thieves," said he in a tone as calm and composed as Sir John's. "And the proof is that if you have money or jewels upon you, you need only give me your instructions, and they will be remitted either to your family or the person whom you designate. And what guarantee shall I have that my last wishes will be carried out?" "My word." "The word of the leader of assassins, I don't trust it." "This time, as before, you are mistaken, Sir John. I am no more the leader of assassins than I am a captain of thieves." "Who are you, then?" "The elect of celestial vengeance. I am the envoy of Jehu, king of Israel, who was anointed by the prophet Elisha to destroy the house of Ahab." "If you are what you say, why do you veil your faces? Why do you wear armor under your robes? The elect strike openly, they risk death in giving death. Throw back your hoods, show me your naked breasts, and I will admit that you are what you pretend to be." "Brothers, you have heard him," said the monk at the altar. Then stripping off his gown, he opened his coat, waistcoat, and even his shirt. Each monk did the same and stood with face exposed and bared breast. They were all handsome young men, of whom the eldest was apparently not more than 35. Their dress was elegant, but strange fact, none was armed. They were judges and nothing more. "Be satisfied, Sir John Tanley," said the monk at the altar. "You will die, but in dying, you can, as you wished just now, recognize and kill your judges. Sir John, you have 5 minutes to prepare your soul for death." Sir John, instead of profiting by this permission to think of his eternal salvation, coolly cocked his pistols to see that the triggers were all right, and passed a ramrod down the barrels to make sure that the balls were there. Then, without waiting for the 5 minutes to expire, he said, "Gentlemen, I am ready. Are you?" The young men looked at each other. Then, on a sign from their chief, they walked straight to Sir John and surrounded him on all sides. The monk at the altar stood immovable, commanding with his eye the scene that was about to take place. Sir John had only 2 pistols, consequently he could only kill 2 men. He selected his victims and fired. 2 companions of Jehu rolled upon the pavement, which they reddened with their blood. The others, as if nothing had happened, still advanced with outstretched hands upon Sir John. Sir John seized his pistols by the muzzle, using them like hammers. He was vigorous and the struggle was long. For 10 minutes, a confused group tussled in the center of the choir. Then this violent commotion ceased, and the companions of Jehu drew away to right and left, and regained their stalls, leaving Sir John bound with their girdles and lying upon the pedestal in the choir. "Have you commended your soul to God?" asked the monk at the altar. "Yes, assassin," answered Sir John, "you may strike." The monk took a dagger from the altar, advanced with uplifted arm, and standing over Sir John, leveled the dagger at his breast. "Sir John Tanley," he said, "you are a brave man and doubtless a man of honor. Swear that you will never breathe a syllable of what you have seen. Swear that under no circumstances, whatever they may be, you will recognize us, and we will spare your life." "As soon as I leave here," replied Sir John, "I shall denounce you. The moment I am free I will trail you down." "Swear," repeated the monk a second time. "No," said Sir John. "Swear," said the monk for the third time. "Never," replied Sir John. "Then die, since you will it." And he drove his dagger up to the hilt in Sir John's breast, who, whether by force of will, or because the blow killed him at once, did not even sigh. Then the monk in a loud sonorous voice, like a man conscious of having done his duty, exclaimed, "Justice is done." Then he returned to the altar, leaving the dagger in the wound, and said, "Brothers, you are invited to the ball of the victims, which takes place in Paris on the 21st of January next, at number 35 Rue du Bac, in memory of the death of King Louis Roman XVI. So saying, he re-entered the subterranean passage, followed by the remaining 10 monks, each bearing his torch in his hand. 2 torches remained to light the 3 bodies. A moment later 4 serving brothers entered, and raised first the bodies of the 2 monks, which they carried into the vault. Then they returned, lifted that of Sir John, placed it on a stretcher, and carried it out of the chapel by the entrance door, which they closed after them. 2 of the monks walked in front of the stretcher, carrying the 2 torches left in the chapel. And now, if our readers ask why there was this difference between the treatment received by Roland and that administered to Sir John, why this mansuetude toward one and this rigor toward the other, we reply, remember that Morgan enjoined on his brethren the safety of Emilie's brother, and thus safeguarded, under no circumstances could Roland die by the hand of a companion of Jehu. Chapter 19, The Little House in the Rue de la Victoire. While they are bearing Sir John Tanley's body to the Château des Noirs Fontaines, while Roland is hurrying in the same direction, while the peasant, dispatched by him, is hastening to Bourg to notify Dr. Milliot of the catastrophe which necessitated his immediate presence at Madame de Montrevel's home, let us jump over the distance which separates Bourg from Paris, and the time which elapsed between the 16th of October and the 7th of November. That is to say, between the 24th of Vendémiaire and the 16th Brumaire, and repair to that little house in the Rue de la Victoire, rendered historically famous by the conspiracy of the 18th Brumaire, which issued from it fully armed. It is the same house which stands there today on the right of the street at number 60, apparently astonished to present to the eye, after so many successive changes of government, the consular fasces which may still be seen on the panels of its double oaken doors. Let us follow the long, narrow alley of lindens that leads from the gate on the street to the door of the house. Let us enter the antechamber, take the hall to the right, ascend the 20 steps that lead to a study hung with green paper, and furnished with curtains, easy chairs and couches of the same color. The walls are covered with geographical charts and plans of cities. Bookcases of maple are ranged on either side of the fireplace, which they enclose. The chairs, sofas, tables, and desks are piled with books. There is scarcely any room on the chairs to sit down, or on the desks and tables to write. In the midst of this encumbering mass of reports, letters, pamphlets, and books, a man had cleared a space for himself where he was now seated, clutching his hair impatiently from time to time, as he endeavored to decipher a page of notes, compared to which the hieroglyphics on the obelisk of Luxor would have been transparently intelligible. Just as the secretary's impatience was approaching desperation, the door opened, and a young officer wearing an aide's uniform entered. The secretary raised his head, and a lively expression of satisfaction crossed his face. "Oh, my dear Roland," said he, "you here at last. I am delighted to see you for 3 reasons. First, because I am wearying for you. Second, because the general is impatient for your return and keeps up a hullabaloo about it. And third, because you can help me to read this, with which I have been struggling for the last 10 minutes. But first of all, kiss me." And the secretary and the aide-de-camp embraced each other. "Well," said the latter, "let us see this word that is troubling you so, my dear Burian." "Ah, my dear fellow, what writing! I get a white hair for every page I decipher, and this is my 3rd today. Here, read it if you can." Roland took the sheet from the secretary and, fixing his eyes on the spot indicated, read quite fluently. Paragraphs I. The Nile, from Aswan to a distance of 12 miles north of Cairo, flows in a single stream. "Well," said he, interrupting himself, "that's all plain sailing. What did you mean? The general, on the contrary, took pains when he wrote that." Go on," said Burian. The young man resumed, "From that point which is called, There you are, now what do you say to that?" Roland repeated, "Which is called the devil, which is called." "Yes, which is called after that." "What will you give me, Burian," cried Roland, "if I guess it?" "The first colonel's commission, I find signed in blank." "By my faith, no, I don't want to leave the general. I'd rather have a good father than 500 naughty children. I'll give you the 3 words for nothing." "What are there 3 words there?" "They don't look as if they were quite 3, I admit. Now listen, and make obeisance to me, from the point called Ventre de la Vaca." "Ha, Ventre de la Vache, confound it. He's illegible enough in French, but if he takes it into his head to go off in Italian, and that Corsican patois to boot. I thought I only ran the risk of going crazy, but then I should become stupid too. Well, you've got it." And he read the whole sentence consecutively. "The Nile, from Aswan to a distance of 12 miles north of Cairo, flows in a single stream. From that point, which is called Ventre de la Vache, it forms the branches of the Rosetta and the Damietta." Thank you, Roland, and he began to write the end of the paragraph, of which the first lines were already committed to paper. Tell me, said Roland, is he still got his hobby, the dear general of colonizing Egypt? Yes, and then, as a sort of offset, a little governing in France. We will colonize from a distance. Well, my dear Burian, suppose you post me a little on matters in this country, so that I won't seem to have just arrived from Timbuktu. In the first place, did you come back of your own accord, or were you recalled? Recalled, I should think so. By whom? The general himself. Special dispatch. Written by himself, see. The young man drew a paper from his pocket containing 2 lines, not signed, in the same handwriting as that which Burian had before him. These 2 lines said, Start, be in Paris 16th Brumaire, I need you. Yes, said Burian, I think it will be on the 18th. What will be on the 18th? On my word, Roland, you ask more than I know. That man, as you are aware, is not communicative. What will take place on the 18th Brumaire, I don't know as yet, but I'll answer for it that something will happen. Oh, you must have a suspicion. I think he means to make himself director in place of Sieyes, or perhaps president in Goyer's stead. Good, how about the Constitution of the year Roman III? The Constitution of the year Roman III, what about that? Why yes, a man must be 40 years old to be a director, and the general lacks just 10 of them. The deuce, so much the worse for the Constitution, they must violate it. It is rather young yet, Burian, they don't, as a rule, violate children of 7. My dear fellow, in Barra's hands everything grows old rapidly. The little girl of 7 is already an old prostitute. Roland shook his head. Well, what is it? Asked Burian. Why, I don't believe the general will make himself a simple director with 4 colleagues. Just imagine it, 5 kings of France. It wouldn't be a directory any longer but a 4-in-hand. Anyway, up to the present, that is all he has allowed anyone to perceive. But you know, my dear friend, if we want to know the general's secrets we must guess them. Faith, I'm too lazy to take the trouble, Burian. Besides, I'm a regular janissary, what is to be will be. Why the devil should I bother to form an opinion and battle for it? It's quite wearisome enough to have to live. And the young man enforced his favorite aphorism with a long yawn. Then he added, Do you think there will be any sword play? Probably. Then there will be a chance of getting killed, that's all I want. Where is the general? With Madame Bonaparte. He went to her about 15 minutes ago. Have you let him know you are here? No, I wanted to see you first, but I hear his step now. Just then the door was opened abruptly, and the same historical personage whom we saw playing a silent part incognito at Avignon appeared on the threshold, in the picturesque uniform of the General-in-Chief of the Army of Egypt, except that, being in his own house, he was bareheaded. Roland thought his eyes were more hollow and his skin more leaden than usual. But the moment he saw the young man, Bonaparte's gloomy, or rather meditative, eye emitted a flash of joy. Ah, here you are, Roland, he said, true as steel, called you come, welcome, my dear fellow, and he offered Roland his hand. Then he asked with an imperceptible smile, What were you doing with Burian? Waiting for you, General. And in the meantime, gossiping like 2 old women. I admit it, General. I was showing him my order to be here on the 16th Brumaire. Did I write the 16th or the 17th? Oh, the 16th, General. The 17th would have been too late. Why too late? Why, hang it, Burian says there are to be great doings here on the 18th. Capital, muttered Burian. The scatterbrain will earn me a wigging. Ah, so he told you I had planned great doings for the 18th. Then, approaching Burian, Bonaparte pinched his ear and said, Tell tale. Then to Roland he added, Well, it is so, my dear fellow, we have made great plans for the 18th. My wife and I dine with President Goyer, an excellent man who was very polite to Josephine during my absence. You are to dine with us, Roland. Roland looked at Bonaparte. Was it for that you brought me here, General? He asked, laughing. For that and something else too, perhaps. Burian right. Burian hastily seized his pen. Are you ready? Yes, General. My dear President, I write to let you know that my wife and I, with one of my aides-de-camp, will dine with you the day after tomorrow. This is merely to say that we shall be quite satisfied with a family dinner. What next? How do you mean? Shall I put liberty, equality, fraternity? Or death, added Roland. No, said Bonaparte, give me the pen. He took the pen from Burian's hands and wrote, Ever yours, Bonaparte. Then, pushing away the paper, he added, Address it, Burian, and send an orderly with it. Burian wrote the address, sealed it, and rang the bell. An officer on duty entered. Send an orderly with that, said Burian. There is an answer, added Bonaparte. The officer closed the door. Burian, said Bonaparte, pointing to Roland, look at your friend. Well, General, I am looking at him. Do you know what he did at Avignon? I hope he didn't make a pope. No, he threw a plate at a man's head. Oh, that was hasty. That's not all. That I can well imagine. He fought a duel with that man. And most naturally, he killed him. Exactly, do you know why he did it? No. The general shrugged his shoulders and said, Because the man said that I was a thief. Then looking at Roland with an indefinable expression of raillery and affection, he added, Ninny. Then suddenly he burst out, Oh, by the way, and the Englishman. Exactly, the Englishman, General. I was just going to speak to you about him. Is he still in France? Yes, and for a while, even I thought he would remain here, till the last trumpet blew its blast through the valley of Jehoshaphat. Did you miss killing him? Oh no, not I. We are the best friends in the world. General, he is a capital fellow, and so original to boot that I'm going to ask a bit of a favor for him. The devil for an Englishman, said Bonaparte, shaking his head. I don't like the English. Good, as a people but individually. Well, what happened to your friend? He was tried, condemned, and executed. What the devil are you telling us? God's truth, General. What do you mean when you say, he was tried, condemned, and guillotined? Oh, not exactly that. Tried and condemned, but not guillotined. If he had been guillotined, he would be more dangerously ill than he is now. Now, what are you gabbling about? What court tried and condemned him? That of the Companions of Jehu. And who are the Companions of Jehu? Goodness, have you forgotten our friend Morgan already, the masked man who brought back the wine merchant's 200 louis? No, replied Bonaparte, I have not forgotten him. I told you about the scamp's audacity, didn't I, Burian? Yes, General, said Burian, and I answered that, had I been in your place, I should have tried to find out who he was. And the general would know, had he left me alone. I was just going to spring at his throat and tear off his mask, when the general said, in that tone you know so well, Friend Roland. Come back to your Englishman, chatterbox, cried the general. Did Morgan murder him? No, not he himself, but his companions. But you were speaking of a court and a trial just now. General, you are always the same, said Roland, with their old-school familiarity. You want to know, and you don't give me time to tell you. Get elected to the 500, and you can talk as much as you like. Good. In the 500, I should have 499 colleagues who would want to talk as much as I, and who would take the words out of my mouth. I'd rather be interrupted by you than by a lawyer. Will you go on? I ask nothing better. Now imagine, General, there is a Chartreuse near Bourg. The Chartreuse of Salon, I know it. What, you know the Chartreuse of Salon? Demanded Roland. Doesn't the general know everything? Cried Burian. Well, about the Chartreuse, are there any monks there now? No, only ghosts. Are you, perchance, going to tell me a ghost story? And a famous one at that. The devil, Burian knows I love them, go on. Well, we were told at home that the Chartreuse was haunted by ghosts. Of course, you understand that Sir John and I, or rather I and Sir John, wanted to clear our minds about it, so we each spent a night there. Where? Why, at the Chartreuse. Bonaparte made an imperceptible sign of the cross with his thumb, a Corsican habit which he never lost. Ah, he exclaimed, did you see any ghosts? One. And what did you do to it? Shot at it. And then? It walked away. And you allowed yourself to be baffled. Good, how well you know me. I followed it and fired again. But as he knew his way among the ruins better than I, he escaped me. The devil! The next day it was Sir John's turn, I mean our Englishman. Did he see your ghost? He saw something better. He saw 12 monks enter the church, who tried him for trying to find out their secrets, condemned him to death, and who, on my word of honor, stabbed him. Didn't he defend himself? Like a lion, he killed 2. Is he dead? Almost, but I hope he will recover. Just imagine, General, he was found by the road and brought home with a dagger in his breast, like a prop in a vineyard. Why, it's like a scene of the saint fame, neither more nor less. And on the blade of the dagger, that there might be no doubt as to who did the deed, were graven the words, Companions of Jehu. Why, it isn't possible that such things can happen in France, in the last year of the 18th century. It might do for Germany in the Middle Ages, in the days of the Henrys and the Ottos. Not possible, General, but here is the dagger, what do you say to that? Attractive, isn't it? And the young man drew from under his coat a dagger made entirely of steel, blade, and handle. The handle was shaped like a cross, and on the blade, sure enough, were engraved the words, Companions of Jehu. Bonaparte examined the weapon carefully. And you say they planted that plaything in your Englishman's breast? Up to the hilt. And he's not dead. Not yet, at any rate. Have you been listening, Burian? With the greatest interest. You must remind me of this, Roland. When, General? When I am master. Come and say good day to Josephine. Come, Burian, you will dine with us, and be careful what you say, you too, for Moro is coming to dinner. Ah, I will keep the dagger as a curiosity. He went out first, followed by Roland, who was, soon after, followed by Burian. On the stairs they met the orderly who had taken the note to Goyer. Well, asked the general. Here is the president's answer. Give it to me. Bonaparte broke the seal and read. The President Goyer is enchanted the good fortune promised him. By General Bonaparte, he will expect him to dinner the day after. Tomorrow, the 18th Brumaire with his charming wife and the aide-de-camp, whoever he may be, dinner will be served at 5 o'clock. If the hour does not suit General Bonaparte, will he kindly make known the one he would prefer? The President, Goyer. 16th Brumaire, year Roman 7. With an indescribable smile, Bonaparte put the letter in his pocket. Then turning to Roland, he asked, Do you know President Goyer? No, General. Ah, you'll see, he's an excellent man. These words were pronounced in a tone no less indescribable than the smile. Chapter 20. The Guests of General Bonaparte. Josephine, in spite of her 34 years, or possibly because of them, that enchanting age when woman hovers between her passing youth and her corning age, Josephine, always beautiful, more graceful than ever, was still the charming woman we all know. An imprudent remark of Junot's at the time of her husband's return had produced a slight coolness between them. But 3 days had sufficed to restore to the enchantress her full power over the victor of Rivoli and the pyramids. She was doing the honors of her salon when Roland entered the room. Always incapable, like the true Creole she was, of controlling her emotions, she gave a cry of joy and held out her hand to him. She knew that Roland was devoted to her husband. She knew his reckless bravery, knew that if the young man had 20 lives, he would willingly have given them all for Bonaparte. Roland eagerly took the hand she offered him and kissed it respectfully. Josephine had known Roland's mother in Martinique, and she never failed, whenever she saw Roland, to speak to him of his maternal grandfather, M. de la Clemencière, in whose magnificent garden as a child she was wont to gather those wonderful fruits which are unknown in our colder climates. A subject of conversation was therefore ready at hand. She inquired tenderly after Madame de Montrevel's health, and that of her daughter and little Edouard. Then the information given, she said, My dear Roland, I must now pay attention to my other guests, but try to remain after the other guests, or else let me see you alone tomorrow. I want to talk to you about him, she glanced at Bonaparte, and have 1,000 things to tell you. Then, pressing the young man's hand with a sigh, she added, No matter what happens, you will never leave him, will you? What do you mean? Asked Roland, amazed. I know what I mean, said Josephine. And when you have talked 10 minutes with Bonaparte you will, I am sure, understand me. In the meantime watch and listen and keep silence. Roland bowed and drew aside, resolved, as Josephine had advised, to play the part of observer. But what was there to observe? 3 principal groups occupied the salon. The first, gathered around Madame Bonaparte, the only woman present, was more a flux and reflux than a group. The second, surrounding Talma, was composed of Arnault, Parsifal Grandmason, Monge, Berthelot, and 2 or 3 other members of the Institute. The third, which Bonaparte had just joined, counted in its circle Talleyrand, Barras, Lucien, Admiral Bruix, footnote, authoress note. Not to be confounded with Rear Admiral de Bruys, who was killed at Aboukir, August 1, 1798. Admiral Bruix, the negotiator with Talleyrand of the 18th Brumaire, did not die un Roederer, Regnaud de Saint-Jean d'Angely, Fouch, Riel, and 2 or 3 generals, among whom was Lefebvre. In the first group they talked of fashions, music, the theatre. In the second, literature, science, dramatic art. In the third, they talked of everything except that which was uppermost in their minds. Doubtless this reserve was not in keeping with Bonaparte's own feeling at the moment, for after sharing in this commonplace conversation for a short time, he took the former Bishop of Autun by the arm and led him into the embrasure of the window. Well, he asked. Talleyrand looked at Bonaparte with that air, which belonged to no one but him. What did I tell you of Sieyes, General? You told me to secure the support of those who regarded the friends of the Republic as Jacobins, and to rely upon it that Sieyes was at their head. I was not mistaken. Then he will yield. Better, he has yielded. The man who wanted to shoot me at Fréjus for having landed without being quarantined. Oh no, not for that. But what then? For not having looked at him, or spoken to him at Goyer's dinner. I must confess that I did it on purpose. I cannot endure that unfrocked monk. Bonaparte perceived, too late, that the speech he had just made was like the sword of the archangel, double-edged. If Sieyes was unfrocked, Talleyrand was unmitred. He cast a rapid glance at his companion's face. The ex-bishop of Autun was smiling his sweetest smile. Then I can count upon him. I will answer for him. And Cambaceres and Lebrun, have you seen them? I took Sieyes in hand as the most recalcitrant. Bruix saw the other 2. The admiral, from the midst of the group, had never taken his eyes off of the general and the diplomatist. He suspected that their conversation had a special importance. Bonaparte made him a sign to join them. A less able man would have done so at once, but Bruix avoided such a mistake. He walked about the room with affected indifference, and then, as if he had just perceived Talleyrand and Bonaparte talking together, he went up to them. Bruix is a very able man, said Bonaparte, who judged men as much by little as by great things. And above all very cautious, General, said Talleyrand. Yes, we will need a corkscrew to pull anything out of him. Oh no, on the contrary, now that he has joined us he will broach the question frankly. And indeed, no sooner had Bruix joined them than he began in words as clear as they were concise. I have seen them, they waver. They waver, Cambaceres and Lebrun waver. Lebrun I can understand, a sort of man of letters, a moderate, a Puritan, but Cambaceres. But it is so. But didn't you tell them that I intended to make them each a consul? I didn't get as far as that, replied Bruix, laughing. And why not? Inquired Bonaparte. Because this is the first word you have told me about your intentions, Citizen General. True, said Bonaparte, biting his lips. Am I to repair the omission? Asked Bruix. No, no, exclaimed Bonaparte hastily. They might think I needed them. I won't have any quibbling. They must decide today without any other conditions than those you have offered them. Tomorrow it will be too late. I feel strong enough to stand alone, and I now have Sieyes and Barras. Barras, repeated the 2 negotiators, astonished. Yes, Barras, who treated me like a little corporal, and wouldn't send me back to Italy because, he said, I had made my fortune there, and it was useless to return. Well, Barras. Barras. Nothing. Then, changing his mind, faith, I may as well tell you. Do you know what Barras said at dinner yesterday before me? That it was impossible to go on any longer with the constitution of the year Roman III. He admitted the necessity of a dictatorship, said he had decided to abandon the reins of government and retire, adding that he himself was looked upon as worn out and that the Republic needed new men. Now, guess to whom he thinks of transferring his power. I give it you, as Madame de Sévigné says, in 100,000, 10,000. No other than General Hédouville, a worthy man, but I have only to look him in the face to make him lower his eyes. My glance must have been blasting. As the result, Barras came to my bedside at 8 o'clock, to excuse himself as best he could for the nonsense he talked the night before, and admitted that I alone could save the Republic, and placed himself at my disposal to do what I wished, assume any role I might assign him, begging me to promise that if I had any plan in my head I would count on him. Yes, on him, and he would be true to the crack of doom. And yet, said Talleyrand, unable to resist a play upon words, doom is not a word with which to conjure liberty. Bonaparte glanced at the ex-bishop. Yes, I know that Barras is your friend, the friend of Fouche and Real, but he is not mine, and I shall prove it to him. Go back to Lebrun and Cambacérès, Bruix, and let them make their own bargain. Then, looking at his watch and frowning, he added, It seems to me that Moreau keeps us waiting. So saying, he turned to the group which surrounded Talma. The two diplomatists watched him. Then Admiral Bruix asked in a low voice, What do you say, my dear Maurice, to such sentiments toward the man who picked him out, a mere lieutenant at the siege of Toulon, who trusted him to defend the Convention on the 13th Vendémiaire, and who named him, when only 26, General-in-Chief of the army in Italy? I say, my dear Admiral, replied M. de Talleyrand, with his pallid mocking smile, that some services are so great that ingratitude alone can repay them. At that moment the door opened and General Moreau was announced. At this announcement, which was more than a piece of news, it was a surprise to most of those present. Every eye was turned toward the door. Moreau appeared. At this period 3 men were in the eyes of France. Moreau was one of these 3 men. The 2 others were Bonaparte and Pichegru. Each had become a sort of symbol. Since the 18th Fructidor, Pichegru had become the symbol of monarchy. Moreau, since he had been christened Fabius, was the symbol of the Republic. Bonaparte, symbol of war, dominated them both by the adventurous aspect of his genius. Moreau was at that time in the full strength of his age. We would say the full strength of his genius, if decision were not one of the characteristics of genius. But no one was ever more undecided than the famous Cunctator. He was 36 years old, tall, with a sweet, calm, firm countenance, and must have resembled Xenophon. Bonaparte had never seen him, nor had he on his side ever seen Bonaparte. While the one was battling on the Adige and the Mincio, the other fought beside the Danube and the Rhine. Bonaparte came forward to greet him, saying, You are welcome, General. General, replied Moreau, smiling courteously, while all present made a circle around them to see how this new Caesar would meet the new Pompey. You come from Egypt, victorious, while I come, defeated, from Italy. A defeat which was not yours, and for which you are not responsible, General. It was Joubert's fault. If he had rejoined the army of Italy as soon as he had been made commander-in-chief, it is more than probable that the Russians and Austrians, with the troops they then had, could not have resisted him, but he remained in Paris for his honeymoon. Poor Joubert paid with his life for that fatal month, which gave the enemy time to gather its reinforcements. The surrender of Mantua gave them 15,000 men on the eve of the battle. It was impossible that our poor army should not have been overwhelmed by such united forces. Alas, yes, said Moreau, it is always the greater number which defeats the smaller. A great truth, General, exclaimed Bonaparte, an indisputable truth. And yet, said Arnault, joining in the conversation, you yourself, General, have defeated large armies with little ones. If you were Marius, instead of the author of Marius, you would not say that, my dear poet. Even when I beat great armies with little ones, listen to this, you young men who obey today and will command tomorrow, it was always the larger number which defeated the lesser. I don't understand, said Arnault and Lefebvre together. But Moreau made a sign with his head to show that he understood. Bonaparte continued, Follow my theory, for it contains the whole art of war. When with lesser forces I faced a large army, I gathered mine together, with great rapidity, fell like a thunderbolt on a wing of the great army, and overthrew it. Then I profited by the disorder into which this maneuver never failed to throw the enemy to attack again, always with my whole army on the other side. I beat them, in this way in detail, and the victory which resulted was always, as you see, the triumph of the many over the few. As the able general concluded his definition of his own genius, the door opened, and the servant announced that dinner was served. "General," said Bonaparte, leading Moreau to Josephine, "take in my wife. Gentlemen, follow them." On this invitation, all present moved from the salon to the dining room. After dinner, on pretense of showing him a magnificent saber he had brought from Egypt, Bonaparte took Moreau into his study. There the two rivals remained closeted more than an hour. What passed between them, what compact was signed, what promises were made, no one has ever known. Only when Bonaparte returned to the salon alone and Lucien asked him, "Well, what of Moreau?" he answered, "Just as I foresaw, he prefers military power to political power. I have promised him the command of an army." Bonaparte smiled as he pronounced these words, then added, "In the meantime." "In the meantime," questioned Lucien. "He will have that of the Luxembourg. I am not sorry to make him the jailer of the directors, before I make him the conqueror of the Austrians." The next day the following appeared in the Moniteur. Paris, 17th Brumaire. Bonaparte has presented Moreau with a magnificent Damascus sword, set with precious stones which he brought from Egypt, the value of which is estimated at 12,000 francs. Chapter 21. The Schedule of the Directory. We have said that Moreau, furnished no doubt with instructions, left the little house in the Rue de la Victoire, while Bonaparte returned alone to the salon. Everything furnished an object of comment in such a company as was there assembled. The absence of Moreau, the return of Bonaparte unaccompanied, and the visible good humor which animated his countenance, were all remarked upon. The eyes which fastened upon him most ardently were those of Josephine and Roland. Moreau for Bonaparte added 20 chances to the success of the plot. Moreau against Bonaparte robbed him of 50. Josephine's eyes were so supplicating that, on leaving Lucien, Bonaparte pushed his brother toward his wife. Lucien understood and approached Josephine, saying, "All is well." "Moreau with us. I thought he was a Republican. He has been made to see that we are acting for the good of the Republic." "I should have thought him ambitious," said Roland. Lucien started and looked at the young man. "You are right," said he. "Then," remarked Josephine, "if he is ambitious he will not let Bonaparte seize the power." "Why not?" "Because he will want it himself." "Yes, but he will wait till it comes to him ready-made, inasmuch as he doesn't know how to create it, and is afraid to seize it." During this time, Bonaparte had joined the group which had formed around Talma after dinner, as well as before. Remarkable men are always the center of attraction. "What are you saying, Talma?" demanded Bonaparte. "It seems to me they are listening to you very attentively." "Yes, but my reign is over," replied the artist. "Why so?" "I do as Citizen Barras has done, I abdicate." "So Citizen Barras has abdicated?" "So rumor says." "Is it known who will take his place?" "It is surmised." "Is it one of your friends, Talma?" "Time was," said Talma bowing, "when he did me the honor to say I was his." "Well, in that case, Talma, I shall ask for your influence." "Granted," said Talma laughing. "It only remains to ask how it can serve you." "Get me sent back to Italy. Barras would not let me go." "The deuce," said Talma. "Don't you know the song, General? We won't go back to the woods when the laurels are clipped." "Oh, Rossius, Rossius," said Bonaparte smiling, "have you grown a flatterer during my absence?" Rossius was the friend of Caesar, General, and when the conqueror returned from Gaul, he probably said to him about the same thing I have said to you. Bonaparte laid his band on Talma's shoulder. Would he have said the same words, after crossing the Rubicon? Talma looked Bonaparte straight in the face. "No," he replied, "he would have said like the augur, Caesar, beware of the Ides of March." Bonaparte slipped his hand into his breast as if in search of something. Finding the dagger of the Companions of Jehu, he grasped it convulsively. Had he a presentiment of the conspiracies of Arena, Saint Regent, and Cadoudal? Just then the door opened and a servant announced, "General Bernadotte." "Bernadotte," muttered Bonaparte involuntarily. "What does he want here?" Since Bonaparte's return, Bernadotte had held aloof from him, refusing all the advances which the general-in-chief and his friends had made him. The fact is, Bernadotte had long since discerned the politician beneath the soldier's greatcoat, the dictator beneath the general, and Bernadotte, for all that he became king in later years, was at that time a very different republican from Moreau. Moreover, Bernadotte believed he had reason to complain of Bonaparte. His military career had not been less brilliant than that of the young general. His fortunes were destined to run parallel with his to the end, only more fortunate than that other. Bernadotte was to die on his throne. It is true, he did not conquer that throne, he was called to it. Son of a lawyer at Pau, Bernadotte, born in 1764, that is to say, 5 years before Bonaparte, was in the ranks as a private soldier when only 18. In 1789 he was only a sergeant major, but those were the days of rapid promotion. In 1794, Kleber created him brigadier general on the field of battle, where he had decided the fortunes of the day. Becoming a general of division, he played a brilliant part at Fleurus and Juliers, forced Maastricht to capitulate, took Altdorf, and protected, against an army twice as numerous as his own, the retreat of Joubert. In 1797, the Directory ordered him to take 17,000 men to Bonaparte. These 17,000 men were his old soldiers, veterans of Kleber, Marceau and Hoche, soldiers of the Sambaret-Meuse. And yet Bernadotte forgot all rivalry and seconded Bonaparte with all his might, taking part in the passage of the Tagliamento, capturing Gradisca, Trieste, Laybach, Idria, bringing back to the Directory, after the campaign, the flags of the enemy, and accepting, possibly with reluctance, an embassy to Vienna, while Bonaparte secured the command of the army of Egypt. At Vienna, a riot, excited by the tricolor flag hoisted above the French embassy, for which the ambassador was unable to obtain redress, forced him to demand his passports. On his return to Paris, the Directory appointed him Minister of War. An underhand proceeding of Sieyès, who was offended by Bernadotte's republicanism, induced the latter to send in his resignation. It was accepted, and when Bonaparte landed at Fréjus, the late minister had been 3 months out of office. Since Bonaparte's return, some of Bernadotte's friends had sought to bring about his reinstatement, but Bonaparte had opposed it. The result was a hostility between the two generals, none the less real because not openly avowed. Bernadotte's appearance in Bonaparte's salon was therefore an event almost as extraordinary as the presence of Moreau, and the entrance of the conqueror of Maastricht caused as many heads to turn as had that of the conqueror of Rastatt. Only, instead of going forward to meet him, as he had Moreau, Bonaparte merely turned round and awaited him. Bernadotte, from the threshold of the door, cast a rapid glance around the salon. He divided and analyzed the groups, and although he must have perceived Bonaparte in the midst of the principal one, he went up to Josephine, who was reclining on a couch at the corner of the fireplace, like the statue of Agrippina in the Pity, and, addressing her with chivalric courtesy, inquired for her health. Then only did he raise his head as if to look for Bonaparte. At such a time, everything was of too much importance for those present not to remark this affectation of courtesy on Bernadotte's part. Bonaparte, with his rapid, comprehensive intellect, was not the last to notice this. He was seized with impatience, and instead of awaiting Bernadotte in the midst of the group where he happened to be, he turned abruptly to the embrasure of a window, as if to challenge the ex-minister of war to follow him. Bernadotte bowed graciously to right and left, and controlling his usually mobile face to an expression of perfect calmness, he walked toward Bonaparte, who awaited him as a wrestler awaits his antagonist, the right foot forward and his lips compressed. The two men bowed, but Bonaparte made no movement to extend his hand to Bernadotte, nor did the latter offer to take it. "Is it you?" asked Bonaparte. "I am glad to see you." "Thank you, General," replied Bernadotte. "I have come because I wish to give you a few explanations. I did not recognize you at first. Yet I think, General, that my name was announced by your servant, in a voice loud enough to prevent any doubt as to my identity." "Yes, but he announced General Bernadotte." Well, I saw a man in civilian's dress, and though I recognized you, I doubted if it were really you." For some time past Bernadotte had affected to wear civilian's dress, in preference to his uniform. "You know," said he laughing, "that I am only half a soldier now. I was retired by Citizen Sieyès. It seems that it was lucky for me that you were no longer Minister of War when I landed at Fréjus." "How so?" You said, so I was told, that had you received the order to arrest me for violating quarantine you would have done so. I said it and I repeat it, General. As a soldier I was always a faithful observer of discipline. As a minister I was a slave to law. Bonaparte bit his lips. And will you say, after that you have not a personal enmity to me? A personal enmity to you, General, replied Bernadotte. Why should I have? We have always gone together, almost in the same stride. I was even made general before you. While my campaigns on the Rhine were less brilliant than yours on the Adige, they were not less profitable for the Republic. And when I had the honor to serve under you, you found in me, I hope, a subordinate devoted, if not to the man, at least to the country which he served. It is true that since your departure, General, I have been more fortunate than you in not having the responsibility of a great army, which, if one may believe Kleber's dispatches, you have left in a disastrous position. What do you mean, Kleber's last dispatches, has Kleber written? Are you ignorant of that, General? Has the Directory not informed you of the complaints of your successor? That would be a great weakness on their part, and I congratulate myself to have come here, not only to correct in your mind what has been said of me, but to tell you what is being said of you. Bonaparte fixed an eye darkling as an eagle S on Bernadotte. And what are they saying of me? He asked. They say that, as you must come back, you should have brought the army with you. Had I a fleet, are you unaware that de Bruys allowed his to be burned? They also say, General, that, being unable to bring back the army, it would have been better for your renown had you remained with it. That is what I should have done, monsieur, if events had not recalled me to France. What events, General? Your defeats. Pardon me, General, you mean to say Schurer's defeats. Yours as well. I was not answerable for the generals commanding our armies on the Rhine and in Italy until I was Minister of War. If you will enumerate the victories and defeats, since that time, you will see on which side the scale turns. You certainly do not intend to tell me that matters are in a good condition. No, but I do say that they are not in so desperate state, as you affect to believe. As I affect, truly, General, to hear you one would think I had some interest in lowering France in the eyes of foreigners. I don't say that. I say that I wish to settle the balance of our victories and defeats for the last 3 months, and as I came for that, and am now in your house, and in the position of an accused person. Or an accuser. As the accused, in the first instance, I begin. And I listen, said Bonaparte, visibly on thorns. My ministry dates from the 30th Prairial, the 8th of June if you prefer. We will not quarrel over words. Which means that we shall quarrel about things. Bernadotte continued without replying. I became minister, as I said, the 8th of June, that is, a short time after the siege of Saint-Jean d'Acre was raised. Bonaparte bit his lips. I did not raise the siege until after I had ruined the fortifications, he replied. That is not what Kleber wrote, but that does not concern me. Then he added, smiling, it happened while Clark was minister. There was a moment's silence, during which Bonaparte endeavored to make Bernadotte lower his eyes. Not succeeding, he said, go on. Bernadotte bowed and continued. Perhaps no minister of war, and the archives of the ministry are there for reference, ever received the portfolio under more critical circumstances. Civil war within, a foreign enemy at our doors, discouragement rife among our veteran armies, absolute destitution of means to equip new ones. That was what I had to face on the 8th of June, when I entered upon my duties. An active correspondence, dating from the 8th of June, between the civil and military authorities, revived their courage and their hopes. My addresses to the armies, this may have been a mistake, were those, not of a minister to his soldiers, but of a comrade among comrades, just as my addresses to the administrators were those of a citizen to his fellow citizens. I appealed to the courage of the army and the heart of the French people. I obtained all that I had asked. The National Guard reorganized with renewed zeal. Legions were formed upon the Rhine, on the Moselle. Battalions of veterans took the place of old regiments to reinforce the troops that were guarding our frontiers. Today our cavalry is recruited by a remount of 40,000 horses, and 100,000 conscripts, armed and equipped, have received with cries of Vive la République, the flags under which they will fight and conquer. But, interrupted Bonaparte bitterly, this is an apology you are making for yourself. Be it so, I will divide my discourse into two parts. The first will be a contestable apology, the second an array of incontestable facts. I will set aside the apology and proceed to facts. June 17 and the Battle of the Trebia. MacDonald wished to fight without Morrow. He crossed the Trebia, attacked the enemy, was defeated and retreated to Modena. June 20, Battle of Tortona. Morrow defeated the Austrian Bellegarde. July 22, surrender of the citadel of Alexandria to the Austro-Russians. So far the scale turns to defeat. July 30, surrender of Mantua, another check. August 15, Battle of Novi. This time it was more than a check, it was a defeat. Take note of it, General, for it is the last. At the very moment we were fighting at Novi, Massena was maintaining his position at Zug and Lucerne, and strengthening himself on the Aar and on the Rhine. While Leckerb, on August 14, and took the St. Gothard. August 19, Battle of Bergen. Brune defeated the Anglo-Russian army, 40,000 strong, and captured the Russian general Hermann. On the 25th, 26th of the same month, the battles of Zurich, where Massena defeated the Austro-Russians under Korsakov. Hotze and 3 other generals are taken prisoners. The enemy lost 12,000 men, 100 cannon, and all its baggage. The Austrians, separated from the Russians, could not rejoin them until after they were driven beyond Lake Constance. That series of victories stopped the progress the enemy had been making since the beginning of the campaign. From the time Zurich was retaken, France was secure from invasion. August 30, Molitor defeated the Austrian generals, Jelichich and Leukin, and drove them back into the Grisons. September 1, Molitor attacked and defeated General Rosenberg in the Mutterthal. On the 2D, Molitor forced Suvorov to evacuate Glarus, to abandon his wounded, his cannon, and 1,600 prisoners. The 6th, General Brune again defeated the Anglo-Russians, under the command of the Duke of York. On the 7th, General Gazin took possession of Constance. On the 8th you landed at Fréjus. Well, General, continued Bernadotte, as France will probably pass into your hands, it is well that you should know the state in which you find her, and in place of receipt, our possessions bear witness to what we are giving you. What we are now doing, General, is history, and it is important that those who may someday have an interest in falsifying history shall find in their path the denial of Bernadotte. Is that said for my benefit, General? I say that for flatterers. You have pretended, it is said, that you returned to France because our armies were destroyed, because France was threatened, the Republic at bay. You may have left Egypt with that fear, but once in France, all such fears must have given way to a totally different belief. I ask no better than to believe as you do, replied Bonaparte, with sovereign dignity. And the more grand and powerful you prove France to be, the more grateful am I to those who have secured her grandeur and her power. Oh, the result is plain, General. 3 armies defeated, the Russians exterminated, the Austrians defeated and forced to fly, 20,000 prisoners, 100 pieces of cannon, 15 flags, all the baggage of the enemy in our possession, 9 generals taken or killed, Switzerland free, our frontiers safe, the Rhine our limit. So much for Massena's contingent and the situation of Helvetia. The Anglo-Russian army twice defeated, utterly discouraged, abandoning its artillery, baggage, munitions of war and commissariat, even to the women and children who came with the British. 8,000 French prisoners, effective men, returned to France. Holland completely evacuated. So much for Brune's contingent and the situation in Holland. The rearguard of General Clano forced to lay down its arms at Villanova. 1,000 prisoners and 3 pieces of cannon fallen into our hands, and the Austrians driven back beyond Bormida. In all, counting the combats at La Stura and Pignerol, 4,000 prisoners, 16 cannon, Mondovi, and the occupation of the whole region between La Stura and Tanaro. So much for Championet's contingent and the situation in Italy. 200,000 men under arms, 40,000 mounted cavalry, that is my contingent, mine, and the situation in France. But, asked Bonaparte satirically, if you have, as you say, 200,000 soldiers under arms, why do you want me to bring back the 15 or 20,000 men I have in Egypt, who are useful there as colonizers? If I ask you for them, General, it is not for any need we may have of them, but in the fear of some disaster overtaking them. What disaster do you expect to befall them, commanded by Kleber? Kleber may be killed, General, and who is there behind Kleber? Menu. Kleber and your 20,000 men are doomed, General. How doomed? Yes, the Sultan will send troops, he controls by land. The English will send their fleet, they control by sea. We, who have neither land nor sea, will be compelled to take part from here in the evacuation of Egypt and the capitulation of our army. You take a gloomy view of things, General. The future will show which of us two have seen things as they are. What would you have done in my place? I don't know, but even had I been forced to bring them back by way of Constantinople, I should never have abandoned those whom France had entrusted to me. Xenophon, on the banks of the Tigris, was in a much more desperate situation than you on the banks of the Nile. He brought his 10,000 back to Ionia, and they were not the children of Athens, not his fellow citizens, they were mercenaries. From the instant Bernadotte uttered the word Constantinople, Bonaparte listened no longer. The name seemed to rouse a new train of ideas in his mind, which he followed in solitary thought. He laid his hand on the arm of the astonished Bernadotte, and with eyes fixed on space, like a man who pursues through space the phantom of a vanished project, he said, "Yes, yes, I thought of it. That is why I persisted in taking that hovel, St. Jean d'Acre. Here you only thought it obstinacy. A useless waste of men sacrificed to the self-love of a mediocre general, who feared that he might be blamed for a defeat. What should I have cared for the raising of the siege of St. Jean d'Acre, if St. Jean d'Acre had not been the barrier in the way of the grandest project ever conceived? Cities! Why, good God, I could take as many as ever did Alexander or Caesar, but it was St. Jean d'Acre that had to be taken. If I had taken St. Jean d'Acre, do you know what I should have done?" And he fixed his burning eyes upon Bernadotte, who, this time, lowered his under the flame of this genius. "What I should have done," repeated Bonaparte, and like Ajax, he seemed to threaten heaven with his clenched fist. "If I had taken St. Jean d'Acre, I should have found the treasures of the Pasha in the city and 3,000 stands of arms. With that I should have raised and armed all Syria, so maddened by the ferocity of Jezar that each time I attacked him the population prayed to God for his overthrow. I should have marched upon Damascus and Aleppo. I should have swelled my army with the malcontents. Advancing into the country, I should, step by step, have proclaimed the abolition of slavery and the annihilation of the tyrannical government of the Pashas. I should have overthrown the Turkish Empire and founded a great empire at Constantinople, which would have fixed my place in history higher than Constantine and Mohammed Roman II. Perhaps I should have returned to Paris by way of Adrianople and Vienna, after annihilating the House of Austria. Well, my dear General, that is the project which that little hovel of a St. Jean d'Acre rendered abortive." And he so far forgot to whom he was speaking, as he followed the shadows of his vanished dream, that he called Bernadotte my dear General. The latter, almost appalled by the magnitude of the project which Bonaparte had unfolded to him, made a step backward. "Yes," said Bernadotte, "I perceive what you want, for you have just betrayed yourself. Orient or Occident, a throne, so be it, why not? Count upon me to help you conquer it, but elsewhere than in France. I am a Republican, and I will die a Republican." Bonaparte shook his head, as if to disperse the thoughts which held him in the clouds. "I too am a Republican," said he, "but see what has come of your Republic." "What matter?" cried Bernadotte. "It is not to a word or a form that I am faithful, but to the principle. Let the directors but yield me the power, and I would know how to defend the Republic against her internal enemies, even as I defended her from her foreign enemies." As he said these words, Bernadotte raised his eyes, and his glance encountered that of Bonaparte. Two naked blades clashing together never sent forth lightning more vivid, more terrible. Josephine had watched the two men for some time past with anxious attention. She saw the dual glance teeming with reciprocal menace. She rose hastily and went to Bernadotte. "General," said she. Bernadotte bowed. "You are intimate with Goyer, are you not?" she continued. "He is one of my best friends, madame," said Bernadotte. "Well, we dine with him the day after tomorrow, the 18th Brumaire. Dine there yourself and bring Madame Bernadotte. I should be so glad to know her better." "Madame," said Bernadotte, "in the days of the Greeks you would have been one of the three graces. In the Middle Ages you would have been a fairy. Today you are the most adorable woman I know." And making 3 steps backward, and bowing, he contrived to retire politely without including Bonaparte in his bow. Josephine followed him with her eyes until he had left the room. Then, turning to her husband, she said, "Well, it seems that it was not as successful with Bernadotte as with Morat, was it? Bold, adventurous, disinterested, sincere Republican, inaccessible to seduction, he is a human obstacle. We must make our way around him, since we cannot overthrow him." And leaving the salon without taking leave of anyone, he went to his study, whither Roland and Burian followed. They had hardly been there a quarter of an hour when the handle of the lock turned softly, the door opened, and Lucian appeared. Chapter 22. The Outline of a Decree. Lucian was evidently expected. Bonaparte had not mentioned his name once since entering the study, but in spite of this silence, he had turned his head 3 or 4 times with increasing impatience toward the door, and when the young man appeared an exclamation of contentment escaped his lips. Lucian, the general's youngest brother, was born in 1775, making him now barely 25 years old. Since 1797, that is, at the age of 22 and a half, he had been a member of the 500, who, to honor Bonaparte, had made him their president. With the projects he had conceived, nothing could have been more fortunate for Bonaparte. Frank and loyal, republican to the core, Lucian believed that, in seconding his brother's plans, he was serving the Republic better than the future first consul. In his eyes, no one was better fitted to save it a second time than he who had saved it the first. It was with these sentiments in his heart that he now came to confer with his brother. "Here you are," said Bonaparte. "I have been waiting for you impatiently." "So I suspected, but I was obliged to wait until I could leave without being noticed." "Did you manage it?" Yes, Talma was relating a story about Marat and Dumouriez. Interesting as it was, I deprived myself of the pleasure, and here I am. "I have just heard a carriage driving away. The person who got in it couldn't have seen you coming up my private stairs, could he?" "The person who drove off was myself, the carriage was mine. If that is not seen, everyone will think I have left." Bonaparte breathed freer. "Well," said he, "let us hear how you have spent your day." "Oh, I haven't wasted my time, you may be sure." "Are we to have a decree or the council?" "We drew it up today, and I have brought it to you, the rough draft at least, so that you can see if you want anything added or changed." "Let me see it," cried Bonaparte. Taking the paper hastily from Lucian's hand, he read. "Art, the legislative body is transferred to the commune of St. Cloud. The 2 branches of the council will hold their sessions in the 2 wings of the palace." "That's the important article," said Lucian. "I had it placed first, so that it might strike the people at once." "Yes, yes," exclaimed Bonaparte, and he continued. "Art Roman 2. They will assemble there tomorrow, the 20th Brumaire." "No, no," said Bonaparte, "tomorrow the 19th. Change the date, Burian," and he handed the paper to his secretary. "You expect to be ready for the 18th. "I shall be," Fouch said day before yesterday. "Make haste, or I won't answer for the result." "The 19th Brumaire," said Burian, returning the paper to the general. Bonaparte resumed. "Art Roman 2. They will assemble there tomorrow, the 19th Brumaire. At noon, all deliberations are forbidden elsewhere and before the above date." Bonaparte read the article a second time. "Good," said he, "there is no double meaning there," and he continued. "Art Roman 3. General Bonaparte is charged with the enforcement of this decree. He will take all necessary measures for the safety of the national legislature." A satirical smile flickered on the stony lips of the reader, but he continued almost immediately. "The general commanding the 17th Military Division, the Guard of the Legislature, the Stationary National Guard, the troops of the line within the boundaries of the Commune of Paris, and those the Constitutional Arrondissement, and throughout the limits of the South Division, are placed directly under his orders, and are directed to regard him as their commanding officer." Burian, add, "All citizens will lend him assistance when called upon. The bourgeois love to meddle in political matters, and when they really can help us in our projects, we ought to grant them this satisfaction." Burian obeyed, then he returned the paper to the general, who went on. "Art Roman 4. General Bonaparte is summoned before the council to receive a copy of the present decree, and to make oath thereto. He will consult with the inspecting commissioners of both branches of the council. Art. V. The present decree shall be transmitted immediate, by messenger, to all the members of the council of 500. and to the executive directory, it shall be printed and posted, and promulgated throughout the communes of the Republic by special messengers. Done at Paris this. The date is left blank, said Lucian. Put the 18th Brumaire, Burian. The decree must take everybody by surprise. It must be issued at 7 o'clock in the morning, and at the same hour or even earlier it must be posted on all the walls of Paris. But suppose the ancients won't consent to issue it, said Lucian. All the more reason to have it posted, Ninny, said Bonaparte. We must act as if it had been issued. Am I to correct this grammatical error in the last paragraph? Asked Burian, laughing. Where? Demanded Lucian, in the tone of an aggrieved author. The word immediate, replied Burian. You can't say transmitted immediate, it ought to be immediately. It's not worthwhile, said Bonaparte. I shall act, you may be sure, as if it were immediately. Then, after an instant's reflection, he added, as to what you said just now about their not being willing to pass it, there's a very simple way to get it passed. What is that? To convoke the members of whom we are sure at 6 o'clock in the morning, and those of whom we are not sure at 8. Having only our own men, it will be devilishly hard to lose the majority. But 6 o'clock for some, and 8 for the others, objected Lucian. Employ 2 secretaries, one of them can make a mistake. Then turning to Lucian he said, write this. And walking up and down, he dictated without hesitating, like a man who has long thought over and carefully prepared what he dictates, stopping occasionally beside Burian to see if the secretary's pen were following his every word. Citizens, the council of the ancients, the trustee of the nations. Wisdom has issued the subjoined decree. It is authorized by Articles 102 and of the Constitution. This decree enjoins me to take measures for the safety of the national legislature and its necessary and momentary removal. Burian looked at Bonaparte. Instantaneous was the word the latter had intended to use, but as the general did not correct himself, Burian left momentary. Bonaparte continued to dictate. The legislature will find means to avoid the imminent danger into which the disorganization of all parts of the administration has brought us. But it needs, at this crisis, the united support and confidence of patriots. Rally around it. It offers the only means of establishing the Republic on the bases of civil liberty, internal prosperity, victory and peace. Bonaparte perused this proclamation and nodded his head in sign of approval. Then he looked at his watch. 11 o'clock, he said, there is still time. Then seating himself in Burian's chair, he wrote a few words in the form of a note, sealed it, and wrote the address, to the citizen Barras. Roland, said he, when he had finished, take a horse out of the stable or a carriage in the street and go to Barras' house. I have asked him for an interview tomorrow at midnight. I want an answer. Roland left the room. A moment later the gallop of a horse resounded through the courtyard, disappearing in the direction of the Rue du Mont Blanc. Now Burian, said Bonaparte after listening to the sound, tomorrow at midnight, whether I am in the house or not, you will take my carriage and go in my stead to Barras. In your stead, General. Yes, he will do nothing all day, expecting me to accept him on my side at night. At midnight you will go to him, and say that I have such a bad headache I have had to go to bed, but that I will be with him at 7 o'clock in the morning without fail. He will believe you, or he won't believe you, but at any rate it will be too late for him to act against us. By 7 in the morning I shall have 10,000 men under my command. Very good, General. Have you any other orders for me? No, not this evening, replied Bonaparte. Be here early tomorrow. And I? Asked Lucian. See, he has the ancients in the hollow of his hand. Make all your arrangements with him. I don't wish him to be seen here, nor to be seen myself at his house. If by any chance we fail, he is a man to repudiate. After tomorrow, I wish to be master of my own actions, and to have no ties with anyone. Do you think you will need me tomorrow? Come back at night and report what happens. Are you going back to the salon? No, I shall wait for Josephine in her own room. Burian, tell her, as you pass through, to get rid of the people as soon as possible. Then, saluting Burian and his brother with a wave of the hand, he left his study by a private corridor and went to Josephine's room. There, lighted by a single alabaster lamp, which made the conspirators' brow seem paler than ever, Bonaparte listened to the noise of the carriages, as one after the other they rolled away. At last the sound ceased, and 5 minutes later the door opened to admit Josephine. She was alone and held a double-branched candlestick in her hand. Her face, lighted by the double flame, expressed the keenest anxiety. "Well," Bonaparte inquired, "what ails you?" "I am afraid," said Josephine. "Of what? Those fools of the Directory or the lawyers of the two councils? Come, come, I have Sieyes with me in the Ancients and Lucian in the 500. Then all goes well." "Wonderfully so. You sent me word that you were waiting for me here, and I feared you had some bad news to tell me." "Pooh, if I had bad news, do you think I would tell you?" "How reassuring that is." "Well, don't be uneasy, for I have nothing but good news. Only, I have given you a part in the conspiracy." "What is it?" "Sit down and write to Goyer." "That we won't dine with him." "On the contrary, ask him to come and breakfast with us. Between those who like each other as we do there can't be too much intercourse." Josephine sat down at a little rosewood writing desk. "Dictate," said she. "I will write." "Goodness, for them to recognize my style. Nonsense. You know better than I how to write one of those charming notes there is no resisting." Josephine smiled at the compliment, turned her forehead to Bonaparte, who kissed it lovingly, and wrote the following note, which we have copied from the original. "To the citizen Goyer, President of the Executive Directory of the French Republic." "Is that right?" she asked. "Perfectly. As you won't wear this title of president much longer, we won't cavil at it." "Don't you mean to make him something?" "I'll make him anything he pleases if he does exactly what I want. Now go on, my dear." Josephine picked up her pen again and wrote. "Come, my dear Goyer, with your wife and breakfast with us. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Don't fail, for I have some very interesting things to tell you. Adieu, my dear Goyer, with the sincerest friendship. Yours, La Padre Bonaparte." "I wrote tomorrow," exclaimed Josephine. "Shall I date it the 17th Brumaire?" "You won't be wrong," said Bonaparte. "There's midnight striking." In fact, another day had fallen into the gulf of time. The clock chimed 12. Bonaparte listened gravely and dreamily. 24 hours only separated him from the solemn day for which he had been scheming for a month, and of which he had dreamed for years. Let us do now what he would so gladly have done, and spring over those 24 hours intervening to the day which history has not yet judged, and see what happened in various parts of Paris, where the events we are about to relate produced an overwhelming sensation. Chapter 23, Alia Jacta Est. At 7 in the morning, Fouch, Minister of Police, entered the bedroom of Goyer, President of the Directory. "Oh ho," said Goyer when he saw him. "What has happened now, Monsieur le Minister, to give me the pleasure of seeing you so early?" "Don't you know about the decree?" asked Fouch. "What decree?" asked honest Goyer. "The decree of the Council of the Ancients." "When was it issued?" "Last night." "So the Council of the Ancients assembles at night now?" "When matters are urgent, yes." "And what does the decree say?" "It transfers the legislative sessions to St. Cloud." Goyer felt the blow. He realized the advantage which Bonaparte's daring genius might obtain by this isolation. "And since when," he asked Fouch, "is the Minister of Police transformed into a messenger of the Council of the Ancients?" "That's where you are mistaken, Citizen President," replied the ex-conventional. "I am more than ever Minister of Police this morning, for I have come to inform you of an act which may have the most serious consequences." Not being as yet sure of how the conspiracy of the Rue de la Victoire would turn out, Fouch was not averse to keeping open a door for retreat at the Luxembourg. But Goyer, honest as he was, knew the man too well to be his dupe. "You should have informed me of this decree yesterday, and not this morning, for in making the communication now, you are scarcely in advance of the official communication I shall probably receive in a few moments." As he spoke, an usher opened the door, and informed the president that a messenger from the inspectors of the Council of the Ancients was there, and asked to make him a communication. "Let him come in," said Goyer. The messenger entered and handed the president a letter. He broke the seal hastily and read, "Citizen President, the Inspecting Commission hasten to inform you of a decree removing the residence of the legislative body to St. Cloud. The decree will be forwarded to you, but measures for public safety are at present occupying our attention. We invite you to meet the Commission of the Ancients. You will find Sias and Ducos already there. Fraternal greetings. Barreland. Fargs. Cornet." "Very good," said Goyer, dismissing the messenger with a wave of his hand. The messenger went out. Goyer turned to Fouch. "Ah," said he, "the plot is well laid. They inform me of the decree, but they do not send it to me. Happily you are here to tell me the terms of it." "But," said Fouch, "I don't know them." "What, do you, the Minister of Police, mean to tell me that you know nothing about this extraordinary session of the Council of the Ancients, when it has been put on record by a decree?" "Of course I knew it took place, but I was unable to be present." "And you had no secretary, no amanuensis to send, who could give you an account, word for word, of this session, when in all probability this session will dispose of the fate of France? Ah, Citizen Fouch, you are either a very deep or a very shallow Minister of Police." "Have you any orders to give me, Citizen President?" asked Fouch. "None, Citizen Minister," replied the President. "If the Directory judges it advisable to issue any orders, it will be to men whom it esteems worthy of its confidence. You may return to those who sent you," he added, turning his back upon the minister. Fouch went, and Goyer immediately rang his bell. An usher entered. "Go to Barras, Sias, Ducos, and Moulins, and request them to come to me at once. Ah, and at the same time ask Madame Goyer to come into my study, and to bring with her Madame Bonaparte's letter inviting us to breakfast with her." 5 minutes later Madame Goyer entered, fully dressed, with the note in her hand. The invitation was for 8 o'clock. It was then 7:30, and it would take at least 20 minutes to drive from the Luxembourg to the Rue de la Victoire. "Here it is, my dear," said Madame Goyer, handing the letter to her husband. "It says 8 o'clock. "Yes," replied Goyer. "I was not in doubt about the hour but about the day." Taking the note from his wife's hand, he read it over. "Come, my dear Goyer, with your wife, and breakfast with me. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Don't fail, for I have some very interesting things to tell you." "Ah," said Goyer, "there can be no mistake." "Well, my dear, are we going?" asked Madame Goyer. "You are, but not I. An event has just happened, about which the Citizen Bonaparte is probably well informed, which will detain my colleagues and myself at the Luxembourg." "A serious event?" "Possibly." "Then I shall stay with you." "No, indeed, you would not be of any service here. Go to Madame Bonaparte's. I may be mistaken, but should anything extraordinary happen which appears to you alarming, send me word some way or other. Anything will do, I shall understand half a word." "Very good, my dear, I will go. The hope of being useful to you is sufficient." "Do go." Just then the usher entered and said, "General Moulins is at my heels. Citizen Barras is in his bath, and will soon be here. Citizens Sias and Ducos went out at 5 o'clock this morning, and have not yet returned." "They are the two traitors," said Goyer. "Barras is only their dupe." Then kissing his wife he added, "Now go." As she turned round, Madame Goyer came face to face with General Moulins. He, for his character was naturally impetuous, seemed furious. "Pardon me, citizeness," he said. Then, rushing into Goyer's study, he cried, "Do you know what has happened, President?" "No, but I have my suspicions. The legislative body has been transferred to St. Cloud. The execution of the decree has been entrusted to General Bonaparte, and the troops are placed under his orders." "Ha, the cat's out of the bag," exclaimed Goyer. "Well, we must combine and fight them. Have you heard that Sias and Ducos are not in the palace? By heavens, they are at the Tuileries. But Barras is in his bath. Let us go to Barras. The Directory can issue decrees if there is a majority. We are 3, and I repeat it, we must make a struggle. Then let us send word to Beres to come to us, as soon as he is out of his bath. No, let us go to him before he leaves it. The 2 directors left the room and hurried toward Beres' apartment. They found him actually in his bath, but they insisted on entering. Well, asked Beres as soon as he saw them. Have you heard? Absolutely nothing. They told him what they themselves knew. Ah, cried Beres, that explains everything. What do you mean? Yes, that is why he didn't come last night. Who? Why Bonaparte? Did you expect him last evening? He sent me word, by one of his aides-de-camp, that he would call on me at 11 o'clock last evening. And he didn't come? No, he sent Burian in his carriage to tell me that a violent headache had obliged him to go to bed, but that he would be here early this morning. The directors looked at each other. The whole thing is plain, said they. I have sent Balat, my secretary, a very intelligent fellow, to find out what he can, continued Beres. He rang, and a servant entered. As soon as Citizen Balat returns, said Beres, ask him to come here. He is just getting out of his carriage. Send him up, send him up. But Balat was already at the door. Well, cried the 3 directors. Well, General Bonaparte, in full uniform, accompanied by Generals Bournonville, MacDonald and Moreau, are on their way to the Tuileries, where 10,000 troops are awaiting them. Moreau with him, exclaimed Goyer. On his right. I always told you that Moreau was a sneak and nothing else, cried Moulins with military roughness. Are you still determined to resist Beres? Asked Goyer. Yes, replied Beres. Then dress yourself and join us in the council room. Go, said Beres, I follow you. The 2 directors hastened to the council room. After waiting 10 minutes, Moulins said, We should have waited for Beres. If Moreau is a sneak, Beres is a knave. 2 hours later, they were still waiting for Beres. Talleyrand and Bruix had been admitted to Beres' bathroom just after Goyer and Moulins had left it, and in talking with them, Beres forgot his appointment. We will now see what was happening in the Rue de la Victoire. At 7 o'clock, contrary to his usual custom, Bonaparte was up and waiting in full uniform in his bedroom. Roland entered. Bonaparte was perfectly calm, they were on the eve of a battle. Has no one come yet, Roland? He asked. No, General, replied the young man, but I heard the roll of a carriage just now. So did I, replied Bonaparte. At that minute a servant announced, the citizen Joseph Bonaparte and the citizen General Bernadotte. Roland questioned Bonaparte with a glance. Was he to go or stay? He was to stay. Roland took his stand at the corner of a bookcase like a sentinel at his post. Aha! Exclaimed Bonaparte, seeing that Bernadotte was still attired in civilian's clothes. You seem to have a positive horror of the uniform, General. Why the devil should I be in uniform at 7 in the morning, asked Bernadotte, when I am not in active service? You will be soon. But I am retired. Yes, but I recall you to active service. You? Yes, I. In the name of the Directory. Is there still a Directory? Still a Directory, what do you mean? Didn't you see the troops drawn up in the streets, leading to the Tuileries as you came here? I saw them and I was surprised. Those soldiers are mine. Excuse me, said Bernadotte, I thought they belonged to France. Oh, to France or to me, is it not all one? I was not aware of that, replied Bernadotte coldly. Though you doubt it now, you will be certain of it tonight. Come, Bernadotte, this is the vital moment, decide. General, replied Bernadotte, I am fortunate enough to be at this moment a simple citizen. Let me remain a simple citizen. Bernadotte, take care, he that is not for me is against me. General, pay attention to your words. You said just now, take care. If that is a threat, you know very well that I do not fear them. Bonaparte came up to him, and took him by both hands. Oh yes, I know that. That is why I must have you with me. I not only esteem you, Bernadotte, but I love you. I leave you with Joseph, he is your brother-in-law. Between brothers, devil take it, there should be no quarreling. Where are you going? In your character of Spartan you are a rigid observer of the laws, are you not? Well, here is a decree issued by the Council of 500 last night, which confers upon me the immediate command of the troops in Paris. So I was right, he added, when I told you that the soldiers you met were mine, inasmuch as they are under my orders. And he placed in Bernadotte's hands the copy of the decree which had been sent to him at 6 o'clock that morning. Bernadotte read it through from the first line to the last. To this, said he, I have nothing to object. Secure the safety of the national legislature, and all good citizens will be with you. Then be with me now. Permit me, General, to wait 24 hours to see how you fulfill that mandate. Devil of a man, cried Bonaparte, have your own way. Then, taking him by the arm, he dragged him a few steps apart from Joseph, and continued, Bernadotte, I want to play above board with you. Why so, retorted the latter, since I am not on your side? Never mind. You are watching the game, and I want the lookers-on to see that I am not cheating. Do you bind me to secrecy? No. That is well, for in that case I should have refused to listen to your confidences. Oh, my confidences are not long. Your directory is detested, your constitution is worn out, you must make a clean sweep of both and turn the government in another direction. You don't answer me. I am waiting to hear what you have to say. All I have to say is, go put on your uniform. I can't wait any longer for you. Join me at the Tuileries among our comrades. Bernadotte shook his head. You think you can count on Moreau, Bournonville, and Lefebvre, resumed Bonaparte. Just look out of that window. Who do you see there and there, Moreau and Bournonville? As for Lefebvre, I do not see him, but I am certain I shall not go 100 steps before meeting him. Now will you decide? General, replied Bernadotte, I am not a man to be swayed by example, least of all when that example is bad. Moreau, Bournonville, and Lefebvre may do as they wish. I shall do as I ought. So you definitively refuse to accompany me to the Tuileries? I do not wish to take part in a rebellion. A rebellion, a rebellion. Against whom? Against a parcel of imbeciles who are pettifogging from morning till night in their hovels. These imbeciles, General, are for the moment the representatives of the law. The Constitution protects them, they are sacred to me. At least promise me one thing, iron rod that you are. What is it? To keep quiet. I will keep quiet as a citizen, but what? Come, I made a clean breast of it to you, do you do likewise? But if the Directory orders me to act, I shall march against the agitators, whoever they may be. Ah, so you think I am ambitious? Asked Bonaparte. I suspect as much, retorted Bernadotte, smiling. Faith, said Bonaparte, you don't know me, I have had enough of politics and what I want is peace. Ah, my dear fellow, Malmaison and 50,000 a year and I'd willingly resign all the rest. You don't believe me? Well, I invite you to come and see me there 3 months hence, and if you like pastorals we'll do one together. Now au revoir, I leave you with Joseph, and in spite of your refusal I shall expect you at the Tuileries. Hark, our friends are becoming impatient. They were shouting, Vive Bonaparte! Bernadotte paled slightly. Bonaparte noticed this pallor. Aha, he muttered. Jealous, I was mistaken, he is not a Spartan, he is an Athenian. As Bonaparte had said, his friends were growing impatient. During the hour that had elapsed since the decree had been posted, the salon, the anterooms, and the courtyard had been crowded. The first person Bonaparte met at the head of the staircase was his compatriot, Colonel Sebastiani, then commanding the 9th Dragoons. Ah, is that you, Sebastiani? Said Bonaparte. Where are your men? In line along the Rue de la Victoire, General. Well disposed. Enthusiastic. I distributed among them 10,000 cartridges which I had in store. Yes, but you had no right to draw those cartridges out without an order from the commandant of Paris. Do you know that you have burned your vessels, Sebastiani? Then take me into yours, General. I have faith in your fortunes. You mistake me for CSR, Sebastiani. Faith, I might make worse mistakes. Besides, down below in the courtyard there are 40 officers or more, of all classes, without pay, whom the Directory has left in the most complete destitution for the last year. You are their only hope, General, they are ready to die for you. That's right, go to your regiment and take leave of it. Take leave of it. What do you mean, General? I exchange it for a brigade. Go, go. Sebastiani did not wait to be told twice. Bonaparte continued his way. At the foot of the stairs he met Lefebvre. Here I am, General, said Lefebvre. You, and where is the 17th Military Division? I am waiting for my appointment to bring it into action. Haven't you received your appointment? From the Directory, yes. But as I am not a traitor, I have just sent in my resignation so that they may know I am not to be counted on. And you have come for me to appoint you, so that I may count on you, is that it? Exactly. Quick, Roland, a blank commission. Fill in the general's name so that I shall only have to put my name to it. I'll sign it on the pommel of my saddle. That's the true sort, said Lefebvre. Roland. The young man, who had already started obediently, came back to the general. Fetch me that pair of double-barreled pistols on my mantelpiece at the same time, said Bonaparte, in a low tone. One never knows what may happen. Yes, General, said Roland. Besides, I shan't leave you. Unless I send you to be killed elsewhere. True, replied the young man, hastening away to fulfill his double errand. Bonaparte was continuing on his way when he noticed a shadow in the corridor. He recognized Josephine and ran to her. Good God, cried she, is there so much danger? What makes you think that? I overheard the order you gave Roland. Serves you right for listening at doors. How about Goyer? He hasn't come. Nor his wife. She is here. Bonaparte pushed Josephine aside with his hand and entered the salon. He found Madame Goyer alone and very pale. What, said he without any preamble, isn't the president coming? He was unable to do so, General, replied Madame Goyer. Bonaparte repressed a movement of impatience. He absolutely must come, said he. Write him that I await him, and I will have the note sent. Thank you, General, replied Madame Goyer. My servants are here, and they can attend to that. Write, my dear friend, write, said Josephine, offering her paper and pen and ink. Bonaparte stood so that he could see over her shoulder what she wrote. Madame Goyer looked fixedly at him, and he drew back with a bow. She wrote the note, folded it, and looked about her for the sealing wax, but whether by accident or intention there was none. Sealing the note with a wafer, she rang the bell. A servant came. Give this note to Comtois, said Madame Goyer, and bid him take it to the Luxembourg at once. Bonaparte followed the servant, or rather the letter, with his eyes until the door closed. Then, turning to Madame Goyer, he said, I regret that I am unable to breakfast with you, but if the president has business to attend to, so have I. You must breakfast with my wife. Good appetite to you both. And he went out. At the door he met Roland. Here is the commission, General, said the young man, and a pen. Bonaparte took the pen, and using the back of his aide-de-camp's hat, he signed the commission. Roland gave him the pistols. Did you look to them? Asked Bonaparte. Roland smiled. Don't be uneasy, said he, I'll answer for them. Bonaparte slipped the pistols in his belt, murmuring as he did so, I wish I knew what she wrote her husband. I can tell you, word for word, what she wrote, General, said a voice close by. You Burian. Yes, she wrote. You did right not to come, my dear. All that is happening here convinces me that the invitation was only a snare. I will rejoin you shortly. You unsealed the letter. General Sextus Pompey gave a dinner on his galley to Antony and Lepidus. His freedman said to him, Shall I make you emperor of the world? How can you do it? Easily, I will cut the cable of your galley, and Antony and Lepidus are prisoners. You should have done so without telling me, replied Sextus. Now I charge you on your life not to do it. I remembered those words, General. You should have done so without telling me. Bonaparte thought an instant, then he said, You are mistaken. It was Octavius and not Antony who was on Sextus' galley with Lepidus. And he went on his way to the courtyard, confining his blame to the historical blunder. Hardly had the general appeared on the portico than cries of Vive Bonaparte echoed through the courtyard into the street, where they were taken up by the dragoons drawn up in line before the gate. That's a good omen, General, said Roland. Yes, give Lefebvre his commission at once, and if he has no horse, let him take one of mine. Tell him to meet me in the court of the Tuileries. His division is already there. All the more reason. Glancing about him, Bonaparte saw Moreau and Bournonville, who were waiting for him, their horses held by orderlies. He saluted them with a wave of his hand, already that of a master rather than that of a comrade. Then, perceiving General Debel out of uniform, he went down the steps and approached him. "Why are you in civilian's dress?" he asked. "General, I was not notified. I chanced to be passing along the street, and seeing the crowd before your house, I came in, fearing you might be in danger. Go and put on your uniform quickly." "But I live the other side of Paris, it would take too long." But nevertheless, he made as if to retire. "What are you going to do?" "Don't be alarmed, General." Debel had noticed an artilleryman on horseback, who was about his size. "Friend," said he, "I am General Debel. By order of General Bonaparte, lend me your uniform and your horse, and I'll give you furlough for the day. Here's a louis to drink the health of the commander-in-chief. Tomorrow, come to my house for your horse and uniform. I live in the Rue Church-Midi, number 11. Will nothing be done to me?" "Yes, you shall be made a corporal." "Good," said the artilleryman, and he quickly handed over his uniform and horse to General Debel. In the meantime, Bonaparte heard talking above him. He raised his head and saw Joseph and Bernadotte at a window. "Once more, General," he said to Bernadotte, "will you come with me?" "No," said the latter firmly. Then, lowering his tone, he continued, "You told me just now to take care." "Yes." "Well, I say to you, take care." "Of what?" "You are going to the Tuileries." "Of course." "The Tuileries are very near the Place de la Révolution." "Pooh," retorted Bonaparte, "the guillotine has been moved to the Barrière du Trône." "Never mind. The brewer Santerre still controls the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and Santerre is Moulin's friend. Santerre has been warned that at the first inimical movement he attempts I will have him shot. Will you come?" "No." "As you please, you are separating your fortunes from mine, I do not separate mine from yours." Then, calling to his orderly, he said, "My horse." They brought his horse. Seeing an artillery private near him, he said, "What are you doing among the epaulettes?" The artilleryman began to laugh. "Don't you recognize me, General?" he asked. "Faith, it's Debel. Where did you get that horse and the uniform?" "From that artilleryman you see standing there in his shirt. It will cost you a corporal's commission." "You are wrong, Debel," said Bonaparte. "It will cost me 2 commissions, one for the corporal and one for the general of division. Forward march, gentlemen, we are going to the Tuileries." And bending forward on his horse, as he usually did, his left hand holding a slack rein, his right resting on his hip with bent head and dreamy eyes, he made his first steps along that incline, at once glorious and fatal, which was to lead him to a throne, and to St. Helena. Chapter 24, the 18th Brumaire. On entering the Rue de la Victoire, Bonaparte found Sebastiani's dragoons drawn up in line of battle. He wished to address them, but they interrupted him at the first words, shouting, "We want no explanations. We know that you seek only the good of the Republic. Vive Bonaparte." The cortege followed the streets, which led from the Rue de la Victoire to the Tuileries, amid the cries of "Vive Bonaparte." General Lefebvre, according to promise, was waiting at the palace gates. Bonaparte, on his arrival at the Tuileries, was hailed with the same cheers that had accompanied him. Once there, he raised his head and shook it. Perhaps this cry of "Vive Bonaparte" did not satisfy him. Was he already dreaming of "Vive Napoleon"? He advanced in front of the troop, surrounded by his staff, and read the decree of the 500, which transferred the sessions of the legislature to St. Cloud and gave him the command of the armed forces. Then, either from memory or offhand, Bonaparte never admitted anyone to such secrets. Instead of the proclamation he had dictated to Bourrienne 2 days earlier, he pronounced these words: "Soldiers, the Council of Ancients has given me the command of the city and the army. I have accepted it, to second the measures to be adopted for the good of the people. The Republic has been ill-governed for 2 years. You have hoped for my return to put an end to many evils. You celebrated it with a unanimity which imposes obligations that I now fulfill. Fulfill yours, and second your general with the vigor, firmness, and strength I have always found in you. Liberty, victory, and peace will restore the French Republic to the rank it occupied in Europe, which ineptitude and treason alone caused her to lose. The soldiers applauded frantically. It was a declaration of war against the Directory, and soldiers will always applaud a declaration of war. The general dismounted, amid shouts and bravos, and entered the Tuileries. It was the second time he had crossed the threshold of this palace of the Valois, whose arches had so ill-sheltered the crown and head of the last Bourbon who had reigned there. Beside him walked Citizen Roederer. Bonaparte started as he recognized him and said, "Ah, Citizen Roederer, you were here on the morning of August 10. "Yes, General," replied the future Count of the Empire. "It was you who advised Louis Roman XVI to go before the National Assembly." "Yes." "Bad advice, Citizen Roederer, I should not have followed it. We advise men according to what we know of them. I would not give General Bonaparte the same advice I gave King Louis Roman XVI. When a king has the fact of his flight to Varennes and the 20th of June behind him, it is difficult to save him." As Roederer said these words, they reached a window opening on the garden of the Tuileries. Bonaparte stopped, and seizing Roederer by the arm he said, "On the 20th of June I was there," pointing with his finger to the terrace by the water, behind the third linden. "Through the open window I could see the poor king with the red cap on his head. It was a piteous sight, I pitied him." "What did you do?" "Nothing, I could do nothing, I was only a lieutenant of artillery. But I longed to go in like the others and whisper, 'Sire, give me 4 cannon and I'll sweep the whole rabble out.'" What would have happened if Lieutenant Bonaparte had followed his impulse, obtained what he wanted from Louis Roman XVI, and swept the rabble out, that is to say the people of Paris? Had his cannon made a clean sweep on June 20th, would he have had to make another the 13th Vendémiaire for the benefit of the Convention? While the ex-syndic, who had grown grave, was outlining in his mind the opening pages of his future history of the consulate, Bonaparte presented himself at the bar of the Council of the Ancients, followed by his staff, and by all those who chose to do likewise. When the tumult caused by this influx of people had subsided, the president read over the decree which invested Bonaparte with the military power. Then, after requesting him to take the oath, the president added, "He who has never promised his country a victory which he did not win, cannot fail to keep religiously his new promise to serve her faithfully." Bonaparte stretched forth his hand and said solemnly, "I swear it." All the generals repeated after him, each for himself, "I swear it." The last one had scarcely finished, when Bonaparte recognized Barras' secretary, that same Ballat of whom Barras had spoken that morning to his 2 colleagues. He had come there solely to give his patron an account of all that was happening there, but Bonaparte fancied he was sent on some secret mission by Barras. He resolved to spare him the first advance, and went straight to him, saying, "Have you come on behalf of the directors?" Then, without giving him time to answer, he continued, "What have they done with that France I left so brilliant? I left peace, I find war. I left victories, I find reverses. I left the millions of Italy, and I find spoliation and penury. What have become of the 100,000 Frenchmen whom I knew by name? They are dead." It was not precisely to Barras' secretary that these words should have been said, but Bonaparte wished to say them, needed to say them, and little he cared to whom he said them. Perhaps even, from his point of view, it was better to say them to someone who could not answer him. At that moment Sieyes rose. "Citizens," said he, "the directors Moulins and Goyer ask to be admitted." "They are no longer directors," said Bonaparte, "for there is no longer a directory." "But," objected Sieyes, "they have not yet sent in their resignation." "Then admit them and let them give it," retorted Bonaparte. Moulins and Goyer entered. They were pale but calm. They knew they came to force a struggle, but behind their resistance may have loomed the Sinnamary. The exiles they sent there the 18th of Fructidor pointed the way. "I see with satisfaction," Bonaparte hastened to say, "that you have yielded to our wishes and those of your 2 colleagues." Goyer made a step forward and said firmly, "We yield neither to your wishes, nor to those of our 2 colleagues, who are no longer our colleagues since they have resigned, but to the law. It requires that the decree transferring the legislative body to St. Cloud shall be proclaimed without delay. We have come here to fulfill the duty which the law imposes on us, fully determined to defend it against all factious persons, whoever they may be, who attempt to attack it. Your zeal does not astonish us, replied Bonaparte, and because you are a man who loves his country, you will unite with us. Unite with you, and why? To save the Republic. To save the Republic. There was a time, General, when you had the honor to be its prop, but today the glory of saving it is reserved for us. You save it, retorted Bonaparte. How will you do that? With the means your constitution gives you. Why, that constitution is crumbling on all sides, and even if I did not topple it over, it could not last 8 days. Ah, cried Moulins, at last you avow your hostile intentions. My intentions are not hostile, shouted Bonaparte, striking the floor with the heel of his boot. The Republic is in peril, it must be saved, and I shall do it. You do it, cried Goyer. It seems to me it is for the Directory, not you, to say, I shall do it. There is no longer a Directory. I did indeed hear that you said so, just a moment before we came in. There is no longer a Directory, now that Sieyes and Ducos have resigned. You are mistaken. So long as there are 3 directors, the Directory still exists. Neither Moulins, Barras nor myself have handed in our resignations. At that moment a paper was slipped in Bonaparte's hand, and a voice said in his ear, Read it. He did so, then said aloud, You yourself are mistaken. Barras has resigned, for here is his resignation. The law requires 3 directors to make a Directory. You are but 2, and as you said just now, whoever resists the law is a rebel. Then handing the paper to the president, he continued, Add the citizen Barras' resignation to that of citizens Sieyes and Ducos, and proclaim the fall of the Directory. I will announce it to my soldiers. Moulins and Goyer were confounded. Barras' resignation sapped the foundations of all their plans. Bonaparte had nothing further to do at the Council of Ancients, but there still remained much to be done in the court of the Tuileries. He went down, followed by those who had accompanied him up. His soldiers no sooner caught sight of him than they burst into shouts of Vive Bonaparte, more noisily and more eagerly than ever. He sprang into his saddle and made them a sign that he wished to speak to them. 10,000 voices that had burst into cries were hushed in a moment. Silence fell as if by enchantment. Soldiers, said Bonaparte, in a voice so loud that all could hear it, your comrades in arms on the frontiers are denuded of the necessaries of life. The people are miserable. The authors of these evils are the factious men against whom I have assembled you today. I hope before long to lead you to victory, but first we must deprive those who would stand in the way of public order and general prosperity of their power to do harm. Whether it was weariness of the government of the Directory, or the fascination exercised by the magic being who called them to victory, so long forgotten in his absence, shouts of enthusiasm arose, and like a train of burning powder spread from the Tuileries to the Carousel, from the Carousel to the adjacent streets. Bonaparte profited by this movement. Turning to Moreau, he said, General, I will give you proof of the immense confidence I have in you. Bernadotte, whom I left at my house, and who refused to follow us, had the audacity to tell me that if he received orders from the Directory he should execute them against whosoever the agitators might be. General, I confide to you the guardianship of the Luxembourg. The tranquility of Paris and the welfare of the Republic are in your hands. And without waiting for a reply, he put his horse to a gallop, and rode off to the opposite end of the line. Moreau, led by military ambition, had consented to play a part in this great drama. He was now forced to accept that which the author assigned him. On returning to the Louvre, Goyer and Moulins found nothing changed apparently. All the sentries were at their posts. They retired to one of the salons of the presidency to consult together, but they had scarcely begun their conference, when General Jube, the commandant of the Luxembourg, received orders to join Bonaparte at the Tuileries with the guard of the Directory. Their places were filled by Moreau and a portion of the soldiers who had been electrified by Bonaparte. Nevertheless, the 2 directors drew up a message for the Council of the 500, in which they protested energetically against what had been done. When this was finished, Goyer handed it to his secretary, and Moulins, half dead with exhaustion, returned to his apartments to take some food. It was then about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. An instant later Goyer's secretary returned in great perturbation. Well, said Goyer, why have you not gone? Citizen President, replied the young man, we are prisoners in the palace. Prisoners, what do you mean? The guard has been changed, and General Jube is no longer in command. Who has replaced him? I think someone said General Moro. Moro, impossible, and that coward Barras, where is he? He has started for his country place at Grosbois. Ah, I must see Moulins, cried Goyer, rushing to the door, but at the entrance he found a sentry who barred the door. Goyer insisted. No one can pass, said the sentry. What, not pass? No. But I am President Goyer. No one can pass, said the sentry, that is the order. Goyer saw it would be useless to say more, force would be impossible. He returned to his own rooms. In the meantime, General Moro had gone to see Moulins. He wished to justify himself. Without listening to a word, the ex-director turned his back on him, and as Moro insisted, he said, General, go into the antechamber. That is the place for jailers. Moro bowed his head, and understood for the first time into what a fatal trap his honor had fallen. At 5 o'clock, Bonaparte started to return to the Rue de la Victoire. All the generals and superior officers in Paris accompanied him. The blindest, those who had not understood the 13th Vendémiaire, those who had not yet understood the return from Egypt, now saw, blazing over the Tuileries, the star of his future, and as everybody could not be a planet, each sought to become a satellite. The shouts of Vive Bonaparte, which came from the lower part of the Rue du Mont Blanc and swept like a sonorous wave toward the Rue de la Victoire, told Josephine of her husband's return. The impressionable Creole had awaited him anxiously. She sprang to meet him in such agitation that she was unable to utter a single word. Come, come, said Bonaparte, becoming the kindly man he was in his own home, calm yourself. We have done today all that could be done. Is it all over? Oh no, replied Bonaparte. Must it be done all over again tomorrow? Yes, but tomorrow it will be merely a formality. That formality was rather rough, but everyone knows of the events at St. Cloud. We will, therefore, dispense with relating them and turn at once to the result, impatient as we are to get back to the real subject of our drama, from which the grand historical figure we have introduced diverted us for an instant. One word more. The 20th Brumaire, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Bonaparte was appointed first consul for 10 years. He himself selected Cambyses and Lebrun as his associates under the title of second consuls, being firmly resolved this time to concentrate in his own person, not only all the functions of the two consuls, but those of the ministers. The 20th Brumaire he slept at the Luxembourg, in President Goyer's bed, the latter having been liberated with his colleague Moulins. Roland was made governor of the Luxembourg. Chapter 25, An Important Communication. Some time after this military revolution, which created a great stir in Europe, convulsing the continent for a time, as a tempest convulses the ocean. Some time after, we say, on the morning of the 30th Nives, better and more clearly known to our readers as the 20th of January, 1800, Roland, in looking over the voluminous correspondence which his new office entailed upon him, found, among 50 other letters asking for an audience, the following. Monsieur the Governor, I know your loyalty to your word, and you will see that I rely on it. I wish to speak to you for 5 minutes, during which I must remain masked. I have a request to make to you. This request you will grant or deny, in either case, as I shall have entered the palace of the Luxembourg in the interest, pound the first consul, Bonaparte, and the royalist party to which I belong, I shall ask for your word of honor that I be allowed to leave it as freely as you allow me to enter. If tomorrow, at 7 in the evening, I see a solitary light in the window over the clock, I shall know that Colonel Roland de Montrevel has pledged me his word of honor, and I shall boldly present myself at the little door of the left wing of the palace. Opening on the garden, I shall strike 3 blows at intervals, after the manner of the Freemasons, in order that you may know to whom you engage or refuse your word. I sign a name which is known to you, that name having been under circumstances you have probably not forgotten, pronounced before you, Morgans, chief of the Companions of Jehu. Roland read the letter twice, thought it over for a few moments, then rose suddenly, and, entering the first consul's study, handed it to him silently. The latter read it without betraying the slightest emotion or even surprise. Then, with a laconism that was wholly laced Ammonian, he said, "Place the light." Then he gave the letter back to Roland. The next evening, at 7 o'clock, the light shone in the window, and at 5 minutes past the hour, Roland in person was waiting at the little door of the garden. He had scarcely been there a moment when 3 blows were struck on the door after the manner of the Freemasons, first 2 strokes and then 1. The door was opened immediately. A man wrapped in a cloak was sharply defined against the grayish atmosphere of the wintry night. As for Roland, he was completely hidden in shadow. Seeing no one, the man in the cloak remained motionless for a second. "Come in," said Roland. "Ah, it is you, Colonel." "How do you know it is I?" asked Roland. "I recognize your voice." "My voice, but during those few moments we were together in the dining room at Avignon, I did not say a word." "Then I must have heard it elsewhere." Roland wondered where the chief of the Companions of Jehu could have heard his voice, but the other said gaily, "Is the fact that I know your voice any reason why we should stand at the door?" "No, indeed," replied Roland. "Take the lapel of my coat and follow me. I purposely forbade any lights being placed in the stairs and hall which lead to my room." "I am much obliged for the intention. But on your word, I would cross the palace from one end to the other, though it were lighted a giorno, as the Italians say." "You have my word," replied Roland, "so follow me without fear." Morgan needed no encouragement, he followed his guide fearlessly. At the head of the stairs, Roland turned down a corridor equally dark, went 20 steps, opened a door, and entered his own room. Morgan followed him. The room was lighted by 2 wax candles only. Once there, Morgan took off his cloak and laid his pistols on the table. "What are you doing?" asked Roland. "Faith, with your permission," replied Morgan gaily, "I am making myself comfortable." "But those pistols you have just laid aside." "Ah, did you think I brought them for you?" "For whom then?" "Why, that damned police. You can readily imagine that I am not disposed to let Citizen Fouch lay hold of me, without burning the mustache of the first of his minions who lays hands on me. But once here you feel you have nothing to fear." "The deuce," exclaimed the young man, "I have your word." "Then why don't you unmask?" "Because my face only half belongs to me, the other half belongs to my companions. Who knows if one of us being recognized might not drag the others to the guillotine? For of course you know, Colonel, we don't hide from ourselves that is the price of our game." "Then why risk it?" "Ah, what a question. Why do you venture on the field of battle, where a bullet may plow through your breast or a cannonball lop off your head? Permit me to say that is different. On the battlefield I risk an honorable death." "Ah, do you suppose that on the day I get my head cut off by the revolutionary triangle I shall think myself dishonored? Not the least in the world. I am a soldier like you, only we can't all serve our cause in the same way. Every religion has its heroes and its martyrs. Happy the heroes in this world, and happy the martyrs in the next." The young man uttered these words with a conviction which moved, or rather astonished, Roland. "But," continued Morgan, abandoning his enthusiasm to revert to the gaiety which seemed the distinctive trait of his character, "I did not come here to talk political philosophy. I came to ask you to let me speak to the first consul." "What, speak to the first consul?" exclaimed Roland. "Of course, read my letter over. Did I not tell you that I had a request to make?" "Yes." "Well, that request is to let me speak to General Bonaparte. But permit me to say that, as I did not expect that request. It surprises you, makes you uneasy even. My dear Colonel, if you don't believe my word, you can search me from head to foot, and you will find that those pistols are my only weapons, and I haven't even got them since there they are on your table. Better still, take one in each hand, post yourself between the first consul and me, and blow out my brains at the first suspicious move I make. Will that suit you? But will you assure me, if I disturb the first consul and ask him to see you, that your communication is worth the trouble?" "Oh, I'll answer for that," said Morgan. Then in his joyous tones he added, "I am for the moment the ambassador of a crowned, or rather discrowned, head, which makes it no less reverenced by noble hearts. Moreover, Monsieur Roland, I shall take up very little of your general's time. The moment the conversation seems too long, he can dismiss me, and I assure you he will not have to say the word twice." Roland was silent and thoughtful for a moment. "And it is to the first consul only that you can make this communication." "To the first consul only, as he alone can answer me." "Very well, wait until I take his orders." Roland made a step toward the general's room, then he paused and cast an uneasy look at a mass of papers piled on his table. Morgan intercepted this look. "What?" he said. "You are afraid I shall read those papers in your absence. If you only knew how I detest reading. If my death warrant lay on that table, I wouldn't take the trouble to read it. I should consider that the clerk's business, and every one to his own task. Monsieur Roland, my feet are cold, and I will sit here in your easy chair and warm them. I shall not stir till you return." "Very good, monsieur," said Roland, and he went to the first consul. Bonaparte was talking with General Hedeville, commanding the troops of the Vendée. Hearing the door open, he turned impatiently. "I told Burian I would not see anyone." "So he told me as I came in, but I told him that I was not anyone." "True, what do you want? Be quick." "He is in my room." "Who?" "The man of Avignon." "Uh-huh, and what does he want?" "To see you." "To see me?" "Yes, you general, does that surprise you?" "No, but what can he want to say to me?" "He refused obstinately to tell me, but I dare answer for it that he is neither importunate nor a fool." "No, but he may be an assassin." Roland shook his head. "Of course, since you introduce him. Moreover, he is willing that I should be present at the conference, and stand between you and him." Bonaparte reflected an instant. "Bring him in," he said. "You know, General, that accept me." "Yes, General Hedeville will be so kind as to wait a second. Our conversation is of a nature that is not exhausted in one interview. Go, Roland." Roland left the room, crossed Burian's office, re-entered his own room, and found Morgan, as he had said, warming his feet. "Come, the first consul is waiting for you," said the young man. Morgan rose and followed Roland. When they entered Bonaparte's study, the latter was alone. He cast a rapid glance on the chief of the Companions of Jehu, and felt no doubt that he was the same man he had seen at Avignon. Morgan had paused a few steps from the door, and was looking curiously at Bonaparte, convincing himself that he was the man he had seen at the table d'hôte the day. He attempted the perilous restoration of the 200 louis stolen by an oversight from Jean Picot. "Come nearer," said the first consul. Morgan bowed and made 3 steps forward. Bonaparte partly returned the bow with a slight motion of the head. "You told my aide-de-camp, Colonel Roland, that you had a communication to make me." "Yes, citizen first consul." "Does that communication require a private interview?" "No, citizen first consul, although it is of such importance." "You would prefer to be alone?" "Beyond doubt, but prudence." "The most prudent thing in France, citizen Morgan, is courage." "My presence here, General, proves that I agree with you perfectly." Bonaparte turned to the young colonel. "Leave us alone, Roland," said he. "But General," objected Roland. Bonaparte went up to him and said in a low voice, "I see what it is. You are curious to know what this mysterious cavalier of the highroad has to say to me. Don't worry, you shall know. That's not it, but suppose, as you said just now, he is an assassin." "Didn't you declare he was not? Come, don't be a baby, leave us." Roland went out. "Now that we are alone, sir," said the first consul, "speak." Morgan, without answering, drew a letter from his pocket and gave it to the general. Bonaparte examined it. It was addressed to him, and the seal bore the 3 fleurs-de-lis of France. "Oh," he said, "what is this, sir?" "Read it, citizen first consul." Bonaparte opened the letter and looked at the signature. "Louis," he said. "Louis," repeated Morgan. "What Louis?" "Louis de Bourbon, I presume." "Monsieur le Comte de Provence, brother of Louis Roman XVI. Consequently Louis Roman XVIII, since his nephew the Dauphin is dead." Bonaparte looked at the stranger again. It was evident that Morgan was a pseudonym, assumed to hide his real name. Then, turning his eyes on the letter, he read, January 3, 1800. Whatever may be their apparent conduct, monsieur, men like you never inspire distrust. You have accepted an exalted post, and I thank you for so doing. You know better than others that force and power are needed to make the happiness of a great nation. Save France from her own madness, and you will fulfill the desire of my heart. Restore her king, and future generations will bless your memory. If you doubt my gratitude, choose your own place, determine the future of your friends. As for my principles, I am a Frenchman, clement by nature, still more by judgment. No, the conqueror of Lodi, Castiglione and Arcola, the conqueror of Italy and Egypt, cannot prefer an empty celebrity to fame. Lose no more precious time. We can secure the glory of France. I say we, because I have need of Bonaparte for that which he cannot achieve without me. General, the eyes of Europe are upon you, glory awaits you, and I am eager to restore my people to happiness. Louis. Bonaparte turned to the young man, who stood erect, motionless and silent as a statue. Do you know the contents of this letter? He asked. The young man bowed. Yes, citizen first consul. It was sealed, however. It was sent unsealed under cover to the person who entrusted it to me, and before doing so he made me read it, that I might know its full importance. Can I know the name of the person who entrusted it to you? Georges Cadoudal. Bonaparte started slightly. Do you know Georges Cadoudal? He asked. He is my friend. Why did he entrust it to you, rather than to another? Because he knew that in telling me to deliver the letter to you, with my own hand it would be done. You have certainly kept your promise, sir. Not altogether yet, citizen first consul. How do you mean, haven't you delivered it to me? Yes, but I promised to bring back an answer. But if I tell you, I will not give one. You will have answered, not precisely as I could have wished, but it will be an answer. Bonaparte reflected for a few moments. Then shaking his shoulders to rid himself of his thoughts, he said, They are fools. Who, citizen? Asked Morgan. Those who write me such letters, fools, arch-fools. Do they take me for a man who patterns his conduct by the past? Play monk. What good would it do? Bring back another Charles Roman II? No, faith, it is not worthwhile. When a man has Toulon, the 13th Vendemiaire, Lodi, Castiglione, Arcola, Rivoli and the pyramids behind him, he's no monk. He has the right to aspire to more than a duchy of Albemarle, and the command by land and sea of the forces of His Majesty King Louis Roman XVIII. For that reason you are asked to make your own conditions, citizen first consul. Bonaparte started at the sound of that voice, as if he had forgotten that anyone was present. Not counting, he went on, that it is a ruined family, a dead branch of a rotten trunk. The Bourbons have so intermarried with one another that the race is depraved. Louis Roman XIV. Exhausted all its sap, all its vigor. You know history, sir? Asked Bonaparte, turning to the young man. Yes, General, he replied, at least as well as a ci-devant can know it. Well, you must have observed in history, especially in that of France, that each race has its point of departure, its culmination, and its decadence. Look at the direct line of the Capets. Starting from Hugues Capet, they attained their highest grandeur in Philippe Auguste and Louis I, and fell with Philippe V and Charles Roman IV. Take the Valois, starting with Philippe Roman VI, they culminated in François I and fell with Charles Roman IX and Henry Roman III. See the Bourbons, starting with Henry Roman IV, they have their culminating point in Louis Roman XIV, and fall with Louis Roman XV, and Louis Roman XVI. Only they fall lower than the others, lower in debauchery with Louis Roman XV, lower in misfortune with Louis Roman XVI. You talk to me of the Stuarts and show me the example of Monk. Will you tell me who succeeded Charles Roman II, James Roman II, and who to James Roman II? William of Orange, a usurper. Would it not have been better, I ask you, if Monk had put the crown on his own head? Well, if I was fool enough to restore Louis Roman XVIII to the throne, like Charles Roman II, he would have no children, and like James Roman II, his brother Charles X would succeed him, and like him would be driven out by some William of Orange. No, no, God has not put the destiny of this great and glorious country we call France into my hands that I should cast it back to those who have gambled with it and lost it. Permit me, General, to remark that I did not ask you for all this. But I ask you. I think you are doing me the honor to take me for posterity." Bonaparte started, turned round, saw to whom he was speaking and was silent. "I only want," said Morgan, with a dignity which surprised the man whom he addressed, "a yes or a no." "And why do you want that?" "To know whether we must continue to war against you as an enemy, or fall at your feet as a savior." "War," said Bonaparte, "war, madmen they who war with me, do they not see that I am the elect of God?" Attila said the same thing. Yes, but he was the elect of destruction, I of the new era. The grass withered where he stepped, the harvest will ripen where I pass the plough. War, tell me what has become of those who have made it against me. They lie upon the plains of Piedmont, of Lombardy and Cairo. You forget the Vendi is still afoot. Afoot, yes, but her leaders, Cathalino Lescure, La Rochejaqueline, Delby, Bonchamps, Staffiat, Charette. You are speaking of men only. The men have been mown down, it is true, but the principle is still afoot, and for it are fighting Audichamp, Suzeranet, Grignon, Frot, Chatelain, Cadodal. The younger may not be worth the elder, but if they die as their elders died, what more can you ask? Let them beware. If I determine upon a campaign against the Vendi, I shall send neither Santerre nor Rossignol. The conventions sent Kleber, and the Directory Hoche. I shall not send, I shall go myself. Nothing worse can happen to them than to be killed like Lescure, or shot like Charette. It may happen that I pardon them. Cato taught us how to escape the pardon of Caesar. Take care, you are quoting a Republican. Cato was one of those men whose example can be followed, no matter to what party they belong. And suppose I were to tell you that I hold the Vendi in the hollow of my hand. You? And that within 3 months, she will lay down her arms if I choose. The young man shook his head. You don't believe me. I hesitate to believe you. If I affirm to you that what I say is true, if I prove it by telling you the means, or rather the men, by whom I shall bring this about. If a man like General Bonaparte affirms a thing, I shall believe it, and if that thing is the pacification of the Vendi, I shall say in my turn, beware, better the Vendi fighting than the Vendi conspiring. The Vendi fighting means the sword, the Vendi conspiring means the dagger. Oh, I know your dagger, said Bonaparte, here it is. And he drew from a drawer the dagger he had taken from Roland, and laid it on the table within reach of Morgan's hand. But, he added, there is some distance between Bonaparte's breast and an assassin's dagger. Try. And he advanced to the young man with a flaming eye. I did not come here to assassinate you, said the young man coldly. Later, if I consider your death indispensable to the cause, I shall do all in my power, and if I fail it will not be because you are Marius and I the Cimbrian. Have you anything else to say to me, citizen first consul? Concluded the young man, bowing. Yes, tell Cadodal that when he is ready to fight the enemy, instead of Frenchmen, I have a colonel's commission ready signed in my desk for him. Cadodal commands, not a regiment but an army. You were unwilling to retrograde from Bonaparte to Monk. Why should you expect him to descend from general to colonel? Have you nothing else to say to me, citizen first consul? Yes, have you any way of transmitting my reply to the Comte de Provence? You mean King Louis Roman XVIII. Don't let us quibble over words, to him who wrote to me. His envoy is now at the camp at Aubers. Well, I have changed my mind, I shall send him an answer. These Bourbons are so blind that this one would misinterpret my silence. And Bonaparte, sitting down at his desk, wrote the following letter with a care that showed he wished to make it legible. I have received your letter, monsieur. I thank you for the good opinion you express in it of me. You must not wish for your return to France. It could only be over 100,000 dead bodies. Sacrifice your own interests to the repose and welfare of France. History will applaud you. I am not insensible to the misfortunes of your family, and I shall hear with pleasure that you are surrounded with all that could contribute to the tranquility of your retreat, Bonaparte. Then, folding and sealing the letter, he directed it to Monsieur le Comte de Provence, and handed it to Morgan. Then he called Roland, as if he knew the latter were not far off. General, said the young officer, appearing instantly. Conduct this gentleman to the street, said Bonaparte. Until then you are responsible for him. Roland bowed in sign of obedience, let the young man, who said not a word, pass before him, and then followed. But before leaving, Morgan cast a last glance at Bonaparte. The latter was still standing, motionless and silent, with folded arms, his eyes fixed upon the dagger, which occupied his thoughts far more than he was willing to admit even to himself. As they crossed Roland's room, the chief of the Companions of Jehu gathered up his cloak and pistols. While he was putting them in his belt, Roland remarked, "The citizen first consul seems to have shown you a dagger which I gave him." "Yes, monsieur," replied Morgan. "Did you recognize it?" "Not that one in particular, all our daggers are alike." "Well," said Roland, "I will tell you whence it came." "Ah, where was that?" "From the breast of a friend of mine, where your companions, possibly you yourself, thrust it." "Possibly," replied the young man carelessly, "but your friend must have exposed himself to punishment." "My friend wished to see what was happening at night in the Chartreuse." "He did wrong." "But I did the same wrong the night before, and nothing happened to me." "Probably because some talisman protects you." "Monsieur, let me tell you something. I am a straightforward man who walks by daylight. I have a horror of all that is mysterious." "Happy those who can walk the highroads by daylight, Monsieur de Montrevel." "That is why I am going to tell you the oath I made, Monsieur Morgan. As I drew the dagger you saw from my friend's breast, as carefully as possible, that I might not draw his soul with it, I swore that henceforward it should be war to the death between his assassins and myself. It was largely to tell you that I gave you a pledge of safety. That is an oath I hope to see you forget, Monsieur de Montrevel." "It is an oath I shall keep under all circumstances, Monsieur Morgan, and you would be most kind if you would furnish me with an opportunity as soon as possible." "In what way, sir?" "Well, for example, by accepting a meeting with me, either in the Bois de Boulogne or at Vincennes. We don't need to say that we are fighting because you or one of your friends stabbed Lord Tanley. No, we can say anything you please." Roland reflected a moment. "We can say the duel is on account of the eclipse that takes place on the 12th of next month. Does the pretext suit you?" "The pretext would suit me," replied Morgan, in a tone of sadness of which he seemed incapable, "if the duel itself could take place. You have taken an oath, and you mean to keep it, you say. Well, every initiate who enters the Company of Jehu swears that he will not expose in any personal quarrel a life that belongs to the cause and not to himself." "Oh, so that you assassinate but will not fight." "You are mistaken, we sometimes fight." "Have the goodness to point out an occasion when I may study that phenomenon." "Easily enough. If you and 5 or 6 men, as resolute as yourself, will take your places in some diligence carrying government money, and will defend it against our attack, the occasion you seek will come. But believe me, do better than that, do not come in our way." "Is that a threat, sir?" asked the young man, raising his head. "No," replied Morgan in a gentle, almost supplicating voice. "It is an entreaty." "Is it addressed to me in particular, or would you include others?" "I make it to you in particular." And the chief of the Companions of Jehu dwelt upon the last word. "Ah," exclaimed the young man, "then I am so fortunate as to interest you." "As a brother," replied Morgan in the same soft, caressing tone. "Well, well," said Roland, "this is decidedly a wager." Burian entered at that moment. "Roland," he said, "the first consul wants you. Give me time to conduct this gentleman to the street, and I'll be with him. Hurry up, you know he doesn't like to wait." "Will you follow me, sir?" Roland said to his mysterious companion. "I am at your orders, sir." "Come then," and Roland, taking the same path by which he had brought Morgan, took him back, not to the door opening on the garden was closed, but to that on the street. Once there, he stopped and said, "Sir, I gave you my word, and I have kept it faithfully, but that there may be no misunderstanding between us, have the goodness to tell me that you understand it to have been for this one time and for today only." "That was how I understood it, sir." "You give me back my word then." "I should like to keep it, sir, but I recognize that you are free to take it back." "That is all I wish to know. Au revoir, Monsieur Morgan." "Permit me not to offer you the same wish, Monsieur de Montrevel." The two young men bowed with perfect courtesy. Roland re-entered the Luxembourg, and Morgan, following the line of shadow projected by the walls, took one of the little streets to the place Saint-Sulpice. It is he whom we are now to follow. Chapter 26. The Ball of the Victims. After taking about 100 steps, Morgan removed his mask. He ran more risk of being noticed in the streets of Paris as a masked man than with uncovered face. When he reached the Rue Terran, he knocked at the door of a small furnished lodging house at the corner of that street and the Rue du Dragon, took a candlestick from a table, a key number from a nail, and climbed the stairs without exciting other attention than a well-known lodger would returning home. The clock was striking 10 as he closed the door of his room. He listened attentively to the strokes, the light of his candle not reaching as far as the chimney-piece. He counted 10. Good, he said to himself, I shall not be too late. In spite of this probability, Morgan seemed determined to lose no time. He passed a bit of tinder paper under the heater on the hearth, which caught fire instantly. He lighted 4 wax candles, all there were in the room, placed 2 on the mantelshelf and 2 on a bureau opposite, and spread upon the bed a complete dress of the incroyable of the very latest fashion. It consisted of a short coat, cut square across the front and long behind, of a soft shade between a pale green and a pearl gray, a waistcoat of buff plush with 18 mother-of-pearl buttons, an immense white cravat of the finest cambric, light trousers of white cashmere decorated with a knot of ribbon where they buttoned above the calves, and pearl gray silk stockings, striped transversely with the same green as the coat, and delicate pumps with diamond buckles. The inevitable eyeglass was not forgotten. As for the hat, it was precisely the same in which Karl Vernet painted his dandy of the Directory. When these things were ready, Morgan waited with seeming impatience. At the end of 5 minutes he rang the bell. A waiter appeared. "Hasn't the wig-maker come?" asked Morgan. In those days, wig-makers were not yet called hairdressers. "Yes, citizen," replied the waiter. "He came, but you had not yet returned, so he left word that he'd come back. Someone knocked just as you rang, it's probably." "Here, here," cried a voice on the stairs. "Ah, bravo," exclaimed Morgan. "Come in, Master Cadenet, you must make a sort of Adonis of me." "That won't be difficult, Monsieur le Baron," replied the wig-maker. Look here, do you mean to compromise me, citizen Cadenet?" "Monsieur le Baron, I entreat you, call me Cadenet. You'll honor me by that proof of familiarity, but don't call me citizen. Fie, that's a revolutionary denomination. Even in the worst of the terror I always called my wife Madame Cadenet. Now, excuse me for not waiting for you, but there's a great ball in the Rue du Bac this evening, the Ball of the Victims." The wig-maker emphasized this word. "I should have thought that M. le Baron would be there." "Why," cried Morgan, laughing, "so you are still a royalist, Cadenet?" The wig-maker laid his hand tragically on his heart. "Monsieur le Baron," said he, "it is not only a matter of conscience but a matter of state." "Conscience, I can understand that, Master Cadenet, but state, what the devil has the Honorable Guild of Wigmakers to do with politics?" "What, Monsieur le Baron?" said Cadenet, all the while getting ready to dress his client's hair. "You ask me that, you an aristocrat?" "Hush, Cadenet. Monsieur le Baron, we ci-devants can say that to each other." "So you are a ci-devant?" "To the core. In what style shall I dress M. le Baron's hair?" "Dog's ears, and tied up behind." "With a dash of powder." "Two, if you like, Cadenet." "Ah, monsieur, when one thinks that for 5 years I was the only man who had an atom of powder, et la merchil. Why, Monsieur le Baron, a man was guillotined for owning a box of powder." "I've known people who were guillotined for less than that, Cadenet. But explain how you happen to be a ci-devant. I like to understand everything." "It's very simple, Monsieur le Baron. You admit, don't you, that among the guilds there were some that were more or less aristocratic?" "Beyond doubt, accordingly as they were nearer to the higher classes of society." "That's it, Monsieur le Baron. Well, we had the higher classes by the hair of their head. Such as you see me, I have dressed Madame de Polignac's hair, my father dressed Madame du Barry's, my grandfather Madame de Pompadour's. We had our privileges, monsieur, we carried swords. It is true, to avoid the accidents that were liable to crop up among hotheads like ourselves, our swords were usually of wood. But at any rate, if they were not the actual thing, they were very good imitations. Yes, Monsieur le Baron," continued Cadenet with a sigh, Those days were the good days, not only for the wig makers but for all France. We were in all the secrets, all the intrigues, nothing was hidden from us. And there is no known instance, Monsieur le Baron, of a wig maker betraying a secret. Just look at our poor queen. To whom did she trust her diamonds? To the great, the illustrious Leonard, the prince of wig makers. Well, Monsieur le Baron, 2 men alone overthrew the scaffolding of a power that rested on the wigs of Louis Roman XIV, the puffs of the Regency, the frisettes of Louis Roman XV, and the cushions of Marie Antoinette. And those 2 men, those levelers, those 2 revolutionaries, who were they, Cadenet? That I may doom them, so far as it lies in my power, to public execration. M. Rousseau and Citizen Talma, Monsieur Rousseau who said that absurdity, we must return to nature, and Citizen Talma who invented the Titus head dress. That's true, Cadenet, that's true. When the Directory came in there was a moment's hope. M. Barras never gave up powder, and Citizen Moulins stuck to his cue. But you see the 18th Brumaire has knocked it all down. How could anyone frizz Bonaparte's hair? Ah, there, continued Cadenet, puffing out the dog's ears of his client. There's aristocratic hair for you, soft and fine as silk, and takes the tongs so well one would think you wore a wig. See, Monsieur le Baron, you wanted to be as handsome as Adonis. Ah, if Venus had seen you, it's not of Adonis that Mars would have been jealous. And Cadenet, now at the end of his labors and satisfied with the result, presented a hand mirror to Morgan, who examined himself complacently. Come, come, he said to the wig-maker, you are certainly an artist, my dear fellow. Remember this style, for if ever they cut off my head I shall choose to have it dressed like that, for there will probably be women at my execution. And M. le Baron wants them to regret him, said the wig-maker gravely. Yes, and in the meantime, my dear Cadenet, here is a crown to reward your labors. Have the goodness to tell them below to call a carriage for me. Cadenet sighed. Monsieur le Baron, said he, time was when I should have answered. Show yourself at court with your hair dressed like that, and I shall be paid. But there is no court now, Monsieur le Baron, and one must live. You shall have your carriage. With which Cadenet sighed again, slipped Morgan's crown in his pocket, made the reverential bow of wig-makers and dancing masters, and left the young man to complete his toilet. The head being now dressed, the rest was soon done. The cravat alone took time, owing to the many failures that occurred, but Morgan concluded the difficult task with an experienced hand, and as 11 o'clock was striking he was ready to start. Cadenet had not forgotten his errand. A hackney coach was at the door. Morgan jumped into it, calling out, Rue du Bac, number 60. The coach turned into the Rue de Grenelle, went up the Rue du Bac, and stopped at number 60. Here's a double fare, friend, said Morgan, on condition that you don't stand before the door. The driver took the 3 francs and disappeared around the corner of the Rue de Varennes. Morgan glanced up the front of the house. It seemed as though he must be mistaken, so dark and silent was it. But he did not hesitate, he rapped in a peculiar fashion. The door opened. At the further end of the courtyard was a building, brilliantly lighted. The young man went toward it, and as he approached, the sound of instruments met his ear. He ascended a flight of stairs and entered the dressing room. There he gave his cloak to the usher whose business it was to attend to the wraps. Here is your number, said the usher. As for your weapons, you are to place them in the gallery where you can find them easily. Morgan put the number in his trousers pocket and entered the great gallery transformed into an arsenal. It contained a complete collection of arms of all kinds, pistols, muskets, carbines, swords, and daggers. As the ball might at any moment be invaded by the police, it was necessary that every dancer be prepared to turn defender at an instant's notice. Laying his weapons aside, Morgan entered the ballroom. We doubt if any pen could give the reader an adequate idea of the scene of that ball. Generally, as the name Ball of the Victims indicated, no one was admitted except by the strange right of having relatives who had either been sent to the scaffold by the Convention or the Commune of Paris, blown to pieces by Collot de Herbois, or drowned by Carrier. As, however, the victims guillotined during the 3 years of the Terror far outnumbered the others, the dresses of the majority of those who were present were the clothes of the victims of the scaffold. Thus, most of the young girls, whose mothers and older sisters had fallen by the hands of the executioner, wore the same costume their mothers and sisters had worn for that last lugubrious ceremony, that is to say, a white gown and red shawl, with their hair cut short at the nape of the neck. Some added to this costume, already so characteristic, A detail that was even more significant: they knotted around their necks a thread of scarlet silk, fine as the blade of a razor, which, as in Faust's Marguerite at the witch's Sabbath, indicated the cut of the knife between the throat and the collar bone. As for the men who were in the same case, they wore the collars of their coats turned down behind, those of their shirt wide open, their necks bare, and their hair cut short. But many had other rights of entrance to this ball besides that of having victims in their families. Some had made victims themselves. These latter were increasing. There were present men of 40 or 45 years of age, who had been trained in the boudoirs of the beautiful courtesans of the 17th century, who had known Madame du Barry in the attics of Versailles, Sophie Arnold with M. de Lorgueil's La Duth with the Comte d'Artois, who had borrowed from the courtesies of vice the polish with which they covered their ferocity. They were still young and handsome. They entered a salon, tossing their perfumed locks and their scented handkerchiefs, nor was it a useless precaution, for if the odor of musk or verbena had not masked it, they would have smelled of blood. There were men there 25 or 30 years old, dressed with extreme elegance, members of the Association of Avengers, who seemed possessed with the mania of assassination, the lust of slaughter, the frenzy of blood which no blood could quench, men who, when the order came to kill, killed all, friends or enemies, men who carried their business methods into the business of murder, giving their bloody checks for the heads of such or such Jacobins, and paying on sight. There were younger men, 18 and 20, almost children, but children fed like Achilles on the marrow of wild beasts, like Pyrrhus on the flesh of bears. Here were the pupil bandits of Schiller, the apprentice judges of the Saint Vame, that strange generation that follows great political convulsions, like the Titans after chaos, the Hydras after the deluge, as the vultures and crows follow the carnage. Here was the specter of iron, impassible, implacable, inflexible, which men call retaliation, and this specter mingled with the guests. It entered the gilded salons, it signaled with a look, a gesture, a nod, and men followed where it led. It was, as says the author from whom we have borrowed these hitherto unknown but authentic details, a merry lust for extermination. The terror had affected great cynicism in clothes, a Spartan austerity in its food, the profound contempt of a barbarous people for arts and enjoyments. The Thermidorian reaction was, on the contrary, elegant, opulent, adorned. It exhausted all luxuries, all voluptuous pleasures, as in the days of Louis Roman XV. With one addition, the luxury of vengeance, the lust of blood. Fréron's name was given to the youth of the day, which was called the Jeunesse Fréron, or the Jeunesse dorée, gilded youth. Why Fréron? Why should he rather than others receive that strange and fatal honor? I cannot tell you. My researches, those who know me will do me the justice to admit that when I have an end in view, I do not count them. My researches have not discovered an answer. It was a whim of fashion, and fashion is the one goddess more capricious than fortune. Our readers will hardly know today who Fréron was. The Fréron who was Voltaire's assailant was better known than he who was the patron of these elegant assassins. One was the son of the other. Louis Stanislas was son of Elie Catherine. The father died of rage when Miromesnil, keeper of the seals, suppressed his journal. The other, irritated by the injustices of which his father had been the victim, had at first ardently embraced the revolutionary doctrines. Instead of the Année littéraire, strangled to death in 1775, he created the Oratoire du Peuple in 1789. He was sent to the Midi on a special mission, and Marseille and Toulon retain to this day the memory of his cruelty. But all was forgotten when, on the 9th Thermidor, he proclaimed himself against Robespierre, and assisted in casting from the altar the Supreme Being, the Colossus who, being an apostle, had made himself a god. Fréron, repudiated by the mountain, which abandoned him to the heavy jaws of Moise Baal. Fréron, disdainfully repulsed by the Girondins, who delivered him over to the imprecations of Isnard. Fréron, as the terrible and picturesque orator of the Var said, Fréron, naked and covered with the leprosy of crime, was accepted, caressed, and petted by the Thermidorians. From them he passed into the camp of the Royalists, and without any reason whatever for obtaining that fatal honor, found himself suddenly at the head of a powerful party of youth, energy, and vengeance, standing between the passions of the day, which led to all, and the impotence of the law, which permitted all. It was to the midst of this Jeunesse Fréron, mouthing its words, slurring its R's, giving its word of honor about everything, that Morgan now made his way. It must be admitted that this Jeunesse, in spite of the clothes it wore, in spite of the memories these clothes evoked, was wildly gay. This seems incomprehensible, but it is true. Explain if you can that dance of death at the beginning of the 15th century, which, with all the fury of a modern gallop, led by Musard, whirled its chain through the very cemetery of the innocents, and left amid its tombs 50,000 of its votaries. Morgan was evidently seeking someone. A young dandy who was dipping into the silver-gilt comfit box of a charming victim, with an ensanguined finger, the only part of his delicate hand that had escaped the almond paste, tried to stop him, to relate the particulars of the expedition from which he had brought back this bloody trophy. But Morgan smiled, pressed his other hand which was gloved, and contented himself with replying, "I am looking for someone. Important. Company of Jehu." The young man with the bloody finger let him pass. An adorable fury, as Corneille would have called her, whose hair was held up by a dagger with a blade as sharp as a needle, barred his way, saying, "Morgan, you are the handsomest, the bravest, the most deserving of love of all the men present. What have you to say to the woman who tells you that?" "I answer that I love," replied Morgan, "and that my heart is too narrow to hold one hatred and two loves." And he continued on his search. Two young men who were arguing, one saying, "He was English," the other, "He was German," stopped him. "The deuce," cried one, "here is the man who can settle it for us." "No," replied Morgan, trying to push past them, "I'm in a hurry." "There's only a word to say," said the other. "We have made a bet, Saint Amand and I, that the man who was tried and executed at the Chartreuse du Salon was, according to him, a German, and according to me, an Englishman." "I don't know," replied Morgan. "I wasn't there. Ask Hector, he presided that night." "Tell us where Hector is." "Tell me rather where Tiffauges is. I am looking for him." "Over there, at the end of the room," said the young man, pointing to a part of the room where the dance was more than usually gay and animated. "You will recognize him by his waistcoat, and his trousers are not to be despised. I shall have a pair like them made with the skin of the very first hound I meet." Morgan did not take time to ask in what way Tiffauges' waistcoat was remarkable, or by what queer cut or precious material his trousers had won the approbation of a man as expert in such matters as he who had spoken to him. He went straight to the point indicated by the young man, saw the person he was seeking dancing and eat, which seemed, by the intricacy of its weaving, if I may be pardoned for this technical term, to have issued from the salons of Vestris himself. Morgan made a sign to the dancer. Tiffauges stopped instantly, bowed to his partner, led her to her seat, excused himself on the plea of the urgency of the matter which called him away, and returned to take Morgan's arm. "Did you see him?" Tiffauges asked Morgan. "I have just left him," replied the latter. "Did you deliver the king's letter?" "To himself." "Did he read it?" "At once." "Has he sent an answer?" "Two, one verbal, one written. The second dispenses with the first." "You have it." "Here it is." "Do you know the contents?" "A refusal." "Positive?" "Nothing could be more positive." "Does he know that from the moment he takes all hope away from us, we shall treat him as an enemy?" "I told him so." "What did he answer?" "He didn't answer, he shrugged his shoulders." "What do you think his intentions are?" "It's not difficult to guess." "Does he mean to keep the power himself?" "It looks like it." "The power but not the throne." "Why not the throne?" "He would never dare to make himself king." "Oh, I can't say he means to be absolutely king, but I'll answer for it that he means to be something." "But he is nothing but a soldier of fortune." "My dear fellow, better in these days to be the son of his deeds than the grandson of a king." The young man thought a moment. "I shall report it all to Cadodal," he said. "And add that the first consul said these very words. I hold the Vendée in the hollow of my hand, and if I choose in 3 months not another shot will be fired." "It's a good thing to know." "You know it, let Cadodal know it and take measures." Just then the music ceased, the hum of the dancers died away, complete silence prevailed, and in the midst of this silence, 4 names were pronounced in a sonorous and emphatic voice. These 4 names were Morgan, Montbar, Adler and Dasses. "Pardon me," Morgan said to Tiffauges, "they are probably arranging some expedition in which I am to take part. I am forced, therefore, to my great regret, to bid you farewell. Only before I leave you let me look closer at your waistcoat and trousers, of which I have heard, curiosity of an amateur, I trust you will excuse it. Surely, exclaimed the young Vendean, most willingly. Chapter 27, The Bare Skin. With a rapidity and good nature that did honor to his courtesy, he went close to the candelabra, which were burning on the chimney-piece. The waistcoat and trousers seemed to be of the same stuff, but what was that stuff? The most experienced connoisseur would have been puzzled. The trousers were tight-fitting as usual, of a light tint between buff and flesh color. The only remarkable thing about them was the absence of the seam, and the closeness with which they clung to the leg. The waistcoat, on the other hand, had two characteristic signs which attracted attention. It had been pierced by 3 balls, which had the holes gaping, and these were stained a carmine, so like blood, that it might easily have been mistaken for it. On the left side was painted a bloody heart, the distinguishing sign of the Vendeans. Morgan examined the 2 articles with the closest attention, but without result. If I were not in such a hurry, said he, I should like to look into the matter for myself. But you heard for yourself, in all probability some news has reached the committee, government money probably. You can announce it to Cadoudal, only we shall have to take it first. Ordinarily I command these expeditions, if I delay someone may take my place. So tell me what your waistcoat and trousers are made of. My dear Morgan, replied the Vendean, perhaps you have heard that my brother was captured near Brescia and shot by the Blues. Yes, I know that. The Blues were retreating. They left the body at the corner of the hedge. We were pursuing them so closely that we arrived just after them. I found the body of my brother still warm. In one of his wounds a sprig was stuck with these words. Shot as a brigand by me, Claude Flageolet, corporal of the 3rd Battalion of Paris. I took my brother's body, and had the skin removed from his breast. I vowed that this skin, pierced with 3 holes, should eternally cry vengeance before my eyes. I made it my battle waistcoat. Ah, exclaimed Morgan, with a certain astonishment, in which for the first time was mingled something akin to terror. Ah, then that waistcoat is made of your brother's skin, and the trousers. Oh, replied the Vendean, the trousers, that's another matter. They are made of the skin of Claude Flageolet, corporal of the 3rd Battalion of Paris. At that moment the voice again called out, in the same order, the names of Morgan, Montbar, Adler and Dasses. Morgan rushed out of the study, crossed the dancing hall from end to end, and made his way to a little salon on the other side of the dressing room. His 3 companions, Montbar, Adler and Dasses, were there already. With them was a young man in the government livery of a bearer of dispatches, namely a green and gold coat. His boots were dusty, and he wore a visored cap and carried the dispatch box, the essential accoutrements of a cabinet courier. One of Cassini's maps, on which could be followed the whole lay of the land, was spread on the table. Before saying why this courier was there, and with what object the map was unfolded, let us cast a glance at the 3 new personages whose names had echoed through the ballroom, and who are destined to play an important part in the rest of this history. The reader already knows Morgan, the Achilles and the Paris of this strange association. Morgan, with his blue eyes, his black hair, his tall, well-built figure, graceful, easy, active bearing, his eye which was never without animation, his mouth with its fresh lips and white teeth that was never without a smile, his remarkable countenance, composed of mingling elements that seemed so foreign to each other, strength and tenderness, gentleness and energy, and through it all, that bewildering expression of gaiety that was at times alarming when one remembered that this man was perpetually rubbing shoulders with death, and the most terrifying of all deaths, that of the scaffold. As for Dasses, he was a man from 35 to 38 years of age, with bushy hair that was turning gray, and mustaches as black as ebony. His eyes were of that wonderful shade of Indian eyes, verging on maroon. He was formerly a captain of dragoons, admirably built for struggle, whether physical or moral, his muscles indicating strength and his face obstinacy. For the rest, a noble bearing, great elegance of manners, scented like a dandy, carrying, either from caprice or luxury, a bottle of English smelling salts, or a silver-gilt vinaigrette containing the most subtle perfumes. Montbar and Adler, whose real names were unknown, like those of Dasses and Morgan, were commonly called by the company the Inseparables. Imagine Damon and Pythias, Euryalus and Nissus, Orestes and Pylades at 22, one joyous, loquacious, noisy, the other melancholy, silent, dreamy, sharing all things, dangers, money, mistresses, one the complement of the other, each rushing to all extremes, but forgetting self when in peril to watch over the other, like the Spartan youths on the sacred legions, and you will form an idea of Montbar and Adler. It is needless to say that all three were companions of Jehu. They had been convoked, as Morgan suspected, on business of the company. On entering the room, Morgan went straight to the pretended bearer of dispatches and shook hands with him. "Ah, the dear friend," said the latter, with a stiff movement, showing that the best rider cannot do 150 miles on post-hacks with impunity. "You are taking it easy, you Parisians. Hannibal at Capua slept on rushes and thorns compared to you. I only glanced at the ballroom in passing, as becomes a poor cabinet courier bearing dispatches from General Massena to the citizen first consul, but it seemed to me you were a fine lot of victims. Only, my poor friends, you will have to bid farewell to all that for the present. Disagreeable, unlucky, exasperating, no doubt, but the house of Jehu before all." "My dear Hastier," began Morgan. "Stop," cried Hastier. "No proper names, if you please, gentlemen. The Hastiers are an honest family in Lyon doing business, it is said on the Place d'Estero from father to son, and would be much humiliated to learn that their heir had become a cabinet courier and rode the highways with the national pack on his back. Lecoq as much as you please, but not Hastier. I don't know Hastier, and you gentlemen," continued the young man, addressing Montbar, Adler and Dasses, "do you know him?" "No," replied the three young men, "and we ask pardon for Morgan, who did wrong." "My dear Lecoq," exclaimed Morgan. "That's right," interrupted Hastier. "I answer to that name. Well, what did you want to tell me?" "I wanted to say that if you are not the antipodes of the god Harpocrates, whom the Egyptians represent with a finger on his lips, you will, instead of indulging in a lot of declamations, more or less flowery, tell us why this costume, and why that map." "The deuce," retorted the young man. "If you don't know already, it's your fault and not mine. If I hadn't been obliged to call you twice, caught as you doubtless were in the toils of some beautiful Eumenides imploring vengeance of a fine young man for the death of her old parents, you'd know as much as these gentlemen, and I wouldn't have to sing an encore. Well, here's what it is. Simply of the remaining treasure of the Burn Bears, which General Leclerc is sending to the citizen first consul by order of General Massena. A trifle, only 100,000 francs, that they don't dare send over the Jura on account of M. Tayssonet's partisans, who, they pretend, are likely to seize it. So it will be sent by Geneva, Bourg, Macon, Dijon and Troyes, a much safer way, as they will find when they try it." "Very good. We were informed of this by Renard, who started from Gex at full speed, and transmitted the news to Elherndel, who is at present stationed at Chalon-sur-Saône. He transmitted it to me, Lecoq, at Auxerre, and I have done 150 miles to transmit it in turn to you. As for the secondary details, here they are. The treasure left Bern last octady, 28th Nivose, year Roman 8, of the Republic triple and indivisible. It should reach Genoa today, duodi, and leave tomorrow, tridi, by the diligence from Geneva to Bourg, so that, by leaving this very night, by the day after tomorrow, quintide you can, my dear sons of Israel, meet the treasure of Messieurs the Bears between Dijon and Troyes, near Bar-sur-Seine or Chatelain. What say you?" "By heavens," cried Morgan, "we say that there seems to be no room for argument left. We say we should never have permitted ourselves to touch the money of their highnesses the Bears of Bern so long as it remained in their coffers. But as it has changed hands once, I see no objection to its doing so a second time. Only how are we to start?" "Haven't you a post-chaise?" "Yes, it's here in the coach-house." "Haven't you horses to get you to the next stage?" "They are in the stable." "Haven't you each your passports?" "We have each 4. "Well then." "Well, we can't stop the diligence in a post-chaise. We don't put ourselves to too much inconvenience, but we don't take our ease in that way." "Well, and why not?" asked Montbar. "It would be original. I can't see why, if sailors board from one vessel to another, we couldn't board a diligence from a post-chaise. We want novelty, shall we try it, Adler?" "I ask nothing better," replied the latter, "but what will we do with the postilion?" "That's true," replied Montbar. "The difficulty is foreseen, my children," said the courier. "A messenger has been sent to Troyes. You will leave your post-chaise at Delbos. There you will find 4 horses all saddled and stuffed with oats. You will then calculate your time, and the day after tomorrow, or rather tomorrow, for it is past midnight, between 7 and 8 in the morning, the money of Messrs. Bruin will pass an anxious quarter of an hour. Shall we change our clothes? Inquired Dasses. What for? Replied Morgan. I think we are very presentable as we are. No diligence could be relieved of unnecessary weight by better-dressed fellows. Let us take a last glance at the map, transfer a pate, a cold chicken, and a dozen of champagne from the supper-room to the pockets of the coach, armed to the teeth in the arsenal, wrap ourselves in warm cloaks, and clack. Postilion. Yes, cried Montbar, that's the idea. I should think so, added Morgan. We'll kill the horses if necessary, and be back at 7 in the evening, in time to show ourselves at the opera. That will establish an alibi, observed Dasses. Precisely, said Morgan, with his imperturbable gaiety. How could men who applaud Mademoiselle Clotilde and M. Vestris at 8 o'clock in the evening have been at Bar and Chatelain in the morning settling accounts with the conductor of a diligence? Come, my sons, a last look at the map to choose our spot. The four young men bent over Cassini's map. If I may give you a bit of topographical advice, said the courier, it would be to put yourselves in ambush just beyond Michoud. There's a ford opposite to the Rices, see there. And the young man pointed out the exact spot on the map. I should return to Chakers there. From Chakers you have a department road, straight as an arrow, which will take you to Troyes. At Troyes you take carriage again and follow the road to Sens instead of that to Coulomiers. The donkeys, there are plenty in the provinces. Who saw you in the morning won't wonder at seeing you again in the evening. You'll get to the opera at 10 instead of 8. A more fashionable hour, neither seen nor recognized, I'll warrant you. Adopted so far as I am concerned, said Morgan. Adopted, cried the other three in chorus. Morgan pulled out one of the two watches whose chains were dangling from his belt. It was a masterpiece of Petitot's enamel, and on the outer case which protected the painting was a diamond monogram. The pedigree of this beautiful trinket was as well established as that of an Arab horse. It had been made for Marie Antoinette, who had given it to the Duchesse de Palestron, who had given it to Morgan's mother. 1 o'clock, said Morgan. Come, gentlemen, we must relay at Lagny at 3. From that moment the expedition had begun, and Morgan became its leader. He no longer consulted, he commanded. 500 asses, who in Morgan's absence commanded, was the first to obey on his return. Half an hour later, a closed carriage containing 4 young men wrapped in their cloaks was stopped at the Fontainebleau barrier by the postguard, who demanded their passports. Oh, what a joke! Exclaimed one of them, putting his head out of the window and affecting the pronunciation of the day. Passports to drive to Guabois to call on Citizen Baaz. Word of fluted honor. Your seawazy, F-wend, go on, driver. The coachman whipped up his horses, and the carriage passed without further opposition. Chapter 28, Family Matters. Let us leave our 4 hunters on their way to Lagny, where, thanks to the passports they owed to the obligingness of certain clerks in Citizen Fouche's employ, they exchanged their own horses for post horses and their coachman for a postilion, and see why the first consul had sent for Roland. After leaving Morgan, Roland had hastened to obey the general's orders. He found the latter standing in deep thought before the fireplace. At the sound of his entrance, General Bonaparte raised his head. What were you two saying to each other? Asked Bonaparte, without preamble, trusting to Roland's habit of answering his thought. Why, said Roland, we paid each other all sorts of compliments, and parted the best friends in the world. How does he impress you? As a perfectly well-bred man. How old do you take him to be? About my age at the outside. So I think his voice is youthful. What now, Roland, can I be mistaken? Is there a new royalist generation growing up? No, General, replied Roland, shrugging his shoulders. It's the remains of the old one. Well, Roland, we must build up another devoted to my son, if ever I have one. Roland made a gesture which might be translated into the words, I don't object. Bonaparte understood the gesture perfectly. You must do more than not object, said he. You must contribute to it. A nervous shudder passed over Roland's body. In what way, General? He asked. By marrying. Roland burst out laughing. Good with my aneurysm? He asked. Bonaparte looked at him and said, My dear Roland, your aneurysm looks to me very much like a pretext for remaining single. Do you think so? Yes, and as I am a moral man, I insist upon marriage. Does that mean that I am immoral, retorted Roland, or that I cause any scandal with my mistresses? Augustus, answered Bonaparte, created laws against celibates, depriving them of their rights as Roman citizens. Augustus. Well, I'll wait until you are Augustus. As yet, you are only Caesar. Bonaparte came closer to the young man, and laying his hands on his shoulders, said, Roland, there are some names I do not wish to see extinct, and among them is that of Montrevel. Well, General, in my default, supposing that through caprice or obstinacy I refuse to perpetuate it, there is my little brother. What, your brother? Then you have a brother. Why, yes, I have a brother. Why shouldn't I have brother? How old is he? 11 or 12. Why did you never tell me about him? Because I thought the sayings and doings of a youngster of that age could not interest you. You are mistaken, Roland. I am interested in all that concerns my friends. You ought to have asked me for something for your brother. Asked what, General? His admission into some college in Paris. Pooh, you have enough beggars around you, without my swelling their number. You hear, he is to come to Paris and enter college. When he is old enough, I will send him to the École Militaire, or some other school which I shall have founded before then. Faith, General, said Roland, just as if I had guessed your good intentions, he is this very day on the point of starting for Paris. What for? I wrote to my mother 3 days ago to bring the boy to Paris. I intended to put him in college without mentioning it, and when he was old enough to tell you about him, always supposing that my aneurysm had not carried me off in the meantime. But in that case. In that case. Oh, in that case I have left a bit of a will addressed to you, and recommending to your kindness my mother, and the boy and the girl, in short, the whole raft. The girl, who is she? My sister. So you have a sister also? Yes. How old is she? 17. Pretty. Charming. I'll take charge of her establishment. Roland began to laugh. What's the matter? Demanded the first consul. General, I'm going to put a placard over the grand entrance to the Luxembourg. What will you put on the placard? Marriages made here. Why not? Is it any reason because you don't wish to marry for your sister to remain an old maid? I don't like old maids any better than I do old bachelors. I did not say, General, that my sister should remain an old maid. It's quite enough for one member of the Montrevel family to have incurred your displeasure. Then what do you mean? Only that, as the matter concerns my sister, she must, if you will allow it, be consulted. Aha, some provincial love affair is there. I can't say. I left poor Amélie gay and happy, and I find her pale and sad. I shall get the truth out of her, and if you wish me to speak to you again about the matter, I will do so. Yes, do so, when you get back from the Vendée. Ah, so I am going to the Vendée. Why is that, like marriage, repugnant to you? Not in the least. Then you are going to the Vendée. When? Oh, you need not hurry, providing you start tomorrow. Excellent, sooner if you wish. Tell me what I am to do there. Something of the utmost importance, Roland. The devil, it isn't a diplomatic mission, I presume. Yes, it is a diplomatic mission for which I need a man who is not a diplomatist. Then I'm your man, General. Only, you understand, the less a diplomatist I am, the more precise my instructions must be. I am going to give them to you. Do you see that map? And he showed the young man a large map of Piedmont stretched out on the floor, under a lamp suspended from the ceiling. Yes, I see it, replied Roland, accustomed to follow the general along the unexpected dashes of his genius. But it is a map of Piedmont. Yes, it's a map of Piedmont. So there is still a question of Italy. There is always a question of Italy. I thought you spoke of the Vendée. Secondarily. Why, General, you are not going to send me to the Vendée and go yourself to Italy, are you? No, don't be alarmed. All right, but I warn you, if you did, I should desert and join you. I give you permission to do so, but now let us go back to Melas. Excuse me, General, this is the first time you have mentioned him. Yes, but I have been thinking of him for a long time. Do you know where I shall defeat him? The deuce, I do. Where? Wherever you meet him. Bonaparte laughed. Ninny, he said with loving familiarity. Then, stooping over the map, he said to Roland, come here. Roland stooped beside him. There, resumed Bonaparte, that is where I shall fight him. Near Alessandria. Within 8 or 9 miles of it. He has all his supplies, hospitals, artillery and reserves in Alessandria, and he will not leave the neighborhood. I shall have to strike a great blow, that's the only condition on which I can get peace. I shall cross the Alps. He pointed to the great Saint Bernard. I shall fall upon Melas when he least expects me, and rout him utterly. Oh, trust you for that. Yes, but you understand, Roland, that in order to quit France with an easy mind, I can't leave it with an inflammation of the bowels. I can't leave war in the Vendée. Ah, now I see what you are after. No Vendée, and you are sending me to the Vendée to suppress it. That young man told me some serious things about the Vendée. They are brave soldiers, those Vendeans, led by a man of brains, Georges Cadoudal. I have sent him the offer of a regiment, but he won't accept. Jove, he's particular. But there's one thing he little knows. Who Cadoudal? Yes, Cadoudal, that is that the Abbé Bernier has made me overtures. The Abbé Bernier? Yes. Who is the Abbé Bernier? The son of a peasant from Anjou, who may be now about 33 or 4 years of age. Before the insurrection he was curate of Saint Laud at Angers. He refused to take the oath and sought refuge among the Vendeans. 2 or 3 times the Vendée was pacificated, twice she was thought dead. A mistake. The Vendée was pacificated, but the Abbé Bernier had not signed the peace. The Vendée was dead, but the Abbé Bernier was still alive. One day the Vendée was ungrateful to him. He wished to be appointed general agent to the royalist armies of the interior. Stofflet influenced the decision, and got his old master, Comte Colbert de Maulevrier, appointed in Bernier's stead. When, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the council broke up, the Abbé Bernier had disappeared. What he did that night, God and he alone can tell. But at 4 o'clock in the morning a Republican detachment surrounded the farmhouse where Stofflet was sleeping, disarmed and defenseless. At 4:30 Stofflet was captured. 8 days later he was executed at Angers. The next day Audichamp took command, and to avoid making the same blunder as Stofflet, he appointed the Abbé Bernier general agent. Now do you understand? Perfectly. Well, the Abbé Bernier, general agent of the belligerent forces, and furnished with plenary powers by the Comte d'Artois, the Abbé Bernier has made overtures to me. To you, to Bonaparte, to the first consul he deigns to. Why, that's very kind of the Abbé Bernier. Have you accepted them? Yes, Roland. If the Vendée will give me peace, I will open her churches and give her back her priests. And suppose they chant the Domine, Salvum fac regem. That would be better than not singing at all. God is omnipotent and he will decide. Does the mission suit you, now that I have explained it? Yes, thoroughly. Then, here is a letter for General Hedouville. He is to treat with the Abbé Bernier as the General-in-Chief of the Army of the West. But you are to be present at all these conferences. He is only my mouthpiece, you are to be my thought. Now, start as soon as possible. The sooner you get back, the sooner Melas will be defeated. General, give me time to write to my mother, that's all. Where will she stop? At the Hotel des Ambassadeurs. When do you think she will arrive? This is the night of the 21st of January. She will be here the evening of the 23d, or the morning of the 24th. And she stops at the Hotel des Ambassadeurs. Yes, General. I take it all on myself. Take it all on yourself, General. Certainly, your mother can't stay at a hotel. Where should she stay? With a friend. She knows no one in Paris. I beg your pardon, Monsieur Roland. She knows Citizen Bonaparte, First Consul, and his wife. You are not going to lodge my mother at the Luxembourg. I warn you that that would embarrass her very much. No, but I shall lodge her in the Rue de la Victoire. Oh, General. Come, come, that's settled. Go now and get back as soon as possible. Roland took the First Consul's hand, meaning to kiss it, but Bonaparte drew him quickly to him. "Embrace me, my dear Roland," he said, "and good luck to you." 2 hours later Roland was rolling along in a postchaise on the road to Orleans. The next day, at 9 in the morning, he entered Nantes, after a journey of 33 hours. Chapter 29, The Geneva Diligence. About the hour when Roland was entering Nantes, a diligence, heavily loaded, stopped at the Inn of the Croix d'Or, in the middle of the main street of Châtelain-sur-Seine. In those days the diligences had but two compartments, the coupe and the interior. The rotunda is an adjunct of modern times. The diligence had hardly stopped before the postilion jumped down and opened the doors. The travelers dismounted. There were 7 in all of both sexes. In the interior, 3 men, 2 women, and a child at the breast. In the coupe, a mother and her son. The 3 men in the interior were, one a doctor from Troyes, the second a watchmaker from Geneva, the third an architect from Bourges. The 2 women were a lady's maid traveling to Paris to rejoin her mistress, and the other a wet nurse. The child was the latter's nursling, which she was taking back to its parents. The mother and son in the coupe were people of position, the former, about 40 years of age, still preserving traces of great beauty, the latter a boy between 11 and 12. The third place in the coupe was occupied by the conductor. Breakfast was waiting as usual in the dining room, one of those breakfasts which conductors, no doubt in collusion with the landlords, never give travelers the time to eat. The woman and the nurse got out of the coach and went to a baker's shop nearby, where each bought a hot roll and a sausage, with which they went back to the coach, settling themselves quietly to breakfast, thus saving the cost, probably too great for their means, of a meal at the hotel. The doctor, the watchmaker, the architect and the mother and son entered the inn, and, after warming themselves hastily at the large kitchen fire, entered the dining room and took seats at the table. The mother contented herself with a cup of coffee with cream and some fruit. The boy, delighted to prove himself a man by his appetite at least, boldly attacked the viands. The first few moments were, as usual, employed in satisfying hunger. The watchmaker from Geneva was the first to speak. "Faith, citizen," said he, the word citizen was still used in public places, "I tell you frankly I was not at all sorry to see daylight this morning." "Cannot monsieur sleep in a coach?" asked the doctor. "Oh yes, sir," replied the compatriot of Jean-Jacques. "On the contrary, I usually sleep straight through the night, but anxiety was stronger than fatigue this time." "Were you afraid of upsetting?" asked the architect. "No, I'm very lucky in that respect. It seems enough for me to be in a coach to make it unupsettable." "No, that wasn't it." "What was it then?" questioned the doctor. "They say in Geneva that the roads in France are not safe." "That's according to circumstances," said the architect. "Ah, how's that?" inquired the watchmaker. "Oh," replied the architect, "if, for example, we were carrying government money, we would surely be stopped, or rather we would have been already." "Do you think so?" queried the watchmaker. "That has never failed. I don't know how those devils of Companions of Jehu manage to keep so well posted, but they never miss an opportunity." The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Ah," exclaimed the watchmaker, addressing the doctor, "do you think so too?" "I do." "And if you knew there was government money in the coach, would you be so imprudent as to take passage in it?" "I must admit," replied the doctor, "that I should think twice about it." "And you, sir?" said the questioner to the architect. "Oh, I," replied the latter, "as I am on important business, I should have started anyway." "I am tempted," said the watchmaker, "to take off my valise and my oases, and wait for tomorrow's diligence, because my boxes are filled with watches worth something like 20,000 francs. We've been lucky so far, but there's no use tempting Providence." "Did you not hear these gentlemen say," remarked the lady, joining in the conversation for the first time, "that we run the risk of being stopped only when the coach carries government money?" "That's exactly it," replied the watchmaker, looking anxiously around. "We are carrying it." The mother blanched visibly and looked at her son. Before fearing for herself, every mother fears for her child. "What, we are carrying it?" asked the doctor and the architect in varying tones of excitement. "Are you sure of what you are saying?" "Perfectly sure, gentlemen." "Then you should either have told us before, or have told us in a whisper now. But perhaps, said the doctor, the gentleman is not quite sure of what he says. Or perhaps he is joking, added the architect. Heaven forbid. The Genovese are very fond of a laugh, persisted the doctor. Sir, replied the Genovese, much hurt that anyone should think he liked to laugh, I saw it put on the coach myself. What? The money. Was there much? A good many bags. But where does the money come from? The treasury of the Bears of Bern. You know, of course, that the Bears of Bern received an income of 50 or even 60,000 francs. The doctor burst out laughing. Decidedly, sir, you are trying to frighten us, said he. Gentlemen, said the watchmaker, I give you my word of honor. Take your places, gentlemen, shouted the conductor, opening the door. Take your places, we are 3/4 of an hour late. One moment, conductor, one moment, said the architect. We are consulting. About what? Close the door, conductor, and come over here. Drink a glass of wine with us, conductor. With pleasure, gentlemen, a glass of wine is never to be refused. The conductor held out his glass, and the three travelers touched it, but just as he was lifting it to his lips, the doctor stopped his arm. Come, conductor, frankly, is it true? What? What this gentleman says, and he pointed to the Genovese. Monsieur Ferrod. I don't know if that is his name. Yes, sir, that is my name, Ferrod and Company, number 6 Rue du Rempart, Geneva, at your service, replied the watchmaker, bowing. Gentlemen, repeated the conductor, take your places. But you haven't answered. What the devil shall I answer? You haven't asked me anything. Yes, we asked you if it is true that you are carrying a large sum of money belonging to the French government. Blabber, said the conductor to watchmaker, did you tell that? Confound it, my worthy fellow. Come, gentlemen, your places. But before getting in, we want to know. What, whether I have government money? Yes, I have. Now if we are stopped, say nothing and all will be well. Are you sure? Leave me to arrange matters with these gentry. What will you do if we are stopped? The doctor asked the architect. Faith, I shall follow the conductor's advice. That's the best thing to do, observed the latter. Well, I shall keep quiet, repeated the architect. And so shall I, added the watchmaker. Come, gentlemen, take your seats and let us make haste. The boy had listened to this conversation, with frowning brow and clenched teeth. Well, he said to his mother, if we are stopped, I know what I'll do. What will you do? She asked. You'll see. What does this little boy say? Asked the watchmaker. I say you are all cowards, replied the child unhesitatingly. Edouard, exclaimed his mother, what do you mean? I wish they'd stop the diligence, that I do, cried the boy, his eyes sparkling with determination. Come, come, gentlemen, in heaven's name, take your places, called the conductor once more. Conductor, said the doctor, I presume you have no weapons. Yes, I have my pistols. Unfortunate. The conductor stooped to the doctor's ear and whispered, Don't be alarmed, doctor, they're only loaded with powder. Good. Forward, postilion, forward, shouted the conductor, closing the door of the interior. Then, while the postilion snapped his whip and started the heavy vehicle, he also closed that of the coupe. Are you not coming with us, conductor? Asked the lady. Thank you, no, Madame de Montrevel, replied the conductor. I have something to do on the Imperial. Then, looking into the window, he added, Take care the Monsieur Edouard does not touch the pistols in the pocket of the carriage, he might hurt himself. Pooh, retorted the boy, as if I didn't know how to handle a pistol. I have handsomer ones than yours, that my friend Sir John had sent me from England. Haven't I, mamma? Never mind, Edouard, replied Madame de Montrevel. I entreat you not to touch them. Don't worry, little mother. Then he added softly, all the same, if the Companions of Jehu stop us, I know what I shall do. The diligence was again rolling heavily on its way to Paris. It was one of those fine winter days, which makes those who think that nature is dead at that season admit that nature never dies but only sleeps. The man who lives to be 70 or 80 years of age has his nights of 10 or 12 hours, and often complains that the length of his nights adds to the shortness of his days. Nature, which has an everlasting existence, trees, which live 1,000 years, have sleeping periods of 4 or 5 months, which are winters for us but only nights for them. The poets, in their envious verse, sing the immortality of nature, which dies each autumn and revives each spring. The poets are mistaken. Nature does not die each autumn, she only falls asleep. She is not resuscitated, she awakens. The day when our globe really dies, it will be dead indeed. Then it will roll into space or fall into the abysses of chaos, inert, mute, solitary, without trees, without flowers, without verdure, without poets. But on this beautiful day of the 23rd of February, 1800, sleeping nature dreamed of spring. A brilliant, almost joyous sun made the grass in the ditches on either side of the road sparkle with those deceptive pearls of the hoarfrost, which vanish at a touch, and rejoice the heart of a tiller of the earth when he sees them, glittering at the points of his wheat as it pushes bravely up through the soil. All the windows of the diligence were lowered, to give entrance to this earliest smile of the divine, as though all hearts were saying, "Welcome back, traveler long lost in the clouds of the west, or beneath the heaving billows of ocean." Suddenly, about an hour after leaving Chatelain, the diligence stopped at a bend of the river without any apparent cause. 4 horsemen quietly approached, walking their horses, and one of them, a little in advance of the others, made a sign with his hand to the postilion, ordering him to draw up. The postilion obeyed. "Oh, mamma," cried Edouard, standing up and leaning out of the window in spite of Madame de Montrevel's protestations. "Oh, mamma, what fine horses! But why do these gentlemen wear masks? This isn't carnival." Madame de Montrevel was dreaming. A woman always dreams a little, young, of the future, old, of the past. She started from her reverie, put her head out of the window, and gave a little cry. Edouard turned around hastily. "What ails you, mother?" he asked. Madame de Montrevel turned pale and took him in her arms without a word. Cries of terror were heard in the interior. "But what is the matter?" demanded little Edouard, struggling to escape from his mother's encircling arms. "Nothing, my little man," said one of the masked men in a gentle voice, putting his head through the window of the coupe. "Nothing but an account we have to settle with the conductor, which does not in the least concern you travelers. Tell your mother to accept our respectful homage, and to pay no more heed to us than if we were not here." Then passing to the door of the interior, he added, "Gentlemen, your servant, fear nothing for your money or jewels and reassure that nurse, we have not come here to turn her milk." Then to the conductor, "Now then, Pierre Jerome, we have 100,000 francs on the Imperial and in the boxes, haven't we? Gentlemen, I assure you that the money belongs to the government. It did belong to the Bears of Bern, 70,000 francs in gold, the rest in silver. The silver is on the top of the coach, the gold in the bottom of the coupe. Isn't that so? You see how well informed we are." At the words "bottom of the coupe," Madame de Montrevel gave another cry of terror. She was about to come in contact with men who, in spite of their politeness, inspired her with the most profound terror. "But what is the matter, mother, what is the matter?" demanded the boy impatiently. "Be quiet, Edouard, be quiet." "Why must I be quiet? Don't you understand?" "No. The coach has been stopped." "Why, tell me why." "Ah, mother, I understand." "No, no," said Madame de Montrevel, "you don't understand. Those gentlemen are robbers." "Take care you don't say so." "What, you mean they are not robbers? Why, see, they are taking the conductor's money." Sure enough, one of the 4 was fastening to the saddle of his horse the bags of silver which the conductor threw down from the Imperial. "No," repeated Madame de Montrevel, "no, they are not robbers." Then lowering her voice, she added, "They are companions of Jehu." "Ah," cried the boy, "they are the ones who assassinated my friend Sir John." And the child turned very pale, and his breath came hissing through his clenched teeth. At that moment one of the masked men opened the door of the coupe and said with exquisite politeness, "Madame la Comtesse, to our great regret we are obliged to disturb you, but we want, or rather the conductor wants, a package from the bottom of the coupe. Will you be so kind as to get out for a moment? Jerome will get what he wants as quickly as possible." Then, with that note of gaiety which was never entirely absent from that laughing voice, he added, "Won't you, Jerome?" Jerome replied from the top of the diligence, confirming these words. With an instinctive movement to put herself between the danger and her son, Madame de Montrevel, while complying with that request, pushed Edouard behind her. That instant sufficed for the boy to seize the conductor's pistols. The young man with the laughing voice assisted Madame de Montrevel from the coach with the greatest care, then signed to one of his companions to give her an arm, and returned to the coach. But at that instant, a double report was heard. Edouard had fired a pistol with each hand at the companion of Jehu, who disappeared in the smoke. Madame de Montrevel screamed and fainted away. Various cries, expressive of diverse sentiments, echoed that of the mother. From the interior came one of terror. They had all agreed to offer no resistance, and now someone had resisted. From the three young men came a cry of surprise. It was the first time such a thing had happened. They rushed to their companion, expecting to find him reduced to pulp, but they found him safe and sound, laughing heartily, while the conductor, with clasped hands, was exclaiming, "Monsieur, I swear there were no balls. Monsieur, I protest, they were only charged with powder." "The deuce," said the young man, "don't I see that? But the intention was good, wasn't it, my little Edouard?" Then, turning to his companions, he added, "Confess, gentlemen, that he is a fine boy, a true son of his father and brother of his brother. Bravo, Edouard, you'll make a man some day." Taking the boy in his arms, he kissed him, in spite of his struggles, on both cheeks. Edouard fought like a demon, thinking no doubt that it was very humiliating to be embraced by a man at whom he had just fired 2 pistols. In the meantime, one of the companions had carried Edouard's mother to the bank, by the roadside, a little distance from the diligence. The man who had kissed Edouard with so much affection and persistence now looked around for her. "Ah," cried he on perceiving her, Madame de Montrevel still unconscious, "we can't leave a woman in that condition, gentlemen. Conductor, take Master Edouard." Placing the boy in Jerome's arms, he turned to one of his companions. "Man of precautions," said he, "haven't you smelling salts or a bottle of essence with you?" "Here," said the young man he had addressed, pulling a flask of toilet vinegar from his pocket. "Good," said the other, who seemed to be the leader of the band. "Do you finish up the matter with Master Jerome, I'll take charge of Madame de Montrevel." It was indeed time. The fainting fit was giving place to a violent nervous attack. Spasmodic movements shook her whole body and strangled cries came from her throat. The young man leaned over her and made her inhale the salts. Madame de Montrevel presently opened her frightened eyes and called out, "Edouard, Edouard." With an involuntary movement, she knocked aside the mask of the man who was supporting her, exposing his face. The courteous, laughing young man, our readers have already recognized him, was Morgan. Madame de Montrevel paused in amazement at sight of those beautiful blue eyes, the lofty brow, and the gracious lips smiling at her. She realized that she ran no danger from such a man, and that no harm could have befallen Edouard. Treating Morgan as a gentleman who had succored her, and not as a bandit who had caused her fainting fit, she exclaimed, "Ah, sir, how kind you are." In the words, in the tones in which she uttered them, there lay a world of thanks, not only for herself but for her child. With singular delicacy, entirely in keeping with his chivalric nature, Morgan, instead of picking up his fallen mask and covering his face immediately, so that Madame de Montrevel could only have retained a fleeting and confused impression of it, Morgan replied to her compliment by a low bow, leaving his features uncovered long enough to produce their impression. Then, placing Das's flask in Madame de Montrevel's hand, and then only, he replaced his mask. Madame de Montrevel understood the young man's delicacy. "Ah, sir," said she, "be sure that, in whatever place or situation I see you again, I shall not recognize you." "Then, madame," replied Morgan, "it is for me to thank you and repeat how kind you are." "Come, gentlemen, take your seats," said the conductor, in his customary tone, as if nothing unusual had happened. "Are you quite restored, madame, or should you like a few minutes more to rest?" asked Morgan. "The diligence shall wait." "No, that is quite unnecessary. I feel quite well and am much indebted to you." Morgan offered Madame de Montrevel his arm, and she leaned upon it to reach the diligence. The conductor had already placed little Edouard inside. When Madame de Montrevel had resumed her seat, Morgan, who had already made his peace with the mother, wished to do so with the son. "Without a grudge, my young hero," he said, offering his hand. But the boy drew back. "I don't give my hand to a highway robber," he replied. Madame de Montrevel gave a start of terror. "You have a charming boy, madame," said Morgan. "Only he has his prejudices." Then, bowing with the utmost courtesy, he added, "A prosperous voyage, madame," and closed the door. "Forward!" cried the conductor. The carriage gave a lurch. "Oh, pardon me, sir," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, "your flask." "Keep it, madame," said Morgan, "although I trust you are sufficiently recovered not to need it." But Edouard, snatching the flask from his mother's hands, flung it out of the window, crying, "Mama doesn't receive presents from robbers." "The devil," murmured Morgan, with the first sigh his companions had ever heard him give. "I think I am right not to ask for my poor Amélie in marriage." Then, turning to his companions, he said, "Well, gentlemen, is it finished?" "Yes," they answered with one voice. "Then let us mount and be off. Don't forget we have to be at the opera at 9 o'clock this evening." Springing into his saddle, he was the first to jump the ditch, reach the river, and there unhesitatingly took the ford which the pretended courier had pointed out on Cassini's map. When he reached the opposite bank, followed by the other young men, Dasses said to him, "Say, didn't your mask fall off?" "Yes, but no one saw my face but Madame de Montrevel." "Hum," muttered Dasses, "better no one had seen it." Putting their horses to a gallop, all four disappeared across the fields in the direction of Chequers. Chapter 30, Citizen Fouche's Report. On arriving the next day, toward 11 in the morning, at the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs, Madame de Montrevel was astonished to find, instead of Roland, a stranger awaiting her. The stranger approached her. "Are you the widow of General de Montrevel, madame?" he asked. "Yes, monsieur," replied Madame de Montrevel, not a little astonished. "And you are looking for your son?" "Yes, and I do not understand, after the letter he wrote me." "Man proposes, the first consul disposes," replied the stranger, laughing. "The first consul has disposed of your son for a few days, and has sent me to receive you in his stead." Madame de Montrevel bowed. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" she asked. "To Citizen Fauvelet de Bourrienne, his first secretary," replied the stranger. "Will you thank the first consul for me?" replied Madame de Montrevel, "and have the kindness to express to him the profound regret I feel at not being able to do so myself." "But nothing can be more easy, madame." "How so?" "The first consul has ordered me to bring you to the Luxembourg." "Amazed." "You and your son." "Oh, I am going to see General Bonaparte, I am going to see General Bonaparte," cried the child, jumping for joy and clapping his hands. "What happiness!" "Edouard, Edouard," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel. Then, turning to Bourrienne, "You must excuse him, sir, he is a little savage from the Jura mountains." Bourrienne held out his hand to the boy. "I am a friend of your brother S," said he. "Will you kiss me?" "Oh, willingly, sir," replied Edouard. "You are not a thief, I know." "Why no, I trust not," replied the secretary, laughing. "You must excuse him once again, sir. Our diligence was stopped on the way." "Is stopped?" "Yes." "By robbers." "Not exactly." "Monsieur," asked Edouard, "when people take other people's money, are they not thieves?" "That is what they are generally called, my dear child." "There you see, mamma." "Come, Edouard, be quiet, I beg of you." Bourrienne glanced at Madame de Montrevel, and saw clearly from the expression of her face that the subject was disagreeable to her. He therefore dropped it. "Madame," said he, "may I remind you that I have orders to take you to the Luxembourg, and to add that Madame Bonaparte is expecting you. Pray give me time to change my gown, and to dress Edouard, sir." "How long will that take, madame?" "Is half an hour too much to ask?" "No, indeed. If half an hour really suffices, I shall think you most reasonable." "Be easy, sir, it will be sufficient." "Well, madame," said the secretary, bowing, "I will attend to an errand, and return in half an hour to place myself at your orders." "Thank you, sir." "Don't be annoyed if I should be punctual." "I shall not keep you waiting." Bourrienne left. Madame de Montrevel dressed Edouard first, then herself, and was ready 5 minutes before Bourrienne reappeared. Take care, madame, said Burian laughing, lest I tell the first consul of your extreme punctuality. What should I have to fear if you did? He would keep you near him, to give lessons in punctuality to Madame Bonaparte. Oh, exclaimed Madame de Montrevel, you must forgive unpunctuality in a Creole. But I believe you are a Creole also, madame. Madame Bonaparte sees her husband every day, said Madame de Montrevel, laughing, whereas I am to see the first consul for the first time. Come, mother, let us go, said Edouard. The secretary drew aside to allow Madame de Montrevel to pass out. 15 minutes later, they had reached the Luxembourg. Bonaparte occupied the suite of rooms on the ground floor to the right. Josephine's chamber and boudoir were on the first floor. A stairway led from the first consul's study to her room. She was expecting Madame de Montrevel, for as soon as she saw her, she opened her arms as to a friend. Madame de Montrevel had stopped respectfully at the door. Oh, come in, madame, said Josephine. Today is not the first that I know you. I have long known you through your excellent son, Roland. Shall I tell you what comforts me when Bonaparte leaves me? It is that Roland goes with him, for I fancy that, so long as Roland is with him, no harm will befall him. Well, won't you kiss me? Madame de Montrevel was confused by so much kindness. We are compatriots, you know, continued Josephine. Oh, how well I remember M. de la Clemencière and his beautiful gardens with the splendid fruit. I remember having seen a young girl who seemed its queen. You must have married very young, madame. At 14. Yes, you could not have been older to have a son of Roland's age, but pray sit down. She led the way, making a sign to Madame de Montrevel to sit beside her. And that charming boy, she said, pointing to Edouard, is he also your son? And she gave a sigh. God has been prodigal to you, madame, and as he has given you all you can desire, will you not implore him to send me a son? She pressed her lips enviously to Edouard's forehead. My husband will be delighted to see you. He is so fond of your son, madame. You would not have been brought to me in the first instance if you were not engaged with the Minister of Police. For that matter, she added, laughing, you have arrived at an unfortunate moment. He is furious. Oh, cried Madame de Montrevel, frightened. If that is so, I would rather wait. No, no, on the contrary, the sight of you will calm him. I don't know just what is the matter, but it seems a diligence was stopped on the outskirts of the Black Forest in broad daylight. Fouch will find his credit in danger if the thing goes on. Madame de Montrevel was about to answer when the door opened, and an usher appeared. The first consul awaits Madame de Montrevel, he said. Go, said Josephine. Bonaparte's time is so precious that he is almost as impatient as Louis Roman XV, who had nothing to do. He does not like to wait. Madame de Montrevel rose hastily and turned to take Edouard with her. No, said Josephine, leave this beautiful boy with me. You will stay and dine with us, and Bonaparte can see him then. Besides, if my husband takes a fancy to see him, he can send for him. For the time, I am his second mamma. Come, what shall we do to amuse ourselves? The first consul must have a fine lot of weapons, madame, replied the boy. Yes, very fine ones. Well, I will show you the first consul's arms. Josephine, leading the child, went out of one door, and Madame de Montrevel followed the usher through the other. On the way the countess met a fair man, with a pale face and haggard eye, who looked at her with an uneasiness that seemed habitual to him. She drew hastily aside to let him pass. The usher noticed her movement. That is the Minister of Police, he said in a low voice. Madame de Montrevel watched him as he disappeared, with a certain curiosity. Fouch was already at that time fatally celebrated. Just then the door of Bonaparte's study opened, and his head was seen through the aperture. He caught sight of Madame de Montrevel. Come in, madame, he said, come in. Madame de Montrevel hastened her steps and entered the study. Come in, said Bonaparte, closing the door himself. I have kept you waiting much against my will, but I had to give Fouch a scolding. You know I am very well satisfied with Roland, and that I intend to make a general of him at the first opportunity. When did you arrive? This very moment, General. Where from? Roland told me, but I have forgot. From Bourg. What road? Through Champagne. Champagne, then when did you reach Chatelain? Yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. In that case, you must have heard of the stoppage of the diligence. General. Yes, a diligence was stopped at 10 in the morning, between Chatelain and Bar-sur-Seine. General, it was ours. Yours. Yes. You were in the diligence that was stopped. I was. Ah, now I shall get the exact details. Excuse me, but you understand my desire for correct information, don't you? In a civilized country which has General Bonaparte for its chief magistrate, diligences can't be stopped in broad daylight on the highroads with impunity, or… General, I can tell you nothing, except that those who stopped it were on horseback and masked. How many were there? 4. How many men were there in the diligence? 4, including the conductor. And they didn't defend themselves? No, General. The police report says, however, that 2 shots were fired. Yes, General, but those 2 shots, well, were fired by my son. Your son, why he is in Vendée. Roland, yes, but Edouard was with me. Edouard, who is Edouard? Roland's brother. True, he spoke of him, but he is only a child. He is not yet 12, General. And it was he who fired the 2 shots. Yes, General. Why didn't you bring him with you? I did. Where is he? I left him with Madame Bonaparte. Bonaparte rang, and an usher appeared. Tell Josephine to bring the boy to me. Then, walking up and down his study, he muttered, 4 men, and a child taught them courage. Were any of the robbers wounded? There were no balls in the pistols. What, no balls? No, they belonged to the conductor, and he had taken the precaution to load them with powder only. Very good, his name shall be known. Just then the door opened, and Madame Bonaparte entered, leading the boy by the hand. Come here, Bonaparte said to him. Edouard went up to him without hesitation and made a military salute. So you fired at the robbers twice, did you? There you see, Mamma, they were robbers, interrupted the child. Of course they were robbers. I should like to hear anyone declare they were not. Was it you who fired at them when the men were afraid? Yes, it was I, General. But unfortunately, that coward of a conductor had loaded his pistols only with powder, otherwise I should have killed their leader. Then you were not afraid? Ice, replied the boy. No, I am never afraid. You ought to be named Cornelia, Madame, exclaimed Bonaparte, turning to Madame de Montrevel, who was leaning on Josephine's arm. Then he said to the child, kissing him, Very good, we will take care of you. What would you like to be? Soldier first. What do you mean by first? Why, first a soldier, then later a colonel like my brother, and then a general like my father. It won't be my fault if you're not, answered the first consul. Nor mine, retorted the boy. Edouard, exclaimed Madame de Montrevel timidly. Now don't scold him for answering properly, and Bonaparte, lifting the child to the level of his face, kissed him. You must dine with us, said he, and tonight Burian, who met you at the hotel, will install you in the Rue de la Victoire. You must stay there till Roland gets back. He will then find you suitable lodgings. Edouard shall go to the Prytanée, and I will marry off your daughter. General. That's all settled with Roland. Then, turning to Josephine, he said, Take Madame de Montrevel with you, and try not to let her be bored. And Madame de Montrevel, if your friend, he emphasized the words, wishes to go to a milliner, prevent it. She can't want bonnets, for she bought 38 last month. Then, giving Edouard a friendly tap, he dismissed the 2 women with a wave of the hand. Chapter 31. The son of the miller of Legerneau. We have said that, at the very moment when Morgan and his 3 companions stopped the Geneva diligence between Bar-sur-Seine and Chatelain, Roland was entering Nantes. If we are to know the result of his mission, we must not grope our way, step by step, through the darkness in which the Abbé Bernier wrapped his ambitious projects, but we must join him later at the village of Musillac, between Ambon and Guernic, 6 miles above the little bay into which the Villaine River falls. There we find ourselves in the heart of the Morbihan, that is to say, in the region that gave birth to the Tuileries. It was close to Laval, on the little farm of the Poiriers, that the four Chuan brothers were born to Pierre Cottereau and Jean Moyne. One of their ancestors, a misanthropical woodcutter, a morose peasant, kept himself aloof from the other peasants as the chathuant screech owl keeps aloof from the other birds. Hence the name Chuan, a corruption of chathuant. The name became that of a party. On the right bank of the Loire, they said Chouans when they meant Bretons, just as on the left bank they said brigands when they meant Vendians. It is not for us to relate the death and destruction of that heroic family, nor follow to the scaffold the two sisters and a brother, nor tell of battlefields where Jean and René, martyrs to their faith, lay dying or dead. Many years have elapsed since the executions of Perrine, René and Pierre, and the death of Jean, and the martyrdom of the sisters, the exploits of the brothers have passed into legends. We have now to do with their successors. It is true that these Gars, lads, are faithful to their traditions. As they fought beside La Rouerie, Boishardy and Bernard de Villeneuve, so did they fight beside Bermont, Frot and Georges Cadoudal. Theirs was always the same courage, the same devotion, that of the Christian soldier, the faithful royalist. Their aspect is always the same, rough and savage. Their weapons, the same gun or cudgel called in those parts a fert. Their garments are the same, a brown woolen cap, or a broad-brimmed hat scarcely covering the long straight hair that fell in tangles on their shoulders, the old Allersai Cinnamoni, as in CSR's day, permisso capillo. They are the same Bretons with wide breeches of whom Martial said, Tam laxa est. Quam vetters, bracco Britannis pauperis. To protect themselves from rain and cold they wore goatskin garments, made with the long hair turned outside, on the breasts of which, as countersign, some wore a scapulary and chaplet, others a heart, the heart of Jesus. This latter was the distinctive sign of a fraternity which withdrew apart each day for common prayer. Such were the men, who, at the time we are crossing the borderland between the Loire Inférieure and Morbihan, were scattered from La Roche-Bernard to Vannes, and from Courtemberg to Billiers, surrounding consequently the village of Musillac. But it needed the eye of the eagle soaring in the clouds, or that of the screech owl piercing the darkness, to distinguish these men among the gorse and heather and underbrush where they were crouching. Let us pass through this network of invisible sentinels, and after fording two streams, the affluents of a nameless river which flows into the sea near Billiers, between Arzal and Dangeau, let us boldly enter the village of Musillac. All is still and somber. A single light shines through the blinds of a house, or rather a cottage, which nothing distinguishes from its fellows. It is the fourth to the right on entering the village. Let us put our eye to one of these chinks and look in. We see a man dressed like the rich peasants of Morbihan, except that gold lace about a finger wide stripes the collar and buttonholes of his coat, and also the edges of his hat. The rest of his dress consists of leathern trousers and high-topped boots. His sword is thrown upon a chair. A brace of pistols lies within reach of his hand. Within the fireplace, the barrels of 2 or 3 muskets reflect the light of a blazing fire. The man is seated before a table. A lamp lights some papers which he is reading with great attention, and illuminates his face at the same time. The face is that of a man of 30. When the cares of a partisan warfare do not darken it, its expression must surely be frank and joyous. Beautiful blonde hair frames it. Great blue eyes enliven it. The head, of a shape peculiarly Breton, seems to show, if we believe in Gall's system, an exaggerated development of the organs of self-will. And the man has 2 names. That by which he is known to his soldiers, his familiar name is Roundhead, and his real name, received from brave and worthy parents, Georges Cadoudal, or rather Cadoudal, tradition having changed the orthography of a name that is now historic. Georges was the son of a farmer of the parish of Curlino in the commune of Breche. The story goes that this farmer was once a miller. Georges had just received at the College of Vannes, distant only a few leagues from Breche, a good and solid education, when the first appeals for a royalist insurrection were made in Vendée. Cadoudal listened to them, gathered together a number of his companions, and offered his services to Stofflet. But Stofflet insisted on seeing him at work before he accepted him. Georges asked nothing better. Such occasions were not long to seek in the Vendean army. On the next day there was a battle. Georges went into it with such determination and made so desperate a rush that M. de Maulevrier's former huntsman, on seeing him charge the blues, could not refrain from saying aloud to Bonchamp, who was near him, "If a cannonball doesn't take off that big round head, it will roll far, I warrant you." The name clung to Cadoutal, a name by which, 5 centuries earlier, the lords of Maelstrait, Penhole, Beaumanoir, and Rochefort designated the Great Constable, whose ransom was spun by the women of Brittany. "There's the big round head," said they. "Now we'll exchange some good swordplay with the English." Unfortunately, at this time it was not Breton sword thrusts against English, but Frenchmen against Frenchmen. Georges remained in Vendée until after the defeat of Savonay. The whole Vendean army was either left upon the battlefield or vanished in smoke. For 3 years, Georges had performed prodigies of valor, strength, and dexterity. He now crossed the Loire and re-entered Morbihan with only one man left of all who had followed him. That man became his aide-de-camp, or rather his brother-in-arms. He never left him, and in memory of the hard campaign they had made together, he changed his name from Lemercier to Tiffauges. We have seen him at the ball of the victims charged with a message to Morgan. As soon as Cadoutal returned to his own part of the country, he fomented insurrection on his own responsibility. Bullets respected that big round head, and the big round head justified Stofflet's prediction. He succeeded La Rochejacqueline, Delby, Bonchamp, Lescure, even Stofflet himself, and became their rival for fame, their superior in power. For it happened, and this will give an idea of his strength, that Cadoutal, almost single-handed, had been able to resist the government of Bonaparte, who had been first consul for the last 3 months. The 2 leaders who continued with him, faithful to the Bourbon dynasty, were Frot and Bourmont. At the time of which we are now speaking, that is to say, the 26th of January, 1800, Cadoutal commanded 3,000 or 4,000 men with whom he was preparing to blockade General Hatry in Vannes. During the time that he awaited the first consul's answer to the letter of Louis Roman XVIII, he had suspended hostilities, but Tiffauges had arrived a couple of days before with it. That letter was already on the way to England, whence it would be sent to Middow, and since the first consul would not accept peace on the terms dictated by Louis Roman XVIII, Cadoutal, commander-in-chief of Louis Roman XVIII, in the west, renewed his warfare against Bonaparte, intending to carry it on alone if necessary with his friend Tiffauges. For the rest, the latter was at Pointe, where conferences were being held between Chatelain, d'Autechamp, the Abbé Bernier, and General Hedouville. He was reflecting, this last survivor of the great warriors of the Civil War, and the news he had just received was indeed a matter for deep reflection. General Brune, the conqueror of Alkmaar and Castricum, the savior of Holland, had just been appointed to the command of the Republican forces in the west. He had reached Nantes 3 days previous, intending, at any cost, to annihilate Cadoutal and his Chouans. At any cost, therefore, Cadoutal and his Chouans must prove to the commander-in-chief that they knew no fear, and had nothing to expect from intimidation. Just then the gallop of a horse was heard. The rider no doubt had the countersign, for he passed without difficulty the various patrols stationed along the Taude to La Roche-Bernard, and entered the village of Musillac, also without difficulty. He stopped before the door of the cottage in which Georges was sitting. The latter raised his head, listened, and by way of precaution, laid his hands on his pistols, though it was probable that the newcomer was a friend. The rider dismounted, strode up the path, and opened the door of the room where Georges was waiting. "Ah, it's you, Corduroy," said Cadoutal. "Where do you come from?" "From Pointe, General." "What news?" "A letter from Tiffauges." "Give it to me." Georges snatched the letter hastily from Corduroy's hand, and read it. "Ah," he exclaimed. Then he read it a second time. "Have you seen the man whose coming he speaks of?" inquired Cadoutal. "Yes, General," replied the courier. "What sort of a man is he?" "A handsome young fellow of 26 or 7. "What manners?" "Determined." "That's it. When does he arrive?" "Probably tonight." "Did you safeguard him along the road?" "Yes, he'll come safely." "Do it again. Nothing must happen to him. He is protected by Morgan." "That's understood, General." "Anything more to say?" "The advanced guard of the Republicans has reached La Roche-Bernard." "How many men?" "About 1,000. They have a guillotine with them, and the commissioner of the executive power, Millière." "Are you sure?" "I met them on the road. The commissioner was riding near the colonel, and I recognized him perfectly. he executed my brother, and I have sworn he shall die by my own hand. And you'll risk your life to keep your oath. At the first opportunity. Perhaps it won't be long coming. The gallop of a horse echoed through the street. Ah, said Corduroy, that is probably the man you expect. No, replied Cadodal, this rider comes from the direction of Van's. The sound became more distinct, and it proved that Cadodal was right. The second horseman, like the first, halted at the gate, dismounted, and came into the room. The royalist leader recognized him at once, in spite of the large cloak in which he was wrapped. Is it you, Benedicite? He asked. Yes, General. Where do you come from? From Van's, where you sent me to watch the Blues. Well, what are the Blues doing? Scaring themselves about dying of hunger if you blockade the town. In order to procure provisions, General Hatry intends to carry off the supplies at Grandchamp. The general is to command the raid in person, and to act more quickly, only 100 men are to go. Are you tired, Benedicite? Never, General. And your horse? He came fast, but he can do 12 or 15 miles more without killing himself. Give him 2 hours rest, a double feed of oats, and make him do 30. On those conditions, he can do them. Start in 2 hours, be at Grandchamp by daybreak, give the order in my name to evacuate the village. I'll take care of General Hatry and his column. Is that all you have to say? No, I heard other news. What is it? That Van's has a new bishop. Ha, so they are giving us back our bishops. So it seems, but if they are all like this one, they can keep them. Who is he? Audrine. The regicide. Audrine the renegade. When is he coming? Tonight or tomorrow? I shall not go to meet him, but let him beware of falling into my men's hands. Benedicite and Corduroy burst into a laugh which completed Cadodal's thought. Hush, cried Cadodal. The 3 men listened. This time it is probably he, observed Georges. The gallop of a horse could be heard coming from the direction of La Roche-Bernard. It is certainly he, repeated Corduroy. Then, my friends, leave me alone. You, Benedicite, get to Grandchamp as soon as possible. You, Corduroy, post 30 men in the courtyard. I want messengers to send in different directions. By the way, tell someone to bring the best that can be got for supper in the village. For how many, General? Oh, 2. Are you going out? No, only to meet the man who is coming. 2 or 3 men had already taken the horses of the messengers into the courtyard. The messengers themselves disappeared. Georges reached the gate on the street just as a horseman, pulling up his horse, looked about him and seemed to hesitate. He is here, sir, said Georges. Who is here? He whom you seek. How do you know whom I am seeking? I presume it is Georges Cadodal, otherwise called Roundhead. Exactly. Then I bid you welcome, Monsieur Roland de Montrevel, for I am the person you seek. Ah, exclaimed the young man, amazed. Then, dismounting, he looked about as if for someone to take his mount. Throw the bridle over your horse's neck, and don't be uneasy about him. You will find him when you want him. Nothing is ever lost in Brittany. You are in the land of honesty. The young man made no remark, threw the bridle over his horse's neck as he had been told, and followed Cadodal, who walked before him. Only to show you the way, Colonel, said the leader of the Chouans. They both entered the cottage, where an invisible hand had just made up the fire. Chapter 32, White and Blue. Roland entered, as we have said, behind Georges, and as he entered cast a glance of careless curiosity around him. That glance sufficed to show him that they were alone. Are these your quarters, General? Asked Roland with a smile, turning the soles of his boots to the blaze. Yes, Colonel. They are singularly guarded. Georges smiled in turn. Do you say that because you found the road open from La Roche-Bernard here? He asked. I did not meet a soul. That does not prove that the road was not guarded. Unless by the owls, who seemed to fly from tree to tree, and accompanied me all the way, General. In that case I withdraw my assertion. Exactly, replied Cadodal. Those owls were my sentinels, sentinels with good eyes, inasmuch as they have this advantage over the eyes of men, they can see in the dark. It is not the less true that I was fortunate in having inquired my way at La Roche-Bernard, for I didn't meet even a cat who could have told me where to find you. But if you had raised your voice at any spot on the road and asked, "Where shall I find George's Cadodal?" a voice would have answered, "At the village of Musilac, 4th house to the right." You saw no one, Colonel, but at that very moment 1,500 men or thereabout knew that Colonel Roland, the first consul's aide-de-camp, was on his way to a conference with the son of the miller of Legerneau. But if they knew that I was a colonel in the Republican service, an aide-de-camp to the first consul, how came they to let me pass? Because they were ordered to do so. Then you knew that I was coming. I not only knew that you were coming, but also why you have come. Roland looked at him fixedly. Then it is useless for me to tell you, and you will answer me even though I say nothing. You are about right. The deuce, I should like to have a proof of this superiority of your police over ours. I will supply it, Colonel. I shall receive it with much satisfaction, especially before this excellent fire, which also seems to have been expecting me. You say truer than you know, Colonel, and it is not the fire only that is striving to welcome you warmly. Yes, but it does not tell me, any more than you have done, the object of my mission. Your mission, which you do me the honor to extend to me, was primarily intended for the Abbé Bernier alone. Unhappily, the Abbé Bernier, in the letter he sent his friend Martin Dubois, presumed a little on his strength. He offered his mediation to the first consul. Pardon me, interrupted Roland, you tell me something I did not know, namely that the Abbé Bernier had written to General Bonaparte. I said he wrote to his friend Martin Dubois, which is very different. My men intercepted the letter and brought it to me. I had it copied and forwarded the original, which I am certain reached the right hands. Your visit to General Hedouville proves it. You know that General Hedouville is no longer in command at Nantes. General Brune has taken his place. You may even say that General Brune commands at La Roche-Bernard, for 1,000 Republican soldiers entered that town tonight about 6 o'clock, bringing with them a guillotine and the citizen Commissioner General Thomas Millière. Having the instrument, it was necessary to have the executioner. Then you say, General, that I came to see the Abbé Bernier. Yes, the Abbé Bernier had offered his mediation, but he forgot that at the present there are two Vendées, the Vendée of the left bank and the Vendée of the right bank, and that, after treating with Daudechampes, Chatelain and Suzeranet at Points, it would still be necessary to negotiate with Frot, Bermont and Cadodal, and where? That no one could tell. Except you, General. So, with the chivalry that is the basis of your nature, you undertook to bring me the treaty signed on the 25th. The Abbé Bernier, Daudechampes, Chatelain and Suzeranet signed your pass, and here you are. On my word, General, I must admit that you are perfectly well informed. The first consul desires peace with all his heart. He knows that in you he has a brave and honorable adversary, and being unable to meet you himself, since you were not likely to come to Paris, he expedited me to you in his behalf. That is to say, to the Abbé Bernier. That can hardly matter to you, General, if I bind myself to make the first consul ratify what may be agreed upon between you and me. What are your conditions of peace? They are very simple, Colonel, that the first consul shall restore His Majesty Louis Roman XVIII to the throne, that he himself be constable, lieutenant general, general-in-chief by land and sea, and I his first subordinate. The first consul has already replied to that demand. And that is why I have decided to reply myself to his response. When? This very night, if occasion offers. In what way? By resuming hostilities. But are you aware that Chatelain, Daudechampes and Suzeranet have laid down their arms? They are the leaders of the Vendeans, and in the name of the Vendeans they can do as they see fit. I am the leader of the Chouans, and in the name of the Chouans I shall do what suits me. Then you condemn this unhappy land to a war of extermination, General. It is a martyrdom to which I summon all Christians and Royalists. General Brune is at Nantes with the 8,000 prisoners, just returned to us by the English, after their defeats at Alkmaar and Castricum. That is the last time they will have the chance, The blues have taught us the bad habit of not making prisoners. As for the number of our enemies, we don't care for that, it is a mere detail. If General Brune with his 8,000 men, joined to the 20,000 he has received from General Hedeville, is not sufficient, the first consul has decided to march against you in person with 100,000 men. Cadodal smiled. We will try to prove to him, he said, that we are worthy to fight against him. He will burn your towns. We shall retire to our huts. He will burn your huts. We will live in the woods. Reflect, General. Do me the honor to remain here 48 hours, Colonel, and you will see that my reflections are already made. I am tempted to accept. Only, Colonel, don't ask for more than I can give. A night's sleep beneath a thatched roof or wrapped in a cloak under an oak tree, a horse to follow me, and a safeguard when you leave me. I accept. Have I your word, Colonel, that you will not interfere with any orders I give, and will do nothing to defeat the surprises I may attempt? I am too curious to see for that. You have my word, General. Whatever takes place before your eyes. Whatever takes place before my eyes, I renounce the role of actor and confine myself wholly to that of spectator. I wish to say to the first consul, I have seen. Cadodal smiled. Well, you shall see, said he. At that moment the door opened, and two peasants brought in a table all laid, on which stood a smoking bowl of cabbage soup and a piece of lard. An enormous pot of cider, just drawn from the cask, was foaming over the edges of the jug between two glasses. A few buckwheat cakes served as a dessert to this modest repast. The table was laid for two. You see, Monsieur de Montrevel, that my lads hoped you would do me the honor to sup with me. Faith, they were not far wrong. I should have asked for supper, had you not invited me, and I might have been forced to seize some had you not invited me. Then fall to. The young colonel sat down gaily. Excuse the repast I offer you, said Cadodal. Unlike your generals, I don't make prize money, my soldiers feed me. Have you anything else for us, Brise Blue? A chicken fricassee, General. That's your dinner, Monsieur de Montrevel. A feast, now I have but one fear, General. What is it? All will go well for the eating, but when it comes to drinking. Don't you like cider, the devil? I'm sorry, cider or water, that's my cellar. Oh, that's not it, but whose health are we going to drink? Is that all, sir? Said Cadodal with great dignity. We will drink to the health of our common mother, France. We are serving her with different minds, but I hope the same hearts. To France, monsieur, said Cadodal, filling the two glasses. To France, General, replied Roland, clinking his glass against that of George's. And both gaily reseated themselves, their consciences at rest, and attacked the soup with appetites that were not yet 30 years old. Chapter 33, The Law of Retaliation. Now, General, said Roland, when supper was over, and the two young men, with their elbows on the table and their legs stretched out before the blazing fire, began to feel that comfortable sensation that comes of a meal which youth and appetite have seasoned. Now for your promise to show me things which I can report to the first consul. You promised, remember, not to object to them. Yes, but I reserve the right, in case you wound my conscience too severely, to withdraw. Only give time to throw a saddle on the back of your horse, or of mine, if yours is too tired, Colonel, and you are free. Very good. As it happens, said Cadodal, events will serve you. I am here not only as general but as judge, though it is long since I have had a case to try. You told me, Colonel, that General Brune was at Nantes. I knew it. You told me his advanced guard was only 12 miles away, at La Roche-Bernard. I knew that also. But a thing you may not know is that this advanced guard is not commanded by a soldier like you and me, but by Citizen Thomas Milliere, Commissioner of the Executive Authorities. Another thing of which you may perhaps be ignorant is that Citizen Thomas Milliere does not fight like us with cannon, guns, bayonets, pistols, and swords, but with an instrument invented by your Republican philanthropists, called the guillotine. It is impossible, sir, cried Roland, that under the first consul anyone can make that kind of war. Ah, let us understand each other, Colonel. I don't say that the first consul makes it, I say it is made in his name. And who is the scoundrel that abuses the authority given him, to make war with a staff of executioners. I have told you his name, he is called Thomas Milliere. Question whom you please, Colonel, and throughout all Vendée and Brittany you'll hear but one voice on that man. From the day of the rising in Vendée and Brittany, now 6 years ago, Milliere has been, always and everywhere, the most active agent of the terror. For him the terror did not end with Robespierre. He denounced to his superiors, or caused to be denounced to himself, the Breton and Vendéan soldiers, their parents, friends, brothers, sisters, wives, even the wounded and dying. He shot or guillotined them all without a trial. At Domeray, for instance, he left a trail of blood behind him which is not yet, can never be, effaced. More than 80 of the inhabitants were slaughtered before his eyes. Sons were killed in the arms of their mothers, who vainly stretched those bloody arms to heaven imploring vengeance. The successive pacifications of Brittany and Vendée have never slaked the thirst for murder which burns his entrails. He is the same in 1800 that he was in 1793. Well, this man. Roland looked at the general. This man, continued the general with the utmost calmness, is to die. Seeing that society did not condemn him, I have condemned him. What, die at La Roche-Bernard, in the midst of the Republicans, in spite of his bodyguard of assassins and executioners? His hour has struck, he is to die. Cadoudal pronounced these words with such solemnity that no doubt remained in Roland's mind, not only as to the sentence, but also the execution of it. He was thoughtful for an instant. And you believe that you have the right to judge and condemn that man, guilty as he is? Yes, for that man has judged and condemned, not the guilty but the innocent. If I said to you, on my return to Paris I will demand the arrest and trial of that man, would you not trust my word? I would trust your word, but I should say to you, a maddened wild beast escapes from its cage, a murderer from his prison. Men are men, subject to error. They have sometimes condemned the innocent, they might spare the guilty. My justice is more certain than yours, Colonel, for it is the justice of God. The man will die. And by what right do you claim that your justice, the justice of a man liable to error like other men, is the justice of God? Because I have made God a sharer in that justice. Oh, my condemnation of that man is not of yesterday. How do you mean? In the midst of a storm when thunder roared without cessation, and the lightning flashed from minute to minute, I raised my arms to heaven and I said to God, O God, whose look is that lightning, whose voice is that thunder, if this man ought to die, extinguish that lightning, still the thunder for 10 minutes. The silence of the skies, the darkness of the heavens shall be thy answer. Watch in hand, I counted 11 minutes without a flash or a sound. I saw at the point of a promontory a boat, tossed by a terrible tempest, a boat with but one man in it, in danger every minute of sinking. A wave lifted it as the breath of an infant lifts a plume, and cast it on the rocks. The boat flew to pieces, the man clung to the rock, and all the people cried out, He is lost! His father was there, his 2 brothers were there, but none dared to succor him. I raised my arms to the Lord and said, If Milliere is condemned by thee as by me, O God, let me save that man, with no help but then let me save him. I stripped, I knotted a rope around my arm, and I swam to the rock. The water seemed to subside before my breast. I reached the man. His father and brothers held the rope. He gained the land. I could have returned as he did, fastening the rope to the rocks. I flung it away from me. I trusted to God and cast myself into the waves. They floated me gently and surely to the shore, even as the waters of the Nile bore Moses' basket to Pharaoh's daughter. The enemy's outposts were stationed around the village of St. Nolf. I was hidden in the woods of Grandchamp with 50 men. Recommending my soul to God, I left the woods alone. Lord God, I said, if it be thy will that Milliere die, let that sentry fire upon me and miss me, then I will return to my men and leave that sentry unharmed, for thou wilt have been with him for an instant. I walked to the Republican. At 20 paces he fired and missed me. Here is the hole in my hat, an inch from my head. The hand of God had aimed that weapon. That happened yesterday. I thought that Milliere was at Nantes. Tonight they came and told me that Milliere and his guillotine were at La Roche-Bernard. Then I said, God has brought him to me, he shall die. Roland listened with a certain respect to the superstitious narrative of the Breton leader. He was not surprised to find such beliefs and such poetry in a man born in face of a savage sea, among the Druid monuments of Karnak. He realized that Milliere was indeed condemned, and that God, who had thrice seemed to approve his judgment, alone could save him. But one last question occurred to him. How will you strike him? He asked. Oh, said Georges, I do not trouble myself about that, he will be executed. One of the two men who had brought in the supper table now entered the room. Brise Bleu, said Cadoudal, tell Coeur de Roy that I wish to speak to him. 2 minutes later, the Breton presented himself. Coeur de Roy, said Cadoudal, did you not tell me that the murderer Thomas Millière was at Rochebernard? I saw him enter the town side by side with the Republican colonel, who did not seem particularly flattered by such companionship. Did you not add that he was followed by his guillotine? I told you his guillotine followed between two cannon, and I believe if the cannon could have got away, the guillotine would have been left to go its way alone. What precautions does Millière take in the towns he visits? He has a special guard about him, and the streets around his house are barricaded. He carries pistols always at hand. In spite of that guard, in spite of that barricade and the pistols, will you undertake to reach him? I will, General. Because of his crimes, I have condemned that man, he must die. Ah, exclaimed Coeur de Roy, the day of justice has come at last. Will you undertake to execute my sentence, Coeur de Roy? I will, General. Go then, Coeur de Roy. Take the number of men you need, devise what stratagem you please, but reach the man and strike. If I die, General. Fear not, the curate of Legerneau shall say enough masses in your behalf to keep your poor soul out of purgatory, but you will not die, Coeur de Roy. That's all right, General. Now that I am sure of the masses, I ask nothing more. I have my plan. When will you start? Tonight. When will he die? Tomorrow. Go, see that 300 men are ready to follow me in half an hour. Coeur de Roy went out, as simply as he had entered. You see, said Cadoudal, the sort of men I command. Is your first consul as well served as I, Monsieur de Montrevel? By some, yes. Well, with me it is not some but all. Benedicite entered and questioned Georges with a look. Yes, replied Georges with voice and nod. Benedicite went out. Did you see anyone on your way here? Asked Cadoudal. Not one. I asked for 300 men in half an hour, and they will be here in that time. I might have asked for 500, 1,000, 2,000, and they would have responded as promptly. But, said Roland, you have, in number at least, a limit you cannot exceed. Do you want to know my effective? It is easily told. I won't tell you myself, for you wouldn't believe me. Wait, I will have someone tell you. He opened the door and called out, Branch door. 2 seconds later Branch door appeared. This is my Major General, said Cadoudal, laughing. He fulfills the same functions for me that General Berthier does for the first consul. Branch door. General. How many men are stationed along the road from here to La Rochebernard, which the gentleman followed in coming to see me? 600 on the Arzal Moor, 600 among the Mars and Gorse, 300 at Pole, 300 at Billiers. Total, 1,800. How many between Noyal and Musilac? 400. 2,200. How many between here and Vans? 50 at Theix, 300 at the Trinite, 600 between the Trinite and Musilac. 3,200. And from Ambon to Legerneau? 1,200. 4,400. And in the village around me, in the houses, the gardens, the cellars? 5 to 600, General. Thank you, Benedicite. He made a sign with his head, and Benedicite went out. You see, said Cadoudal simply, about 5,000. Well, with those 5,000 men, all belonging to this country, who know every tree, every stone, every bush, I can make war against the 100,000 men the first consul threatens to send against me. Roland smiled. You think that is saying too much, don't you? I think you are boasting a little, General, boasting of your men, rather. No, for my auxiliaries are the whole population. None of your generals can make a move unknown to me, send a dispatch without my intercepting it, find a retreat where I shall not pursue him. The very soil is royalist and Christian. In default of the inhabitants, it speaks and tells me, the Blues passed here, the slaughterers are hidden there. For the rest, you can judge for yourself. How? We are going on an expedition about 24 miles from here. What time is it? Both young men looked at their watches. 11:45, they said together. Good, said Georges. Our watches agree, that is a good sign. Perhaps someday our hearts will do the same. You were saying, General. I was saying that it was 11:45, Colonel, and that at 6 o'clock before day we must be 20 miles from here. Do you want to rest? Yes, you can sleep an hour. Thanks, it's unnecessary. Then we will start, whenever you are ready. But your men. Oh, my men are ready. Where? Everywheres. I should like to see them. You shall. When? Whenever agreeable to you. My men are very discreet, and never show themselves till I make the signal. So that whenever I want to see them, you will tell me, I shall give the signal and they'll appear. Let us start, General. Yes, let us start. The two young men wrapped themselves in their cloaks and went out. At the door Roland collided against a small group of 5 men. These 5 men wore Republican uniforms. One of them had sergeant stripes on his sleeve. What is all this? Asked Roland. Nothing, replied Cadoudal, laughing. But who are these men? Corduroy and his party. They are starting on that expedition you know of. Then they expect by means of this uniform. Oh, you shall know all, Colonel, I have no secrets from you. Then, turning to the little group, Cadoudal called, Corduroy. The man with the stripes on his sleeves left the group, and came to Cadoudal. Did you call me General? Asked the pretended sergeant. Yes, I want to know your plan. Oh, General, it is very simple. Let me judge of that. I put this paper in the muzzle of my gun. Corduroy showed a large envelope with an official red seal, which had once, no doubt, contained some Republican dispatch intercepted by the Chouans. I present myself to the sentries, saying, Dispatch from the General of Division. I enter the first guardhouse and ask to be shown the house of the citizen commissioner. They show me, I thank them, always best to be polite. I reach the house, meet a second sentry to whom I tell the same tale as to the first. I go up or down to Citizen Milliere accordingly as he lives in the cellar or the garret. I enter without difficulty, you understand, dispatch from the General of Division. I find him in his study or elsewhere, present my paper, and while he opens it, I kill him with this dagger, here in my sleeve. Yes, but you and your men. Ah, faith, in God's care, we're defending his cause, it is for him to take care of us. Well, you see, Colonel, said Cadoudal, how easy it all is. Let us mount, Colonel. Good luck, Corduroy. Which of these 2 horses am I to take? Asked Roland. Either, one is as good as the other. Each has an excellent pair of English pistols in its holsters. Loaded. And well loaded, Colonel. That's a job I never trust to anyone. Then we'll mount. The 2 young men were soon in their saddles, and on the road to Vannes. Cadoudal guiding Roland and Branchdor, the Major General of the army, as Georges called him, following about 20 paces in the rear. When they reached the end of the village, Roland darted his eyes along the road, which stretches in a straight line from Musillac to the Trinite. The road, fully exposed to view, seemed absolutely solitary. They rode on for about 1.5 miles, then Roland said, But where the devil are your men? To right and left, before and behind us. Ha, what a joke. It's not a joke, Colonel. Do you think I should be so rash as to risk myself thus without scouts? You told me, I think, that if I wished to see your men I had only to say so. I did say so. Well, I wish to see them. Wholly or in part. How many did you say were with you? 300. Well, I want to see 150. Halt, cried Cadoudal. Putting his hands to his mouth, he gave the hoot of the screech owl, followed by the cry of an owl. But he threw the hoot to the right and the cry to the left. Almost instantly, on both sides of the road, human forms could be seen in motion, bounding over the ditch which separated the bushes from the road, and then ranging themselves beside the horses. Who commands on the right? Asked Cadoudal. I mustache, replied a peasant coming near. Who commands on the left? Repeated the general. I Chantenhiver, replied another peasant, also approaching him. How many men are with you, mustache? 100. How many men are with you, Chantenhiver? 50. 150 in all then, asked Georges. Yes, replied the two Breton leaders. Is that your number, Colonel? Asked Cadodal laughing. You are a magician, General. No, I am a poor peasant like them. Only I command a troop in which each brain knows what it does, each heart beats singly for the two great principles of this world, religion and monarchy. Then, turning to his men, Cadodal asked, Who commands the advanced guard? Fendelare, replied the two Chouans. And the rear guard? La Giberne. The second reply was made with the same unanimity as the first. Then we can safely continue our way. Yes, General, as if you were going to mass in your own village. Let us ride on then, Colonel, said Cadodal to Roland. Then turning to his men he cried, Be lively, my lads. Instantly every man jumped the ditch and disappeared. For a few seconds the crackling of twigs on the bushes and the sound of steps among the underbrush was heard. Then all was silent. Well, asked Cadodal, do you think that with such men I have anything to fear from the Blues, brave as they may be? Roland heaved a sigh. He was of Cadodal's opinion. They rode on. About 3 miles from Trinite, they caught sight of a black spot approaching along the road with great rapidity. As it became more distinct, this spot stopped suddenly. What is that? Asked Roland. As you see, a man, replied Cadodal. Of course, but who is this man? You might have guessed from the rapidity of his coming. He is a messenger. Why does he stop? Because he has seen us, and does not know whether to advance or retreat. What will he do? Wait before deciding. For what? A signal. Will he answer the signal? He will not only answer but obey it. Will you have him advance or retreat, or will you have him step aside? I wish him to advance. By that means we shall know the news he brings. Cadodal gave the call of the cuckoo, with such perfection that Roland looked about him for the bird. It was I, said Cadodal, you need not look for it. Is the messenger going to come? Not going to, he is coming. The messenger had already started, and was rapidly approaching. In a few seconds he was beside his general. Ah, said the latter, is that you, Monty El Assaut? The general stooped, and Monty El Assaut said a few words in his ear. Benedicite has already warned me, said Georges. Then turning to Roland he said, Something of importance is to happen in the village of the Trinite in a quarter of an hour, which you ought to see. Come, hurry up. And setting the example, he put his horse to a gallop. Roland did the same. When they reached the village they could see from a distance, by the light of some pine torches, a tumultuous mob in the market square. The cries and movements of this mob bespoke some grave occurrence. Fast, fast, cried Cadodal. Roland asked no better. He dug his spurs in his horse's belly. At the clatter of horses' hoofs the peasants scattered. There were 500 or 600 of them at least, all armed. Cadodal and Roland found themselves in a circle of light, in the midst of cries and agitation. The crowd was pressing more particularly toward the opening of a street, which led to the village of Tridon. A diligence was coming down that street, escorted by a dozen Chouans, 2 on either side of the postilion, 10 others guarding the doors. The carriage stopped in the middle of the market square. All were so intent upon the diligence that they paid but scant attention to Cadodal. Hola, shouted Georges, what is all this? At this well-known voice, everyone turned round, and heads were uncovered. The big round head, they murmured. Yes, said Cadodal. A man went up to Georges. Did Benedicite and Monty El Assaut notify you? He inquired. Yes, is that the diligence from Ploermel to Vannes that you are bringing back? Yes, General, it was stopped between Treflian and St. Nolf. Is he in it? We think so. Act according to your consciences. If it is a crime toward God, take it on yourselves. I take only the responsibility toward men. I will be present at what takes place, but I will not share in it either to hinder or help. Well, demanded 100 voices, what does he say, Sabertout? He says we must act according to our consciences, and that he washes his hands of it. Long live the big round head, cried all the people, rushing toward the diligence. Cadotl remained motionless in the midst of this crowd. Roland stood near him, also motionless but full of curiosity, for he was completely ignorant of who, or what, was in question. The man who had just spoken to Cadotl, and whom his companions called Sabertout, opened the door. The travelers were huddled together and trembling in the darkness within. "If you have nothing to reproach yourselves with against God or the king," said Sabertout in a full sonorous voice, "descend without fear. We are not brigands, we are Christians and royalists." This declaration no doubt reassured the travelers, for a man got out, then two women, then a mother pressing her child in her arms, and finally another man. The Chouans examined them attentively as they came down the carriage steps. Not finding the man they wanted, they said to each traveler, "Pass on." One man alone remained in the coach. A Chouan thrust a torch in the vehicle, and by its light they could see he was a priest. "Minister of the Lord," said Sabertout, "why did you not descend with the others? Did you not hear me say we were Christians and royalists?" The priest did not move, but his teeth chattered. "Why this terror?" continued Sabertout. "Does not your cloth plead for you? The man who wears a cassock can have done nothing against royalty or religion." The priest crouched back murmuring, "Mercy, mercy." "Why mercy?" demanded Sabertout. "Do you feel that you are guilty, wretch?" "Oh, oh," exclaimed Roland, "is that how you royalists and Christians speak to a man of God?" "That man," said Cadotl, "is not a man of God but a man of the devil." "Who is he then?" "Both an atheist and a regicide. He denied his God and voted for the death of the king. That is the conventional Audrine." Roland shuddered. "What will they do?" he asked. "He gave death, he will receive death," answered Cadotl. During this time, the Chouans had pulled Audrine out of the diligence. "Ha, is it you, Bishop of Vannes?" cried Sabertout. "Mercy," begged the bishop. "We were informed of your arrival, and were waiting for you." "Mercy," repeated the bishop for the third time. "Have you your pontifical robes with you?" "Yes, my friends, I have." "Then dress yourself as a prelate. It is long since we have seen one." A trunk marked with the prelate's name was taken from the diligence and opened. They took the bishop's robes from it and handed them to Audrine, who put them on. Then, when every vestment was in its place, the peasants ranged themselves in a circle, each with his musket in his hand. The glare of the torches was reflected on the barrels, casting evil gleams. Two men took the priest and led him into the circle, supporting him beneath his arms. He was pale as death. There was a moment of lugubrious silence. A voice broke it. It was that of Sabertout. "We are about to judge you," said the Chouan. "Priest of God, you have betrayed the church. Child of France, you have condemned your king to death." "Alas, alas," stammered the priest. "Is it true?" "I do not deny it." "Because it is impossible to deny. What have you to say in justification?" "Citizens!" "We are not citizens," cried Sabertout in a voice thunder. "We are royalists." "Gentlemen!" "We are not gentlemen, we are Chouans." "My friends!" "We are not your friends, we are your judges. You judges are questioning you, answer." "I repent of what I did, and I ask pardon of God and men." "Men cannot pardon you," replied the same implacable voice. "For pardon today you would sin tomorrow. You may change your skin but never your heart. You have nothing to expect from men but death. As for God, implore his mercy." The regicide bowed his head, the renegade bent his knee. But suddenly drawing himself up, he cried, "I voted the king's death, it is true, but with a reservation." "What reservation?" "The time of the execution." "Sooner or later, it was still the king's death which you voted, and the king was innocent." "True, true," said the priest, "but I was afraid." "Then you are not only a regicide and an apostate but also a coward. We are not priests, but we are more just than you. You voted the death of the innocent, we vote the death of the guilty. You have 10 minutes in which to prepare to meet your God." The bishop gave a cry of terror and fell upon both knees. The church bells rang, as if of their own impulse, and two of the men present, accustomed to the offices of the church, intoned the prayers for the dying. It was some time before the bishop found words with which to respond. He turned affrighted glances in supplication to his judges one after the other, but not one face met his with even the consolation of mere pity. The torches, flickering in the wind, lent them, on the contrary, a savage and terrible expression. Then at last he mingled his voice with the voices that were praying for him. The judges allowed him time to follow the funeral prayer to its close. In the meantime, others were preparing a pile of wood. "Oh," cried the priest, beholding these preparations with growing terror, "would you have the cruelty to kill me thus?" "No," replied his inflexible accuser, "flames are the death of martyrs. You are not worthy of such a death. Apostate, the hour has come." "Oh my God," cried the priest, raising his arms to heaven. "Stand up," said the Chuan. The priest tried to obey, but his strength failed him, and he fell again to his knees. "Will you let that murder be done before your eyes?" Roland asked Cadodal. "I said that I washed my hands of it," replied the latter. "Pilate said that, and Pilate's hands are to this day red with the blood of Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ was a righteous man, this man is a Barabbas." Kiss your cross," cried Sabertout. The prelate looked at him with a terrified air, but without obeying. It was evident that he no longer saw, no longer heard. "Oh," cried Roland, making an effort to dismount, "it shall never be said that I let a man be murdered before me, and did not try to save him." A threatening murmur rose around him. His words had been overheard. That was all that was needed to excite the young man. "Ah, is that the way of it?" he cried, carrying his hand to one of his holsters. But with a movement rapid as thought, Cadodal seized his hand, and while Roland struggled vainly to free himself from this grip of iron, he shouted, "Fire!" 20 shots resounded instantly, and the bishop fell, an inert mass. "Ah," cried Roland, "what have you done?" "Forced you to keep your promise," replied Cadodal. "You swore to see all and hear all without offering any opposition." "So perish all enemies of God and the king," said Sabertout in a solemn voice. "Amen," responded the spectators with one voice of sinister unanimity. Then they stripped the body of its sacerdotal ornaments, which they flung upon the pile of wood, invited the other travelers to take their places in the diligence, replaced the postilion in his saddle, and opening their ranks to give passage to the coach, cried, "Go with God." The diligence rolled rapidly away. "Come, let us go," cried Cadodal. "We have still 12 miles to do, and we have lost an hour here." Then, addressing the executioners, he said, "That man was guilty, that man is punished. Human justice and divine justice are satisfied. Let prayers for the dead be said over his body, and give him Christian burial, do you hear?" And sure of being obeyed, Cadodal put his horse to a gallop. Roland seemed to hesitate for a moment whether to follow him or not. Then, as if resolving to accomplish a duty, he said, "I will go to the end." Spurring his horse in the direction taken by Cadodal, he reached the Chuan leader in a few strides. Both disappeared in the darkness, which grew thicker and thicker as the men left the place where the torches were illuminating the dead priest's face and the fire was consuming his vestments. Chapter 34. The Diplomacy of George's Cadodal. The feeling that Roland experienced as he followed George's Cadodal resembled that of a man half awakened, who is still under the influence of a dream, and returns gradually from the confines which separate night from day. He strives to discover whether the ground he walks on is that of fiction or reality, and the more he burrows in the dimness of his brain, the further he buries himself in doubt. A man existed for whom Roland felt a worship almost divine, accustomed to live in the atmosphere of glory which surrounded that man, to see others obey his orders, and to obey them himself with a promptness and abnegation that were almost oriental. It seemed amazing to him to encounter, at the opposite ends of France, two organized powers, enemies of the power of that man, and prepared to struggle against it. Suppose a Jew of Judas Maccabeus, a worshipper of Jehovah, having from his infancy heard him called the King of Kings, the God of strength, of vengeance, of armies, the eternal, coming suddenly face to face with the mysterious Osiris of the Egyptians or the thundering Jupiter of the Greeks. His adventures at Avignon and Bourg with Morgan and the Company of Jehu, his adventures in the villages of Musilac and the Trinite with Cadodal and his Chuans, seemed to him some strange initiation in an unknown religion. But like those courageous neophytes who risk death to learn the secrets of initiation, he resolved to follow to the end. Besides, he was not without a certain admiration for these exceptional characters, nor did he measure without a certain amazement these revolted titans, challenging his God. He felt they were in no sense common men, neither those who had stabbed Sir John in the Chartreuse of Ceylon, nor those who had shot the Bishop of Vannes at the village of the Trinite. And now, what was he to see? He was soon to know, for they had ridden 5 hours and a half and the day was breaking. Beyond the village of Tridon they turned across country, leaving Vannes to the left, they reached Treflian. At Treflian, Cadodal, still followed by his Major General, Branchdor, had found Monty El Assaut and Chantenhiver. He gave them further orders, and continued on his way, bearing to the left and skirting the edges of a little wood which lies between Grandchamp and Lar. There Cadodal halted, imitated, 3 separate times in succession, the cry of an owl, and was presently surrounded by his 300 men. A grayish light was spreading through the sky beyond Treflian and St. Nolf. It was not the rising of the sun, but the first rays of dawn. A heavy mist rose from the earth and prevented the eye from seeing more than 50 feet beyond it. Cadodal seemed to be expecting news before risking himself further. Suddenly, about 500 paces distant, the crowing of a cock was heard. Cadodal pricked up his ears, his men looked at each other and laughed. The cock crowed again, but nearer. "It is he," said Cadodal, "answer him." The howling of a dog came from within 3 feet of Roland, but so perfectly imitated that the young man, although aware of what it was, looked about him for the animal that was uttering such lugubrious plaints. Almost at the same moment, he saw a man coming rapidly through the mist, his form growing more and more distinct as he approached. The newcomer saw the 2 horsemen, and went toward them. Cadodal rode forward a few paces, putting his finger to his lips, as if to request the man to speak low. The latter, therefore, did not pause until he was close beside his general. "Well, Fleur-Depin," asked Georges, "have we got them?" "Like a mouse in a trap, not one can re-enter Vannes if you say the word." "I desire nothing better. How many are there?" 100 men, commanded by the general himself." "How many wagons?" 17. "When did they start?" "They must be about 1.75 miles from here." "What road have they taken?" "Grandchamp to Vannes." "So that, if I deploy from Mucin to Plescup, you'll bar the way." "That's all." Cadodal called his 4 lieutenants, Chantenhiver, Monty El Assaut, Fendelaire, and La Giberne to him, gave each of them 50 men, and each with his men disappeared like shadows in the heavy mist, giving the well-known hoot as they vanished. Cadodal was left with 100 men, Branchdor and Fleur-Depin. He returned to Roland. "Well, General," said the latter, "is everything satisfactory?" "Yes, Colonel, fairly so," replied the Chouan, "but you can judge for yourself in half an hour." "It will be difficult to judge of anything in that mist." Cadodal looked about him. "It will lift in half an hour," said he. "Will you utilize the time by eating a mouthful and drinking a glass?" "Faith," said the young man, "I must admit that the ride has hollowed me." "I make a point," said Georges, "of eating the best breakfast I can before fighting." "Then you are going to fight?" "I think so." "Against whom?" "Why, the Republicans, and as we have to do with General Hatry, I doubt if he surrenders without resistance." "Do the Republicans know they are going to fight you?" "They haven't the least idea." "So it is to be a surprise?" "Not exactly, inasmuch as when the fog lifts they will see us as soon as we see them." Then, turning to the man who seemed to be in charge of the provisions, Cadodal added, "Brisbleu, is there anything for breakfast?" Brisbleu nodded affirmatively, went into the wood, and came out dragging after him a donkey loaded with 2 baskets. He spread a cloak on a rise of the ground, and placed on it a roast chicken, a bit of cold salt pork, some bread and buckwheat cakes. This time Brisbleu had provided luxury in the shape of a bottle of wine and a glass. Cadodal motioned Roland to the table and the improvised repast. The young man sprang from his horse, throwing the bridle to a Chouan. Cadodal did likewise. "Now," said the latter, turning to his men, You have half an hour to do as we do. Those who have not breakfasted in half an hour are notified that they must fight on empty stomachs. The invitation seemed equivalent to an order, so promptly and precisely was it executed. Every man pulled from his bag or his pocket a bit of bread or a buckwheat cake, and followed the example of his general, who had already divided the chicken between Roland and himself. As there was but one glass, both officers shared it. While they were thus breakfasting, side by side like two friends on a hunt, the sun rose, and as Cadotl had predicted, the mist became less and less dense. Soon the nearest trees could be distinguished, then the line of the woods, stretching to the right from Mukin to Grandchamp, while to the left the plain of Pleskop, threaded by a rivulet, sloped gradually toward Vannes. This natural declivity of the ground became more and more perceptible as it neared the ocean. On the road from Grandchamp to Pleskop, a line of wagons were now visible, the tail of which was still hidden in the woods. This line was motionless. Evidently some unforeseen obstacle had stopped it. In fact, about a quarter of a mile before the leading wagon they perceived the 200 Chouans, under Monty El Assaut, Chantenhiver, Fendelaire and Giberne, barring the way. The Republicans, inferior in number, we said that there were but 100, had halted and were awaiting the complete dispersion of the fog to determine the number and character of the men they were about to meet. Men and wagons were now in a triangle, of which Cadotl and his 100 men formed one of the angles. At sight of this small number of men thus surrounded by triple forces, and of the well-known uniform, of which the color had given its name to the Republican forces, Roland sprang hastily to his feet. As for Cadotl, he remained where he was, nonchalantly finishing his meal. Of the 100 men surrounding the general, not one seemed to perceive the spectacle that was now before their eyes. It seemed almost as if they were waiting for Cadotl's order to look at it. Roland had only to cast his eyes on the Republicans to see that they were lost. Cadotl watched the various emotions that succeeded each other on the young man's face. "Well," asked the Chouan, after a moment's silence, "do you think my dispositions well taken?" "You might better say your precautions, General," replied Roland, with a sarcastic smile. "Isn't it the first consul's way to make the most of his advantages when he gets them?" asked Cadotl. Roland bit his lips. Then, instead of replying to the royalist leader's question, he said, "General, I have a favor to ask which I hope you will not refuse." "What is it?" "Permission to let me go and be killed with my comrades." Cadotl rose. "I expected that request," he said. "Then you will grant it," cried Roland, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, but first I have a favor to ask of you," said the royalist leader with supreme dignity. "Ask it, sir." "To bear my flag of truce to General Hatry." "For what purpose?" "I have several proposals to make to him before the fight begins." "I presume that, among those proposals which you deign to entrust to me, you do not include that of laying down his arms." "On the contrary, Colonel, you understand that that is the first of my proposals." "General Hatry will refuse it." "That is probable." "And then?" "Then I shall give him his choice between two others, either of which he can, I think, accept without forfeiting his honor." "What are they?" "I will tell you in due time. Begin with the first." "State it." "General Hatry and his 100 men are surrounded by a triple force. I offer them their lives, but they must lay down their arms and make oath not to serve again in the Vendée for 5 years. Roland shook his head. "Better that than to see his men annihilated." "Maybe so, but he would prefer to have his men annihilated, and be annihilated with them." "Don't you think," asked Cadotl laughing, "that it might be as well in any case to ask him?" "True," said Roland. "Well, Colonel, be so good as to mount your horse, make yourself known to him, and deliver my proposal." "Very well," replied Roland. "The Colonel's horse," said Cadotl, motioning to the Chouan who was watching it. The man led it up. The young man sprang upon it, and rapidly covered the distance which separated him from the convoy. A group of men were gathered on its flank, evidently composed of General Hatry and his officers. Roland rode toward them, scarcely 3 gunshots distant from the Chouans. General Hatry's astonishment was great when he saw an officer in the Republican uniform approaching him. He left the group and advanced 3 paces to meet the messenger. Roland made himself known, related how he came to be among the whites, and transmitted Cadoudel's proposal to General Hatry. As he has foreseen, the latter refused it. Roland returned to Cadoudal with a proud and joyful heart. "He refuses," he cried as soon as his voice could be heard. Cadoudal gave a nod that showed he was not surprised by the refusal. "Then, in that case," he answered, "go back with my second proposition. I don't wish to have anything to reproach myself with in answering to such a judge of honor as you." Roland bowed. "What is the second proposition?" "General Hatry shall meet me in the space that separates the 2 troops. He shall carry the same arms as I, that is, his saber and pistols, and the matter shall be decided between us. If I kill him, his men are to submit to the conditions already named, for we cannot take prisoners. If he kills me, his men shall pass free and be allowed to reach Vannes safely. Come, I hope that's a proposition you would accept, Colonel." "I would accept it myself," replied Roland. "Yes," exclaimed Cadoudal, "but you are not General Hatry. Content yourself with being a negotiator this time, and if this proposition, which, if I were he, I wouldn't let escape me, does not please him, come to me. I'm a good fellow, and I'll make him a third." Roland rode off a second time. His coming was awaited by the Republicans with visible impatience. He transmitted the message to General Hatry. "Citizen," replied the general, "I must render account of my conduct to the First Consul. You are his aide-de-camp, and I charge you on your return to Paris to bear testimony on my behalf to him. What would you do in my place? Whatever you would do, that I shall do." Roland started. His face assumed the grave expression of a man who is arguing a point of honor in his own mind. Then, at the end of a few seconds, he said, "General, I should refuse." "Your reasons, citizen," demanded the general. "The chances of a duel are problematic. You cannot subject the fate of 100 brave men to a doubtful chance. In an affair like this, where all are concerned, every man had better defend his own skin as best he can." "Is that your opinion, Colonel?" "On my honor." "It is also mine. Carry my reply to the Royalist general." Roland galloped back to Cadoudal and delivered General Hatry's reply. Cadoudal smiled. "I expected it," he said. "You couldn't have expected it, because it was I who advised him to make it." "You thought differently a few moments ago." "Yes, but you yourself reminded me that I was not General Hatry. Come, what is your third proposition?" said Roland impatiently, for he began to perceive, or rather he had perceived from the beginning, that the noble part in the affair belonged to the Royalist general. "My third proposition," said Cadoudal, "is not a proposition but an order for 200 of my men to withdraw. General Hatry has 100 men, I will keep 100. My Breton forefathers were accustomed to fight foot to foot, breast to breast, man to man, and oftener 1 to 3 than 3 to 1. If General Hatry is victorious, he can walk over our bodies and tranquilly enter Vannes. If he is defeated, he cannot say it is by numbers. Go, Monsieur de Montrevel, and remain with your friends. I give them thus the advantage of numbers, for you alone are worth 10 men." Roland raised his hat. "What are you doing, sir?" demanded Cadoudal. "I always bow to that which is grand, General. I bow to you." "Come, Colonel," said Cadoudal, "a last glass of wine. Let each of us drink to what we love best, to that which we grieve to leave behind, to that we hope to meet in heaven." Taking the bottle and the one glass, he filled it half full and offered it to Roland. "We have but one glass, Monsieur de Montrevel, drink first." "Why first?" "Because, in the first place, you are my guest, and also because there is a proverb that whoever drinks after another knows his thought." Then, he added, laughing, "I want to know your thought, Monsieur de Montrevel." Roland emptied the glass and returned it to Cadoudal. The latter filled his glass half full, as he had done for Roland, and emptied it in turn. "Well," asked Roland, "now do you know my thought, General?" "My thought," said Roland with his usual frankness, "is that you are a brave man, General. I shall feel honored if, at this moment when we are going to fight against each other, you will give me your hand." The 2 young men clasped hands, more like friends parting for a long absence than 2 enemies about to meet on the battlefield. There was a simple grandeur, full of majesty, in this action. Each raised his hat. "Good luck," said Roland to Cadoudal, "but allow me to doubt it. I must even confess that it is from my lips, not my heart. God keep you, sir, said Cadoutal, and I hope that my wish will be realized. It is the honest expression of my thoughts. What is to be the signal that you are ready? Inquired Roland. A musket shot fired in the air, to which you will reply in the same way. Very good, General, replied Roland, and putting his horse to a gallop, he crossed the space between the Royalist general and the Republican general for the third time. Friends, said Cadoutal, pointing to Roland, do you see that young man? All eyes were bent upon Roland. Yes, came from every mouth. He came with a safeguard from our brothers in the Midi. His life is sacred to you. He may be captured, but it must be living, not a hair of his head must be touched. Very good, General, replied the Chouans. And now, my friends, remember that you are the sons of those 30 Bretons who fought the 30 British between Ploermel and Josselin, 10 leagues from here, and conquered them. Then, in a low voice, he added with a sigh, unhappily we have not to do with the British this time. The fog had now lifted completely, and, as usually happens, a few rays of the wintry sun tinged the plain of Plescup with a yellow light. It was easy, therefore, to distinguish the movements of the two troops. While Roland was returning to the Republicans, Branchdor galloped toward the 200 men who were blocking the way. He had hardly spoken to Cadoutal's 4 lieutenants before 100 men were seen to wheel to the right, and 100 more to wheel to the left and march in opposite directions, one toward Plumergat, the other toward Saint-Ave, leaving the road open. Each body halted 3/4 of a mile down the road, grounded arms, and remained motionless. Branchdor returned to Cadoutal. Have you any special orders to give me, General? He asked. Yes, one, answered Cadoutal. Take 8 men and follow me. When you see the young Republican with whom I breakfasted fall under his horse, fling yourself upon him, you and your 8 men, before he has time to free himself, and take him prisoner. Yes, General. You know that I must have him safe and sound. That's understood, General. Choose your 8 men. Monsieur de Montrevel once captured, and his parole given, you can do as you like. Suppose he won't give his parole. Then you must surround him so that he can't escape, and watch him till the fight is over. Very well, said Branchdor, heaving a sigh, but it'll be a little hard to stand by with folded arms while the others are having their fun. Pooh, who knows, said Cadoutal, there'll probably be enough for everybody. Then, casting a glance over the plain and seeing his own men stationed apart, and the Republicans massed for battle, he cried, A musket. They brought one. Cadoutal raised it above his head and fired in the air. Almost at the same moment, a shot fired in the same manner from the midst of the Republicans answered like an echo to that of Cadoutal. 2 drums beating the advance and a bugle were heard. Cadoutal rose in his stirrups. Children, he cried, have you all said your morning prayers? Yes, yes, answered almost every voice. If any of you forgot them or did not have time, let them pray now. 5 or 6 peasants knelt down and prayed. The drums and bugle drew nearer. General, General, cried several voices impatiently, they are coming. The general motioned to the kneeling peasants. True, replied the impatient ones. Those who prayed rose one by one, according as their prayers had been long or short. By the time they were all afoot, the Republicans had crossed nearly 1/3 of the distance. They marched, bayonets fixed, in 3 ranks, each rank 3 abreast. Roland rode at the head of the first rank, General Hatry between the first and second. Both were easily recognized, being the only men on horseback. Among the Chouans, Cadoutal was the only rider, Branchdor having dismounted to take command of the 8 men who were to follow Georges. General, said a voice, the prayer is ended and everyone is standing. Cadoutal looked around him to make sure it was true, then he cried in a loud voice, Forward, enjoy yourselves, my lads. This permission, which to Vendians and Chouans was equivalent to sounding a charge, was scarcely given before the Chouans spread over the fields to cries of Vive le Roi, waving their hats with one hand and their guns with the other. Instead of keeping in rank like the Republicans, they scattered like sharpshooters, forming an immense crescent, of which Georges and his horse were the center. A moment later the Republicans were flanked and the firing began. Cadoutal's men were nearly all poachers, that is to say, excellent marksmen, armed with English carbines, able to carry twice the length of the army musket. Though the first shots fired might have seemed wide of range, these messengers of death nevertheless brought down several men in the Republican ranks. "Forward!" cried the general. The soldiers marched on, bayonets fixed, but in a few moments there was no enemy before them. Cadodel's 100 men had turned skirmishers, they had separated, and 50 men were harassing both of the enemy's flanks. General Hatry ordered his men to wheel to the right and left. Then came the order, "Fire." 2 volleys followed with the precision and unanimity of well-disciplined troops, but they were almost without result, for the Republicans were firing upon scattered men. Not so with the Chouans, who fired on a mass, with them every shot told. Roland saw the disadvantage of the position. He looked around, and amid the smoke, distinguished Cadodel, erect and motionless as an equestrian statue. He understood that the royalist leader was waiting for him. With a cry he spurred his horse toward him. As if to save him part of the way, Cadodel put his horse to a gallop, but 100 feet from Cadodel he drew rein. "Attention," he said to Branchdor and his companions. "Don't be alarmed, General, here we are," said Branchdor. Cadodel drew a pistol from his holster and cocked it. Roland, saber in hand, was charging, crouched on his horse's neck. When they were 20 paces apart, Cadodel slowly raised his hand in Roland's direction. At 10 paces he fired. The horse Roland was riding had a white star on its forehead. The ball struck the center of that star, and the horse, mortally wounded, rolled over with its rider at Cadodel's feet. Cadodel put spurs to his own horse, and jumped both horse and rider. Branchdor and his men were ready. They sprang, like a pack of jaguars, upon Roland, entangled under the body of his horse. The young man dropped his sword and tried to seize his pistols, but before he could lay hand upon the holsters, 2 men had him by the arms, while the 4 others dragged his horse from between his legs. The thing was done with such unanimity that it was easy to see the maneuver had been planned. Roland roared with rage. Branchdor came up to him and put his hat in his hand. "I do not surrender," shouted Roland. "Useless to do so, Monsieur de Montrevel," replied Branchdor with the utmost politeness. "What do you mean?" demanded Roland, exhausting his strength in a struggle as desperate as it was useless. "Because you are captured, sir." It was so true that there could be no answer. "Then kill me," cried Roland. "We don't want to kill you, sir," replied Branchdor. "Then what do you want?" "Give us your parole not to fight anymore, and you are free." "Never," exclaimed Roland. "Excuse me, Monsieur de Montrevel," said Branchdor, "but that is not loyal." "What?" shrieked Roland in a fury, "not loyal? You insult me, villain, because you know I can't defend myself or punish you." "I am not a villain, and I didn't insult you, Monsieur de Montrevel, but I do say that by not giving your word, you deprive the general of 9 men, who might be useful to him and who are obliged to stay here to guard you. That's not the way the big Roundhead acted toward you. He had 200 men more than you, and he sent them away. Now we are only 89 against 100. A flame crossed Roland's face, then almost as suddenly he turned pale as death. "You are right, Branchdor," he replied. "Succor or no succor, I surrender. You and your men can go and fight with your comrades." The Chouans gave a cry of joy, let go their hold of Roland, and rushed toward the Republicans, brandishing their hats and muskets and shouting, "Vive le Roi!" Roland, freed from their grip, but disarmed physically by his fall, morally by his parole, went to the little eminence, still covered by the cloak which had served as a tablecloth for their breakfast, and sat down. From there he could see the whole combat. Not a detail was lost upon him. Cadodel sat erect upon his horse amid fire and smoke, like the demon of war, invulnerable and implacable. Here and there the bodies of a dozen or more Chouans lay stretched upon the sod, but it was evident that the Republicans, still massed together, had lost double that number. Wounded men dragged themselves across the open space, meeting, rearing their bodies like mangled snakes, to fight, the Republicans with their bayonets and the Chouans with their knives. Those of the wounded Chouans who were too far off to fight their wounded enemies hand to hand, reloaded their guns, and struggling to their knees, fired and fell again. On either side the struggle was pitiless, incessant, furious. Civil war, that is war without mercy or compassion, waved its torch above the battlefield. Cadodal rode his horse around these living breastworks, firing at 20 paces, sometimes his pistols, sometimes a musket, which he discharged, cast aside, and picked up again reloaded. At each discharge a man fell. The third time he made this round, General Hatry honored him with a fusillade. He disappeared in the flame and smoke, and Roland saw him go down, he and his horse, as if annihilated. 10 or a dozen Republicans sprang from the ranks and met as many Chouans. The struggle was terrible, hand to hand, body to body, but the Chouans, with their knives, were sure of the advantage. Suddenly Cadodal appeared, erect, a pistol in each hand. It was the death of 2 men. 2 men fell. Then through the gap left by these 10 or 12 he flung himself forward with 30 men. He had picked up an army musket, and using it like a club he brought down a man with each blow. He broke his way through the battalion, and reappeared at the other side. Then, like a boar which returns upon the huntsman he has ripped up and trampled, he rushed back through the gaping wound and widened it. From that moment all was over. General Hatry rallied a score of men, and with bayonets down they fell upon the circle that enveloped them. He marched at the head of his soldiers on foot. His horse had been killed. 10 men had fallen before the circle was broken, but at last he was beyond it. The Chouans wanted to pursue them, but Cadodal, in a voice of thunder, called them back. "You should not have allowed him to pass," he cried, "but having passed he is free to retreat." The Chouans obeyed with the religious faith they placed in the words of their chief. "And now," said Cadodal, "cease firing, no more dead, make prisoners." The Chouans drew together and surrounded the heaps of dead, and the few living men, more or less wounded, who lay among the dead. Surrendering was still fighting in this fatal war, where on both sides the prisoners were shot, on the one side, because Chouans and Vendians were considered brigands, on the other, because they knew not where to put the captives. The Republicans threw their guns away, that they might not be forced to surrender them. When their captors approached them, every cartridge box was open. Every man had fired his last shot. Cadodal walked back to Roland. During the whole of this desperate struggle the young man had remained on the mound. With his eyes fixed on the battle, his hair damp with sweat, his breast heaving, he waited for the result. Then, when he saw the day was lost, his head fell upon his hands, and he still sat on, his forehead bowed to the earth. Cadodal reached him before he seemed to hear the sound of footsteps. He touched the young man's shoulder. Roland raised his head slowly, without attempting to hide the 2 great tears that were rolling down his cheeks. "General," said Roland, "do with me what you will, I am your prisoner." "I can't make the first consul's ambassador a prisoner," replied Cadodal, laughing, "but I can ask him to do me a service." "Command me, General." "I need a hospital for the wounded, and a prison for prisoners. Will you take the Republican soldiers, wounded and prisoners, back to Vannes?" "What do you mean, General?" exclaimed Roland. "I give them, or rather I confide them to you. I regret that your horse was killed, so is mine, but there is still that of Brisbleu, accept it." The young man made a motion of rejection. "Until you can obtain another, of course," added Cadodal, bowing. Roland felt that he must put himself, at least in simplicity, on a level with the man with whom he was dealing. "Shall I see you again, General?" he asked, rising. "I doubt it, sir. My operations call me to the coast near Port Louis. Your duty recalls you to the Luxembourg." "What shall I tell the first consul, General?" "What you have seen, sir. He must judge between the Abbe Bernier's diplomacy and that of George's Cadodal." "After what I have seen, sir, I doubt if you ever have need of me," said Roland. "But in any case remember that you have a friend near the first consul." And he held out his hand to Cadodal. The royalist took it with the same frankness and freedom he had shown before the battle. "Farewell, Monsieur de Montrevel," said he. "I need not ask you to justify General Hatry. A defeat like that is fully as glorious as a victory." During this time, Brisbleu's horse had been led up for the Republican colonel. He sprang into the saddle. "By the by," said Cadodal, "as you go through La Roche-Bernard, just inquire what has happened to Citizen Thomas Millière." "He is dead," said a voice. Corduroy and his 4 men, covered with mud and sweat, had just arrived, but too late for the battle. Roland cast a last glance at the battlefield, sighed, and waving a last farewell to Cadodal, started at a gallop across the fields to await, on the road to Vannes, the wagonload of wounded and the prisoners he was asked to deliver to General Hatry. Cadotl had given a crown of 6 sous to each man. Roland could not help reflecting that the gift was made with the money of the Directory sent to the West by Morgan and the Companions of Jehu. Chapter 35. A Proposal of Marriage. Roland's first visit on arriving in Paris was to the first consul. He brought him the twofold news of the pacification of the Vendée and the increasingly bitter insurrection in Brittany. Bonaparte knew Roland. Consequently, the triple narrative of Thomas Millier's murder, the execution of Bishop Audrine, and the fight at Grandchamp produced a deep impression upon him. There was, moreover, in the young man's manner a somber despair in which he could not be mistaken. Roland was miserable over this lost opportunity to get himself killed. An unknown power seemed to watch over him, carrying him safe and sound through dangers which resulted fatally to others. Sir John had found 12 judges and a death warrant, where he had seen but a phantom, invulnerable, it is true, but inoffensive. He blamed himself bitterly for singling out Cadotl in the fight, thus exposing himself to a prearranged plan of capture, instead of flinging himself into the fray and killing, or being killed. The first consul watched him anxiously as he talked. The longing for death still lingered in his mind, a longing he hoped to cure by this return to his native land and the endearments of his family. He praised and defended General Hatry, but just and impartial as a soldier should be, he gave full credit to Cadotl for the courage and generosity the royalist general had displayed. Bonaparte listened gravely, almost sadly. Ardent as he was for foreign war with its glorious halo, his soul revolted at the internecine strife which drained the lifeblood of the nation and rent its bowels. It was a case in which, to his thinking, negotiation should be substituted for war. But how negotiate with a man like Cadotl? Bonaparte was not unaware of his own personal seductions when he chose to exercise them. He resolved to see Cadotl, and without saying anything on the subject to Roland, he intended to make use of him for the interview when the time came. In the meantime, he wanted to see if Brune, in whose talent he had great confidence, would be more successful than his predecessors. He dismissed Roland, after telling him of his mother's arrival and her installation in the little house in the Rue de la Victoire. Roland sprang into a coach and was driven there at once. He found Madame de Montrevel as happy and as proud as a woman and a mother could be. Edouard had gone, the day before, to the Prytanée Franchise, and she herself was preparing to return to Amélie, whose health continued to give her much anxiety. As for Sir John, he was not only out of danger but almost well again. He was in Paris, had called upon Madame de Montrevel, and finding that she had gone with Edouard to the Prytanée, he had left his card. It bore his address, Hotel Murraybow, Rue de Richelieu. It was 11 o'clock, Sir John's breakfast hour, and Roland had every chance of finding him at that hour. He got back into his carriage and ordered the coachman to stop at the Hotel Murraybow. He found Sir John sitting before an English breakfast, a thing rarely seen in those days, drinking large cups of tea and eating bloody chops. As soon as the Englishman saw Roland, he gave a cry of joy and ran to meet him. Roland himself had acquired a deep affection for that exceptional nature, where the noblest qualities of the heart seemed striving to hide themselves beneath national eccentricities. Sir John was pale and thin, but in other respects he was well. His wound had completely healed, and except for a slight oppression, which was diminishing daily and would soon disappear altogether, he had almost recovered his former health. He now welcomed Roland with a tenderness scarcely to be expected from that reserved nature, declaring that the joy he felt in seeing him again was all he wanted for his complete recovery. He begged Roland to share the meal, telling him to order his own breakfast, a la Francaise. Roland accepted. Like all soldiers who had fought the hard wars of the Revolution, when bread was often lacking, Roland cared little for what he ate. He had acquired the habit of eating whatever was put before him as a precaution against the days when there might be nothing at all. Sir John's attention in asking him to make a French breakfast was scarcely noticed by him at all. But what Roland did notice was Sir John's preoccupation of mind. It was evident that Sir John had something on his lips which he hesitated to utter. Roland thought he had better help him. So when breakfast was nearly over, Roland, with his usual frankness, which almost bordered upon brutality at times, leaned his elbows on the table, settled his chin in his hands, and said, "Well, my dear Sir John, you have something to say to your friend Roland that you don't dare put into words." Sir John started, and from pale as he was, turned crimson. "Confound it," continued Roland, "it must be hard to get out. But Sir John, if you have many things to ask me, I know but few that I have the right to refuse you. So go on, I am listening." And Roland closed his eyes as if to concentrate all his attention on what Sir John was about to say. But the matter was evidently, from Sir John's point of view, so extremely difficult to make known, that at the end of a dozen seconds, finding that Sir John was still silent, Roland opened his eyes. The Englishman was pale again, but this time he was paler than before. Roland held out his hand to him. "Why," he said, "I see you want to make some compliment about the way you were treated at the Château des Noirs Fontaines." "Precisely, my friend, for the happiness or misery of my life will date from my sojourn at the chateau." Roland looked fixedly at Sir John. "The deuce!" he exclaimed. "Can I be so fortunate?" Then he stopped, remembering that what he was about to say was most unconventional from the social point of view. "Oh," exclaimed Sir John, "my dear Roland, finish what you were saying." "You wish it. I implore you." "But if I am mistaken, if I should say something nonsensical." My friend, go on." "Well, as I was saying, my lord, can I be so fortunate as to find your lordship in love with my sister?" Sir John gave a cry of joy, and with a rapid movement, of which so phlegmatic a man might have been thought incapable, he threw himself in Roland's arms. "Your sister is an angel, my dear Roland," he exclaimed, "and I love her with all my heart." "Are you entirely free to do so, my lord?" "Entirely. For the last 12 years, as I told you, I have had my fortune under my own control. It amounts to £25,000 sterling a year." "Too much, my dear fellow, for a woman who can only bring you 50,000 francs. "Oh," said the Englishman, with that national accent that returned to him occasionally in moments of strong excitement, "if I must get rid of a part of it, I can do so." "No," replied Roland, laughing, "that's not necessary. You're rich, it's unfortunate, but what's to be done? No, that's not the question. Do you love my sister?" "I adore her." "And she," resumed Roland, "does she love you?" "Of course you understand," returned Sir John, "that I have not asked her. I was bound, my dear Roland, to speak to you first, and if the matter were agreeable, to beg you to plead my cause with your mother. After I have obtained the consent of both, I shall make my offer. Or rather, you will make it for me, for I should never dare. Then I am the first to receive your confidence. You are my best friend, and it ought to be so. Well, my dear friend, as far as I am concerned, your suit is won naturally. Your mother and sister remain. They will be won. You understand that my mother will leave Amélie free to make her own choice, and I need not tell you that if it falls upon you she will be delighted. But there is a person whom you have forgot." "Who is that?" said Sir John, in the tone of a man who, having weighed all chances for and against, believes he knows them all, and is met by an obstacle he has never thought of. "The First Consul," said Roland. "God!" ejaculated the Englishman, swallowing the last words of the national oath. "He spoke to me just before I left for the Vendée of my sister's marriage," continued Roland, "saying that it no longer concerned my mother and myself, for he would take charge of it." "Then," said Sir John, "I am lost." "Why so?" "The First Consul does not like the English." "Say rather that the English do not like the First Consul." "But who will present my wishes to the First Consul?" "I will." "And will you speak of them as agreeable to yourself?" "I'll turn you into a dove of peace between the two nations," said Roland, rising. "Oh, thank you," cried Sir John, seizing the young man's hand. Then he added regretfully, "Must you leave me?" "My friend, I have only a few hours' leave. I have given one to my mother, 2 to you, and I owe 1 to your friend Edouard. I want to kiss him and ask his masters to let him scuffle as he likes with his comrades. Then I must get back to the Luxembourg." "Well, take him my compliments, and tell him I have ordered another pair of pistols for him, so that the next time he is attacked by bandits, he needn't use the conductor S." Roland looked at Sir John. "Now what is it?" he asked. "What don't you know?" No, what is it I don't know? Something that nearly killed our poor Amelie. What thing? The attack on the diligence. But what diligence? The one which your mother was in. The diligence my mother was in. Yes. The diligence my mother was in was attacked. You have seen Madame de Montrevel, and she didn't tell you. Not a word about that, anyway. Well, my dear Edouard proved a hero, as no one else defended the coach. He did. He took the conductor's pistols and fired. Brave boy, exclaimed Roland. Yes, but unluckily or luckily, the conductor had taken the precaution to remove the bullets. Edouard was praised and petted by the Companions of Jehu as the bravest of the brave, but he neither killed nor wounded them. Are you sure of what you are telling me? I tell you your sister almost died of fright. Very good, said Roland. How very good, exclaimed Sir John. I mean, all the more reason why I should see Edouard. What makes you say that? A plan. Tell me what it is. Faith, no, my plans don't turn out well for you. But you know, my dear Roland, that if there are any reprisals to make, I shall make them for both. You are in love, my dear fellow, live in your love. You promise me your support. That's understood. I am most anxious to call you brother. Are you tired of calling me friend? Faith, yes, it is too little. Thanks. They pressed each other's hands and parted. A quarter of an hour later Roland reached the Prytany Franchise, which stood then on the present site of the Lyceum of Louis le Grand, that is to say, at the head of the Rue Saint-Jacques, behind the Sorbonne. At the first words of the director, Roland saw that his young brother had been especially recommended to the authorities. The boy was sent for. Edouard flung himself into the arms of his big brother with that passionate adoration he had for him. After the first embraces were over, Roland inquired about the stoppage of the diligence. Madame de Montrevel had been chary of mentioning it. Sir John had been sober in statement, but not so Edouard. It was his Iliad, his very own. He related it with every detail: Jérôme's connivance with the bandits, the pistols loaded with powder only, his mother's fainting fit, the attention paid to her by those who had caused it, his own name known to the bandits, the fall of the mask from the face of the one who was restoring his mother, his certainty that she must have seen the man's face. Roland was above all struck with this last particular. Then the boy related their audience with the first consul, and told how the latter had kissed and petted him, and finally recommended him to the director of the Prytany Franchise. Roland learned from the child all that he wished to know, and as it took but 5 minutes to go from the Rue Saint-Jacques to the Luxembourg, he was at the palace in that time. Chapter 36, Sculpture and Painting. When Roland returned to the Luxembourg, the clock of the palace marked 1 hour and a quarter after midday. The first consul was working with Burian. If we were merely writing a novel, we should hasten to its close, and in order to get there more expeditiously we should neglect certain details, which we are told historical figures can do without. That is not our opinion. From the day we first put pen to paper, now some 30 years ago, whether our thought were concentrated on a drama, or whether it spread itself into a novel, we have had a double end, to instruct and to amuse. And we say instruct first, for amusement has never been to our mind anything but a mask for instruction. Have we succeeded? We think so. Before long we shall have covered with our narratives an enormous period of time, between the Comtesse de Salisbury and the Comte de Monte Cristo, 5 centuries and a half are comprised. Well, we assert that we have taught France as much history about those 5 centuries and a half as any historian. More than that, although our opinions are well known, although, under the Bourbons of the elder branch as under the Bourbons of the younger branch, under the Republic as under the present government, we have always proclaimed them loudly, we do not believe that that opinion has been unduly manifested in our books and dramas. We admire the Marquis de Posa in Schiller's Don Carlos, but in his stead, we should not have anticipated the spirit of that age to the point of placing a philosopher of the 18th century among the heroes of the 16th, an encyclopedist at the court of Philippe Roman II. Therefore, just as we have been in literary parlance, monarchical under the monarchy, republican under the republic, we are today reconstructionists under the consulate. That does not prevent our thought from hovering above men, above their epoch, and giving to each the share of good and evil they do. Now that share no one, except God, has the right to award from his individual point of view. The kings of Egypt who, at the moment they passed into the unknown, were judged upon the threshold of their tombs, were not judged by a man but by a people. That is why it is said, "The judgment of a people is the judgment of God." Historian, novelist, poet, dramatic author, we are nothing more than the foreman of a jury who impartially sums up the arguments and leaves the jury to give their verdict. The book is the summing up, the readers are the jury. That is why, having to paint one of the most gigantic figures, not only of modern times but of all times, having to paint the period of his transition, that is to say the moment when Bonaparte transformed himself into Napoleon, the general into an emperor. That is why we say, in the fear of becoming unjust, we abandon interpretations and substitute facts. We are not of those who say with Voltaire that, "No one is a hero to his valet." It may be that the valet is nearsighted or envious, two infirmities that resemble each other more closely than people think. We maintain that a hero may become a kind man, but a hero, for being kind, is nonetheless a hero. What is a hero in the eyes of the public? A man whose genius is momentarily greater than his heart. What is a hero in private life? A man whose heart is momentarily greater than his genius. Historians judge the genius. People judge the heart. Who judged Charlemagne? The historians. Who judged Henry Roman IV? The people. Which, in your opinion, was the most righteously judged? Well, in order to render just judgment, and compel the Court of Appeals, which is none other than posterity, to confirm contemporaneous judgments, it is essential not to light up one side only of the figure we depict, but to walk around it, and wherever the sunlight does not reach, to hold a torch or even a candle. Now, let us return to Bonaparte. He was working, as we said, with Burian. Let us inquire into the usual division of the first consul's time. He rose at 7 or 8 in the morning, and immediately called one of his secretaries, preferably Burian, and worked with him until 10. At 10, breakfast was announced. Josephine, Hortense, and Eugene either waited or sat down to table with the family, that is with the aide-de-camp on duty and Burian. After breakfast, he talked with the usual party, or the invited guests if there were any. 1 hour was devoted to this intercourse, which was generally shared by the first consul's two brothers, Lucien and Joseph, Rignault de Saint-Jean d'Angely, Boulet de la Muthe, Monge, Berthelot, Laplace, and Arnault. Toward noon Cambaceres arrived. As a general thing Bonaparte devoted half an hour to his chancellor, then suddenly, without warning, he would rise and say, "Au revoir, Josephine, au revoir, Hortense. Come, Burian, let us go to work." This speech, which recurred almost regularly in the same words, was no sooner uttered than Bonaparte left the salon and returned to his study. There, no system of work was adopted. It might be some urgent matter or merely a caprice. Either Bonaparte dictated or Burian read, after which the first consul went to the council. In the earlier months of the consulate, he was obliged to cross the courtyard of the little Luxembourg to reach the council chamber, which, if the weather were rainy, put him in bad humor. But toward the end of December he had the courtyard covered, and from that time he almost always returned to his study singing. Bonaparte sang almost as false as Louis Roman XV. As soon as he was back, he examined the work he had ordered done, signed his letters, and stretched himself out in his armchair, the arms of which he stabbed with his penknife as he talked. If he was not inclined to talk, he reread the letters of the day before or the pamphlets of the day, laughing at intervals with the hearty laugh of a great child. Then suddenly, as one awakening from a dream, he would spring to his feet and cry out, "Right, Burian." Then he would sketch out the plan for some building to be erected, or dictate some one of those vast projects which have amazed, let us say rather, terrified the world. At 5 o'clock he dined. After dinner the first consul ascended to Josephine's apartments, where he usually received the visits of the ministers, and particularly that of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, M. de Talleyrand. At midnight, sometimes earlier but never later, he gave the signal for retiring by saying, brusquely, "Let us go to bed." The next day, at 7 in the morning, the same life began over again, varied only by unforeseen incidents. After these details of the personal habits of the great genius we are trying to depict under his first aspect, his personal portrait ought, we think, to come. Bonaparte, first consul, has left fewer indications of his personal appearance than Napoleon, emperor. Now, as nothing less resembles the emperor of 1812 than the first consul of 1800, let us endeavor, if possible, to sketch with a pen those features which the brush has never fully portrayed, that countenance which neither bronze nor marble has been able to render. Most of the painters and sculptors who flourished during this illustrious period of art, Gros, David, Prudhon, Girodet and Bosio, have endeavored to transmit to posterity the features of the man of destiny, at the different epochs when the vast providential vistas which beckoned him first revealed themselves. Thus, we have portraits of Bonaparte, Commander-in-Chief, Bonaparte, First Consul, and Napoleon, Emperor. And although some painters and sculptors have caught more or less successfully the type of his face, it may be said that there does not exist, either of the general, the First Consul, or the Emperor, a single portrait or bust which perfectly resembles him. It was not within the power of even genius to triumph over an impossibility. During the first part of Bonaparte's life, it was possible to paint or chisel Bonaparte's protuberant skull, his brow furrowed by the sublime line of thought, his pale, elongated face, his granite complexion, and the meditative character of his countenance. During the second part of his life, it was possible to paint or to chisel his broadened forehead, his admirably defined eyebrows, his straight nose, his close-pressed lips, his chin modeled with rare perfection, his whole face in short like a coin of Augustus. But that which neither his bust nor his portrait could render, which was utterly beyond the domain of imitation, was the mobility of his look. That look which is to man what the lightning is to God, namely, the proof of his divinity. In Bonaparte, that look obeyed his will with the rapidity of lightning. In one and the same minute it dared from beneath his eyelids, now keen and piercing as the blade of a dagger violently unsheathed, now soft as a sun ray or a kiss, now stern as a challenge, or terrible as a threat. Bonaparte had a look for every thought that stirred his soul. In Napoleon, this look, except in the momentous circumstances of his life, ceased to be mobile and became fixed, but even so it was none the less impossible to render. It was a drill sounding the heart of whosoever he looked upon, the deepest, the most secret thought of which he meant to sound. Marble or painting might render the fixedness of that look, but neither the one nor the other could portray its life. That is to say, its penetrating and magnetic action. Troubled hearts have veiled eyes. Bonaparte, even in the days of his leanness, had beautiful hands, and he displayed them with a certain coquetry. As he grew stouter, his hands became superb. He took the utmost care of them and looked at them when talking with much complacency. He felt the same satisfaction in his teeth, which were handsome, though not with the splendor of his hands. When he walked, either alone or with someone, whether in a room or in a garden, he always bent a little forward, as though his head were heavy to carry, and crossed his hands behind his back. He frequently made an involuntary movement with the right shoulder, as if a nervous shudder had passed through it, and at the same time his mouth made a curious movement from right to left, which seemed to result from the other. These movements, however, had nothing convulsive about them, whatever may have been said notwithstanding. They were a simple trick indicative of great preoccupation, a sort of congestion of the mind. It was chiefly manifested when the general, the first consul, or the emperor, was maturing vast plans. It was after such promenades, accompanied by this twofold movement of the shoulders and lips, that he dictated his most important notes. On a campaign, with the army on horseback, he was indefatigable. He was almost as much so in ordinary life, and would often walk 5 or 6 hours in succession without perceiving it. When he walked thus with someone with whom he was familiar, he commonly passed his arm through that or his companion and leaned upon him. Slender and thin as he was at the period when we place him before our readers' eyes, he was much concerned by the fear of future corpulence. It was to Burian that he usually confided this singular dread. "You see, Burian, how slim and abstemious I am. Well, nothing can rid me of the idea that when I am 40 I shall be a great eater and very fat. I foresee that my constitution will undergo a change. I take exercise enough, but what will you? It's a presentiment, and it won't fail to happen." We all know to what obesity he attained when a prisoner at St. Helena. He had a positive passion for baths, which no doubt contributed not a little to make him fat. This passion became an irresistible need. He took one every other day, and stayed in it 2 hours, during which time the journals and pamphlets of the day were read to him. As the water cooled, he would turn the hot water faucet until he raised the temperature of his bathroom to such a degree that the reader could neither bear it any longer, nor see to read. Not until then would he permit the door to be opened. It has been said that he was subject to epileptic attacks after his first campaign in Italy. Burian was with him 11 years and never saw him suffer from an attack of this malady. Bonaparte, though indefatigable when necessity demanded it, required much sleep, especially during the period of which we are now writing. Bonaparte, general or first consul, kept others awake, but he slept and slept well. He retired at midnight, sometimes earlier as we have said, and when at 7 in the morning they entered his room to awaken him, he was always asleep. Usually at the first call he would rise, but occasionally, still half asleep, he would mutter, "Burian, I beg of you, let me sleep a little longer." Then, if there was nothing urgent, Burian would return at 8 o'clock. If it was otherwise, he insisted, and then, with much grumbling, Bonaparte would get up. He slept 7, sometimes 8, hours out of the 24, taking a short nap in the afternoon. He also gave particular instruction for the night. At night, he would say, "Come in my room as seldom as possible. Never wake me if you have good news to announce. Good news can wait. But if there is bad news, wake me instantly, for then there is not a moment to be lost in facing it." As soon as Bonaparte had risen and made his morning ablutions, which were very thorough, his valet entered and brushed his hair and shaved him. While he was being shaved, a secretary or an aide-de-camp read the newspapers aloud, always beginning with the Moniteur. He gave no real attention to any but the English and German papers. "Skip that," he would say when they read him the French papers. "I know what they say, because they only say what I choose." His toilet completed, Bonaparte went down to his study. We have seen above what he did there. At 10 o'clock the breakfast as announced, usually by the steward in these words, "The general is served." No title, it will be observed, not even that of first consul. The repast was a frugal one. Every morning a dish was served which Bonaparte particularly liked, a chicken fried in oil with garlic, the same dish that is now called on the bills of fare at restaurants, chicken à la Marengo. Bonaparte drank little, and then only Bordeaux or Burgundy, preferably the latter. After breakfast as after dinner, he drank a cup of black coffee, never between meals. When he chanced to work until late at night they brought him, not coffee but chocolate, and the secretary who worked with him had a cup of the same. Most historians, narrators, and biographers, after saying that Bonaparte drank a great deal of coffee, add that he took snuff to excess. They are doubly mistaken. From the time he was 24, Bonaparte had contracted the habit of taking snuff, but only enough to keep his brain awake. He took it habitually, not, as biographers have declared, from the pocket of his waistcoat, but from a snuff-box which he changed almost every day for a new one, having in this matter of collecting snuff-boxes a certain resemblance to the great Frederick. If he ever did take snuff from his waistcoat pocket, it was on his battle days, when it would have been difficult, while riding at a gallop under fire, to hold both reins and snuff-box. For those days he had special waistcoats with the right-hand pocket lined with perfumed leather, and as the sloping cut of his coat enabled him to insert his thumb and forefinger into this pocket without unbuttoning his coat, he could, under any circumstances and at any gait, take snuff when he pleased. As general or first consul, he never wore gloves, contenting himself with holding and crumpling them in his left hand. As emperor there was some advance in this propriety. He wore one glove, and as he changed his gloves, not once but 2 or 3 times a day, his valet adopted the habit of giving him alternate gloves, thus making one pair serve as 2. Bonaparte had 2 great passions, which Napoleon inherited, for war and architectural monuments to his fame. Gay, almost jolly in camp, he was dreamy and somber in repose. To escape this gloom he had recourse to the electricity of art, and saw visions of those gigantic monumental works of which he undertook many, and completed some. He realized that such works are part of the life of peoples. They are history written in capitals, landmarks of the ages, left standing long after generations are swept away. He knew that Rome lives in her ruins, that Greece speaks by her statues, that Egypt, splendid and mysterious spectre, appeared through her monuments on the threshold of civilized existence. What he loved above everything, what he hugged in preference to all else, was renown, heroic uproar, hence his need of war, his thirst for glory. He often said, "A great reputation is a great noise. The louder it is, the further it is heard. Laws, institutions, monuments, nations, all fall, but sound remains and resounds through other generations. Babylon and Alexandria are fallen. Semiramis and Alexander stand erect, greater perhaps through the echo of their renown, waxing and multiplying through the ages, than they were in their lifetimes. Then he added, connecting these ideas with himself, "My power depends on my fame and on the battles I win. Conquest has made me what I am, and conquest alone can sustain me. A new-born government must dazzle, must amaze. The moment it no longer flames, it dies out. Once it ceases to grow, it falls." He was long a Corsican, impatient under the conquest of his country, but after the 13th Vendemiaire he became a true Frenchman, and ended by loving France with true passion. His dream was to see her great, happy, powerful, at the head of the nations in glory and in art. It is true that, in making France great, he became great with her, and attached his name indissolubly to her grandeur. To him, living eternally in this thought, actuality disappeared in the future. Wherever the hurricane of war may have swept him, France, above all things else, above all nations, filled his thoughts. "What will my Athenians think?" said Alexander after Issus and Arbela. "I hope the French will be content with me," said Bonaparte, after Rivoli and the pyramids. Before battle, this modern Alexander gave little thought to what he should do in case of victory, but much in case of defeat. He, more than any man, was convinced that trifles often decide the greatest events. He was therefore more concerned in foreseeing such events than in producing them. He watched them come to birth, and ripen. Then, when the right time came, he appeared, laid his hand on them, mastered and guided them, as an able rider roasters and guides a spirited horse. His rapid rise in the midst of revolutions and political changes he had brought about, or seen accomplished, the events which he had controlled, had given him a certain contempt for men. Moreover, he was not inclined by nature to think well of them. His lips were often heard to utter the grievous maxim, all the more grievous because he personally knew its truth. There are two levers by which men are moved, fear and self-interest. With such opinions Bonaparte did not, in fact, believe in friendship. "How often," said Burian, "has he said to me, 'Friendship is only a word. I love no one, not even my brothers, Joseph a little possibly. But if I love him it is only from habit and because he is my elder. Duroc, yes, I love him, but why? Because his character pleases me, because he is stern, cold, resolute. Besides, Duroc never sheds a tear. But why should I love anyone? Do you think I have any true friends? As long as I am what I am, I shall have friends, apparently at least. But when my luck ceases, you'll see. Trees don't have leaves in winter. I tell you, Burian, we must leave whimpering to the women, it's their business. As for me, no feelings. I need a vigorous hand and a stout heart. If not, better let war and government alone." In his familiar intercourse, Bonaparte was what schoolboys call a tease, but his teasings were never spiteful and seldom unkind. His ill humor, easily aroused, disappeared like a cloud driven by the wind. It evaporated in words and disappeared of its own will. Sometimes, however, when matters of public import were concerned and his lieutenants or ministers were to blame, he gave way to violent anger. His outbursts were then hard and cruel and often humiliating. He gave blows with a club, under which, willingly or unwillingly, the recipient had to bow his head. Witness his scene with Gemini and that with the Duc de Bellune. Bonaparte had two sets of enemies, the Jacobins and the Royalists. He detested the first and feared the second. In speaking of the Jacobins, he invariably called them the murderers of Louis Roman XVI. As for the Royalists, that was another thing. One might almost have thought he foresaw the Restoration. He had about him two men who had voted the death of the king, Fouche and Cambyses. He dismissed Fouche, and if he kept Cambyses, it was because he wanted the services of that eminent legist. But he could not endure him, and he would often catch his colleague, the second consul, by the ear and say, "My poor Cambyses, I'm so sorry for you, but your goose is cooked. If ever the Bourbons get back they will hang you." One day Cambyses lost his temper, and with a twist of his head, he pulled his ear from the living pincers that held it. "Come," he said, "have done with your foolish joking." Whenever Bonaparte escaped any danger, a childish habit, a Corsican habit, reappeared. He always made a rapid sign of the cross on his breast with the thumb. Whenever he met with any annoyance, or was haunted with a disagreeable thought, he hummed, "What air?" An air of his own that was no air at all, and which nobody ever noticed, he sang so false. Then, still singing, he would sit down before his writing desk, tilting in his chair, tipping it back till he almost fell over, and mutilating, as we have said, its arms with a penknife, which served no other purpose, inasmuch as he never mended a pen himself. His secretaries were charged with that duty, and they mended them in the best manner possible, mindful of the fact that they would have to copy that terrific writing, which, as we know, was not absolutely illegible. The effect produced on Bonaparte by the ringing of bells is known. It was the only music he understood, and it went straight to his heart. If he was seated when the vibrations began, he would hold up his hand for silence and lean toward the sound. If he was walking, he would stop, bend his head, and listen. As long as the bell rang, he remained motionless. When the sound died away in space, he resumed his work, saying to those who asked him to explain this singular liking for the iron voice, "It reminds me of my first years at Brienne. I was happy then." At the period of which we are writing, his greatest personal interest was the purchase he had made of the domain of Malmaison. He went there every night like a schoolboy off for his holiday, and spent Sunday and often Monday there. There, work was neglected for walking expeditions, during which he personally superintended the improvements he had ordered. Occasionally, and especially at first, he would wander beyond the limits of the estate. But these excursions were thought dangerous by the police, and given up entirely after the conspiracy of the arena and the affair of the infernal machine. The revenue derived from Malmaison, calculated by Bonaparte himself, on the supposition that he should sell his fruits and vegetables, did not amount to more than 6,000 francs. "That's not bad," he said to Burian. "But," he added with a sigh, "one must have 30,000 a year to be able to live here." Bonaparte introduced a certain poesy in his taste for the country. He liked to see a woman with a tall, flexible figure glide through the dusky shrubberies of the park. Only that woman must be dressed in white. He hated gowns of a dark color and had a horror of stout women. As for pregnant women, he had such an aversion for them that it was very seldom he invited one to his soirees or his fêtes. For the rest, with little gallantry in his nature, too overbearing to attract, scarcely civil to women, it was rare for him to say, even to the prettiest, a pleasant thing. In fact, he often produced a shudder by the rude remarks he made even to Josephine's best friends. To one he remarked, "Oh, what red arms you have!" To another, "What an ugly headdress you are wearing!" To a third, "Your gown is dirty, I have seen you wear it 20 times. Or, "Why don't you change your dressmaker, you are dressed like a fright." One day he said to the Duchesse de Chevreuse, a charming blonde, whose hair was the admiration of everyone, "It's queer how red your hair is." "Possibly," replied the Duchess, "but this is the first time any man has told me so." Bonaparte did not like cards. When he did happen to play, it was always vingt-et-un. For the rest, he had one trait in common with Henry Roman IV. He cheated. But when the game was over, he left all the gold and notes he had won on the table, saying, "You are ninnies. I have cheated all the time we've been playing, and you never found out. Those who lost can take their money back." Born and bred in the Catholic faith, Bonaparte had no preference for any dogma. When he re-established divine worship, it was done as a political act, not as a religious one. He was fond, however, of discussions bearing on the subject, but he defined his own part in advance by saying, "My reason makes me a disbeliever in many things, but the impressions of my childhood and the inspirations of my early youth have flung me back into uncertainty." Nevertheless, he would never hear of materialism. He cared little what the dogma was, provided that dogma recognized a creator. One beautiful evening in Messidor, on board his vessel, as it glided along between the twofold azure of the sky and sea, certain mathematicians declared there was no God, only animated matter. Bonaparte looked at the celestial arch, 100 times more brilliant between Malta and Alexandria than it is in Europe, and at a moment when they thought him unconscious of the conversation, he exclaimed, pointing to the stars, "You may say what you please, but it was a God who made all that." Bonaparte, though very exact in paying his private debts, was just the reverse about public expenses. He was firmly convinced that in all past transactions between ministers and purveyors or contractors, that if the minister who had made the contract was not a dupe, the state at any rate was robbed. For this reason, he delayed the period of payment as long as possible. There were literally no evasions, no difficulties he would not make, no bad reasons he would not give. It was a fixed idea with him, an immutable principle, that every contractor was a cheat. One day, a man who had made a bid that was accepted was presented to him. "What is your name?" he asked with his accustomed brusqueness. "Valant, citizen first consul." "Good name for a contractor." "I spell it with 2 L's, citizen." "To rob the better, sir," retorted Bonaparte, turning his back on him. Bonaparte seldom changed his decisions, even when he saw they were unjust. No one ever heard him say, "I was mistaken." On the contrary, his favorite saying was, "I always believe the worst," a saying more worthy of Simon than Augustus. But with all this, one felt that there was more of a desire in Bonaparte's mind to seem to despise men than actual contempt for them. He was neither malignant nor vindictive. Sometimes, it is true, he relied too much upon necessity, that iron-tipped goddess. But for the rest, take him away from the field of politics and he was kind, sympathetic, accessible to pity, fond of children, great proof of a kind and pitying heart, full of indulgence for human weakness in private life, and sometimes of a good-humored heartiness, like that of Henry Roman IV, playing with his children in the presence of the Spanish ambassador. If we were writing history, we should have many more things to say of Bonaparte without counting those which, after finishing with Bonaparte, we should still have to say of Napoleon. But we are writing a simple narrative in which Bonaparte plays a part. Unfortunately, wherever Bonaparte shows himself, if only for a moment, he becomes, in spite of himself, a principal personage. The reader must pardon us for having again fallen into digression. That man, who is a world in himself, has, against our will, swept us along in his whirlwind. Let us return to Roland, and consequently to our legitimate tale. Chapter 37, The Ambassador. We have seen that Roland, on returning to the Luxembourg, asked for the first consul and was told that he was engaged with Fouche, the minister of police. Roland was a privileged person. No matter what functionary was with Bonaparte, he was in the habit, on his return from a journey, or merely from an errand, of half opening the door and putting in his head. The first consul was often so busy that he paid no attention to this head. When that was the case, Roland would say "General," which meant, in the close intimacy which still existed between the two schoolmates, "General, I am here, do you need me? I'm at your orders." If the first consul did not need him, he replied, "Very good." If on the contrary he did need him, he said simply, "Come in." Then Roland would enter and wait in the recess of a window until the general told him what he wanted. On this occasion, Roland put his head in as usual, saying, "General." "Come in," replied the first consul with visible satisfaction. "Come in, come in." Roland entered. Bonaparte was, as he had been told, busy with the minister of police. The affair on which the first consul was engaged, and which seemed to absorb him a great deal, had also its interest for Roland. It concerned the recent stoppages of diligences by the Companions of Jehu. On the table lay 3 procès-verbaux relating the stoppage of 1 diligence and 2 mail coaches. Tribier, the paymaster of the army of Italy, was in one of the latter. The stoppages had occurred, one on the highroad between Meximia and Montlul, on that part of the road which crosses the commune of Belignia, the second at the extremity of the lake of Silens, in the direction of Nantua, the third on the highroad between Saint-Étienne and Bourg, at a spot called Les Carinières. A curious fact was connected with these stoppages. A sum of 4,000 francs and a case of jewelry had been mixed up by mistake with the money bags belonging to the government. The owners of the money had thought them lost, when the justice of the peace at Nantua received an unsigned letter telling him the place where these objects had been buried, and requesting him to return them to their rightful owners, as the Companions of Jehu made war upon the government, and not against private individuals. In another case, that of the Carinières, where the robbers, in order to stop the mail coach, which had continued on its way with increased speed in spite of the order to stop, were forced to fire at a horse. The Companions of Jehu had felt themselves obliged to make good this loss to the postmaster, who had received 500 francs for the dead horse. That was exactly what the animal had cost 8 days before, and this valuation proved that they were dealing with men who understood horses. The procès-verbaux sent by the local authorities were accompanied by the affidavits of the travelers. Bonaparte was singing that mysterious tune of which we have spoken, which showed that he was furious. So, as Roland might be expected to bring him fresh information, he had called him 3 times to come in. "Well," said he, "your part of the country is certainly in revolt against me, just look at that." Roland glanced at the papers and understood at once. "Exactly what I came to speak to you about, General," said he. "Then begin at once, but first go ask Burian for my department atlas." Roland fetched the atlas, and guessing what Bonaparte desired to look at, opened it at the department of the Aisne. "That's it," said Bonaparte, "show me where these affairs happened." Roland laid his finger on the edge of the map, in the neighborhood of Lyon. There, General, that's the exact place of the first attack, near the village of Belignia. And the second? Here, said Roland, pointing to the other side of the department, toward Geneva. There's the lake of Nantua, and here's that of Silence. Now the third. Roland laid his finger on the center of the map. General, there's the exact spot. Les Carinières are not marked on the map because of their slight importance. What are Les Carinières? Asked the first consul. General, in our part of the country, the manufactories of tiles are called carinières. They belong to Citizen Terrier. That's the place they ought to be on the map. And Roland made a pencil mark on the paper to show the exact spot where the stoppage occurred. What? Exclaimed Bonaparte. Why, it happened less than a mile and a half from Bourg. Scarcely that, General. That explains why the wounded horse was taken back to Bourg and died in the stables of the Belle Alliance. Do you hear all these details, sir? Said Bonaparte, addressing the Minister of Police. Yes, Citizen First Consul, answered the latter. You know I want this brigandage to stop. I shall use every effort. It's not a question of your efforts, but of its being done. The minister bowed. It is only on that condition, said Bonaparte, that I shall admit you are the able man you claim to be. I'll help you, citizen, said Roland. I did not venture to ask for your assistance, said the minister. Yes, but I offer it. Don't do anything that we have not planned together. The minister looked at Bonaparte. Quite right, said Bonaparte. You can go. Roland will follow you to the ministry. Fouche bowed and left the room. Now, continued the first consul, your honor depends upon your exterminating these bandits, Roland. In the first place, the thing is being carried on in your department, and next, they seem to have some particular grudge against you and your family. On the contrary, said Roland, that's what makes me so furious, they spare me and my family. Let's go over it again, Roland. Every detail is of importance, it's a war of Bedouins over again. Just notice this, General. I spent a night in the Chartreuse of Ceylon because I have been told that it was haunted by ghosts. Sure enough, a ghost appears, but a perfectly inoffensive one. I fire at it twice, and it doesn't even turn around. My mother is in a diligence that is stopped and faints away. One of the robbers pays her the most delicate attentions, bathes her temples with vinegar, and gives her smelling salts. My brother Edouard fights them as best he can. They take him in their arms, kiss him, and make him all sorts of compliments on his courage. A little more and they would have given him sugar plums as a reward for his gallant conduct. Now just the reverse. My friend Sir John follows my example, goes where I have been. He is treated as a spy and stabbed, as they thought, to death. But he didn't die. No, on the contrary, he is so well that he wants to marry my sister. Uh-huh, has he asked for her? Officially. And you answered? I answered that the matter depended on two persons. Your mother and you, that's true. No, my sister herself and you. Your sister I understand, but I. Didn't you tell me, General, that you would take charge of marrying her? Bonaparte walked up and down the room with his arms crossed. Then, suddenly stopping before Roland, he said, What is your Englishman like? You have seen him, General. I don't mean physically. All Englishmen are alike, blue eyes, red hair, white skin, long jaws. That's their th, said Roland gravely. Their th. Yes, did you ever learn English, General? Faith, I tried to learn it. Your teacher must have told you that the th was sounded by pressing the tongue against the teeth. Well, by dint of punching their teeth with their tongues, the English have ended by getting those elongated jaws, which, as you said just now, is one of the distinctive characteristics of their physiognomy. Bonaparte looked at Roland to see if that incorrigible jester were laughing or speaking seriously. Roland was imperturbable. Is that your opinion? Said Bonaparte. Yes, General, and I think that physiologically it is as good as any other. I have a lot of opinions like it, which I bring to light as the occasion offers. Come back to your Englishman. Certainly, General. I asked you what he was like. Well, he is a gentleman, very brave, very calm, very impassible, very noble, very rich, and moreover, which may not be a recommendation to you, a nephew of Lord Grenville, Prime Minister to His Britannic Majesty. What's that? I said, Prime Minister to His Britannic Majesty. Bonaparte resumed his walk, then presently returning to Roland, he said, Can I see your Englishman? You know, General, that you can do anything. Where is he? In Paris. Go find him and bring him here. Roland was in the habit of obeying without reply. He took his hat and went toward the door. Send Burian to me, said the first consul, just as Roland passed into the secretary's room. 5 minutes later Burian appeared. Sit down there, Burian, said the first consul, and write. Burian sat down, arranged his paper, dipped his pen in the ink, and waited. Ready? Asked the first consul, sitting down upon the writing table, which was another of his habits. A habit that reduced his secretary to despair, for Bonaparte never ceased swinging himself back and forth all the time he dictated, a motion that shook the table as much as if it had been in the middle of the ocean with a heaving sea. I'm ready, replied Burian, who had ended by forcing himself to endure, with more or less patience, all Bonaparte's eccentricities. Then write, and he dictated. Bonaparte, First Consul of the Republic, to His Majesty the King of Great Britain and Ireland. Called by the will of the French nation, to the Chief Magistracy of the Republic, I think it proper to inform your Majesty personally of this fact. Must the war, which for 2 years has ravaged the 4 quarters of the globe, be perpetuated? Is there no means of staying it? How is it that 2 nations, the most enlightened of Europe, more powerful and strong than their own safety and independence require, how is it that they sacrifice to their ideas of empty grandeur or bigoted antipathies the welfare of commerce, eternal prosperity, the happiness of families? How is it that they do not recognize that peace is the first of needs and the first of a nation's glories? These sentiments cannot be foreign to the heart of a king who governs a free nation with the sole object of rendering it happy. Your Majesty will see in this overture my sincere desire to contribute efficaciously, for the second time, to a general pacification, by an advance frankly made and free of those formalities which, necessary perhaps to disguise the dependence of feeble states, only disclose in powerful nations a mutual desire to deceive. France and England can, for a long time yet, by the abuse of their powers and to the misery of their people, carry on the struggle without exhaustion, but and I dare say it, the fate of all the civilized nations depends on the conclusion of a war which involves the universe. Bonaparte paused. I think that will do, said he. Read it over, Burian. Burian read the letter he had just written. After each paragraph the first consul nodded approvingly and said, Go on. Before the last words were fairly uttered, he took the letter from Burian's hands and signed it with a new pen. It was a habit of his never to use the same pen twice. Nothing could be more disagreeable to him than a spot of ink on his fingers. That's good, said he. Seal it and put on the address, to Lord Grenville. Burian did as he was told. At the same moment, the noise of a carriage was heard entering the courtyard of the Luxembourg. A moment later the door opened, and Roland appeared. Well, asked Bonaparte. Didn't I tell you you could have anything you wanted, General? Have you brought your Englishman? I met him in the Place de Bussy, and knowing that you don't like to wait, I caught him just as he was and made him get into the carriage. Faith, I thought I should have to drive round to the Rue Mazarine and get a guard to bring him. He's in boots and a frock coat. Let him come in, said Bonaparte. Come in, Sir John, cried Roland, turning round. Lord Tanley appeared on the threshold. Bonaparte had only to glance at him to recognize a perfect gentleman. A trifling emaciation, a slight pallor, gave Sir John the characteristics of great distinction. He bowed, awaiting the formal introduction, like the true Englishman he was. General, said Roland, I have the honor to present to you Sir John Tanley, who proposed to go to the Third Cataract for the purpose of seeing you, but who has today obliged me to drag him by the ear to the Luxembourg. Come in, my lord, come in, said Bonaparte. "This is not the first time we have seen each other, nor the first that I have expressed the wish to know you. There was therefore positive ingratitude in trying to evade my desire." "If I hesitated," said Sir John, in excellent French, as usual, "it was because I could scarcely believe in the honor you do me. And besides, very naturally from national feeling, you detest me, don't you, like the rest of your countrymen?" "I must confess, General," answered Sir John, smiling, "that they have not got beyond admiration." "And do you share the absurd prejudice that claims that national honor requires you to hate today the enemy who may be a friend tomorrow? France has been almost a second mother country to me, and my friend Roland will tell you that I long for the moment when, of my two countries, the one to which I shall owe the most will be France. Then you ought to see France and England shaking hands for the good of the world, without repugnance. The day when I see, that will be a happy day for me. If you could contribute to bring it about, would you do so?" "I would risk my life to do it." "Roland tells me you are a relative of Lord Grenville." "His nephew." "Are you on good terms with him?" "He was very fond of my mother, his eldest sister." "Have you inherited the fondness he bore your mother?" "Yes, only I think he holds it in reserve till I return to England." "Will you deliver a letter for me?" "To whom?" "King George Roman III." "I shall be greatly honored." "Will you undertake to say to your uncle that which cannot be written in a letter?" Without changing a syllable, the words of General Bonaparte are history. "Well, tell him," but interrupting himself, he turned to Burian, saying, "Burian, find me the last letter from the Emperor of Russia." Burian opened a box, and without searching, laid his hand on a letter that he handed to Bonaparte. The first consul cast his eye over the paper, and then gave it to Lord Tanley. "Tell him," said he, "first and before all, that you have read this letter." Sir John bowed and read as follows: "Citizen First Consul, I have received, each armed and newly clothed in the uniform of his regiment, the 9,000 Russians made prisoners in Holland, whom you have returned to me without ransom, exchange, or condition of any kind. This is pure chivalry, and I boast of being chivalrous. I think that which I can best offer you in exchange for this magnificent present, Citizen First Consul, is my friendship. Will you accept it? As an earnest of that friendship, I am sending his passports to Lord Whitworth, the British ambassador to St. Petersburg. Furthermore, if you will be, I do not say my second but my witness, I will challenge personally every king who will not take part against England and close his ports to her. I begin with my neighbor the King of Denmark, and you will find in the Gazette de la Cour the ultimatum I have sent him. What more can I say to you? Nothing, unless it be that you and I together can give laws to the world. I am your admirer and sincere friend, Paul." Lord Tanley turned to the First Consul. "Of course you know," said he, "that the Emperor of Russia is mad." "Is it that letter that makes you think so, my lord?" asked Bonaparte. "No, but it confirms my opinion. It was a madman who gave Henry Roman VI of Lancaster the crown of St. Louis, and the blazon of England still bears, until I scratch them out with my sword, the fleur-de-lis of France." Sir John smiled. His national pride revolted at this assumption in the conqueror of the pyramids. "But," said Bonaparte, "that is not the question today, everything in its own time." "Yes," murmured Sir John, "we are too near Aboukir." "Oh, I shall never defeat you at sea," said Bonaparte. "It would take 50 years to make France a maritime nation, but over there," and he motioned with his hand to the east, "at the present moment, I repeat, that the question is not war but peace. I must have peace to accomplish my dream, and above all, peace with England. You see, I play above board, I am strong enough to speak frankly. If the day ever comes when a diplomatist tells the truth, he will be the first diplomatist in the world, for no one will believe him, and he will attain, unopposed, his ends. Then I am to tell my uncle that you desire peace, at the same time letting him know that I do not fear war. If I can't ally myself with King George, I can, as you see, do so with the Emperor Paul, but Russia has not reached that point of civilization that I desire in an ally. A tool is sometimes more useful than an ally. Yes, but as you said, the emperor is mad, and it is better to disarm than to arm a madman. I tell you that two nations like France and England ought to be inseparable friends or relentless enemies. Friends, they are the poles of the world, balancing its movements with perfect equilibrium. Enemies, one must destroy the other and become the world's sole axis. But suppose Lord Grenville, not doubting your genius, still doubts your power. If he holds the opinion of our poet Coleridge, that our island needs no rampart, no bulwark, other than the raucous murmur of the ocean, what shall I tell him? Unroll the map of the world, Burian, said Bonaparte. Burian unrolled a map. Bonaparte stepped over to it. Do you see those two rivers? Said he, pointing to the Volga and the Danube. That's the road to India, he added. I thought Egypt was, General, said Sir John. So did I for a time, or rather I took it because I had no other. But the Tsar opens this one, your government can force me to take it. Do you follow me? Yes, citizen, go on. Well, if England forces me to fight her, if I am obliged to accept this alliance with Catherine's successor, this is what I shall do. I shall embark 40,000 Russians on the Volga. I shall send them down the river to Astrakhan. They will cross the Caspian and await me at Astrabad. Sir John bowed in sign of deep attention. Bonaparte continued, I shall embark 40,000 Frenchmen on the Danube. Excuse me, citizen first consul, but the Danube is an Austrian river. I shall have taken Vienna. Sir John stared at Bonaparte. I shall have taken Vienna, continued the latter. I shall then embark 40,000 Frenchmen on the Danube. I find Russian vessels at its mouth ready to transport them to Taganrog. I march them by land along the course of the Don to Pratispianskaya, whence they move to Tsaritsyn. There they descend the Volga in the same vessels that have transported the 40,000 Russians to Astrabad. 15 days later, I have 80,000 men in western Persia. From Astrabad, these united corps will march to the Indus. Persia, the enemy of England, is our natural ally. Yes, but once in the Punjab, the Persian alliance will do you no good, and an army of 80,000 men cannot drag its provisions along with it. You forget one thing, said Bonaparte, as if the expedition were already underway. I have left bankers at Teheran and Kabul. Now, remember what happened 9 years ago in Lord Cornwallis's war with Tippo Saib. The commander-in-chief fell short of provisions, and a simple captain, I forget his name. Captain Malcolm, said Lord Tanley. That's it, cried Bonaparte. You know the story. Captain Malcolm had recourse to the Brinjaris, those Bohemians of India, who cover the whole Hindustan peninsula with their encampments and control the grain supplies. Well, those Bohemians are faithful to the last penny to those who pay them. They will feed me. You must cross the Indus. What of that? Exclaimed Bonaparte. I have 180 miles of bank between Darius Milcon and Attock to choose from. I know the Indus as well as I do the Seine. It is a slow current flowing about 3 miles an hour. Its medium depth is, I should say, at the point I mentioned, from 12 to 15 feet, and there are 10 or more fords on the line of my operations. Then your line is already traced out, asked Sir John, smiling. Yes, in so far as it follows a broad, uninterrupted stretch of fertile, well-watered provinces, that I avoid the sandy deserts which separate the lower valley of the Indus from Rajputana, and also that I follow the general bases of all invasions of India that have had any success, from Mahmud of Ghazni, in the year 1000, to Nader Shah, in 1739. And how many have taken the route I mean to take between the two epochs? Let us count them. After Mahmud of Ghazni came Mohammed Ghori in 1184 with 120,000 men. After him, Timur Tang or Timur the Lame, whom we call Tamerlane, with 60,000 men. After Tamerlane, Babar. After Babar, Humegin, and how many more I can't remember. Why, India is there for whoever will go and take it. You forget, citizen first consul, that all the conquerors you have named had only the aboriginal populations to deal with, whereas you have the English. We hold India with from 20 to 22,000 men and 100,000 sepoys. I have counted them all, and I regard England and India, the one with the respect, the other with the contempt they merit. Wherever I meet European infantry, I prepare a second, a third, and if necessary, a fourth line of reserves, believing that the first three might give way before the British bayonets. But wherever I find the sepoys, I need only the postillion's whip to scatter the rabble. Have you any other questions to put to me, my lord? 1. Citizen First Consul, are you sincerely desirous of peace? Here is the letter in which I ask it of your king, my lord, and it is to be quite sure that it reaches his Britannic Majesty that I ask Lord Grenville's nephew to be my messenger. It shall be done as you desire, citizen, and were I the uncle instead of the nephew, I should promise more. When can you start? In an hour I shall be gone. You have no wish to express to me before leaving? None. In any case, if I have any, I leave my affairs to my friend Roland. Shake hands with me, my lord. It will be a good omen, as you represent England and I France. Sir John accepted the honor done him by Bonaparte, with the exact measure of cordiality that indicated both his sympathy for France and his mental reserves for the honor of his own nation. Then, having pressed Roland's hand with fraternal effusion, he bowed again to the first consul and went out. Bonaparte followed him reflectively with his eyes. Then he said suddenly, Roland, I not only consent to your sister's marriage with Lord Tanley, but I wish it. Do you understand? I wish it. He laid such emphasis upon those 3 words that to anyone who knew him they signified plainly, not I wish, but I will. The tyranny was sweet to Roland, and he accepted it with grateful thanks. Chapter 38. The Two Signals. Let us now relate what happened at the Château des Noirs Fontaines 3 days after the events we have just described took place in Paris. Since the successive departures of Roland, then Madame de Montrevel and her son, and finally Sir John, Roland to rejoin his general, Madame de Montrevel to place Edouard in school, and Sir John to acquaint Roland with his matrimonial plans, Amélie had remained alone with Charlotte at the Château des Noirs Fontaines. We say alone, because Mitchell and his son Jacques did not live in the house, but in the little lodge at the gate where he added the duties of porter to those of gardener. It therefore happened that at night all the windows, excepting those of Amélie, which, as we have said, were on the first floor overlooking the garden, and that of Charlotte in the attic, were left in darkness. Madame de Montrevel had taken the second chambermaid with her. The 2 young girls were perhaps rather isolated in their part of the house, which consisted of a dozen bedrooms on 3 floors, especially at a time when so many rumors of robberies on the highroads reached them. Mitchell, therefore, proposed to his young mistress that he sleep in the main building, so as to be near her in case of need. But she, in a firm voice, assured him that she felt no fear, and desired no change in the customary routine of the chateau. Mitchell did not insist, and retired, saying that Mademoiselle might, in any case, sleep in peace, for he and Jacques would make the rounds of the house during the night. Amélie at first seemed anxious about those rounds, but she soon noticed that Mitchell and Jacques contented themselves with watching on the edge of the forest of Salem, and the frequent appearance of a jugged hare or a haunch of venison on the table proved to her that Mitchell kept his word regarding the promised rounds. She therefore ceased to trouble about Mitchell's rounds, which were always on the side of the house opposite to that where she feared them. Now, as we have said, 3 days after the events we have just related, or, to speak more correctly, during the night following the 3rd day, those who were accustomed to see no light save in Amélie's windows on the 1st floor and Charlotte's on the 3rd, might have observed with surprise that, from 11 o'clock until midnight, the 4 windows on the 1st floor were illuminated. It is true that each was lighted by a single wax candle. They might also have seen the figure of a young girl through the shades, staring in the direction of the village of Césariat. This young girl was Amélie, pale, breathing with difficulty, and seeming to watch anxiously for a signal. At the end of a few minutes, she wiped her forehead and drew a joyous breath. A fire was lighted in the direction she had been watching. Then she passed from room to room, putting out the 3 candles one after the other, leaving only the one which was burning in her own room. As if the fire awaited this return signal, it was now extinguished. Amélie sat down by her window and remained motionless, her eyes fixed on the garden. The night was dark, without moon or stars, and yet at the end of a quarter of an hour she saw, or rather divined, a shadow crossing the lawn and approaching the window. She placed her single candle in the furthest corner of her room and returned to open her window. He whom she was awaiting was already on the balcony. As on the first night when we saw him climb it, the young man put his arm around the girl's waist and drew her into the room. She made but slight resistance, Her hand sought the cord of the Venetian blind, unfastened it from the hook that held it, and let it fall with more noise than prudence would have counseled. Behind the blind, she closed the window, then she fetched the candle from the corner where she had hidden it. The light illuminated her face, and the young man gave a cry of alarm, for it was covered with tears. "What has happened?" he asked. "A great misfortune," replied the young girl. "Oh, I feared it when I saw the signal by which you recalled me after receiving me last night. But is it irreparable?" "Almost," answered Amélie. "I hope at least that it threatens only me." "It threatens us both." The young man passed his hand over his brow to wipe away the sweat that covered it. "Tell me," said he, "you know I am strong." "If you have the strength to hear it," said she, "I have none to tell it." Then, taking a letter from the chimney-piece, she added, "Read that, that is what I received by the post tonight." The young man took the letter, opened it, and glanced hastily at the signature. "From Madame de Montrevel," said he. "Yes, with a postscript from Roland." The young man read, "My dearest daughter, I hope that the news I announce will give you as much joy as it has already given our dear Roland and me. Sir John, whose heart you doubted, claiming that it was only a mechanical contrivance, manufactured in the workshops at Vaucanson, admits that such an opinion was a just one until the day he saw you, but he maintains that since that day he has a heart and that that heart adores you. Did you suspect it, my dear Amélie, from his aristocratic and polished manners, when your mother's eyes failed to discern this tenderness? This morning, while breakfasting with your brother, he formally asked your hand. Your brother received the offer with joy, but he made no promises at first. The first consul, before Roland's departure for the Vendée, had already spoken of making himself responsible for your establishment, but since then he has asked to see Lord Tanley and Sir John, though he maintained his national reserve, was taken into the first consul's good graces at once, to such a degree that he received from him, at their first interview, a mission to his uncle, Lord Grenville. Sir John started for England immediately. I do not know how many days Sir John will be absent, but on his return he is certain to present himself to you, as your betrothed. Lord Tanley is still young, pleasing in appearance, and immensely rich. He is highly connected in England and Roland's friend. I do not know a man who has more right, I will not say to your love, but to your profound esteem. The rest of my news I can tell you in 2 words. The first consul is still most kind to me and to your 2 brothers, and Madame Bonaparte has let me know that she only awaits your marriage to place you near her. There is talk of leaving the Luxembourg and removing to the Tuileries. Do you understand the full meaning of this change of domicile? Your mother, who loves you. Clotilde de Montrevel. Without pausing, the young man turned to Roland's postscript. It was as follows. You have read, my dear little sister, what our good mother has written. This marriage is a suitable one under all aspects. It is not a thing to be childish about. The first consul wishes you to become Lady Tanley, that is to say, he wills it. I am leaving Paris for a few days, though you may not see me. You will hear of me. I kiss you, Roland. Well, Charles, asked Amélie when the young man had finished reading, what do you think of that? That it is something we had to expect from day to day, my poor angel, but it is none the less terrible. What is to be done? There are 3 things we can do. Tell me. In the first place, resist if you have the strength. It is the shortest and surest way. Amélie dropped her head. You will never dare, will you? Never. And yet you are my wife, Amélie. A priest has blessed our union. But they say that marriage before a priest is null before the law. Is it not enough for you, the wife of a proscribed man? Asked Morgan, his voice trembling as he spoke. Amélie flung herself into his arms. But my mother, said she, our marriage did not have her presence and blessing. Because there were too many risks to run, and we wished to run them alone. But that man, did you notice that my brother says he wills it? Oh, if you loved me, Amélie, that man would see that he may change the face of the state, carry war from one end of the world to the other, make laws, build a throne, but that he cannot force lips to say yes when the heart says no. If I loved you, said Amélie in a tone of soft reproach. It is midnight, you are here in my room, I weep in your arms, I, the daughter of General de Montrevel and the sister of Roland, and you say, if you loved me. I was wrong, my darling Amélie. Yes, I know that you were brought up in adoration of that man. You cannot understand that anyone should resist him, and whoever does resist him is a rebel in your eyes. Charles, you said there were 3 things that we could do. What is the second? Accept apparently the marriage they propose to you, and gain time by delaying under various pretexts. The man is not immortal. No, but is too young for us to count on his death. The third way, dear friend. Fly, but that is a last resource, Amélie. There are 2 objections. First, your repugnance. I am yours, Charles. I will surmount my repugnance. And added the young man, my engagements. Your engagements. My companions are bound to me, Amélie, but I too am bound to them. We also have a man to whom we have sworn obedience. That man is the future King of France. If you accept your brother's devotion to Bonaparte, accept ours to Louis Roman XVIII. Amélie let her face drop into her hands with a sigh. Then, said she, we are lost. Why so? On various pretexts, your health above all, you can gain a year. Before the year is out, Bonaparte will probably be forced to begin another war in Italy. A single defeat will destroy his prestige. In short, a great many things can happen in a year. Did you read Roland's postscript, Charles? Yes, but I didn't see anything in it that was not in your mother's letter. Read the last sentence again, and Amélie placed the letter before him. He read. I am leaving Paris for a few days, though you may not see me. You will hear of me. Well, do you know what that means? No. It means that Roland is in pursuit of you. What does that matter? He cannot die by the hand of any of us. But you, unhappy man, you can die by his. Do you think I should care so very much if he killed me, Amélie? Oh, even in my gloomiest moments, I never thought of that. So you think your brother is on the hunt for us? I am sure of it. What makes you so certain? Because he swore over Sir John's body, when he thought him dead, to avenge him. If he had died, exclaimed the young man bitterly, we should not be where we are, Amélie. God saved him, Charles. It was therefore good that he did not die. For us. I cannot fathom the ways of the Lord. I tell you, my beloved Charles, beware of Roland. Roland is close by. Charles smiled incredulously. I tell you that he is not only near here, but he has been seen. He has been seen, where, who saw him? Who saw him? Yes. Charlotte, my maid, the jailer's daughter. She asked permission to visit her parents yesterday, Sunday. You were coming, so I told her she could stay till this morning. Well. She therefore spent the night with her parents. At 11 o'clock the captain of the gendarmerie brought in some prisoners. While they were locking them up, a man, wrapped in a cloak, came in and asked for the captain. Charlotte thought she recognized the newcomer's voice. She looked at him attentively, his cloak slipped from his face, and she saw that it was my brother. The young man made a movement. Now do you understand, Charles? My brother comes to Bourg mysteriously, without letting me know. He asks for the captain of the gendarmerie, follows him into the prison, speaks only to him and disappears. Is that not a threatening outlook for our love? Tell me, Charles. As Amélie spoke, a dark cloud spread slowly over her lover's face. Amélie, said he, when my companions and I bound ourselves together, we did not deceive ourselves as to the risks we ran. But at least, said Amélie, you have changed your place of refuge, you have abandoned the Chartreuse of Salon. None but our dead are there now. Is the grotto of Césariette perfectly safe? As safe as any refuge can be, that has 2 exits. The Chartreuse of Salon had 2 exits, yet as you say, you left your dead there. The dead are safer than the living, they are sure not to die on the scaffold. Amélie felt a shudder go through her. "Charles," she murmured. "Listen," said the young man. "God is my witness, and you too, that I have always put laughter and gaiety between your presentiments and my fears. But today the aspect of things has changed. We're coming face to face with the crisis. Whatever the end brings us, it is approaching. I do not ask of you, my Amélie, those selfish, unreasonable things that lovers in danger of death exact from their mistresses. I do not ask you to bind your heart to the dead, your love to a corpse." "Friend," said the young girl, laying her hand on his arm, "take care, you are doubting me. No, I do you the highest honor in leaving you free to accomplish the sacrifice to its full extent, but I do not want you to be bound by an oath. No tie shall fetter you." "So be it," said Amélie. "What I ask of you," continued the young man, "and I ask you to swear it on our love, which has been, alas, so fatal to you, is this: if I am arrested and disarmed, if I am imprisoned and condemned to death, I implore you, Amélie, I exact of you, that in some way you will send me arms, not only for myself, but for my companions also, so that we may still be masters of our lives. But in such a case, Charles, may I not tell all to my brother? May I not appeal to his tenderness, to the generosity of the first consul?" Before the young girl had finished, her lover seized her violently by the wrist. "Amélie," said he, "it is no longer one promise I ask of you, there are two. Swear to me in the first place and above all else that you will not solicit my pardon. Swear it, Amélie, swear it." "Do I need to swear, dear?" asked the young girl, bursting into tears. "I promise it. Promise it on the hour when I first said I loved you, on the hour when you answered that I was loved. On your life, on mine, on the past, on the future, on our smiles, on our tears. I should die in any case, you see, Amélie, even though I had to beat my brains out against the wall, but I should die dishonored. I promise you, Charles. Then for my second request, Amélie, if we are taken and condemned, send me arms or poison, the means of dying, any means. Coming from you, death would be another joy. Far or near, free or a prisoner, living or dead, you are my master, I am your slave. Order and I obey. That is all, Amélie. It is simple and clear, you see, no pardon and the means of death. Simple and clear, but terrible. You will do it, will you not? You wish me to. I implore you. Order or entreaty, Charles, your will shall be done." The young man held the girl, who seemed on the verge of fainting, in his left arm, and approached his mouth to hers. But just as their lips were about to touch, an owl's cry was heard, so close to the window that Amélie started and Charles raised his head. The cry was repeated a second time, and then a third. "Ah," murmured Amélie, "do you hear that, bird of ill omen? We are doomed, my friend." But Charles shook his head. "That is not an owl, Amélie," he said. "It is the call of our companions. Put out the light." Amélie blew it out while her lover opened the window. "Even here," she murmured, "they seek you even here. It is our friend and confidant, the Comte de Jehu. No one else knows where I am." Then, leaning from the balcony, he asked, "Is it you, Montbar?" "Yes, is that you, Morgan?" "Yes." A man came from behind a clump of trees. "News from Paris, not an instant to lose, a matter of life and death to us all. Do you hear, Amélie?" Taking the young girl in his arms, he pressed her convulsively to his heart. "Go," she said, in a faint voice. "Go. Did you not hear him say it was a matter of life and death for all of you? Farewell, my Amélie, my beloved, farewell." "Oh, don't say farewell." "No, no, au revoir." "Morgan, Morgan," cried the voice of the man waiting below in the garden. The young man pressed his lips once more to Amélie. Then, rushing to the window, he sprang over the balcony at a bound and joined his friend. Amélie gave a cry and ran to the balustrade, but all she saw was two moving shadows entering the deepening shadows of the fine old trees that adorned the park. Chapter 39, The Grotto of Césariat. The two young men plunged into the shadow of the trees. Morgan guided his companion, less familiar than he with the windings of the park, until they reached the exact spot where he was in the habit of scaling the wall. It took but an instant for both of them to accomplish that feat. The next moment they were on the banks of the Riassaus. A boat was fastened to the foot of a willow. They jumped into it, and 3 strokes of the oar brought them to the other side. There a path led along the bank of the river to a little wood which extends from Cesariat to Etrez, a distance of about 9 miles, and thus forms, on the other side of the river, a pendant to the forest of Salin. On reaching the edge of the wood they stopped. Until then they had been walking as rapidly as it was possible to do without running, and neither of them had uttered a word. The whole way was deserted. It was probable, in fact certain, that no one had seen them. They could breathe freely. "Where are the companions?" asked Morgan. "In the grotto," replied Montbar. "Why don't we go there at once?" "Because we shall find one of them at the foot of that beach, who will tell us if we can go further without danger." "Which one?" 500 asses. A shadow came from behind the tree. "Here I am," it said. "Ah, there you are," exclaimed the two young men. "Anything new?" inquired Montbar. "Nothing. They are waiting for you to come to a decision." "In that case, let us hurry." The three young men continued on their way. After going about 300 yards, Montbar stopped again and said softly, "Armand." The dry leaves rustled at the call, and a fourth shadow stepped from behind a clump of trees and approached his companions. "Anything new?" asked Montbar. "Yes, a messenger from Cadoudal." "The same one who came before?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "With the brothers, in the grotto." "Come." Montbar rushed on ahead. The path had grown so narrow that the four young men could only walk in single file. It rose for about 500 paces, with an easy but winding slope. Coming to an opening, Montbar stopped and gave, 3 times, the same owl's cry with which he had called Morgan. A single hoot answered him, then a man slid down from the branches of a bushy oak. It was the sentinel who guarded the entrance to the grotto, which was not more than 30 feet from the oak. The position of the trees surrounding it made it almost impossible of detection. The sentinel exchanged a few whispered words with Montbar, who seemed, by fulfilling the duties of leader, desirous of leaving Morgan entirely to his thoughts. Then, as his watch was probably not over, the bandit climbed the oak again, and was soon so completely blended with the body of the tree that those he had left might have looked for him in vain in that aerial bastion. The glade became narrower as they neared the entrance to the grotto. Montbar reached it first, and from a hiding place known to him he took a flint, a steel, some tinder, matches, and a torch. The sparks flew, the tinder caught fire, the match cast a quivering bluish flame, to which succeeded the crackling, resinous flames of the torch. 3 or 4 paths were then visible. Montbar took one without hesitation. The path sank, winding into the earth, and turned back upon itself, as if the young men were retracing their steps underground, along the path that had brought them. It was evident that they were following the windings of an ancient quarry, probably the one from which were built, 1900 years earlier, the 3 Roman towns which are now mere villages, and see a Sars camp which overlooked them. At intervals this subterraneous path was cut entirely across by a deep ditch, impassable, except with the aid of a plank, that could, with a kick, be precipitated into the hollow beneath. Also, from place to place, breastworks could still be seen, behind which men could entrench themselves and fire without exposing their persons to the sight or fire of the enemy. Finally, at 500 yards from the entrance, a barricade of the height of a man presented a final obstacle to those who sought to enter a circular space in which 10 or a dozen men were now seated or lying around, some reading, others playing cards. Neither the readers nor the players moved at the noise made by the newcomers, or at the gleam of their light playing upon the walls of the quarry, so certain were they that none but friends could reach this spot, guarded as it was. For the rest, the scene of this encampment was extremely picturesque. Wax candles were burning in profusion. The Companions of Jehu were too aristocratic to make use of any other light, and cast their reflection upon stands of arms of all kinds, among which double-barreled muskets and pistols held first place. Foils and masks were hanging here and there upon the walls, several musical instruments were lying about, and a few mirrors in gilt frames proclaimed the fact that dress was a pastime by no means unappreciated by the strange inhabitants of that subterranean dwelling. They all seemed as tranquil, as though the news which had drawn Morgan from Amelia's arms was unknown to them, or considered of no importance. Nevertheless, when the little group from outside approached and the words, the captain," were heard, all rose, not with the servility of soldiers toward their approaching chief, but with the affectionate deference of strong and intelligent men for one stronger and more intelligent than they. Then Morgan shook his head, raised his eyes, and passing before Montbar, advanced to the center of the circle which had formed at his appearance, and said, "Well, friends, it seems you have had some news." "Yes, Captain," answered a voice. "The police of the First Consul does us the honor to be interested in us." "Where is the messenger?" asked Morgan. "Here," replied a young man, wearing the livery of a cabinet courier, who was still covered with mud and dust. "Have you any dispatches?" "Written no, verbal yes." "Where do they come from?" "The private office of the Minister of Police." "Can they be trusted?" "I'll answer for them, they are positively official." "It's a good thing to have friends everywhere," observed Montbar parenthetically. "Especially near M. Fouch," resumed Morgan. "Let us hear the news." "Am I to tell it aloud, or to you privately?" "I presume we are all interested, so tell it aloud." "Well, the First Consul sent for Citizen Fouch at the Louvre, and lectured him on our account." "Capital, what next?" Citizen Fouch replied that we were clever scamps, very difficult to find, and still more difficult to capture when we had been found. In short, he praised us highly. "Very amiable of him, what next?" Next, the First Consul replied that that did not concern him, that we were brigands, and that it was our brigandage which maintained the war in Vendée, and that the day we ceased sending money to Brittany, there would be no more Brittany. "Excellent reasoning, it seems to me." He said the West must be fought in the East and the Midi, like England in India. Consequently, he gave Citizen Fouch full powers, and even if it cost 1,000,000 and he had to kill 500 men, he must have our heads. Well, he knows his man when he makes his demand, remains to be seen if we let him have them. So Citizen Fouch went home furious, and vowed that before 8 days passed, there should not be a single companion of Jehu left in France. The time is short. That same day couriers started for Lyon, Macon, Sons-le-Saulnier, Besançon and Geneva, with orders to the garrison commanders to do personally all they could for our destruction, but above all to obey unquestioningly M. Roland de Montrevel, aide-de-camp to the First Consul, and to put at his disposal as many troops as he thought needful. "And I can add," said Morgan, "that M. Roland de Montrevel is already in the field. He had a conference with the captain of the gendarmerie in the prison at Bourg yesterday." "Does anyone know why?" asked a voice. "The deuce," said another, "to engage ourselves." "Do you still mean to protect him?" asked Dasses. "More than ever." "Ah, that's too much," muttered a voice. "Why so?" retorted Morgan imperiously. "Isn't it my right as a companion?" "Certainly," said 2 other voices. "Then I use it, both as a companion and as your leader." "But suppose in the middle of the fray a stray ball should take him," said a voice. "Then it is not a right I claim, nor an order that I give, but an entreaty I make. My friends, promise me, on your honor, that the life of Roland de Montrevel will be sacred to you." With unanimous voice, all stretching out their hands, they replied, "We swear on our honor." "Now," resumed Morgan, "let us look at our position under its true aspect, without deluding ourselves in any way. Once an intelligent police force starts out to pursue us, and makes actual war against us, it will be impossible for us to resist. We may trick them like a fox or double like a boar, but our resistance will be merely a matter of time, that's all. At least that is my opinion." Morgan questioned his companions with his eyes, and their acquiescence was unanimous, though it was with a smile on their lips that they recognized their doom. But that was the way in those strange days. Men went to their death without fear, and they dealt it to others without emotion. "And now," asked Montbar, "have you anything further to say?" "Yes," replied Morgan, "I have to add that nothing is easier than to procure horses, or even to escape on foot. We are all hunters and more or less mountaineers. It will take us 6 hours on horseback to get out of France, or 12 on foot. Once in Switzerland we can snap our fingers at Citizen Fouch and his police. That's all I have to say." "It would be very amusing to laugh at Citizen Fouch," said Montbar, "but very dull to leave France. For that reason, I shall not put this extreme measure to a vote, until after we have talked with Cadoudel's messenger." "Ah, true," exclaimed 2 or 3 voices. "The Breton, where is the Breton?" "He was asleep when I left," said Montbar. "And he is still sleeping," said Adler, pointing to a man lying on a heap of straw in a recess of the grotto. They wakened the Breton, who rose to his knees, rubbing his eyes with one hand and feeling for his carbine with the other. "You are with friends," said a voice. "Don't be afraid." "Afraid," said the Breton. "Who are you over there who thinks I am afraid?" "Someone who probably does not know what fear is, my dear Branchdor," said Morgan, who recognized in Cadoudel's messenger the same man whom they had received at the Chartreuse the night he himself arrived from Avignon. "I ask pardon on his behalf." Branchdor looked at the young men before him with an air that left no doubt of his repugnance for a certain sort of pleasantry, but as the group had evidently no offensive intention, their gaiety having no insolence about it, he said, with a tolerably gracious air, "Which of you gentlemen is captain? I have a letter for him from my captain." Morgan advanced a step and said, "I am." "Your name?" "I have 2. "Your fighting name?" "Morgan." "Yes, that's the one the general told me. Besides, I recognize you. You gave me a bag containing 60,000 francs the night I saw the monks. The letter is for you then." "Give it to me." The peasant took off his hat, pulled out the lining, and from between it and the felt he took a piece of paper which resembled another lining, and seemed at first sight to be blank. Then, with a military salute, he offered the paper to Morgan, who turned it over and over and could see no writing. At least none was apparent. "A candle," he said. They brought a wax light. Morgan held the paper to the flame. Little by little, as the paper warmed, the writing appeared. The experience appeared familiar to the young men. The Breton alone seemed surprised. To his naive mind, the operation probably seemed like witchcraft, but so long as the devil was aiding the royalist cause, the Chouan was willing to deal with him. "Gentlemen," said Morgan, "do you want to know what the master says?" All bowed and listened, while the young man read. "My dear Morgan, if you hear that I have abandoned the cause and am in treaty with the government of the First Consul, and the Vendian leaders do not believe it, I am a Breton of Brittany, and consequently as stubborn as a true Breton. The First Consul sent one of his aides-de-camp to offer me an amnesty for all my men and the rank of colonel for myself. I have not even consulted my men. I refused for them and for me. Now all depends on us, as we receive from the princes neither money nor encouragement. You are our only treasurer. Close your coffers, or rather cease to open those of the government for us and the royalist opposition, the heart of which beats only Brittany, will subside little by little, and end before long. I need not tell you that my life will have ended first. Our mission is dangerous, probably it will cost us our heads, but what can be more glorious than to hear posterity say of us, if one can hear beyond the grave, all others despaired, but they never. One of us will survive the other, but only to succumb later. Let that survivor say as he dies, Etiamsi omnes ego non. Count on me as I count on you, Cadoudal. P.S. You know that you can safely give Branchdor all the money you have for the cause. He has promised me not to let himself be taken, and I trust his word." A murmur of enthusiasm ran through the group as Morgan finished the last words of the letter. "You have heard it, gentlemen," he said. "Yes, yes, yes," repeated every voice. "In the first place, how much money have we to give to Branchdor?" 13,000 francs from the Lake of Sillans, 22,000 from Les Carinières, 14,000 from Meximia, 49,000 in all, said one of the group. "You hear, Branchdor," said Morgan. "It is not much, only half what we gave you last time, but you know the proverb, the handsomest girl in the world can only give what she has. The general knows what you risk to obtain this money, and he says that, no matter how little you send, he will receive it gratefully." "All the more that the next will be better," said a young man who had just joined the group, unperceived, so absorbed were all present in Cadoudel's letter. "More especially if we say 2 words to the mail coach from Chambéry next Saturday." Ah, is that you, Valençal? Said Morgan. No real names, if you please, Baron. Let us be shot, guillotined, drawn and quartered, but save our family honor. My name is Adler, I answer to no other. Pardon me, I did wrong, you were saying. That the mail coach from Paris to Chambéry will pass through Chapelle de Guinchay and Belleville next Saturday, carrying 50,000 francs of government money to the monks of Saint Bernard. To which I may add that there is between those two places a spot called the Maison Blanche, which seems to me admirably adapted for an ambuscade. What do you say, gentlemen? Asked Morgan. Shall we do Citizen Fouch the honor to worry about his police? Shall we leave France, or shall we still remain faithful companions of Jehu? There was but one reply, we stay. Right, said Morgan. Brothers, I recognize you there. Cadodal points out our duty in that admirable letter we have just received. Let us adopt his heroic motto, Etiamsi omnes, ego non. Then addressing the peasant, he said, Branch door, the 49,000 francs are at your disposal, you can start when you like. Promise something better next time in our name, and tell the general for me that, wherever he goes, even though it be to the scaffold, I shall deem it an honor to follow or to precede him. Au revoir, Branch door. Then, turning to the young man who seemed so anxious to preserve his incognito, my dear Adler, he said, like a man who has recovered his gaiety, lost for an instant, I undertake to feed and lodge you this night, if you will deign to accept me as a host. Gratefully, friend Morgan, replied the newcomer. Only let me tell you that I could do without a bed, for I am dropping with fatigue, but not without supper, for I am dying of hunger. You shall have a good bed, and an excellent supper. Where must I go for them? Follow me. I'm ready. Then come on. Good night, gentlemen. Are you on watch, Montbar? Yes. Then we can sleep in peace. So saying, Morgan passed his arm through that of his friend, took a torch in his other hand, and passed into the depths of the grotto, where we will follow him if our readers are not too weary of this long session. It was the first time that Valençal, who came, as we have said, from the neighborhood of Aix, had occasion to visit the grotto of Césariat, recently adopted as the meeting place of the Companions of Jehu. At the preceding meetings he had occasion to explore only the windings and intricacies of the Chartreuse of Salon, which he now knew so well that in the farce played before Roland, the part of ghost was entrusted to him. Everything was, therefore, curious and unknown to him in this new domicile, where he now expected to take his first sleep, and which seemed likely to be, for some days at least, Morgan's headquarters. As is always the case in abandoned quarries, which, at the first glance, partake somewhat of the character of subterranean cities, the different galleries excavated by the removal of the stone end in a cul-de-sac, that is to say, at a point in the mine where the work stops. One of these streets seemed to prolong itself indefinitely. Nevertheless, there came a point where the mine would naturally have ended, but there, in the angle of the tunneled way, was cut for what purpose? The thing remains a mystery to this day among the people of the neighborhood. An opening 2/3 the width of the gallery, wide enough, or nearly so, to give passage to two men abreast. The two friends passed through this opening. The air there became so rarefied that their torch threatened to go out at every step. Valençal felt drops of ice-cold water falling on his hands and face. "Bless me," said he, "does it rain down here?" "No," replied Morgan, laughing, "only we are passing under the Rieshaus. Then we are going to Bourg. That's about it." "All right, you are leading me. You have promised me supper and a bed, so I have nothing to worry about, unless that light goes out," added the young man, looking at the paling flame of the torch. "That wouldn't matter, we can always find ourselves here." "In the end," said Valençal. "And when one reflects that we are wandering through a grotto under rivers at 3 o'clock in the morning, sleeping the Lord knows where, with the prospect of being taken, tried, and guillotined some fine morning, and all for princes who don't even know our names, and who if they did know them one day would forget them the next. I tell you, Morgan, it's stupid." "My dear fellow," said Morgan, "what we call stupid, what ordinary minds never do understand in such a case, has many a chance to become sublime." "Well, well," said Valençal, "I see that you will lose more than I do in this business. I put devotion into it, but you put enthusiasm." Morgan sighed. "Here we are," said he, letting the conversation drop, like a burden too heavy to be carried longer. In fact, his foot had just struck against the first step of a stairway. Preceding Valençol, for whom he lighted the way, Morgan went up 10 steps and reached the gate. Taking a key from his pocket, he opened it. They found themselves in the burial vault. On each side of the vault stood coffins on iron tripods. Ducal crowns and escutcheons, blazoned azure, with the cross argent, indicated that these coffins belonged to the family of Savoy before it came to bear the royal crown. A flight of stairs at the further end of the cavern led to an upper floor. Valençol cast a curious glance around him, and by the vacillating light of the torch, he recognized the funereal place he was in. "The devil," said he, "we are just the reverse of the Spartans, it seems." "Inasmuch as they were republicans and we are royalists?" asked Morgan. "No, because they had skeletons at the end of their suppers, and we have ours at the beginning." "Are you sure it was the Spartans who proved their philosophy in that way?" asked Morgan, closing the door. "They or others, what matter?" said Valençol. "Faith, my citation is made, and like the Ab Vertot who wouldn't rewrite his siege, I'll not change it." "Well, another time you had better say the Egyptians." "Well," said Valençol, with an indifference that was not without a certain sadness, "I'll probably be a skeleton myself before I have another chance to display my erudition. But what the devil are you doing? Why did you put out the torch? You're not going to make me eat and sleep here, I hope." Morgan had in fact extinguished the torch at the foot of the steps, leading to the upper floor. "Give me your hand," said the young man. Valençol seized his friend's band, with an eagerness that showed how very slight a desire he had to make a longer stay in the gloomy vaults of the Dukes of Savoy. No matter what honor there might be in such illustrious companionship. Morgan went up the steps. Then, by the tightening of his hand, Valençol knew he was making an effort. Presently a stone was raised, and through the opening a trembling gleam of twilight met the eyes of the young men, and a fragrant aromatic odor came to comfort their sense of smell after the mephitic atmosphere of the vaults. "Ah," cried Valençol, "we are in a barn, I prefer that." Morgan did not answer. He helped his companion to climb out of the vault, and then let the stone drop back in its place. Valençol looked about him. He was in the midst of a vast building filled with hay, into which the light filtered through windows of such exquisite form that they certainly could not be those of a barn. "Why," said Valençol, "we are not in a barn." "Climb up the hay and sit down near that window," replied Morgan. Valençol obeyed and scrambled up the hay like a schoolboy in his holidays. Then he sat down, as Morgan had told him, before a window. The next moment Morgan placed between his friends' legs a napkin containing a pate, bread, a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, 2 knives and 2 forks. "The deuce," cried Valençol, "Lucullus sups with Lucullus." Then gazing through the panes at a building with numberless windows, which seemed to be a wing of the one they were in, and before which a sentry was pacing, he exclaimed, "Positively, I can't eat my supper till I know where we are. What is this building, and why that sentry at the door?" "Well," said Morgan, "since you absolutely must know, I will tell you. We are in the church of Bru, which was converted into a fodder storehouse by a decree of the municipal council. That adjoining building is now the barracks of the gendarmerie, and that sentry is posted to prevent anyone from disturbing our supper or surprising us while we sleep." "Brave fellows," said Valençol, filling his glass. "Their health, Morgan." "And ours," said the young man, laughing. "The devil take me if anyone could dream of finding us here." Morgan had hardly drained his glass, when, as if the devil had accepted the challenge, the sentinel's harsh, strident voice cried, "Qui vive?" "Hey!" exclaimed the 2 young men, "what does this mean?" A body of 30 men came from the direction of Pont Dane, and after giving the countersign to the sentry, at once dispersed. The larger number, led by 2 men, who seemed to be officers, entered the barracks. The others continued on their way. "Attention," said Morgan. And both young men, on their knees, their ears alert, their eyes at the window, waited. Let us now explain to the reader the cause of this interruption of a repast, which, though taken at 3 o'clock in the morning, was not, as we have seen, over-tranquil. Chapter 40, A False Scent. The jailer's daughter had not been mistaken. It was indeed Roland, whom she had seen in the jail speaking to the captain of the gendarmerie. Neither was Amélie wrong in her terror. Roland was really in pursuit of Morgan. Although he avoided going to the Château des Noirs Fontaines, It was not that he had the slightest suspicion of the interest his sister had in the leader of the Companions of Jehu, but he feared the indiscretion of one of his servants. He had recognized Charlotte at the jail, but as the girl showed no astonishment, he believed she had not recognized him, all the more because, after exchanging a few words with the captain, he went out to wait for the latter on the Place du Bastion, which was always deserted at that hour. His duties over, the captain of gendarmerie joined him. He found Roland impatiently walking back and forth. Roland had merely made himself known at the jail, but here he proceeded to explain the matter and to initiate the captain into the object of his visit. Roland had solicited the first consul, as a favor to himself, that the pursuit of the Companions of Jehu be entrusted to him personally, a favor he had obtained without difficulty. An order from the Minister of War placed at his disposal not only the garrison of Bourg, but also those of the neighboring towns. An order from the Minister of Police enjoined all the officers of the gendarmerie to render him every assistance. He naturally applied in the first instance to the captain of the gendarmerie at Bourg, whom he had long known personally as a man of great courage and executive ability. He found what he wanted in him. The captain was furious against the Companions of Jehu, who had stopped diligences within a mile of his town, and on whom he was unable to lay his hand. He knew of the reports relating to the last 3 stoppages that had been sent to the Minister of Police, and he understood the latter's anger. But Roland brought his amazement to a climax when he told him of the night he had spent at the Chartreuse of Salon, and of what had happened to Sir John at that same Chartreuse during the succeeding night. The captain had heard by common rumor that Madame de Montrevel's guest had been stabbed, but as no one had lodged a complaint, he did not think he had the right to investigate circumstances, which it seemed to him Roland wished to keep in the dark. In those troublous days, more indulgence was shown to officers of the army than they might have received at other times. As for Roland, he had said nothing because he wished to reserve for himself the satisfaction of pursuing the assassins and sham ghosts of the Chartreuse when the time came. He now arrived with full power to put that design into execution, firmly resolved not to return to the first consul until it was accomplished. Besides, it was one of those adventures he was always seeking, at once dangerous and picturesque, an opportunity of pitting his life against men who cared little for their own, and probably less for his. Roland had no conception of Morgan's safeguard, which had twice protected him from danger. Once on the night he had watched at the Chartreuse, and again when he had fought against Cadoudal. How could he know that a simple cross was drawn above his name, and that this symbol of redemption guaranteed his safety from one end of France to the other? For the rest, the first thing to be done was to surround the Chartreuse of Salon, and to search thoroughly into its most secret places, a thing Roland believed himself perfectly competent to do. The night was now too far advanced to undertake the expedition, and it was postponed until the one following. In the meantime, Roland remained quietly in hiding in the captain's room at the barracks, that no one might suspect his presence at Bourg, nor its cause. The following night he was to guide the expedition. In the course of the morrow, one of the gendarmes, who was a tailor, agreed to make him a sergeant's uniform. He was to pass as a member of the brigade at Sons-le-Saulnier, and thanks to the uniform, could direct the search at the Chartreuse without being recognized. Everything happened as planned. Roland entered the barracks with the captain about 1 o'clock, ascended to the latter's room, where he slept on a bed on the floor like a man who has just passed 2 days and 2 nights in a postchaise. The next day he restrained his impatience by drawing a plan of the Chartreuse of Salon for the captain's instruction, with which, even without Roland's help, that worthy officer could have directed the expedition without going an inch astray. As the captain had but 18 men under him, and it was not possible to surround the monastery completely with that number, or rather, to guard the 2 exits and make a thorough search through the interior, and as it would have taken 3 or 4 days to bring in all the men of the brigade scattered throughout the neighborhood, the officer, by Roland's order, went to the colonel of dragoons, garrisoned at Bourg, told him of the matter in hand, and asked for 12 men, who, with his own, made 30 in all. The colonel not only granted the 12 men, but, learning that the expedition was to be commanded by Colonel Roland de Montrevel, aide-de-camp to the first consul, he proposed that he himself should join the party at the head of his 12 men. Roland accepted his cooperation, and it was agreed that the colonel, we employ the words colonel and chief of brigade indifferently, both being interchangeable terms indicating the same rank, and his 12 dragoons should pick up Roland, the captain, and his 18 men, the barracks being directly on their road to the Chartreuse. The time was set for 11 that night. At 11 precisely, with military punctuality, the colonel of dragoons and his 12 men joined the gendarmes, and the two companies, now united in one, began their march. Roland, in his sergeant's uniform, made himself known to his brother colonel, but to the dragoons and gendarmes he remained, as agreed upon, a sergeant detached from the brigade at Sons-le-Saulnier. Only, as it might otherwise have seemed extraordinary that a sergeant, wholly unfamiliar with these localities, should be their guide, the men were told that Roland had been in his youth a novice at Salon, and was therefore better acquainted than most persons with the mysterious nooks of the Chartreuse. The first feeling of these brave soldiers had been a slight humiliation at being guided by an ex-monk. But, on the other hand, as that ex-monk wore the three-cornered hat jauntily, and as his whole manner and appearance was that of a man who has completely forgotten that he formerly wore a cowl, they ended by accepting the humiliation, and reserved their final judgment on the sergeant until they could see how he handled the musket he carried on his arm, the pistols he wore in his belt, and the sword that hung at his side. The party was supplied with torches and started in perfect silence. They were divided into 3 squads, one of 8 men, led by the captain of gendarmerie, another of 10, commanded by the colonel, and the third of 12 men, with Roland at its head. On leaving the town, they separated. The captain of the gendarmerie, who knew the localities better than the colonel of dragoons, took upon himself to guard the window of La Correrie, giving upon the forest of Salon with his 8 men. The colonel of dragoons was commissioned by Roland to watch the main entrance of the Chartreuse. With him were 5 gendarmes and 5 dragoons. Roland was to search the interior, taking with him 5 gendarmes and 7 dragoons. Half an hour was allowed each squad to reach its post. It was more than was needed. Roland and his men were to scale the orchard wall when 11:30 was ringing from the belfry at Perinaz. The captain of gendarmerie followed the main road from Pont d'Ain to the edge of the woods, which he skirted until he reached his appointed station. The colonel of dragoons took the crossroad which branches from the highway of Pont d'Ain and leads to the great portal of the Chartreuse. Roland crossed the fields to the orchard wall which, as the reader will remember, he had already climbed on 2 occasions. Punctually at 11:30, he gave the signal to his men to scale the wall. By the time they reached the other side, the men, if they did not yet know that Roland was brave, were at least sure that he was active. Roland pointed in the dusk to a door, the one that led from the orchard into the cloister. Then he sprang ahead through the rank grasses. First, he opened the door. First, he entered the cloister. All was dark, silent and solitary. Roland, still guiding his men, reached the refectory. Absolute solitude, utter silence. They crossed the hall obliquely, and returned to the garden without alarming a living creature except the owls and the bats. There still remained the cistern, the mortuary vault, and the pavilion, or rather the chapel in the forest, to be searched. Roland crossed the open space between the cistern and the monastery. After descending the steps, he lighted 3 torches, kept one, and handed the other 2, one to a dragoon, the other to a gendarme. Then he raised the stone that concealed the stairway. The gendarmes who followed Roland began to think him as brave as he was active. They followed the subterranean passage to the first gate. It was closed but not locked. They entered the funereal vault. Here was more than solitude, more than silence. Here was death. The bravest felt a shiver in the roots of their hair. Roland went from tomb to tomb, sounding each with the butt of the pistol he held in his hand. Silence everywhere. They crossed the vault, reached the second gate, and entered the chapel. The same silence, the same solitude. All was deserted as it seemed for years. Roland went straight to the choir. There lay the blood on the stones. No one had taken the trouble to efface it. Here was the end of his search, which had proved futile. Roland could not bring himself to retreat. He fancied he was not attacked because of his numerous escort. He therefore left 10 men and a torch in the chapel, told them to put themselves in communication, through the ruined window, with the captain of the gendarmerie, who was ambushed in the forest within a few feet of the window, while he himself, with 2 men, retraced his steps. This time the 2 men who followed Roland thought him more than brave. They considered him foolhardy. But Roland, caring little whether they followed or not, retraced his own steps in default of those of the bandits. The 2 men, ashamed, followed him. Undoubtedly, the Chartreuse was deserted. When Roland reached the great portal, he called to the colonel of dragoons. He and his men were at their post. Roland opened the door and joined them. They had seen nothing, heard nothing. The whole party entered the monastery, closing and barricading the door behind them to cut off the bandits' retreat, if they were fortunate enough to meet any. Then they hastened to rejoin their comrades, who, on their side, had united with the captain and his 8 men, and were waiting for them in the choir. There was nothing for it but to retire. 2 o'clock had just struck. Nearly 3 hours had been spent in fruitless search. Roland, rehabilitated in the estimation of the gendarmes and the dragoons, who saw that the ex-novice did not shirk danger, regretfully gave the signal for retreat by opening the door of the chapel which looked toward the forest. This time Roland merely closed the door behind him, there being no longer any hope of encountering the brigands. Then the little troop returned to Bourg at a quick step. The captain of gendarmerie, with his 18 men and Roland, re-entered the barracks, while the colonel and his 12 men continued on their way toward the town. It was the sentinel's call, as he challenged the captain and his party, which had attracted the attention of Morgan and Valençol, and it was the noise of their return to the barracks which interrupted the supper, and caused Morgan to cry out at this unforeseen circumstance. Attention! In fact, in the present situation of these young men, every circumstance merited attention. So the meal was interrupted. Their jaws ceased to work to give the eyes and ears full scope. It soon became evident that the services of their eyes were alone needed. Each gendarme regained his room without light. The numerous barrack windows remained dark, so that the watchers were able to concentrate their attention on a single point. Among those dark windows, 2 were lighted. They stood relatively back from the rest of the building and directly opposite to the one where the young men were supping. These windows were on the first floor, but in the position the watchers occupied at the top of bales of hay, Morgan and Valençol were not only on a level, but could even look down into them. These windows were those of the room of the captain of gendarmes. Whether from indifference on the worthy captain's part, or by reason of state penury, the windows were bare of curtains, so that, thanks to the 2 candles which the captain had lighted in his guest's honor, Morgan and Valençol could see everything that took place in this room. Suddenly Morgan grasped Valençol's arm and pressed it with all his might. "Hey," said Valençol, "what now?" Roland had just thrown his 3-cornered hat on a chair, and Morgan had recognized him. "Roland de Montrevel," he exclaimed, "Roland in a sergeant's uniform. This time we are on his track while he is still seeking ours. It behooves us not to lose it." "What are you going to do?" asked Valençol, observing that his friend was preparing to leave him. "Inform our companions. You stay here and do not lose sight of him. He has taken off his sword and laid his pistols aside, therefore it is probable he intends to spend the night in the captain's room. Tomorrow I defy him to take any road, no matter which, without one of us at his heels." And Morgan, sliding down the declivity of the hay, disappeared from sight, leaving his companion crouched like a sphinx, with his eyes fixed on Roland de Montrevel. A quarter of an hour later Morgan returned. By this time the officers' windows were dark like all the others of the barracks.